In the late hours of the night, Su Yang emerged from a meeting at the company. He drove his car, adorned with a dazzling emblem, symbolizing a promising future, heading towards a bar for some leisure. At that moment, a girl named Lu Shishir sent him a WeChat message. Su Yang, I'm pregnant. Don't joke around. We didn't do anything that night. It's true. If you don't come, it'll jump off the roof. A pang of dread shot through Su Yang's heart. He had known Lu Shishir for barely a month, and their time together had amounted to only a handful of hours. Surely, it was implausible for her to be pregnant so quickly. Yet if she truly intended to take such drastic action, and the police investigated her last call, it could create insurmountable complications. Having just been promoted to a senior executive, he was keen to avoid any scandal. Resolutely, Su Yang drove to Lu Shishi's apartment, picking her up before heading to the hospital. Lu Shishir was an attractive girl, skilled in her appearance, with a fresh and unadorned face, long eyelashes, and smooth, pale skin. The allure of her Balenciaga-clad legs was impossible to ignore. Su Yang cautioned, "Let me make it clear. I am only responsible for your checkup. If the child is not mine, I will not take any responsibility." Lu Shishir replied, "But you're my first man. You saw the marks on the bed sheets that night." Su Yang chuckled lightly. He had seen such scenarios numerous times before. A fallen petal is not without sentiment. The hospital can remedy 800 woes. Once at the hospital, Su Yang accompanied Lu Shishir for her outpatient examination. They registered, queued, and waited while Lu Shishir went in. 20 minutes later, a male doctor emerged with her. He looked at Su Yang and said, "Congratulations. You're going to be a father." Su Yang stood up, defending himself. "I'm sorry, but I believe the child is not mine." Many individuals in the corridor turned their heads towards him, whispering among themselves. Lu Shishir grasped his arm. "Su Yang, you can't deny this. We truly." Su Yang found himself speechless during the gathering. Everyone had been drinking heavily, and he had no recollection of the events. The crowd in the hallway continued to swell, accusing Su Yang of shirking responsibility, especially as Lu Shishi's tears garnered sympathy from bystanders. Su Yang was horrified to see someone pulling out a phone to record the spectacle. The doctor suggested, "Why not get a DNA test to prove your innocence?" Su Yang's eyes lit up as if he had found a lifeline. "Can your hospital conduct a DNA test?" "Yes, you can proceed to pay over there." Gently prying Lu Shishi's hand from his, he followed the doctor to settle the fees. Upon successfully completing the payment, he stared at the exorbitant invoice of 15,000 yuan, plunged into deep contemplation. Something felt off. Was he being scammed? The throng behind him was clouding his judgment. Having already paid the fee and submitted the blood sample, backing out was not an option. He followed the doctor into the examination room, where the 15,000 yuan package included tests for his reproductive health. The doctor quickly completed the sampling and indicated for Su Yang to wait outside for the results. Half an hour later, the doctor informed him, "The child is not yours." Su Yang sighed with relief. He turned to Lu Shishir, saying, "This has nothing to do with me now. The test results show the child is mine. Goodbye." The onlookers no longer pointed fingers at Su Yang. Instead, they looked at him with empathy. After Su Yang departed, Lu Shishir entered the outpatient department. The male doctor transferred 7,000 yuan to her via WeChat. "Shishir, hang in there. This month marks your 4th transaction. You're earning more than when you worked as a technician, and it's much safer." Lu Shishir smiled as she accepted the transfer. The doctor then stepped out to distribute 50 yuan to everyone in the corridor as a service fee. As Su Yang drove back, he couldn't shake the feeling that the money spent was unjust. He had heard of bar scams and rental scams, but this was his first encounter with a medical scam. He decided to make a U-turn to confirm his suspicions. Just as he turned, an oncoming car flashed its high beams at him. Alarmed, Su Yang instinctively slammed on the brakes. An ear-piercing crash shattered the air. In an instant, everything spun and felt surreal, as if his very soul was being yanked from his body. When Su Yang opened his eyes, he was greeted by a dilapidated ceiling and the chattering of a middle-aged woman. "You're about to take your college entrance exams. Other kids are so anxious, and you just sleep your life away. Su Yang, get up quickly. You're going to be late for class. If you don't get up soon, I will have to punish you." Su Yang looked at the woman entering with a youthful glow about her, dressed in a gray shirt and trousers, exuding a crisp professionalism. Was this his mother? Zhang Xiaomei, a dedicated nurse at Jiangming City People's Hospital, had recently been promoted to head nurse. Su Yang had almost forgotten how beautiful she was in her youth. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. April 18th, 2003. Recalling the car accident from the previous night, everything indicated his rebirth. The loss of over 10,000 yuan was minor. What mattered was that he had just ascended to an executive position, with a salary of 500,000 plus stock options. He had even secured a house for which he had yet to receive the keys. Just as life was beginning to ascend, fate had thrown him back. While he was momentarily lost in thought, Zhang Xiaomei twisted Su Yang's ear. "Did you not hear me speaking? What time did you come home from playing games at Zhang Xiaoping's last night?" "Ow! Mom, stop! I'm up! I'm up already!" Zhang Xiaomei finally released him, urging him to rise quickly. Su Yang, still dazed from his rebirth, had to hurry to the next stage of his life. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting tale. Chapter 2. If I were young and accomplished, free from insecurities. Su Yang recalls attending a class reunion later on, where Gu Yanbing made an appearance. At that time, Gu Yanbing had already embarked on her journey abroad for doctoral studies. She had become the object of desire for all the boys, a goddess in their eyes, yet her somewhat aloof demeanor rendered many hesitant to approach her. Those wealthier than her were not as academically accomplished, while those with higher degrees were far less attractive. Su Yang later learned through Gu Yanbing's close friend, Dong Siyu, that Gu Yanbing had remained single all along, a stunningly beautiful, aloof, single female doctoral student. What could she rely on in the quiet hours of the night to soothe her restless body and soul? Surely not mere hands that fulfilled dreams. At that moment, Su Yang felt that being from a second-tier university was a barrier too great to overcome. From then on, he and Gu Yanbing merely exchanged pleasantries in their contact lists. As Su Yang's thoughts returned to the present, Zhang Xiaoping finally concluded his analysis of the game Contra. It was clear they were not on the same wavelength. A little while later, Su Yang arrived at Jiangming No. 1 High School. Upon entering the school, he and Zhang Xiaoping secured their bicycles and headed toward the teaching building. Class 1 of the third year. The elite class. In truth, neither Su Yang nor Zhang Xiaoping possessed the grades necessary to belong to such a class. Zhang Xiaomei, the head nurse at the hospital, had extensive connections, which facilitated their introduction into this prestigious group. Classmates often joked about Class 1 of the third year, half being genuinely talented, while the other half had gained entry through backdoor channels. Teachers would throw chalk at students, and more often than not, they were the sons of district leaders or nephews of officials from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Yang followed Zhang Xiaoping into the classroom, almost forgetting where his seat was until Zhang Xiaoping urged him to sit down quickly. He realized his seat was in the middle. In this era, classroom seating arrangements featured pairs on either side and groups of 4 in the center. Both Zhang Xiaoping and Su Yang occupied seats in a 4-person arrangement. To Su Yang's left sat Zhang Xiaoping, while to his right was Gu Yanbing. Suddenly, he recalled that in March, the homeroom teacher had made the last seating adjustment, declaring that there would be no further changes before the college entrance examination. Proximity to water allows one to catch a fish. No, perhaps it should be said that a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. Returning to his seat, Su Yang discreetly observed Gu Yanbing with his peripheral vision. Her profile was flawless, with long, thick eyelashes, a petite and rounded nose, and eyes as dark and bright as jewels, tied back in a simple high ponytail, exuding an aura of purity. He noticed Zhang Xiaoping pretending to study vocabulary from his textbook. So he too took out his books. Students like them commonly arranged multiple textbooks on their desks to convey an air of busyness. The blackboard at the back displayed a countdown to the college entrance examination. While classmates quietly recited vocabulary and poetry, Su Yang found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the exam papers in his backpack. Once, he had scored 400 points on the college entrance examination and enrolled in a second-tier university. Back then, he had severe subject bias, excelling in the sciences while struggling in English. Su Yang remembered that Gu Yanbing excelled in English, perhaps due to her excellent upbringing or a solid foundation from middle school. However, she too had her weaknesses. Her mathematics scores were subpar. Alas, no one is perfect. Those who excel in every subject are destined for success in the prestigious 985 universities. After memorizing her vocabulary, Gu Yanbing put away her textbook. She slightly turned her head, casting a glance at Su Yang with her beautiful eyes, sensing something was off about him today. He seemed distracted. Su Yang noticed her stealing glances at him and wondered. Had he caught her attention? Did she perhaps harbor some affection for him? In the past, he had felt unworthy due to his insecurities. At that moment, a fitting soundtrack of If I Were Young and Accomplished played in his mind. If only I were young and accomplished, free from insecurities, understanding what is precious. Those beautiful dreams that I owe you for my entire life. Su Yang shook off his thoughts and began to assess his current situation. With his experiences, even without taking the college entrance examination, he could still thrive. Yet, Since fate had allowed him to relive the days leading up to the examination, it was essential to put forth effort. Just imagine, when conversing with a girl, casually mentioning, "I graduated from Qingbei." Even if your pockets are empty, she would likely invite you out for a meal. With little time left before the examination, a last-minute review should pose no problem. Most importantly, he clearly remembered the essay topic for the Chinese exam in 2003. That was a guaranteed score. As for English, Su Yang had sought out training institutions to improve his foundational skills while working, and he had gained confidence in using English frequently in meetings. He felt assured that he would shine in the upcoming examination. Su Yang pulled out a ballpoint pen and idly flipped through his textbooks, which contained notes and secrets from his past. With his current perspective, those notes could easily be a source of embarrassment. After Gu Yanbing finished her vocabulary, she pulled out her mathematics exam paper and began to ponder deeply. To her left sat Su Yang, while to her right was her friend, Dong Siyu. For reasons unknown, as subjects became more complex, girls generally struggled more in the sciences than boys. Gu Yanbing contemplated asking Dong Siyu for help, but since Dong Siyu's grades were even lower than hers, she decided to seek Su Yang's assistance instead. When she noticed Su Yang lost in thought, she found herself momentarily taken aback. She recalled that Su Yang had never seemed like this before. Today, he appeared somewhat preoccupied. Questions filled her eyes. Su Yang noticed Gu Yanbing staring at him, prompting him to turn his head. The usually aloof Gu Yanbing quickly looked away, clearly unaccustomed to maintaining eye contact. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. If you enjoy a little love song, the aloof and beautiful school flower is sweetly captivated. Please bookmark m.20xs.org, a little love song. The aloof and beautiful school flower is sweetly captivated. 20 Novel Network updates the fastest in the entire web. Su Yang noticed the mathematics workbook in front of her, where the answers to the last few challenging problems were marked with crosses. He casually asked, "Gu Yanbing, are you struggling with mathematics?" Never underestimate the power of casual conversation in relationships. Most of what you say to your partner is trivial. Hence, sometimes engaging in light banter serves to create a relaxed conversational atmosphere, fostering amicable interpersonal relationships. Gu Yanbing nodded in acknowledgement, pointing to the math problems at the back. "These two problems are particularly challenging for me." "Simple enough. I can teach you in a bit," Su Yang replied. Not rushing to solve the problems, a subtle distance often piques interest. Gu Yanbing's eyes reflected surprise. Previously, boys who approached her had been eager and overly attentive, while Su Yang exhibited an unusual calmness. Gu Yanbing stole glances at Su Yang, noting his serious expression as he focused on his studies, his nose elegantly defined, and his face sharply chiseled. Zhang Xiaoping occasionally engaged Su Yang in conversation, all the while discreetly observing Gu Yanbing and Dong Siyu. Once Su Yang finished reviewing his previous notes, he prepared to assist Gu Yanbing with her questions. She voiced her curiosity. "Su Yang, how is your English these days?" Su Yang replied, "It's average. Could you explain this to me?" He casually flipped open an English workbook, seizing the opportunity to seek Gu Yanbing's guidance. Gu Yanbing leaned closer, a subtle jasmine fragrance wafting into Su Yang's senses, a delightful scent. Aware of Su Yang's struggles with English, she explained the material in great detail. Whenever the explanation became complex, she would pause briefly, gazing into Su Yang's eyes with her bright ones. In truth, Su Yang's English had improved significantly. He grasped the concepts as soon as she clarified verb tenses. At this age, girls often exuded a certain innocence, unlike later generations who became more pragmatic and worldly. Gu Yanbing's hands were slender and long, impeccably fair, with neatly trimmed nails. After a moment, she asked Su Yang, "Did you understand?" Su Yang replied, "Yes, I understand. Thank you." Gu Yanbing then retrieved her mathematics exam paper. "This question, and this one, and this one, and I struggle with all of these." Su Yang was taken aback. How could she accumulate so many mistakes? He felt slightly at a disadvantage here. If you enjoy a little love song, the aloof and beautiful school flower is sweetly captivated. Please bookmark m.20xs.org, a little love song. The aloof and beautiful school flower is sweetly captivated. 20 Novel Network updates the fastest in the entire web. Chapter 3. When did you two become so close? Su Yang began to explain the mathematics problems to Gu Yanbing. He elaborated meticulously, even breaking down the formulas, nearly to the point of hand-holding her through the process. Of course, Gu Yanbing would never consent to such an approach. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of class, Su Yang successfully concluded his explanations. Gu Yanbing offered him a faint smile. Su-yang. Thank you so much, Su-yang replied. If you wish to thank me, how about treating me to lunch? Gu Yanbing's eyes widened in surprise. In high school, it was considered quite inappropriate for boys and girls to dine together. As most students ate separately, Su-yang noticed Gu Yanbing's hesitation and added, I forgot to bring my meal card. No opportunities? Then create them. Gu Yanbing hesitated for a moment. Then you can use my meal card when we go for lunch. Su-yang signaled an okay with his hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoping asked Su-yang if he wanted to go to the restroom. After some thought, Su-yang followed Zhang Xiaoping downstairs. No wonder Zhang Xiaoping's grades were poor. Scholars often say, Teacher, could you explain this question again? While those struggling academically often lament, Teacher, why isn't class over yet? I need to use the restroom. Once Zhang Xiaoping and Su-yang were outside, he asked, Su-yang, how did you strike up a conversation with Gu Yanbing? Su-yang replied, Why? Who says I can't talk to Gu Yanbing? Zhang Xiaoping pointed at a tall boy in a Kobe jersey ahead. Our classmate Su Shuai has been pursuing Gu Yanbing for a while now. You might want to be cautious. Su-yang raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, who is Su Shuai? Just because he plays a few games of basketball and his family owns 2 apartments in the city, he thinks he's something special. Those truly wealthy and influential parents teach their children to be humble. Su-yang recalled that some classmates in the class lived quite frugally, only to discover, when their father was taken away by the disciplinary committee, that their family was hiding a considerable amount of money. They found themselves in the restroom, where several boys took turns smoking, exhaling clouds of smoke. Su-yang, who occasionally smoked but without addiction, noted Zhang Xiaoping's curiosity about smoking and tattoos, deeming them particularly impressive, reminiscent of characters from the film Gangster's Paradise. They dutifully attended to their business in the restroom when the class monitor, Su Shuai, approached and patted Su-yang on the shoulder. Su-yang, remember to keep your distance from Gu Yanbing from now on. Su-yang shrugged his shoulders and leisurely pulled up his trousers, retorting, What business is it of yours? Su Shuai was momentarily taken aback. Su-yang, usually so subdued, seemed unusually different today. Have you taken the wrong medicine? A friend of Su Shuai leaned in. Su-yang's gaze remained calm. He felt no intimidation. After starting work, he often visited the gym and had trained in free fighting for several years. Those who had practiced free fighting understood that, with bare fists, one could strike precisely where it would incapacitate an opponent, while untrained individuals merely flailed about aimlessly, lacking aggression and the ability to inflict serious harm. Su Shuai scoffed, You think you're worthy of speaking to Gu Yanbing? Don't be a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Su-yang merely chuckled, Whether I can or cannot is not for you to decide. He stepped out with Zhang Xiaoping, who warned him, Su-yang, I've heard Su Shuai hangs around with Wang Yuntao and Wang Yunfeng. You should be cautious, Su-yang countered. Are you afraid? Zhang Xiaoping swallowed hard. If they corner you, I'll let you run first. Su-yang laughed and patted Zhang Xiaoping on the shoulder, appreciating his loyalty. They strolled back towards the classroom along the playground, where many boys were engaged in basketball. Whenever a girl passed by, the boys deliberately attempted 3-point shots, holding their arms in the shooting position as if awaiting the girl's gaze. Suddenly, Su-yang caught a whiff of a foul odor. He looked up to see the wall of the playground smeared with excrement, long dried due to the passage of time. He remembered that the boarding students often scaled the wall at midnight to sneak into Internet's AFS. To deter such escapades, the principal had ordered the wall to be smeared with feces. Su-yang, who once enjoyed visiting Internet's AFS himself, recalled his gaming journey from Blood Battle on Shanghai Beach to Half a Life, and later to Legend and Fantasy Westward Journey. Best not to dwell on it. It would reveal his age. He and Zhang Xiaoping returned to the classroom just as the bell rang. Gu Yanbing had just returned from fetching water with Dong Siyu. Su-yang noticed Gu Yanbing was quite tall, nearly 170 centimeters. Once seated, Gu Yanbing took a sip from her cup and placed it in the upper left corner, revealing a sticker with a handwritten message. Life may seem dull, but when you run, the wind follows. Keep it up. Gu Yanbing noticed Su-yang gazing intently at her cup and felt somewhat speechless. Having used the cup for half a year, it had become a fixture. Did he find it bothersome? Quietly, she shifted the cup from the upper left to the upper right corner. Su-yang pondered. Is she concerned that I might have some thoughts about this cup? Suddenly, the noise in the classroom fell to a hush. Su-yang looked up to see a middle-aged man in a suit, slightly balding, entering. Glancing at the schedule, he realized it was math class. It dawned on him. Old classmaster Zhang Guohui. A rigorously disciplined teacher, despite his baldness, he had educated many students who had gained admission to prestigious universities. Each teacher's day, he received gifts from former students. It was said that he had opportunities for advancement, but his unwavering integrity had earned him many enemies, leaving him stagnant for years. The chapter does not end here. Please click the next page to continue reading. As time passed, the class bell rang, and the previously quiet campus erupted into lively chatter. Zheng Guohui had yet to finish explaining the problem. If you need to use the restroom, hold it in. When I was your age, I could sit through 4 consecutive classes without moving. Su Yang smirked, knowing that Zheng Guohui's generation was particularly resilient, enduring hardships such as carrying a few steamed buns and pickled vegetables while walking dozens of miles to school. Over time, the older generation believed that youth could not withstand hardship, while the younger generation argued that clinging to outdated ideologies was ineffective in the 21st century. Out of respect for old Zheng's authority, the students refrained from leaving. Many did not realize that during their school years, they often misunderstood those who genuinely cared for their well-being, only to grasp the truth too late. Zheng Guohui took a few extra minutes before assigning homework. The pressure of assignments during the senior year was immense. Su Yang recalled nights spent completing 7 or 8 pages of homework, particularly for the challenging problems that consumed a significant amount of time. After assigning the homework, Zheng Guohui discussed school arrangements, including a visit from higher-ups on Friday, urging students to wear their uniforms and mentioning a student whose grades had declined, encouraging improvement. After these announcements, Zheng Guohui declared the end of class, and the classroom gradually buzzed with chatter. Some students began to whisper. Boys typically discussed video games while girls gossiped about magazines. Gu Yanbing, shedding her aloof demeanor, approached Su Yang for help with a math problem. Su Yang, could you explain this question to me? She asked, her hopeful eyes fixed on him. At this stage, only true friends would readily share answers, as they were potential competitors. Every point gained by one increased the pressure on others. Seemingly worried Su Yang might decline, Gu Yanbing added, how about I treat you to lunch today and tomorrow? Zhang Xiaoping turned to look, surprised. You've got plans for tomorrow too. Things are moving fast. Even Dong Xiu glanced over. Su Yang feigned modesty and nodded. All right then. Gu Yanbing's lips curled into a smile. Thank you, Su Yang. If you have any review work, feel free to do that first, and we can go over math later when you're less busy. Deal? Su Yang intended to ask her about English as well. Many students seized the break to snack and replenish their energy, while the top students remained oblivious to the outside world, focused solely on their studies. Before long, the bell rang again. The English teacher, dressed in a white blouse and skirt, entered the classroom. With her fair skin and silver-framed glasses, her voice was gentle, reminiscent of a neighborly elder sister. Particularly, her delicate gesture of adjusting her glasses evoked thoughts of kind-hearted aunts and neighboring female teachers. Most importantly, her surname was Bai. Not the teacher Bai you might be thinking of, but Bai Yuqin. Upon seeing the English teacher, Zhang Xiaoping straightened up, puffed out his chest, and focused his gaze on her. All the classmates' gazes fell upon Bai Yuqin. The boys were engulfed in deep contemplation, while the girls focused on the fashion choices of teacher Bai. They found Bai Yuqin's attire to be quite stylish. Su Yang was aware that the English teacher had only recently transferred, and he had heard she was a high-achieving graduate from a teacher training college, as well as being single and popular among the students. As the English teacher commenced her lesson, Su Yang listened attentively while perusing his English test papers. The knowledge he had acquired from the training institution differed from what was taught in school, where the emphasis was on exam-related content rather than the quick and effective methods he had learned elsewhere. Teacher Bai Yuqin prompted everyone to open their textbooks and continued her explanation of grammatical usage. In English class, there were often 2 extremes. Some students understood and engaged seriously, while others were utterly baffled by the plethora of English vocabulary that flowed from Bai Yuqin's mouth, their heads adorned with massive question marks. Su Yang flipped through his exercise book and dictionary at a rapid pace while listening to the lecture. Gu Yanbing was equally attentive. Zhang Xiaoping, however, fell into a daydream, already envisioning the location of their future graves together with Bai Yuqin. Time flew during the lesson, and Su Yang felt quite satisfied. At the very least, he could comprehend what the teacher was explaining, and he possessed a rich vocabulary. He anticipated systematically studying grammatical tenses in the future. Sitting beside Gu Yanbing, they could complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, each aware of the other's capabilities. With their respective strengths, they could bridge any gaps. Following that, they had 2 more consecutive classes, and Su Yang immersed himself in learning, completely forgetting about Gu Yanbing beside him. His goal was simple. Now that he had been reborn, He aimed to attend the best university and pursue a romance with the most beautiful girl on campus. Beautiful appearances were commonplace, but interesting souls were rare gems. The school bell for lunch rang tardily that Su-young and his friends were not boarding students, so they only ate at school during lunch and dinner due to the demanding schedule of their third year. However, they still needed to grab some late-night snacks after returning home. Gu Yanbing stretched and rubbed her sore neck, catching Su-yang's attention with her fair waist, which was quite dazzling. Gu Yanbing turned to Su-young and said, "Su-young, shall we go for a meal?" Su-young nodded. "Let's go." He and Zhang Xiaoping headed out. The few classmates in the classroom did not miss any opportunity to study, pulling out steamed buns and pickles from their plastic bags to nibble on. As they made their way to the cafeteria, it was already bustling with people. During breaks, the school was most crowded either in the cafeteria or in the small shop. It was rumored that the rental fees for some school shops could reach millions annually, highlighting the lucrative nature of such businesses. The retail prices were so steep that even capitalists would shed tears. The quality of food served in the cafeteria was merely to fill bellies. There was no nutritious fare, only profit-driven meals. Flies could be seen hovering over the dishes in summer, while cockroaches and rats thrived in abundance. Thus, most wealthy families opted to send their children to private schools. Su-young followed Gu Yanbing into the cafeteria, where the crowd was overwhelming. Gu Yanbing handed her meal card to Su-young, saying, "Su-young, what do you want?" "Go ahead and get it," Su-young declined. "Let's go together." After a moment of hesitation, Gu Yanbing nodded in agreement. The remaining duo, Dong Siyu and Zhang Xiaoping, exchanged glances, holding their meal containers. Ultimately, Dong Siyu spoke up, "Xiaoping, you hold the table. I'll go get the food first." Zhang Xiaoping agreed. Okay? He nervously glanced at Su-young and Gu Yanbing. His thoughts were racing. How could Su-young openly be with Gu Yanbing without provoking Su Shuai? At the food counter, Su-young requested a portion of rice and a serving of braised potatoes with meat. The serving lady smiled as she dipped her ladle into the pot, scooping out a generous helping of potatoes and meat. However, her wrist trembled, causing some of the meat to fall back into the pot. She prepared to continue shaking the ladle. Su-young shouted, "Auntie, please don't shake." The auntie, startled, replied calmly, "Look what you did. You scared me." Su-young, feeling frustrated, decided to try a different approach. "Auntie, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please give me extra meat. My mock exam is coming up, and I can't afford to faint from low blood sugar during the test." Gu Yanbing behind him was speechless, witnessing a student haggle with the serving lady over food for the first time. After Su-young and Gu Yanbing finished serving their meals, they returned to their seats. Zhang Xiaoping, noticing Gu Yanbing's arrival, stood up nervously and eagerly offered to wipe the table for her. "Yanbing, please sit here. I just cleaned it." Su-young sighed inwardly, thinking, another hopeless admirer. Gu Yanbing, being a cool girl, certainly didn't rely on flattery to attract attention. If that were the case, the over 600 boys in the school would be lining up to be her admirers. Gu Yanbing smiled lightly. "Thank you, Xiaoping." Su-young, noticing Zhang Xiaoping still hadn't gotten his food, urged, "Hurry up and get your meal. Soon there will only be soup left." Zhang Xiaoping finally reacted and hurried off to the counter. Su-young sat down across from Gu Yanbing, and before long, Dong Siyu returned with her meal. She was petite, with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks, and her smile revealed 2 adorable little canine teeth. Su-young maintained a fair amount of contact with Dong Siyu later on, as her father was a middle school classmate of Su-yang's father. He recalled one occasion when his father, having had a few too many drinks, stumbled into Su-yang's room and drunkenly asked, "Do you want a wife?" This bewildered Su-young. He later learned that his father had been drinking with Dong Siyu's father, and both families nearly arranged a marriage for their children. Since Su-young did not feel a romantic spark with Dong Siyu, this matter faded away, as drunken discussions were hardly binding. Su-young did not rush to strike up a conversation, instead focusing on his meal. Meanwhile, Dong Siyu chattered incessantly, "Yanbing, did you hear? A boy from the class next door was taken away by the hospital." "Why?" Gu Yanbing inquired. "Today, during temperature checks, he had a fever over 38 degrees. The hospital urgently sent a vehicle to pick him up." Gu Yanbing lightly responded, her beautiful brows unconsciously furrowing. Su-young suddenly recalled the SARS outbreak of 2003. The entire nation was using mercury thermometers to check temperatures. The exam schedule had been unprecedentedly moved up by a month. The infamous Black July for examinees over the past decades had transformed into Black June. Despite the severity of SARS, it was merely a psychological impact for most students. Compared to the mathematics exam questions of that year, it seemed trivial. Su Yang vividly remembered emerging from the math exam room, where many examinees were in tears, especially the top students. Many expressed that the difficulty of the test had increased exponentially. Those who typically scored 140 in mock exams ended up with only 70 or even 60. He recalled the supervising teacher's words. When pushed to the edge, people can do anything except solve math problems. Should he share this news with his friends? Sigh, better not. It could lead to trouble. Before long, Zhang Xiaoping returned with his meal, and indeed, his container contained nothing but the soup's remnants. Dong Xiu asked, "No rice left?" Zhang Xiaoping replied with a forlorn expression, "Yeah, just the soup." Su Yang thought to himself, "This is what happens to a sycophant, ending up with nothing." He generously offered half of his dish to Zhang Xiaoping. "Hurry up and eat." Zhang Xiaoping felt touched. His brother was indeed kind to him. If Su Shuai dared to threaten Su Yang, he would be the first to charge and get beaten up. After becoming accustomed to better food, Su Yang found it difficult to adjust back to the school cafeteria meals. Especially the meat he had just been given, it was hard to swallow. So he decided to give it to Zhang Xiaoping as a friendly gesture. He noticed Gu Yanbing's meal consisted only of broccoli and bean sprouts. It appeared even the campus beauty could not escape the cafeteria's offerings. As they ate, Dong Xiu gossiped about school events. For instance, a student from another class was caught smoking in the restroom by the disciplinary head, and the head made those students hold 5 or 6 cigarettes in their mouths while standing with their hands behind their backs, balancing a basin on their heads. The smoke engulfed the boys, causing them to tear up. There was also talk of a certain female teacher who had been married for 3 years without any signs of pregnancy, and rumors suggested she was often bullied by her in dash laws. Gu Yanbing appeared somewhat speechless. While she was accustomed to Dong Xiu's chatter, there were 2 boys sitting across from them. Su Yang quietly gave Dong Xiu a thumbs up, thinking, future expert on square dancing, head of the intelligence department in Jiangming City. After 4 individuals finished their meal and meticulously cleaned the rice pot, Gu Yanbing retrieved some tissues from her bag and handed them to Dong Xiu and Su Yang. She inquired, "Shall we depart?" Dong Xiu sighed. "This day feels interminably long." The group made their way outside. Not far from the cafeteria, Su Shuai glared indignantly at Su Yang's departing figure. What the hell? How did Su Yang manage to get close to Gu Yanbing? Isn't she supposed to be aloof and unapproachable? Why on earth would she invite him to dinner? As a student-athlete, Su Shuai's academic performance was rather mediocre, although he excelled in basketball and long-distance running. He had previously attempted to strike up a conversation with Gu Yanbing, hoping to invite her to watch him play basketball, but she had coldly rejected him. It should be noted that Su Shuai had practiced 3-point shots for a solid 4 months, achieving an impressive 8 out of 10 success rate, all to impress Gu Yanbing. He had even developed calluses on his hands, yet she had never granted him that opportunity. No, I am filled with resentment. Upon returning to the classroom, Gu Yanbing continued to seek Su Yang's assistance with her math problems. As Su Yang explained the questions, he seized the chance to engage her in conversation. Under his guidance, he learned that Gu Yanbing's father, Gu Jianwei, held a prominent position in the Jiangming City Planning Bureau, while her mother was the director of the Women's Federation. Sighing, he thought, another privileged child. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. If you enjoy a little love song, where the aloof school beauty is sweetly captivated, please bookmark m.20xs.org. During the afternoon and evening study sessions, Su Yang diligently attended classes. Seizing the opportunity, he completed the English test twice, excluding the listening section, scoring between 70 to 80 points. With the listening component included, he could potentially achieve around 100 points. I can revisit the other subjects later. As the bell signaling the end of evening study rang, the students began to pack their belongings. The boarders prepared to review for another hour before heading back to their dormitories. While the day students gradually departed, Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping walked toward the bicycle shed together. Zhang Xiaoping remarked, "Su Yang, I think Gu Yanbing is quite nice. She even smiled at me." Su Yang sighed. "Xiaoping, allow me to impart a truth." Zhang Xiaoping asked, "What truth?" Su Yang responded, "If you feel that someone likes you, it's likely a misconception. If you sense that someone dislikes you, there's a high probability it's genuine." Zhang Xiaoping retorted, "You speak as if you have experienced this firsthand." Su Yang chuckled, choosing not to refute him. Time will reveal all truths. Great individuals often face scrutiny before their rise. As they navigated through the crowd, they pushed their bicycles outward, forcing Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping to slow their pace. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yanbing and Dong Siyu approached, also wheeling their bicycles. Most students rode standard 28-inch bicycles, but Gu Yanbing's entirely pink bicycle stood out charmingly. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoping nudged Su Yang with his elbow. Su Yang, look at what S stuck to the back of Gu Yanbing's bicycle. What? He replied, there's a note on it. Looks like a love letter. Su Yang followed Zhang Xiaoping's gaze. A piece of white paper was affixed to the back seat of Gu Yanbing's bicycle, inscribed with the words, "The school beauty is here. Rear-end collision guarantees marriage." Su Yang was taken aback. Is Gu Yanbing really that carefree? But upon further reflection, something felt amiss. Setting aside the fact that the handwriting did not match Gu Yanbing's style, her temperament hardly warranted such a display. Zhang Xiaoping goaded. See? I told you. Su Yang replied. I see it. Would you dare to crash into her? I'll give you $10. Zhang Xiaoping shook his head, clearly too intimidated. Even with a surge of bravado, he wouldn't dare. After noticing Su Yang's disdainful expression, he countered. I'll give you 20. Would you dare crash? Whoosh! Su Yang's bicycle shot forward. Zhang Xiaoping exclaimed, Holy cow! Chapter 6. Are you out of your mind? Why did you crash into me? Gu Yanbing was cycling at a leisurely pace. Occasionally, the sound of bells rang as bicycles sped past her. Bold boys, emboldened by the night, glanced back at Gu Yanbing. Some even whistled, letting go of the handlebars to show off their cycling skills. Consequently, many accidents occurred each night, often instigated by boys turning to look at Gu Yanbing. Gu Yanbing had long since grown accustomed to this attention. She rode her bicycle calmly while Dong Siyu babbled incessantly about the latest class gossip, such as who had a secret crush or wrote love letters, and noted how handsome Yin Chengshu from Meteor Garden was. Su Yang soon caught up from behind, deliberately taking his time to linger behind Gu Yanbing. Before long, Zhang Xiaoping joined him, quietly asking, So, do you really plan to crash? Su Yang laughed. Does $20 count? Zhang Xiaoping hesitated, clearly conflicted. Su Yang scoffed. How about I offer you 30 if you crash into her? Zhang Xiaoping was flabbergasted. He wouldn't dare, not even for $50. Seeing Su Yang's confident demeanor, he gritted his teeth and declared, I bet you $20. Let us make it official. All right. Su Yang noted that Gu Yanbing and Dong Siyu had turned a corner, and the number of bicycles around them had dwindled. The roads were devoid of cars by 9:30 p.m. In this era, private cars were a rarity. If a family owned a Santana 2000, it was typically used as a wedding car. At the upcoming intersection, a red light illuminated the scene. Gu Yanbing gradually came to a halt, balancing on one leg, her long legs appearing both graceful and elongated. Her back straight as an arrow. Dong Siyu, shorter in stature, leaned to one side, struggling to keep her toes anchored to the ground. Others showed no regard for traffic signals, seeing no vehicles at the intersection. They dashed across. This is how crossing the street works in China. Once a crowd gathers, they move, regardless of the traffic lights. Traffic police often advise, you cross now, you gain a few seconds, you don't? You lose decades. Su Yang observed Gu Yanbing's stop. He adjusted his mindset and trajectory, aiming directly for the back of her bicycle. The sound of screeching brakes pierced the air. Zhang Xiaoping was left stunned. Mouth agape? Holy cow! Gu Yanbing turned her head upon hearing the commotion. She noticed Su Yang rapidly approaching her. Bang! Su Yang's front wheel collided with the rear wheel of Gu Yanbing's bicycle. His speed was controlled, and he had braked in time, maintaining safety. Nevertheless, the inertia of his bicycle caused Gu Yanbing to topple. Dong Siyu was caught off guard, exclaiming, Yanbing, watch out! As Gu Yanbing began to fall, Su Yang quickly lunged forward to act as a human cushion. Gu Yanbing landed on Su Yang's back, and their bicycles fell alongside, with Gu Yanbing's bicycle striking her ankle painfully, nearly bringing her to tears. This incident, though it felt lengthy, transpired in mere seconds. Su Yang had planned this. So his reactions were much quicker than Gu Yanbing's. Even so, an accident was unavoidable. Gu Yanbing pressed her lips tightly together, her face pale, clearly suppressing the pain in her ankle. Dong Siyu and Zhang Xiaoping stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Dong Siyu's mind raced. We've had a bicycle accident. I should call 119? No, 110? No, it should be 120. Zhang Xiaoping could only think, holy cow, Su Yang actually dared to crash. My $20 are gone. Su Yang took several deep breaths and turned to see Gu Yanbing sprawled across his back. Her clear, bright eyes were filled with a mix of grievance and anger. When she noticed the dust on Su Yang's face, her anger diminished slightly, replaced by concern. Su Yang attempted to push himself up with his hands, only to feel a sharp pain in his palms. Without a doubt, he had scraped his skin in the hasty fall. Soon, Dong Xiyu and Zhang Xiaoping reacted, lifting the bicycle that had fallen on Gu Yanbing's foot and aiding her to her feet. Gu Yanbing let out a soft sound, her brows tightly knitted, gripping Dong Xiyu's shoulders so hard her knuckles turned white. Zhang Xiaoping hesitated to touch Gu Yanbing and instead helped Su Yang up. Once Dong Xiyu steadied Gu Yanbing, she turned to unleash her fury upon Su Yang. Su Yang, what on earth were you thinking? Are you blind? Did you forget your glasses at school after class? I never noticed you were blind before. Su Yang could only respond with silence. Dong Xiyu cursed under her breath. Gu Yanbing, recovering from her pain, glared at Su Yang. Su Yang, why did you crash into me? Su Yang pointed to the piece of paper on her bicycle's back seat. I saw this stuck on the back. Stuck with what? Su Yang pretended to limp as he retrieved the paper from the ground. It read, "The school beauty is here. Rear-end collision guarantees marriage." Dong Xiyu's intended reprimand faltered, and she stared at Su Yang as if he were a fool. Gu Yanbing was equally speechless, her frustration bubbling to the surface as she nearly stomped her foot. That was a prank someone stuck on. Su Yang suddenly understood, bowing his head in apology. I'm sorry. I acted rashly. Gu Yanbing glared at him with her striking eyes, her tiny fists clenching involuntarily. The clumsy handwriting and paper were clearly a prank, and no one took it seriously. Yet Su Yang had believed it. What a fool! She felt a mix of anger and amusement. At that moment, Gu Yanbing noticed the crimson hue of Su Yang's palm and recalled how he had recklessly rushed to her aid when she had fallen. She glanced around and quietly said to Dong Xiyu, "Xiao Yu, could you possibly buy me a few band-aids?" Dong Xiyu looked down at Gu Yanbing's body and, with concern, asked, "Yanbing, where are you hurt?" Gu Yanbing pointed toward Su Yang, saying, "His hand is injured." Dong Xiyu let out a soft huff, feeling an urge to scold Su Yang for his folly. However, upon seeing the blood seeping from his palm, she felt a pang of sympathy and reluctantly headed to the convenience store to procure the band-aids. Zhang Xiaoping thought it appropriate to assist Su Yang in obtaining the band-aids, considering that his injury was a result of their wager. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "Su Yang, that little store might not have band-aids. I'll check another place, just wait for me." With that, he hopped on his bicycle and rode off in the opposite direction. Su Yang, observing his good friend's thoughtful departure, silently applauded Zhang Xiaoping, thinking that if he couldn't repay that 20 yuan, he could arrange for installment payments. At the intersection, only Su Yang and Gu Yanbing remained. The evening breeze tousled a few strands of hair from Gu Yanbing's forehead, and her porcelain-like face appeared particularly enchanting under the dim streetlight, exuding a cool elegance with a hint of playful charm, especially evident in her slightly exasperated yet helpless eyes. Sighing softly, Gu Yanbing retrieved a tissue from her bag and handed it to Su Yang. "How's your hand?" "I'm fine. And your foot?" "I'm fine too." Su Yang squatted down, rolling up Gu Yanbing's pant legged. Gu Yanbing gasped softly, "Su Yang, what are you doing?" "Hold still." Su Yang's voice was authoritative. Gu Yanbing looked down as Su Yang carefully rolled up her pant leg. Revealing her delicate ankle, he gently pressed on it. "Does this hurt?" "Not at all." "What about here?" "Still no pain." "And here?" "Hissed out a bit." The pressure caused by Su Yang's touch was somewhat painful, prompting Gu Yanbing to balance on one leg. But she lost her equilibrium and had to muster her courage to lean on Su Yang's shoulder. The moment Su Yang looked up, he felt his head collide with something soft and yielding. Gu Yanbing's face flushed crimson. The position they found themselves in felt rather intimate, reminiscent of a couple from a television drama. Su Yang was acutely aware of where his head had just met. No rush. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He shifted the topic, asking, "Is this where it hurts?" Gu Yanbing responded with a gentle Su Yang softly grasped her ankle, observing, "It's a bit red. It must have been struck by the bike frame earlier." Gu Yanbing remained silent. Su Yang continued, "Try to move it a little to see if there's any fracture." Gu Yanbing attempted to move her ankle, but once again lost her balance. Seeing this, Su Yang stood up and extended his arm for her to hold on to. Gu Yanbing carefully grasped Su Yang's arm and tried to move her ankle. Su Yang inquired, "How does it feel?" Gu Yanbing replied, "No fracture. It just hurts a bit from earlier." Su Yang looked down at her agile ankle, noting how her charming canvas shoes paired with cartoon-patterned socks gave her a playful air. It was unexpected to see the usually aloof Gu Yanbing exhibit such a delightful side. Under Su Yang's gaze, Gu Yanbing shyly withdrew her foot. In ancient times, a girl's foot was not to be touched casually by others. Su-young said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you because of that note. Gu Yanbing looked at Su-young, her eyes filled with curiosity. Su-young explained, you braked, and when I turned, I was going too fast and couldn't slow down in time. Gu Yanbing responded with a soft choosing not to elaborate further. However, a ripple of thoughts coursed through her mind. Initially, she had thought Su-young had collided with her on purpose. But now it seemed it was an accident. After all, who would be foolish enough to do that? In truth, that note had been a deliberate prank by Gu Yanbing, her clumsy handwriting crafted with her left hand, merely to see if anyone would take the bait. Her inspiration had come from the character Xixia from a Chinese Odyssey. Whoever could draw the purple-blue sword from her grasp would be her ideal partner. But when the sword was drawn by Zhenshu Bao, Xixia decided to pledge herself, only to be rejected. Gu Yanbing found herself lost in myriad thoughts. Was it a twist of fate? A serendipitous encounter? At that moment, Dong Siyu rode up on her bicycle. Gu Yanbing turned to look at her. Dong Siyu shook her head. Yanbing, that little store doesn't sell band-aids. Su-young waved his hand. It's unnecessary. I'll handle it when I get home. Dong Siyu suggested. Aunt Zhang is the head nurse. You can let her bandage it up for you at home. She knew Zhang Xiaomei, having been treated by Su Yang's mother when she was ill as a child. Given how small Jiaoming City was, neighbors from the surrounding streets were familiar with one another. Shortly after, Zhang Xiaoping returned on his bike, triumphantly holding several band-aids. Su-young, I found some. Gu Yanbing and Dong Siyu helped apply the band-aids to Su Yang's palm, which had only a scrape on the outer side. As the hour grew late, Dong Siyu urged them to hurry home, lest their families worry. Gu Yanbing mounted her bicycle, and once Su-young finished tidying up, they rode ahead. Due to the earlier collision, Gu Yanbing's rear fender was slightly misaligned, making a noise now and then. She had to stop. Su-young, having no choice, halted to assist her in fixing it. Poor Dong Siyu had finally managed to ride her big bike, but had to awkwardly stop when she saw Gu Yanbing's bicycle in disarray, muttering curses at Su-young in her heart. Su-young noticed the frame was slightly askew and used his hands to adjust it, managing to improve it somewhat, though complete repairs would require pliers or a wrench. Gu Yanbing asked, how is it? Su-young replied, it's not good. We need to find some pliers. Gu Yanbing pointed toward the nearby residential area. Let's leave it for tomorrow. I'm almost home. Su-young glanced toward the apartment buildings ahead. Recognizing this as one of the few upscale complexes in Jiangming City, characterized by low density and lush greenery, home to either the affluent or the elite, Su-young returned Gu Yanbing's bicycle to her. Then let's leave it for tomorrow. I'm sorry about the trouble. They continued on their bicycles. Upon reaching the entrance of Gu Yanbing's community, she waved them goodbye. At that moment, Su-young noticed a middle-aged man standing at the gate. He wore silver-rimmed glasses and a jacket, exuding an air of cultured gentility. Upon seeing him, Gu Yanbing affectionately called out, Dad. Su-young then realized it was Gu Jianwei, the deputy division chief, aged 43. Indeed impressive. Gu Jianwei took Gu Yanbing's bicycle, affectionately inquiring, why are you home so late today? Gu Yanbing glanced back at Su-young, who had already left with Zhang Xiaoping and Dong Siyu. She replied, I had extra classes at school. Gu Jianwei nodded, hurry home. Your mother is waiting to have dinner with you. Regardless of how busy Gu Jianwei and Gu Ruiden were at work, they always made time to accompany Gu Yanbing in her growth. The solid family upbringing and ample financial means afforded Gu Yanbing a childhood and adolescence that were undoubtedly happier than most. Meanwhile, Dong Siyu, after bidding farewell to Su-young and Zhang Xiaoping, returned home. Compared to Gu Yanbing's circumstances, Dong Siyu's situation was considerably less favorable. Her father worked at a steel mill, her mother did odd jobs at home, and she had a younger brother in junior high. With Zhang Xiaoping and Su-young remaining, their conversation became more relaxed. Su-young remarked, Comrade Xiaozhang, remember that 20 yuan? Zhang Xiaoping's face fell. Su-young, I've saved that for a whole year. Can I give you just 1 yuan tomorrow? Su-young retorted, seriously? This guy really wants to pay in installments. Does he think I care about that 1 or 2 yuan? Betting with Zhang Xiaoping was merely a side note. Su-young waved his hand. Take me to the internet cafe another day. Zhang Xiaoping's eyes lit up, eagerly agreeing. After arriving home, Su-young waved goodbye to Zhang Xiaoping. Their community was a staff housing complex for hospital employees, covering just 77 square meters, with even less usable space. Zhang Xiaoping's home was located in the southern district, not far away. Su Yang's family was relatively affluent, His grandfather had previously provided aid to the frontier and, upon returning, enjoyed a deputy division chief's. His grandmother was a retired worker, and the couple had acquired 2 properties and a storefront. Su Yang's grandmother had passed away early, never enjoying the fruits of her labor. Having lived a frugal life, his grandfather had passed away the previous year, leaving behind the admonition to Su Jigua. Don't let the Su family lose its roots. Su Jigua nodded through his tears as he accepted the inheritance. For the first 20 years of Su Jigua's life, he had largely depended on his parents. In the subsequent 20 years, he planned to rely on his wife, who was more than willing to support him. She often told Su Yang, "It doesn't matter whether your dad makes money. What matters is that he treats us well." This made Su Yang admire his father's capability. He climbed the stairs and unlocked the security door with his key. Upon entering, he saw Su Jigua tying on an apron to cook, while Zhang Xiaomei assisted by chopping vegetables. The couple worked seamlessly together. Hearing the door open, Su Jigua called out, "The college student is back. Want to have a couple of drinks tonight?" Indeed, Su Yang's grandfather enjoyed drinking, as did Su Jigua. It must have been hereditary. Even Su Yang's subsequent career advancements had a 20% boost attributable to his drinking ability. He once captivated investors and suppliers alike at the dining table with his unfathomable capacity for alcohol. Zhang Xiaomei shot a glare at Su Jigua. "What are you drinking for? Be careful, or I might just drink you away and remarry with my son." Su Jigua chuckled, his thick eyebrows and bright eyes giving him an endearingly simple look. Su Yang dropped his backpack and lazily sprawled on the sofa. Compared to sitting on a school bench, the comfort of home was far superior. Zhang Xiaomei had once admonished Su Yang, "If you can't sit still in a 45-minute class now, how will you manage to endure an assembly line in an electronics factory earning $8 an hour in the future?" It was during dinner time that Zhang Xiaomei brought in 3 dishes and a soup, urging Su Yang to wash his hands. Just as Su Yang stood up, she called out to him, "What happened to your hand?" "I tripped while dodging an old lady crossing the street." I asked the old lady, "All right?" "Mom, shouldn't you ask if I'm all right first?" As Zhang Xiaomei retrieved the first aid kit from the top of the refrigerator, she replied, "Can you refrain from insulting my profession?" Su Yang answered honestly, "The old lady is fine." Zhang Xiaomei approached with the kit, inspecting his hand. Thankfully, his right hand was unharmed, not affecting his writing. She deftly used tweezers to clean his wound, then disinfected it with alcohol, ultimately preparing to bandage his left hand with gauze. "Mom, don't use gauze. It's too conspicuous. That won't do. A band-aid is far too small." Without further ado, Zhang Xiaomei expertly completed the bandaging. Her proficiency evident from years of experience, Su Jigua approached to take a look. "It's nothing. Young people bump and scrape themselves all the time. Back in my army days, I trained every day with blood and bruises." Girls like men with a few scars. Su Yang listened with interest as his father boasted nearby. Zhang Xiaomei suddenly glanced at Su Jigua. At once, he fell silent. Su Yang had heard his grandfather mention that Su Jigua had also been quite the rogue in his youth, having dated several girls from prominent families. Unfortunately, his father was never satisfied with those girls. While a father cannot decide if his son is good or bad, he can certainly choose if his daughter-in-law is worthy. During a time when parental matchmaking was the norm, his father meticulously selected Zhang Xiaomei. The Su family and the Zhang family were distant relatives, and Su Jigua and Zhang Xiaomei were former middle school classmates. Su Yang's maternal grandfather had once been the vice principal of the local 5th middle school, making their families well-matched. After a period of courtship, Su Jigua went off to serve in the military while Zhang Xiaomei enrolled in a medical school. Their marriage bore the unique imprints of that era, characterized by love that blossomed after wedlock. Upon returning from military service, Su Jigua had become considerably more composed, and Zhang Xiaomei blossomed into an increasingly beautiful woman. They successfully weathered the trials of a long-distance relationship and eventually married, settling into a peaceful domestic life. Having finished tending to his wound, Zhang Xiaomei urged Su Yang to eat. After a day at work, she had already dined in the hospital canteen, yet she still preferred to share dinner with her son. This was especially important given the impending college entrance examinations. Zhang Xiaomei continuously served vegetables into Su Yang's bowl while subtly inquiring about his recent academic performance. Not forgetting to remind him to study diligently. "Mom, I can at least get into a 211 university." Zhang Xiaomei couldn't help but smile broadly. "If you manage to get into a 211 university, from now on, you call the shots in our family." "Really?" "Absolutely." Su Jigua, picking peanuts with his chopsticks, was rather indifferent to whether Su Yang would be admitted to university. According to his logic, if everyone went to university and sat in offices, who would take on the roles of workers in society? One must possess a spirit of contribution. Thus, he granted Su Yang the freedom to pursue his own path. Su Yang lowered his head to eat while Zhang Xiaomei engaged Su Jigua in a discussion about work-related matters. Recently, with the SARS outbreak, many people have been rushing to hospitals to buy Banlongin, and we've run out of stock. Suddenly, Su Jigua recalled something that a comrade of mine has a brother-in-law running a pharmaceutical factory in the south. He called me the other day to say they have Banlongin. Should we consider stocking some? Zhang Xiaomei inquired. How much do you plan to stock? How about we start with 500 boxes? Zhang Xiaomei expressed her concerns, noting that Su Jigua's foray into selling Banlongin seemed ill-timed, given that he operated a supermarket. Su Yang appeared disinterested on the surface, yet he was attentively listening to his parents discuss this lucrative opportunity. He was well acquainted with the historical context surrounding Banlong. The sudden SARS outbreak had dramatically inflated its market value, skyrocketing from 2.8 yuan per packet to a staggering 28 yuan. In 2005, during the avian flu crisis, Banlongin again surged in popularity, rising from 3 yuan to 12 yuan. Furthermore, from the winter of 2009 to the spring of 2010, during the H1N1 outbreak, Banlongin's price soared from 5.5 yuan to a remarkable 40 yuan. In an era devoid of effective medication, people's blind urgency for safety provided countless opportunities for merchants to profit immensely. After much deliberation, Su Jigua and Zhang Xiaomei ultimately decided against the venture, as Zhang Xiaomei found it too cumbersome. Once dinner concluded, Zhang Xiaomei began washing the dishes in the kitchen. Su Yang interjected. Dad, my bicycle brake is a bit loose. Could you tighten it for me? Su Jigua nodded. Sure. He grabbed a wrench and other tools. Following Su Yang downstairs, Su Yang was still contemplating how to persuade his father. Every significant matter he had revealed seemed astonishing, and given Su Jigua's current perspective, he would undoubtedly struggle to grasp future developments and plans. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Jigua squatted down to fix the bicycle. Su Yang said, Dad, regarding that Banlongin, I think you should give it a shot. Su Jigua retorted, You little rascal, what do you know? That requires obtaining a drug business license and a health permit. By the time we manage that, SARS might very well be over. This was also the concern he shared with Zhang Xiaomei. After all, the procurement price for Banlongin was significantly higher than usual. And if they couldn't sell it, it would become a financial burden. Su Yang had his own considerations. He needed to earn his first pot of gold to fulfill his business aspirations. Hey, what if I help you resolve the drug license issue? Su Jigua halted his actions, turning to look at Su Yang. He noticed a difference in his son today, who usually seemed somewhat reserved and taciturn. What do you have in mind? My second uncle has been a section chief at the Food and Drug Administration for his entire career and is about to retire. You might want to ask him. That Su Yang was referring to his grandfather's brother, Su Zhengsheng, who also happened to be Su Jigua's uncle. Their families had always maintained a good relationship, and it was Su Yang's grandfather who had previously provided financial support for his uncle's position. Thus, Su Zhengsheng owed them a favor. Su Jigua resumed fixing the bicycle. I'm not going. Su Yang could only watch in frustration as his father stubbornly refused. In the current social climate, business dealings often relied on personal connections, and one should not shy away from the inconvenience of leveraging relationships. The more one engages, the more entangled the connections become, and the less clear-cut the distinctions between individuals. Su Zhengsheng was on the verge of retirement. If they didn't utilize his connections now, they might never have the chance again. Dad, can you lend me some money? How much do you need? Su Jigua was generally lenient with Su Yang's pocket money, rarely refusing his requests, unlike Zhang Xiaomei, who would scrutinize every detail. After finishing the bike repairs, he began counting money from his wallet. Is 20 enough? Not enough. Make it 2,000. Su Jigua nearly dropped his jaw in shock, exclaiming, What on earth do you need that for? Planning to get married. If I'm really getting married, I'll take 5,000 from you. Su Yang replied. I suddenly find school rather uninteresting. Give me some money so I can venture out. Su Jigua panicked, sensing this was the precursor to his son running away from home. The Su family had no other children, and if something were to happen, he would feel guilty towards his ancestors. Furthermore, he and Zhang Xiaomei had already registered for a one-child certificate. At their age, even if they wanted to have more children, it was no longer feasible. Su Jigua looked at Su Yang and suddenly realized his son was attempting to leverage this situation. Su Yang, how much are the medicines selling at the pharmacy now? Su Jigua, 28. Su Yang, Dad, isn't it a bit excessive to sell them for 8 yuan a box? Su Jigua paused for a moment. Gradually coming to a realization, a spark of insight lit up his eyes. How had he not thought of this before? Selling at 8 yuan with a purchase price of 4 yuan yields a profit that is relatively modest in the pharmaceutical industry. Su Jigua had been trapped in a dead-end thought. He affectionately ruffled Su Yang's hair. Truly, you are destined to be a future university student. Your quick wit surpasses mine. The father and son reached a consensus. And the next step was to persuade Zhang Xiaomei that Su Yang suggested. 500 boxes won't suffice. Let us directly order 2,000. Su Jigua. Don't be ridiculous. We lack experience at this stage. We must proceed step by step. Su Yang was speechless. With the current market for Banlanjan, selling at 8 yuan might attract competitors to place orders. Yet, he understood that persuading old Su would not be an easy feat. Perhaps it was best to first let old Su taste some success. As they ascended the stairs, he quietly remarked, "If we make a profit this time, I'll give you all of it." Su Yang, I expected you'd give me both the principal and the interest. Upon returning home, Zhang Xiaomei inquired whether Su Jigua had repaired the bicycle. Su Jigua nodded. Then, Zhang Xiaomei urged Su Yang to sleep early. As he had school the next day, Su Yang returned to his room, where a single bed accompanied by a study desk was piled high with books. These were seldom opened, as they were purchased at the behest of salespeople whenever Zhang Xiaomei passed by a bookstore. It was evident how eager Zhang Xiaomei was for her son to succeed. Su Yang lay back with his hands behind his head, feeling somewhat bored. Without a phone, computer, or Wi-Fi devoid of Douyin, dancing girls, and takeout. Returning from the bustling metropolis to this monotonous era was quite an adjustment. He needed to find a way to earn more money, striving to acquire a mobile phone. After a long day of busyness, Su Yang fell into a deep slumber without even changing his clothes. The next day, after Zhang Xiaomei woke Su Yang, he stepped out of his room. Old Su was having breakfast. Their routines were similar. As the supermarket was most profitable in the morning with the sale of fruits and vegetables. Despite having employees at the store, Su Jigua still felt uneasy. The two exchanged a glance, and Su Jigua gave Su Yang a slight nod. Last night, he had earned Zhang Xiaomei's support through his actions. Su Yang sighed upon noticing old Su's dark circles. It wasn't easy for him either. Just as Zhang Xiaomei was about to take a bite, her phone rang. It was a call from the hospital. Ever since becoming the head nurse, she had been busier than ever, dealing with new nurses' queries, various meetings, and departmental work summaries. After hanging up, she bid farewell to Su Yang and Su Jigua before heading to work. Su Jigua asked, "Is there any money left?" Su Yang, "Just a few yuan." Su Jigua pulled 30 yuan from his wallet. "Here, take it and spend it generously at school, especially towards the girls. Who knows, one of your female classmates might be your future wife." Su Yang. After finishing breakfast, Su Jigua went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Su Yang realized that old Su still possessed quite a charm. He rode his bicycle down the stairs and, just as he exited the neighborhood, he encountered Zhang Xiaoping, who had come looking for him. The two set off together towards school. As they passed by the entrance of Gu Yanbing's residential area, Su Yang glanced inside. It seemed Gu Yanbing's commuting time was similar to his own. Should he wait? Noticing Su Yang slowing down, Zhang Xiaoping asked, "What's up? Are you waiting for Gu Yanbing? Didn't you break her bicycle yesterday? Shouldn't you compensate her?" After some thought, Zhang Xiaoping fished out a yuan from his pocket. Su Yang, "Here's a yuan for you. I still owe you 19. Just keep it for yourself." Su Yang was aware that Zhang Xiaoping's family was also facing financial difficulties. His father was unwell, and his mother, though working in the hospital, was on a temporary contract. Soon after, Gu Yanbing rode her bicycle out of the neighborhood. She wore a lantern-sleeved shirt paired with jeans and white sneakers. Upon spotting Su Yang at the entrance, she seemed surprised. She slowly approached and asked, "Su Yang, what are you doing here?" Su Yang smiled. "I was waiting for you. I felt bad for breaking your bicycle yesterday. So I thought I'd offer you a free ride if you didn't have one." Gu Yanbing smiled gently. "No need. Just help me fix it after school." She then greeted Zhang Xiaoping, who awkwardly responded, in the presence of a beauty like Gu Yanbing, he couldn't help but feel inferior, as if they belonged to different worlds. Gu Yanbing appeared to be an ethereal being, untouched by the mundane realities of life. This chapter is not yet over. Please click the next page to continue reading. As the class began, Su Yang focused intently on the lecture. Mathematics required his utmost attention, as he had yet to clarify some distant formulas in his memory. Stealing a glance at Gu Yanbing, he observed her taking notes diligently, carefully recording the challenging points. Being a girl, her attention to detail was commendable. Gu Yanbing noticed Su Yang looking at her frequently and discreetly wrote a note to pass to him. The note read, "What are you looking at?" Su Yang replied, "What time did you sleep last night?" Gu Yanbing looked puzzled as she wrote, 10:30. Su Yang, "You went to bed quite early. Gu Yanbing, what about you?" Su Yang, "Midnight." Gu Yanbing, "Why so late?" Su Yang, "I was reviewing my studies." "By the way, do you have a phone?" Gu Yanbing's eyes widened. She did have a phone, but had never brought it to school. She responded, "Why do you ask?" Su Yang, "Oh, no reason. Just that when I study English at night, I might need to consult you if I encounter difficulties. Otherwise, I might have trouble sleeping." Gu Yanbing's lips curled into a slight smile. So he suffers from insomnia, and coincidentally, she could also ask him for help with math problems. Gu Yanbing wrote her phone number on the note. Su Yang tucked the note away. Mission accomplished. During this period, many people were using QQ, and most registered numbers were 8 digits long. But soon 9-digit QQ numbers would become popular. Su Yang had seen many love letters addressed to Gu Yanbing, with suitors hoping she would add them as friends. He bypassed the QQ numbers altogether and directly obtained Gu Yanbing's phone number. As contacting her via mobile was more convenient, QQ was primarily used on computers, and mobile QQ wouldn't gain traction for another couple of years. The podium. Zheng Guohui droned on, his spittle landing on the faces of the students in the front row, who dared not wipe it away. "Classmates, based on last year's college entrance examination trends, I predict that the difficulty of this year's math exam will not vary significantly. Keep your spirits high. Aim to perform exceptionally well and steadily improve. Treat the college entrance exam as a regular mock test. Su Yang, come up and erase the blackboard." Zheng Guohui lifted his cup and took a couple of sips, casually spitting out the tea leaves into the corridor behind the classroom door. The classmates in the room watched Su Yang step up to the podium to wipe the blackboard. Zheng Guohui had a habit. Whenever he called someone to erase the board, it was a sign that he had not been paying attention in class. Thus, it served as both a hint and a reminder. Su Yang dutifully wiped the board while Zheng Guohui looked on with a hint of resignation. He had always held Su Yang in high regard because of his quick wit. He could grasp many mathematical concepts with ease, yet his lazy disposition was a drawback. If only Su Yang possessed the diligence exhibited by the top student in the class, Hui Yanchun, he could at least rank among the top 10 in the entire year. After Su Yang finished wiping the board, Zheng Guohui admonished him, "Pay attention in class." As a teacher standing at the podium, Zheng Guohui, tall in stature, could easily spot any mischief occurring below. That said, what was up with Gu Yanbing? He had never noticed her discreetly passing notes to that boy before. Zheng Guohui continued with the lesson, gradually presenting 3 substantial problems. Su Yang usually understood everything after just one explanation, while Gu Yanbing often required 2 or even 3 repetitions to fully grasp the material. Half an hour later, Zheng Guohui assigned 5 significant problems as homework to assess the students' comprehension of the lesson. Just as the class bell rang, the students stretched lazily, some began to whisper, while others prepared to fetch water. Su Yang asked Zhang Xiaoping, "Are you going to the internet CAF during the 2-hour lunch break?" Zhang Xiaoping widened his eyes in disbelief. "Are you crazy? What if we're caught? They'll call our parents." At that time, internet CAFs were loathed by both parents and teachers alike, with multiple proposals made to shut them down nationwide. Every day, scenes of parents storming into internet CAFs, causing chaos, played out. Eventually, internet CAFs wised up and typically kept a backdoor open. After contemplating during class, Su Yang had devised a strategy. Relying on old Su's sales of Banlangen was far too slow. This was the golden opportunity for the internet industry, where fortunes were being made rapidly. He had to seize it. Having experienced 3 waves of the internet boom, he remembered the nascent stage of the 1990s with Sohu, NetEase, and Sina, the rapid development in the early 2000s with the Bat Trio, and the mobile internet boom post-2011. Su Yang declared, "Then I'll go alone." After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaoping replied, "Then I'll go too." Ever since he had visited the internet CAF to play Meteor Butterfly Sword and Grand Theft Auto, he had become utterly captivated. After the 2 made plans, Gu Yanbing, having finished her problems, was ready to ask Su Yang for further explanations. Suddenly, Su Yang felt a gentle poke on his back from someone in the back row. He turned to see a girl from his back desk. She had a classic oval face, sparkling eyes filled with shyness, a lively nose and plump lips. The only flaw was that her clothes appeared quite worn, and her hair was styled in an old-fashioned braid. Su Yang stared at her for a moment, then suddenly remembered. She was Shan Na, a repeat student from the previous year. He recalled that she was 2 years his senior, hailing from a remote township in Jiaoming City, who had chosen to retake the exam due to unsatisfactory results the previous year. Su Yang had once thought she looked quite ordinary, like most boys, but it was simply because she had never taken the time to adorn herself. In those days, bathing was not a common practice. Aside from summer, some people would go 2 weeks or even a month without a wash. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Shan Na appeared quite bashful under Su Yang's gaze. He snapped back to reality, asking, "Shan Na, what's the matter?" Shan Na pushed her workbook forward slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Could you explain this question to me?" Just as Gu Yanbing was about to grab her workbook to ask Su Yang, she noticed Shan Na had beaten her to it. Instead of feeling upset, she became curious and leaned over, saying, "I don't understand this question either. It's perfect for Su Yang to explain to us." Zhang Xiaoping and other boys seated nearby looked at Su Yang with envy. Who else could help them but Su Yang? Su Shuai, seated in the front row, turned to see Su Yang surrounded by Shan Na and Gu Yanbing, feeling an intense frustration. This lucky guy, Su Yang. The students in the last 2 rows have average grades. Yet Su Yang excels in math, and the girls who like to ask questions are all beautiful, unlike the girls around me. Sigh, it's a situation too complex to describe. What does it mean that the one near the water gets the moon first? This is a living example. Even Hui Yanchun, the top student in the class, receives no inquiries. Su Shuai, despite his prowess in basketball, found that the girls showed no interest in learning from him. Su Yang, however, did not revel in his fortune. Instead, he patiently broke down the problem, teaching both Shan Na and Gu Yanbing. Although Shan Na was a repeat student, her grasp of math was weaker than Gu Yanbing's, making it quite challenging for her to follow Su Yang's explanations. Ultimately, it was Gu Yanbing who re-explained the problem for Shan Na before she could barely understand it. Su Yang took the opportunity to glance at Shan Na. Noticing that her figure was even better than Gu Yanbing's, Su Yang was aware that for Shan Na to be admitted to Jiaoming City as a top student from her county was no small feat. Yet the education system in the rural townships was inherently weak, with teaching resources being uneven. He recalled that Shan Na's first college entrance exam score was just over 400, and her second attempt yielded a similar result. No one had anticipated that the mathematics portion of the college entrance exam in 2003 would be exceedingly difficult. Countless test takers had cursed the exam writers after finishing. Su Yang spent the morning reviewing his studies. As the lunch bell rang, he rubbed his heavy head. Having spent too long in the outside world, he was not quite accustomed to such intense study sessions, especially with the memorization of texts and classical poetry. It was akin to suddenly quitting an obsession with scrolling through social media to admire beautiful girls. One would inevitably experience a sense of restlessness. Gu Yanbing fulfilled her promise from the previous day. Preparing to treat Su Yang to lunch. Last night, her mother had said, as long as your grades improve, it would be no issue to treat Su Yang to lunch for a month. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. "I have plans for lunch today. How about tomorrow?" Gu Yanbing inquired. "What plans?" Su Yang thought to himself, is this girl a bit naive? When someone says they have plans, it usually means they are politely declining an invitation. "Why press further?" he replied. "I'm going out to eat. The school cafeteria's food gives me stomach issues." Gu Yanbing softly responded. "Then I'll treat you." Su Yang thought, so it's sticking now? Zhang Xiaoping, who was packing up nearby, was bewildered. Who is chasing whom here? Su Yang hesitated, contemplating that bringing Gu Yanbing to an internet CAF, a place known for its filth and disorder, would surely attract attention and potentially cause trouble. Those ruffians had seen too many movies and had never encountered such a pure girl. Su Yang explained, "Gu Yanbing, there's no need for treats. I'll teach you all the math problems you need to know. I just have other matters to attend to." Gu Yanbing's beautiful eyes gazed at Su Yang, filled with a hint of reluctance, almost preventing him from leaving. Ultimately, however, he exited the classroom. Indeed, women can significantly affect one's speed of departure. After Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping descended the stairs, they hopped onto their bicycles and headed straight for the internet CAF. Time was of the essence. Passing by a vendor at the school gate, Su Yang bought 2 meat sandwiches, one for himself and one for Zhang Xiaoping. 5 minutes later, Zhang Xiaoping led Su Yang to a dilapidated building. Compared to the flashy signs of stores, the internet CAF had no sign at all. Seemingly fearful of attracting attention, Su Yang noticed a row of bicycles parked in the yard. It's confirmed. This must be the internet CAF. He and Zhang Xiaoping entered the main room, which was filled with smoke and clutter, housing 20 computers. Numerous young men with dyed hair were engrossed in games, some shouting about the backdoor in CS, while others played Meteor, Butterfly Sword, or Legend of Mir. The manager, a greasy middle-aged man, grew tense upon noticing their arrival but relaxed when he realized they were just students. Su Yang placed 5 yuan on the counter. "Boss, we need 2 computers." The owner took the money and said, "Number 16 and 17. Su Yang observed the owner jotting down their internet time with a ballpoint pen. He and Zhang Xiaoping found their spots and powered up the computers. The familiar Windows XP operating system greeted them. The desktop displayed games like Counter-Strike, Grand Theft Auto, Red Alert, Legend of Mir, and QQ. Zhang Xiaoping logged into Grand Theft Auto and donned his headphones, ready to wreak havoc, while Su Yang focused on a different online game. Miracle MU. For players of the 80s and 90s, it was hard to find anyone unfamiliar with the legendary games Legend of Mir and Miracle MU. Starting in 2002, online gaming and internet CAFS had polarized. Half played Legend of Mir, while the other half played Miracle MU. The graphics of Miracle MU were simply breathtaking for that era, with its aurora effects and the impactful feel of the 10-point sword, making other games pale in comparison. The unforgettable sound of a ding echoed through the CAF, especially when enhancing equipment, captivating players to keep their eyes glued to the screen. There were tales of individuals flying to internet CAFS overnight to secure an account transaction for a set of Black Dragon gear worth 80,000 yuan. Unfortunately, as time went on, Miracle MU became plagued by rampant cheating, and this once thriving online game ultimately succumbed to hacks in 2007. Su Yang's ambition was to develop cheats. This was the fastest way he could think of to start from scratch. At present, there were no cheats from Miracle MU, with the real surge occurring between 2004 and 2006. Compared to Legend of Mir, the hacks from Miracle MU were deemed the strongest in history. Only players cannot imagine. There is nothing that cheat developers cannot accomplish at that time. Cheats almost reigned supreme in the gaming world, while operators turned a blind eye to their rampant activity, even compromising by establishing a cheat zone called Greed Island. The emergence of Su Yang would herald the early introduction of cheats by a year. With a background in programming from university, he was well versed in the principles of cheats, especially since games during this period lacked any anti-cheat measures. Without hesitation, Su Yang began to write the program, needing only a simple memory modifier. Prior to creating the cheat, he sought out an overseas proxy server owner on an internet forum and initiated a conversation via QQ. His intention was to host the cheat download on an overseas server to avoid unnecessary troubles. The gaming developers in Seoul were indeed adept, having created games like Bubble Hall, Audition, Kart Rider, Dungeon Fighter, Crossfire, and PUBG. Reaping substantial profits from players worldwide, time spent in internet cafes flew by far quicker than in classrooms. Before long, the internet CAF owner urged Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping to log off. Su Yang turned around to see 4 or 5 young men with earrings waiting to use the computers. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the exciting content. Zhang Xiaoping reluctantly left the computer. Su Yang saved the unfinished program and uploaded it to his email. A young man with yellow hair noticed the screen filled with English characters and curiously asked, "Brother, what is this?" Su Yang replied, "It's nothing, just learning English." The young man seemed to have discovered a new world, exclaiming, "Wow, impressive, coming to the internet CAF to study English." Laughter erupted among those nearby. Zhang Xiaoping felt they were mocking Su Yang. Growing slightly angry, but outnumbered, he knew he couldn't retaliate. Su Yang had long outgrown such trivialities. Making money was the true path ahead. He waved to Zhang Xiaoping and led him outside. They returned to the classroom just in time. As the Chinese teacher had already begun the lesson. "Listen up, everyone. Must know exam topics. This year will be tested. 10 points are on the line. Love it or leave it." After Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping announced their presence, the teacher halted the class. Furrowing his brows, he asked, "I've been teaching for quite a while now. Why are you two only just arriving?" Under such circumstances, Zhang Xiaoping dared not speak to Su Yang, bewildered, thought they had agreed to start class at 2 o'clock. Yet here was the teacher arriving at 1:50 without their knowledge. The teacher said nothing more and waved for them to enter. Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping returned to their seats under the watchful eyes of their classmates. Gu Yanbing glanced at Su Yang, who remained composed, his gaze devoid of any flurry, while behind him, Zhang Xiaoping lowered his head, his face reddening. Su Yang settled into his seat and cast a glance at Gu Yanbing's textbook, realizing they were discussing compositions today. Familiar with the exam prompts, he felt a sense of calm. Gu Yanbing, possessing a strong foundation in Chinese, noticed Su Yang lost in thought and couldn't help but grow curious. What had Su Yang been up to during lunch? Why did he smell of tobacco? Could it be that he smoked? Humph. Her father had said that boys shouldn't smoke. Perhaps she would hint at it someday. Also, he needed to fix her bicycle before school ended tonight. After school that evening, Su Yang and Gu Yanbing descended from the teaching building. Upon reaching the bike shed, Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping proceeded to push their bicycles. Gu Yanbing called out to Su Yang. He turned around, asking, "What's up?" Gu Yanbing pulled a shiny wrench from her bag. Zhang Xiaoping was startled. What was Gu Yanbing planning? Even other classmates looked on in surprise. Su Yang understood the situation. He hadn't anticipated that Gu Yanbing would be so serious. He accepted the wrench from her. "It might take a while," he said. "But since you crashed it, you're responsible for fixing it." Gu Yanbing, clad in light gray sports pants and spotless white shoes, revealed a slender ankle. Su Yang turned to Zhang Xiaoping and Dong Xiyu, saying, "You two should head back first. It might take some time to fix. And I don't want to delay your evening rest." Dong Xiyu had not slept well the previous night and was yawning repeatedly during evening study. She could hardly endure and bid farewell to Gu Yanbing. Zhang Xiaoping realized Su Yang's ulterior motives and also said goodbye to Gu Yanbing while pushing his bicycle. Soon, the once crowded bike shed began to thin out. Su Yang squatted down, carefully loosening the screws with the wrench. Occasionally, he looked up to wipe the sweat from his brow, catching glimpses of Gu Yanbing's sparkling eyes and her hair dancing in the evening breeze. "What are you staring at? Hurry and help me fix my bike. It broke down again on the way here today," Gu Yanbing urged. While working, Su Yang inquired, "How much did you pay for this bicycle?" "I can't remember, but I think it was over 700. Gu Yanbing replied. "Listen to that. Over 700 for a bicycle." Gu Jianwei truly dotes on his daughter. Su Yang's bicycle was a second-hand purchase from the market, costing no more than 40 yuan, which Su felt was still a bit pricey. 10 minutes later, Su Yang had straightened the bike's frame and tightened the screws. Gu Yanbing crouched beside him, stretching her neck to look. "Is it fixed?" "It feels a bit different from before." Su Yang was enveloped by a refreshing fragrance. Noticing Gu Yanbing's profile inches away, her earlobe smooth and unadorned, he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Fixed? Good as new." Gu Yanbing retrieved her bike lock key from her bag, unlocked it, and tested the ride. Finally, no more annoying noises." Su Yang asked, "Does your foot still hurt from yesterday's fall?" Gu Yanbing shot him a playful glare. "Why are you asking now? It's been a whole day since it happened." Su Yang realized Gu Yanbing could be a bit pettied. He explained, "I was up late reciting English last night, and this morning, my mind was foggied." Gu Yanbing replied, "Actually, I usually don't study at night because it disrupts my sleep. I suggest you try it too." Su Yang pushed his bicycle forward. "Let us give it a try tonight. Shall we head back?" Unbeknownst to them, only Su Yang and Gu Yanbing remained in the bike shed, the twilight enveloping them closely. The distant dormitory and teaching buildings still illuminated. Su Yang and Gu Yanbing rode side by side out of the campus. Perhaps due to the events of the previous day, Gu Yanbing felt an uncanny familiarity with Su Yang, as if they were longtime friends. Su Yang, "Where did you go during lunch today?" she asked. "I went to the internet CAF," Su Yang replied. "With the upcoming college entrance examination?" "You actually went to an internet CAF?" Gu Yanbing exclaimed. "Why not?" Su Yang retorted. Gu Yanbing cautioned him, "That place is a gathering spot for dropouts. The school strictly forbids us from going to internet CAFs. Perhaps in your eyes, internet CAFs are undesirable, but in mine, they serve as tools for creating value," Su Yang countered. Gu Yanbing turned her head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Su Yang elaborated. "An internet CAF is like a gun. In the hands of wrongdoers, it becomes a weapon, while in the hands of law enforcement, it is a tool for safeguarding the nation. It all depends on its application." "What do you plan to create using the internet CAF?" Gu Yanbing inquired. Su Yang chuckled softly, knowing he couldn't reveal that he was making cheats for profit, as that would seem too mundane. "In the future, to establish a business, one must learn to weave tales of passion and narrative, then forge friendships with clients." He explained to Gu Yanbing the history of the internet's development, referencing early ventures like NetEase, Soho, and Sina. The more Gu Yanbing listened, the more intrigued she became. Her family owned a computer, and she usually logged onto QQ or helped Dong Xiyu level up her QQ account. Occasionally, she would search for simple information online, but the results often left her unsatisfied. Su Yang clarified that during this period, the number of users outweighed the amount of content available. Even if one were to produce something of little value, many users would still come to explore it. Conversely, in the later internet era, even if one were a gem, without sufficient funds for promotion, they would still be buried on page 999. This is why the early internet was akin to collecting money in sacks. Gu Yanbing was taken aback by Su Yang's extensive knowledge. It seemed that no matter the subject, he could articulate himself fluently, backed by concrete data. "Where did you learn all of this?" she asked. Su Yang refrained from disclosing that he was a witness to the Great Era, but instead mentioned that he had acquired this knowledge from the internet, books, and magazines. "If you could apply yourself as diligently to English, perhaps your skills wouldn't be so lacking," Gu Yanbing remarked. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. "Do not underestimate the youth," Su Yang retorted, sensing a hint of pride in his tone. They found themselves sharing a delightful rapport, and time seemed to pass swiftly. Uncertain whether it was Su Yang who slowed down or Gu Yanbing, the latter usually took only 5 minutes to bike home. But this time it took her over 10 minutes. She gazed at her residential complex in the distance. A sense of lingering satisfaction filled her heart, for conversing with Su Yang had greatly enriched her knowledge. Gu Yanbing inquired, "Su Yang, do you have a mobile phone?" Su Yang replied, "I do, but could you lend me some money?" Gu Yanbing asked, "For what purpose?" Su Yang explained, "Because I have a phone but no SIM card." Indeed, he possessed a phone, an outdated model handed down by his mother, which could only make calls and send texts, lacking any other features. Zhang Xiaomei, concerned that Su Yang might misuse the phone for frivolous activities, had deliberately withheld a SIM card from him. Gu Yanbing couldn't help but chuckle at the notion of Su Yang having a phone without a card. She asked, "How much do you intend to borrow?" Su Yang responded, "A SIM card costs 30 yuan, and I only have a little over 10 left." Fortunately, in this day and age, obtaining a SIM card did not require an ID card. Otherwise, Su Yang would truly be at a loss. His identification, household registration book, and bank card were all kept securely by Zhang Xiaomei in a locked drawer. When Gu Yanbing reached the intersection, she paused and retrieved 20 yuan from her bag. "Is this enough?" she asked. "It suffices. I will repay you promptly, 100-fold. Su Yang jested. 100-fold would amount to 2,000 yuan. "When do you plan to return it?" "Soon." Gu Yanbing thought Su Yang was merely joking and had no intention of collecting 2,000 yuan. Su Yang believed that earning 2,000 yuan was merely a matter of time. With classes every day, he found it challenging to visit an internet cafe. Upon returning home, the familiar light still glowed warmly. In the past, Zhang Xiaomei often worked night shifts and would ask Su Jigua to return early to prepare dinner for Su Yang. However, since her promotion to head nurse, her night shifts had gradually diminished. Upon his arrival, both Su Jigua and Zhang Xiaomei were already home, and the dining table was set with a meal, clearly awaiting Su Yang's return. Zhang Xiaomei asked, "Why are you back so late today?" Su Yang hung up his backpack and replied, "I had to work overtime." Zhang Xiaomei paused for a moment. "Overtime?" Su Yang chuckled, "I meant to say, I had extra classes." Zhang Xiaomei handed him his slippers, and after he changed, he washed his hands in the bathroom. Upon returning, he took the initiative to give Zhang Xiaomei a shoulder massage. "Mom, after a long day at work, you must be a bit tired. Let me help you." Zhang Xiaomei rarely enjoyed massages from Su Yang, and she found it quite soothing. Once he had finished, she gently patted his hand. "That's enough. The food will get cold. Let's eat." Su Jigua approached, immediately discerning Su Yang's ulterior motive. Flattery without reason must have an agenda. Sure enough, as they ate, Su Yang asked, "Mom, what happened to that old phone you discarded?" Zhang Xiaomei queried. "Why do you ask?" Su Yang explained. "The teacher mentioned there will be a class reunion soon, and we should exchange contact information." Zhang Xiaomei scrutinized him suspiciously. "I haven't heard anything about that," Su Yang insisted. "It's just a gathering among classmates, not a parents' meeting." Zhang Xiaomei was about to say more when Su Jigua intervened. "All right, let us focus on dinner for now." He advised Zhang Xiaomei, "As children grow older, it's only natural for them to seek their own space in social circles. We must learn to step back from their lives." Su Yang couldn't help but give Su Jigua a thumbs up. Truly, he was his father. After some contemplation, Zhang Xiaomei conceded that Su Jigua had a point. She told Su Yang, "The phone doesn't have a SIM card. I'll have your father get you one later." Su Jigua's supermarket sold mobile phone cards and recharge cards in this era. One either sought a store for recharging or purchased a recharge card, scratching off the protective layer to reveal the code. The frequent mistakes made while recharging were a downside of this method. As it was easy to input the wrong phone number, Su Yang hadn't anticipated such smooth sailing. Had he known, he wouldn't have borrowed 20 yuan from Gu Yanbing. However, borrowing from her wasn't entirely fruitless. As it provided a legitimate reason to approach her next time, Su Yang quickly replied, "No need, just give me the phone." Zhang Xiumei cast a glance at Su Yang. Now that he was on the verge of attending university, she had already decided to buy him a new phone for convenience in communication. Though, of course, the choice of phone would depend on his exam results. If he performed poorly, it would dampen her mood, and he might end up with a less expensive model. Conversely, if he excelled, perhaps a more costly phone would be in order. Su Yang remained blissfully unaware of his mother's intentions, focusing on his meal. After dinner, Su Zhigua headed to the kitchen to do the dishes. Zhang Xiumei rummaged through cabinets until she found the old black and red phone. When Su Yang received the phone, he nearly shed a tear. It bore the wear of his mother's use. Had he not been short on funds, he would have turned it down even if offered for free, as it was hardly worth a basin. Zhang Xiumei seemed to sense the phone's inadequacy and suggested, "Shall I clean it for you?" Su Yang replied, "No need. I'll manage as it is." Returning to his room, Su Yang inserted the SIM card. The 30 yuan purchase came with an additional 30 yuan worth of prepaid calls, with a 0 monthly fee, local calls free, but long-distance calls would incur charges. Godsend, he thought, recalling the ad featuring Gu Day. He pulled out a slip of paper and sent a text to Gu Yanbing's number. "Do you know who I am?" With the phone in hand, at least the long nights would not feel so monotonous. Otherwise, even solitary indulgence would become dreary. After a while, Gu Yanbing replied, "Who are you?" Su Yang answered, 20 yuan, a 100-fold return. Gu Yanbing responded, "You are Su Yang." "Indeed," he confirmed. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I was just about to go to bed." She replied that Su Yang texted back, "The night is long, and sleep eludes me. Just look at the moon outside. It shines exceptionally bright." This time, Gu Yanbing took a bit longer to reply, and Su Yang felt a twinge of impatience. Had she fallen asleep? Was it too much to hope for a conversation until dawn? Gu Yanbing finally replied, "I was just organizing my clothes and happened to glance at the moon. It really is quite bright." Su Yang quoted poetically, "In this beautiful moment, alas, the heavens conspire. Clouds grow old, yet the moon remains elusive." Gu Yanbing asked, "Did you review your English tonight?" Su Yang, who had no habit of studying in the evening, often pondered life while lying in bed. He responded, "Tonight, I plan to try your method, skipping my studies." "But do you secretly review your lessons?" In this era, one must remain vigilant, for not all friends have good intentions. For instance, your close friend often urges you to play games or skip class, but while you sleep, she is secretly studying. When results are released, your grades plummet while hers soar. The most ruthless way to sabotage someone is through flattery that leads to their downfall. Gu Yanbing replied, "I told you I don't study at night unless the homework is overwhelming. Then I might stay up late." Su Yang glanced at the clock. It was only 10 in the evening. For him, the night was still young. Unfortunately, living with his parents meant enduring the constraints and bindings of familial expectations. Gu Yanbing asked, "Do you want me to help you level up on QQ?" Su Yang was about to agree when he suddenly recalled that he couldn't share his QQ password with her. If he were to have any private matters in the future, it would be unwise for Gu Yanbing to hold the password. Although he could change it later, letting her know would make him seem petty, he replied, "No need. I'm not particularly concerned about my QQ level." Gu Yanbing sent him a string of numbers. "This is my QQ. Remember to add me." Su Yang felt quite pleased with her initiative. While the boys at school had gone to great lengths to win her affection with milk tea, snacks, and love letters, Su Yang had effortlessly acquired her QQ number. We must acknowledge that when QQ was at its peak, it facilitated countless romances, while the rise of WeChat has led to the unraveling of many marriages. In the past, long-distance calls at 60 cents per minute were endless. Now, with 500 minutes of free calls, one might not even know who to call. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Su Yang went to open the door. Finding his father, clad in a tank top and shorts, standing there. "Dad, why are you still awake?" Su Zhigua replied. "Just checking in on you. I'm about to sleep." Su Yang responded. Su Zhigua scoffed. "What time do you sleep and wake up?" "Do you think I don't know? Tonight, if you want a phone, you'll need my assistance. Otherwise, I'll have your mother confiscated." Su Yang chuckled and invited Su Zhigua to sit down. Su Zhigua sought Su Yang not for trivial matters, but to discuss the sale of Banlanjan. He approached Su Yang because he believed Su Yang could offer sound advice, unlike Zhang Xiumei, who often hesitated. "Do you think selling Banlanjan at 8 yuan will provoke jealousy from competitors?" Su Yang analyzed. "Dad, You could actually sell it for over 10 yuan. My suggestion is to use this opportunity to earn your first pot of gold. Su Jigua paused, reflecting. His first pot of gold had come from the inheritance after his father's passing. Could the earnings from this venture surpass that? Su Yang and Su Jigua then mapped out plans for future business and development trends. Firstly, Banlanjin had market value, and although there were suspicions of hype behind it, the public was receptive to such tactics, much like the panic buying of salt following a nuclear leak. Lastly, this presents a lucrative opportunity for swift financial gain. Such opportunities do not arise constantly. Should you hesitate, others will seize the chance to profit. For instance, in 2020, the production of masks enabled many to achieve financial independence. Su Yang's true intention is to transform Su Jigua's supermarket into a large-scale self-service chain. Currently, the supermarkets in Jiangming City lack scale, primarily comprising small convenience stores. He plans to leverage next year's demolition to assist Su Jigua in this metamorphosis. Presently, Carrefour, Walmart, Yonghui, and Walmart have yet to establish a presence in Jiangming City. The smaller the city, the less likely it is to attract the attention of industry giants, making it easier for local supermarkets to thrive. A fondness for a sweet love song lingers, where the aloof beauty of the art school is utterly enchanted. Please save this. m.20xs.org, a sweet love song, where the aloof beauty of the art school is completely captivated. The update speed on the 20 novel network is the fastest across the internet. Chapter 14. Some people are born merely to exist. Time flies, and a fortnight has quietly passed. In their final year, the students only get to enjoy a weekend once a month. This is primarily due to the boarding students running low on funds, unable to afford meals, prompting the school canteen to seek profit. The proprietor of the canteen has calculated that the week leading up to the start of term is a peak period for profits. As students are flush with cash and willing to indulge in meals with multiple dishes, the final week before a holiday sees a significant drop in consumption, with only steamed buns flying off the shelves. The revenue curve resembles the 2 pounds of flesh on the proprietress's chest. During this fortnight, Su Yang successfully completed the external program for Miracle MU during the limited lunchtime. He named the external program the Flying Login Tool. At the Internet CAF, astonishing news spread. A top student from Jiangming No. 1 High School comes to the CAF every noon to study English. Thus, whenever Su Yang visited the CAF, a crowd gathered to watch him. Although he was coding, onlookers mistook him for studying English. True scholars would not frequent an Internet CAF. Most patrons are typically dropouts, and they naturally cannot comprehend his work. Zhang Xiaoping was initially reluctant to join Su Yang, until Su Yang offered to waive the 20 yuan debt if they made a profit. Consequently, Zhang Xiaoping was drawn into Su Yang's venture. He registered a game account, and his daily task became browsing posts on the Miracle MU game forum to increase engagement and visibility. Su Yang has yet to reveal his true intentions. Friday arrived. The homeroom teacher, Zhang Guohui, presided over the final class meeting. After school, everyone would go home for the holiday. Su Yang was eager. He believed that the 2 days of Saturday and Sunday would be sufficient to launch the external program. He was confident the flying external program would be a thunderous revelation upon the tranquil lake. Zhang Guohui began assigning math homework. First, complete all exercises from pages 26 to 30. Secondly, 2 mock exam papers. Submit the assignments on Monday. Those who do not submit will need to bring their parents in. Upon hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but grimace, suddenly feeling as if he were back in elementary school. Gradually, the English teacher entered to assign homework, followed by the physics, chemistry, Chinese, and biology teachers. The students groaned in dismay, gasping in shock. Some had planned to enjoy the weekend at IT. Seemed their plans were dashed. The assignments given by the teachers left them with no time even to copy. How could they plagiarize their essays? When the Chinese teacher checked the assignments, she discovered all the essays were identical. The English assignments were simple. They blindly marked A, B, C, or D without a second thought. Gu Yanbing nudged Su Yang with her elbow. Su Yang, what are you planning to do this afternoon? I intend to do my homework at home. Su Yang contemplated heading to the CAF, but refrained from telling Gu Yanbing to avoid her constant admonishments. He had not noticed before, but since becoming acquainted with Gu Yanbing, he realized she was always concerned and tended to lecture him. For instance, are you smoking? The book says smoking is harmful. Each cigarette shortens your life by 14 minutes. Are you going to the Internet CAF again? Only bad kids go there. Don't you want to take the college entrance exam anymore? If Gu Yanbing represented the archetypical obedient girl, then Su Yang was the rebellious one in the eyes of the parents. As the school day drew to a close, Some began to mentally count down the minutes. Zhang Guohui earnestly urged them to make the most of their time. The bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Just as Su Yang prepared to slip out first, Zhang Guohui called him back. Su Yang, stay behind. The rest of you can leave. Boarding students, return home promptly and do not linger on the way. Overnight stays are strictly prohibited. Su Yang's footsteps halted. Why was old Zhang keeping him back? Zhang Xiaoping looked perplexed. He had planned to head to the CAF with Su Yang, but now that plan was disrupted. Su Yang patted Zhang Xiaoping on the shoulder. Hurry and go reserve a computer for me. Zhang Xiaoping sheepishly patted his pocket. I only have 2 yuan left. Su Yang pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it to him. Spend it wisely. If you get thirsty or hungry, just drink tap water in the courtyard. It will suffice. Zhang Xiaoping nodded. He used to love going to the CAF, but after going consecutively with Su Yang for half a month, he found himself somewhat reluctant to return. However, out of obligation to repay that 20 yuan debt, he felt he had to go. Su Yang then bid farewell to Gu Yanbing and Dong Xiyu. Gu Yanbing was somewhat concerned for Su Yang, wondering why the homeroom teacher was calling him over at this hour. Recently, Su Yang had been tutoring her in math, and her grades had improved remarkably, rising from the 70s to the 80s. Her mother, Gu Ruiden, had heard about Su Yang helping her daughter and had been eager for Gu Yanbing to invite him over for dinner. Of course, there was also Dong Xiyu and Zhang Xiaoping. They were all her classmates, and it was important to maintain good relations. As the classmates surged out, Su Yang followed Zhang Guohui to the office. The ink printer buzzed busily. Zhang Guohui instructed, keep an eye on the machine. Once the printing is done, place the paper inside. Su Yang understood. He had been summoned to do menial labor. In these times, large-scale provincial or city-wide examinations were not the norm. Each school organized its own mock exams, and the papers were printed in-house. Su Yang noticed a few other students from different classes were also pressed into service. Alas, there was no choice but to comply. Thus, Su Yang began the repetitive task of placing papers in the printer, retrieving them once printed, and repeating the process. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. A fondness for a sweet love song lingers, where the aloof beauty of the art school is utterly enchanted. Please save this. m.20xs.org, a sweet love song, where the aloof beauty of the art school is completely captivated. The update speed on the 20 novel network is the fastest across the internet. Nevertheless, he had the opportunity to glimpse the questions on the exam papers. Why did old Zhang summon him? Su Yang speculated it might be because of his integrity. He would not engage in deceit. What of knowing the questions? At most, he could achieve a high score on the mock exam, earning praise from family and teachers. The actual college entrance exam would not afford such opportunities. By early afternoon, he finally completed his task. Zhang Guohui approached with a boxed lunch, inviting Su Yang to join him for a meal. Su Yang waved his hand. Teacher, it's all right. I'll just eat at home. Zhang Guohui glared. When I invite you to eat, you eat. Stop standing there. Sit down and eat. Su Yang had no choice but to accompany Zhang Guohui for lunch. Naturally, old Zhang took the opportunity to encourage Su Yang to study diligently. He often lamented how many short-sighted individuals use education as an excuse for not earning money, only to regret it for a lifetime. Su Yang, having endured hardships in society, resonated with this sentiment. If only 10,000 words omitted here. After bidding farewell to old Zhang, Su Yang pushed his bicycle out of the shed. Not far from the exit, he noticed a girl with braided hair carrying a backpack and luggage walking out. He slowed his bicycle alongside her. It was his classmate, Shana. Shana paused upon seeing Su Yang. Su Yang, why are you just now leaving school? Su Yang replied, I was helping the teacher print exam papers. Why are you just leaving? He knew Shana had to take a long-distance bus to the county, then transfer to another bus to the town, and finally switch to another bus to reach her village. Only those who have experienced such hardships can truly understand the struggles involved. Shana explained that she had been on duty in class, and afterward returned to the dormitory to take down her quilt cover, preparing to wash it at home. Originally, there was a long-distance bus to the county right outside the school, but to save 2 yuan, she planned to walk to the bus station. Su Yang observed the worn-out sneakers on Shana's feet and her slightly short black pants. He sighed, why don't you put your luggage on my bike? I can give you a ride to the bus station. Shana's pure eyes met Su Yang's, a glimmer of gratitude washing over her. She waved her hand. No, I'll be there shortly. In truth, she had not disclosed to Su Yang that she had lost 2 yuan due to a hole in her pocket and could not afford the long-distance bus fare, forcing her to walk to the bus station with her backpack and luggage. For the sake of a mere 2 yuan, she had to walk 4 kilometers. Some are born to enjoy life, while others are simply born to survive. A fondness for a sweet love song lingers, where the aloof beauty of the art school is utterly enchanted. Please save this. M.20xs.org, a sweet love song, where the aloof beauty of the art school is completely captivated. The update speed on the 20 novel network is the fastest across the internet. Chapter 15. I drive fast. Hold on tight to me. Shanna was grateful for Su Yang's willingness to help her, filling her heart with warmth. Yet, her sense of inferiority prevented her from accepting his assistance. Su Yang inquired, "What's wrong? Are you put off by my old bicycle?" Shanna hurriedly shook her head. No, it's just Su Yang recalled that Shanna was 2 years his senior, surprised at her shyness. However, children from impoverished families often share a common trait: self-doubt. Even when it comes to claiming what rightfully belongs to them, they hesitate. The reason lies in their childhood experiences when they encountered things they desired. Deep within her heart, she harbored an intense yearning, yet the adults around her admonished, "It's too expensive, don't touch it. Don't even think about it, you can't afford the consequences." Thus, she often found herself uttering, "I don't want it, I dislike that." The terrifying aspect of poverty lies in the fact that during the most vain of ages, one possesses nothing at all. Su Yang understood this sentiment. Without hesitation, he placed Shanna's luggage onto the front of his bicycle. "You can sit on the back seat, but I hope you won't mind if the ride is a bit bumpy." He offered Dada that moment. He lacked a BMW to allow her to sit inside and weep for her father. Instead, he could only let the girl sit behind him and smile. Shanna's face flushed instantly, and she lowered her gaze. Su Yang urged, "Hurry up and get on, or it will be too late by the time you reach home. Aren't you afraid as a girl?" Perhaps his words struck a chord with Shanna. She hesitated but eventually climbed onto the back seat, her delicate hands appearing unsure of where to rest. "Hold on to my clothes, be careful not to fall off," Su Yang instructed. Only then did Shanna timidly grasp the edge of his garment. As Su Yang began to pedal, the bicycle nimbly wove through the bustling streets. Shanna felt the scenery on either side whizzing past her. Su Yang warned, "I ride quite fast, so hold on tight, or you might fall." Shanna could only grip his clothing tighter, too shy to embrace him. The wind blew against her, and she discreetly sniffled, the warmth of the afternoon sun enveloping them, reminiscent of the scent of Su Yang's sun-kissed attire. After a brief while, they arrived at the bus station. Su Yang was slightly out of breath. He had ridden quickly out of concern for missing the bus, fearing it would be unsafe for Shanna to return home late. Moreover, his riding style was not merely about speed. It was also about stability, a skill that seasoned riders understood well. After dismounting, Shanna thanked Su Yang. Although her bottom was uncomfortable from the ride, especially when he failed to slow down over the speed bumps, she refrained from rubbing her discomfort in front of him. Noticing Shanna's slightly flushed cheeks, Su Yang said, "Please keep an eye on my bicycle while I go buy something." Without waiting for her response, he walked away. Shanna, holding a plastic bag and a backpack, felt somewhat helpless as she watched Su Yang disappear into a nearby convenience store. After a moment, he emerged. Carrying a bag of goods, he approached her and inquired, "Do you have money for the bus?" Shanna's voice was barely audible as she replied, "Yes." She had meticulously budgeted her money to ensure she had just enough to return home. Not a penny more or less. With a younger brother to support, her father was reluctant to spend money on her education, especially after her less-than-stellar performance in last year's college entrance examination. During the long nights of the previous year, she had curled up in her small bed, overhearing her parents' hushed conversations more than once. Her father wished to cease her schooling, believing that girls would eventually marry. Instead, he suggested she work hard for a few years while young, and later find a decent husband. Only her mother insisted on her education, promising to support her children's schooling no matter how arduous it was. Though uneducated herself, her mother understood one truth: education could alter one's destiny. Yet, despite her diligence, Shanna's academic performance remained mediocre, as if every class had such a student who, despite immense effort, lingered in the middle ranks. Su Yang waved his hand in front of Shanna, bringing her back to the present. "Thank you, Su Yang," she said. Su Yang handed her the bag, saying, "Keep this for the journey." Shanna glanced inside to find oranges, bread, and bottled water, especially the fragrant bread, which she had only tasted once as a guest in someone else's home. Her immediate response was to refuse. "Su Yang, I don't want it. The school cafeteria didn't serve lunch today." "How can you skip a meal?" Su Yang insisted. Shun Na continued to decline, but Su Yang, with an air of authority, stated, "If you keep this up, I'll accompany you home." Seeing the seriousness on his face, Shun Na timidly accepted the bag. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, having secretly slipped 5 yuan into the bag. This was not without reason. He had found the 2 yuan Shun Na had lost earlier, which had allowed him to buy an hour at the internet CAF. He suspected that Shun Na was walking to the bus station to save money, not realizing that his earlier find had inadvertently caused her inconvenience. Su Yang continued to accompany Shun Na to the bus station. After she boarded the bus, she opened the window and waved goodbye with a small hand. Su Yang waved back, calling out, "Sayonara." The long-distance bus gradually pulled away from the station. Shun Na watched Su Yang recede into the distance, his figure bathed in a soft glow under the glaring sunlight, her heart racing. Sometimes, it only takes a fleeting moment for a boy to touch a girl's heart. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. If you enjoy a sweet little love song, the aloof beauty from school has been utterly charmed. Please save it. m20xs.org. A sweet little love song. The aloof beauty from school has been utterly charmed. The update speed of this novel is the fastest across the internet. After bidding farewell to Shun Na, Su Yang retrieved a pack of Sherlin cigarettes from his pocket. The night before, Lao Su had secretly given him 30 yuan for activity expenses, intending to treat Gu Yanbing to a meal. Lao Su had learned from Su Yang that Gu Yanbing was helping with English tutoring. In Lao Su's eyes, a free tutor was a treasure. Was 30 yuan too much? Not at all, especially when his son mentioned that she was quite pretty. He must support his son wholeheartedly. Su Yang lit a cigarette and took a puff. Cough. It was a bit harsh on his throat. He glanced down at the cigarette, noticing the poorly printed label. It seemed that the saying held true. At bus and train stations, one could only purchase genuine tickets, while everything else was likely counterfeit, especially cigarettes and power banks. Su Yang couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Time was precious to him. He hopped onto his bicycle and pedaled towards the internet CAF. The One Love Internet CAF was the chosen base for Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping. The internet speed was relatively fast, and it was conveniently located between their school and homes. The previous internet CAF they visited, set in a residential building, was unbearably slow. Upon arriving at the CAF, Su Yang found Zhang Xiaoping already occupying a seat. Upon seeing Su Yang approach, he waved eagerly. Su Yang, over here. Su Yang tossed his backpack onto the chair and plopped down. I've become a semi-administrator on that forum now. I can post, Zhang Xiaoping exclaimed. Su Yang simply responded with a casual as he skillfully logged into his 8-digit QQ number and began downloading the Feitian login tool from his email. Zhang Xiaoping watched in awe. Unable to fathom how Su Yang was making money with this cheat in his mind. Earning money meant putting in hard work to receive a paycheck from a boss. Could a mere high school student truly make money on a computer? Until he witnessed Su Yang's earnings, Zhang Xiaoping remained a skeptic, one who would never believe it. If you enjoy a sweet little love song, the aloof beauty from school has been utterly charmed. Please save it. m20xs.org. A sweet little love song. The aloof beauty from school has been utterly charmed. The update speed of this novel is the fastest across the internet. Chapter 16. A username imprinted with the era. Su Yang's fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard. While Zhang Xiaoping watched in amazement, he saw Su Yang use his account to post. Shocking. I've discovered an earth-shattering secret in the miracle game. In modern times, such sensational headlines are commonplace, but at this moment, the captivating allure of this phrase was unparalleled. Su Yang proceeded to elaborate on the secrets of the post, explaining how players could utilize the Feitian auxiliary software to automatically pick up items, lure monsters, and level up effortlessly. He included multiple images and empirical data. Finally, he attached a video and tutorial for installing the Feitian login tool. The post was thorough, featuring video evidence and detailed gameplay strategies. After completing this task, Su Yang double-checked for typos and verified the download link for the Feitian tool. Once satisfied, he clicked the publish button. He began to patiently await the reading and download statistics. This cheat belonged to version 1.2, which Su Yang had tested multiple times. It was stable and unlikely to disconnect. His strategy was to offer the cheat for free initially, but after 3 days, it would become a paid software. Currently, he lacked a sales channel, and the existing environment didn't support QR code payments, making it somewhat troublesome to establish a sales network. Su Yang's goal was to find a partner for collaboration, someone with whom they could reach a mutual agreement. Simultaneously, he registered a secondary QQ account for business negotiations. He found success in registering another 8-digit QQ. The current allocation of QQ numbers from Xiaoma was still quite favorable. Su Yang refreshed the post, noticing 19 reads, 13 comments, and 9 downloads. Success. The ratio of reads to comments was impressive, trending towards becoming a hot topic. He scrolled down through the comments section. Fateful Sky. Wow, this is incredible. Is it real? I am going to try it. World of Softness. Does this login tool come with any viruses? Silly child. Is this for real? Has anyone tried it? Su Yang diligently replied to each comment. Gradually, he sensed the web page slowing down and attempted to refresh it. Reads. 493, comments, 277, downloads, 124. This indicated that his cheat had been downloaded 124 times, and the post popularity was climbing. Many users were sharing his post. The QQ account he had left for cooperation began receiving friend requests, the notifications ringing incessantly. Zhang Xiaoping was astounded by the scene before him. Did that post truly wield such influence? How could a single post generate such a significant impact? After Su Yang finished his tasks, he noticed Zhang Xiaoping's face was almost touching his, with acne scars and blackheads on his nose clearly visible. He leaned back slightly and remarked, Xiaoping, are you nearsighted? Zhang Xiaoping replied, not at all. Su Yang continued, then moved back a bit. You're nearly about to kiss me. It was only then that Zhang Xiaoping realized, chuckling awkwardly at Su Yang, can you guess what I saw when you weren't here? Su Yang glanced at the crumpled tissue at Zhang Xiaoping's feet. A Japanese film? How did you know? Zhang Xiaoping exclaimed, his expression changing as he quickly explained, that's not mine. It was here when I came to turn on the machine. If you don't believe me, pick it up and smell it. Su Yang retorted, get lost. Zhang Xiaoping lowered his voice, right behind you. He's still watching. Su Yang turned around to see someone with their back to him. Wearing headphones and engrossed in a game, the lower corner of the screen displaying a Japanese adult film series. He silently uttered 2 words, normal. Su Yang pulled Zhang Xiaoping into a game of meteor butterfly sword. When suddenly his phone rang. Zhang Xiaoping's eyes widened with envy as Su Yang took out his well-worn phone from his pocket. This was a phone, a rare commodity. Meanwhile, his own family still had a black and white television. With color TVs yet to become widespread, let alone mobile phones. Su Yang answered the call, and Gu Yanbing's voice came through. Su Yang, where are you? At school. Gu Yanbing's tone turned skeptical. Are you sure you're at school? Just as Su Yang was about to admit the truth, he suddenly remembered something. He stood up and looked around, but saw no sign of Gu Yanbing. Sitting back down, he noticed a QQ avatar pulsating in the bottom right corner. Upon clicking, he was surprised to find it was Gu Yanbing. Her username was Qiu Shui Riand, a rather kitsch name, accompanied by an avatar of a girl with blue hair. Gu Yanbing sent several messages, which Su Yang had missed while gaming. Her voice echoed through the phone, urging him, Su Yang, can you hear me? Su Yang chuckled, I just left school. I'm at an internet CAF now. Gu Yanbing huffed, nonsense. I see you've been online for over an hour. Su Yang realized he had forgotten to set his status to invisible. It was the weekend, and Gu Yanbing was surely online from home. He suggested, it's quite expensive to talk. Let us chat on QQ. Only then did Gu Yanbing hang up. Zhang Xiaoping curiously asked, whose call was that? Su Yang replied, Gu Yanbing's. Zhang Xiaoping inquired, is she inviting us to dinner? Su Yang shot him a disdainful glance, mind you. She's inviting me for dinner, and you are just an afterthought. This chapter continues, so please click to the next page for more excitement. If you enjoy a little love song, the aloof beauty from the school has been sweetly captivated. Please save it. m.20xs.org, A Little Love Song. The aloof beauty from the school has been sweetly captivated. 20 Novel Network updates the fastest in the entire network. Zhang Xiaoping began to grumble while furiously stabbing Su Yang's character in the game. Su Yang remained unperturbed, opening QQ to chat with Gu Yanbing. Qiu Shui Ren, why are you at the internet CAF instead of doing your homework? Lang Ji Tianya, make sure to let me copy yours once you finish. Qiu Shui Ren, no way, Lang Ji Tianya. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Gu Yanbing was pondering what to eat for dinner, as both her parents had meetings and would likely be home late. Qiu Shui Ren, what are you treating me to? Lang Ji Tianya. You can choose anything. Su Yang suddenly found the nickname Lang Ji Tianya rather unappealing, wondering why he had chosen such a name back then. He casually changed it to, please call me Gao Fu Shui. Qiu Shui Ren. Why did you suddenly change your username? Please call me Gao Fu Shui. The previous one didn't he represent me? Qiu Shui Ren. What does Gao Fu Shui mean? Please call me Gao Fu Shui. tall, handsome, and wealthy. Qiu Shui Ren. Vomit emoji. Su Yang then opened another account, and in just half an hour, he received numerous friend requests from potential gaming collaborators. He began accepting requests conditionally based on their QQ levels. Most of them asked, "Friend, did you develop this cheat?" Su Yang replied, "Yes." Some inquired, "Is it permanently free?" Su Yang responded, "Currently free." He replied to dozens of messages. Observing that many were still hesitant, Su Yang decided to wait a little longer, letting this cheat fully ignite the market. He had left his QQ number and phone number on the cheat's page, knowing that if someone contacted him via phone, it signified they were serious, as QQ numbers did not reflect true financial capability. Qiu Shui ran. "How about we go to the snack street tonight? Please call me Gao Fu Shui." "Sure, what time?" Qiu Shui ran. "Let us meet at 6. Please call me Gao Fu Shui." "Okay." Finally, Zhang Xiaoping managed to defeat Su Yang in the game. Feeling a surge of pride. Su Yang, "I've successfully taken you down. How about we wager again? Whoever loses tonight treats the other." Zhang Xiaoping instantly fell silent. Su Yang played at the internet CAF until evening before logging off. His alternate QQ account received over 40 friend requests from gamers interested in collaboration. Though most belonged to the freeloaders, Su Yang had spent over 100 yuan during this time, and certainly wouldn't he let them take advantage of him. Capitalists are heartless. No rush. Let the bullets fly a little longer. After leaving the internet CAF, Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping headed toward the snack street. While waiting at a traffic light, Su Yang noticed Zhang Xiaoping's bulging backpack. He tried lifting it. Goodness, it weighed 17 kilograms. Zhang Xiaoping saw Su Yang's light backpack and asked, astonished, "Why do you only carry this few books?" Su Yang replied, "You always bring so many books, yet you never open a single page at home." "Is it for exercise?" Zhang Xiaoping huffed. "This is for my parents to see," he added. "Actually, I do enjoy reading because it can change one's destiny." Su Yang disagreed, recalling the saying, "Reading doesn't necessarily change one's fate. Farming doesn't either, but buying a house can." He remembered a relative who purchased a house in the city for 200,000, and after 7 or 8 years, the price soared to over 1 million. They boasted, "We gained over 80,000. Another relative, on the other hand, spent money to send their child to an expensive private school without buying a house. Years later, the child graduated from college, earning a monthly salary of 4,000, and wept at the sight of the unaffordable housing prices. The reality proved that wage increases could not keep up with the skyrocketing housing market. Just think, how many years could a monthly salary of 3,000 to 4,000 sustain? How many years could housing prices remain at 3,000 to 4,000? The future's trend isn't about discussing your educational background, but rather how many properties your family owns. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the snack street. Gu Yanbing had just arrived on her bicycle. Su Yang immediately spotted her pink bike and Gu Yanbing dressed in light blue jeans and white shoes. When she saw Su Yang, her bright eyes shimmered, and a small smile crept onto her lips. Upon meeting, Gu Yanbing greeted Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping, and they parked their bikes, strolling down the bustling snack street. The aroma wafting from both sides of the street created a lively atmosphere, with pedestrians jostling each other. Even before the peak of summer, some were already indulging in drinks and skewers by the roadside. This was tough on Zhang Xiaoping, who, burdened by his heavy backpack, found himself lagging behind. Gu Yanbing turned to Su Yang, saying, "You promised to treat us." Su Yang replied, "Sure, eat as much as you like." He then felt his pockets. Realizing he had only a little over 10 yuan left in the past couple of days, he had saved over 40, but after spending over 10 on Shan Na and a few more at the internet CAF, he now had less than 20. If Gu Yanbing chose a more upscale restaurant, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Gu Yanbing stopped at a rice noodle stall, her lovely eyes fixated on the noodles in the clay pot. Su Yang glanced at the price. "Only 2 yuan. What a bargain," Gu Yanbing asked. "How about we eat this?" Su Yang agreed and called Zhang Xiaoping to reserve a spot. To his surprise, 2 yuan noodles were enough to satisfy Gu Yanbing. Reflecting on his experiences with other girls who often demanded Japanese cuisine or Western meals and looked down upon street food, Su Yang felt a twinge of sympathy. He quickly rushed to a stall selling spicy duck necks, buying some for himself and getting a pancake for Zhang Xiaoping. Once seated, Zhang Xiaoping and Gu Yanbing found it all quite novel. Zhang Xiaoping was intrigued because he rarely dined out. He usually ate at home or the school cafeteria. He could only recall going to a restaurant during someone's wedding. Gu Yanbing found it refreshing as she seldom dined out at street stalls, usually going to restaurants with Gu Jianwei and Gu Ruiden, often accompanied by friends and colleagues. Such gatherings felt stifling, as she always had to maintain decorum, addressing elders as uncles and aunts, while smiling through their inquiries. Being with Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping felt far more relaxed and liberating. The three of them munched on the spicy duck necks, occasionally sucking in air due to the heat. Gu Yanbing, rarely dropping her aloof goddess demeanor, found her lips greasy from eating. While the spicy duck necks were manageable while eating, stopping made the heat particularly intense. Gu Yanbing frowned. Su Yang, do you have any water? This is too spicy, Su Yang called out. Boss, 3 bottles of Jianlibo. In those days, Jianlibo wasn't cheap. The vendor charged 2 yuan per chilled bottle. Gu Yanbing presented the Jianlibo to Su Yang, signaling him to assist in opening it. Zhang Xiaoping was left perplexed, questioning why Gu Yanbing did not request his help instead. Su Yang obliged, deftly opening the Jianlibo for Gu Yanbing. She took a delicate sip, the icy sweetness enveloping her tongue, harmoniously mingled with the piquant aroma of chili, eliciting exclamations of delight. They conversed about campus matters, sharing their respective experiences and dreaming of future lives. Su Yang had not felt such ease for a long time. The greatest sorrow of life lies in our excessive maturity. As we age, it becomes increasingly rare for anything to stir those joys within us. At times, Su Yang found himself in a daze, convinced he had lived through a similar scene before, often blurring the lines between past and present in a chaotic realm of time. The vendor was a middle-aged couple. The man prepared rice noodles while the woman attended to customers. Soon, the proprietress approached with a clay pot of rice noodles, cautioning Gu Yanbing and the others not to move, lest they be scalded. The chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn the page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Taking this opportunity, Su Yang inquired, Yanbing, where are you planning to apply for college? Gu Yanbing tilted her head in contemplation. I haven't decided why father wants me to apply to the industrial university in the provincial city because he believes it's close to home, but I worry my scores may not suffice. Su Yang was aware that the provincial industrial university was a 211 institution, with past admission scores hovering around 590. However, this was 2003, and given the extraordinary difficulty of the mathematics exam, the cutoff might dip to around 550. This presented them with an opportunity, as in some provinces, students filled out their applications before knowing their scores, leading many top students to underestimate their performance and apply conservatively. In that era, parallel applications had yet to be introduced. A failed first choice could lead to a direct drop to a second-tier institution. Prestigious universities often hesitated to admit applicants who listed them as second or third choices. Thus, it was possible for top students to falter and end up at a second-tier school. While average students might seize the opportunity to enter a renowned institution, Su Yang and his peers were experiencing a time when college entrance examination reforms were just beginning to be piloted. Gu Yanbing asked, where do you plan to apply? Su Yang replied, I am indifferent to the specific school, as long as it is a 211 university. He had to admit that even with his rebirth, gaining admission to a 985 institution would be exceedingly challenging, let alone Tsinghua or Peking University. With his current perspective, a university diploma merely served as an embellishment rather than a necessity. At that moment, 4 or 5 boys who had just finished a basketball game strolled in from the street, led by Su Yang's classmate, Su Shuai. He invited his friends to sit, declaring that today's drinks were on him. His companions praised Su Shuai for his generosity. Most were athletes with mediocre academic performance, likely able to graduate by enrolling in a vocational program. During a brief interlude, Su Shuai noticed Gu Yanbing across the way. She was as radiant as jade, her eyes sparkling like stars, standing out even amidst the bustling crowd. Su Shuai could not fathom why Gu Yanbing would be at the food street, and even more perplexing was her company with 2 boys. Appearing to share laughter and conversation, he casually ambled across the street for a closer look. To his shock, he recognized Su Yang and disregarded Zhang Xiaoping entirely. He felt certain that Gu Yanbing was there for Su Yang, as Zhang Xiaoping was not particularly handsome, unless Gu Yanbing had lost her sight. How could this Su Yang have the audacity? Su Shuai thought, recalling how he had dismissed Su Shuai's earlier threats as mere bluster. He fixated on Su Yang, witnessing him take the initiative to grab a tissue and wipe his mouth after Gu Yanbing passed him one. His heart shattered at the sight. The goddess he had long admired, no, the goddess adored by all the boys in school, was sharing street food with Su Yang. Fuming, he returned to his seat, uncapping a bottle of beer with his teeth and gulping it down. His friends, Wang Yunfeng and Zhang Yi, who were close companions, looked at him in surprise, asking, Su Shuai, what's the matter? Why are you drinking alone? Without waiting for an answer, Su Shuai downed the contents of the bottle in one go, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Damn it, my goddess has been stolen. Who? Which goddess? Su Shuai pointed toward Gu Yanbing. Wang Yunfeng and Zhang Yi followed his gaze, observing Gu Yanbing enjoying a meal with the boys. Usually, she exuded an air of aloofness at school, but today, she appeared as warm as the sun in spring, melting the icy facade they had come to know. Wang Yunfeng, not in the same class as Su Yang, asked with a hint of jealousy, who's that guy opposite Gu Yanbing? They seem to be getting along quite well, as Su Shuai sneered. That's Su Yang, from my class. He got lucky when we rearranged seats a couple of months ago and ended up next to Gu Yanbing. Zhang Yi, puzzled, remarked, isn't Gu Yanbing known for being cold and unapproachable? Su Shuai glared at Su Yang. Who knows what kind of charm he used on her? Oh, I heard he's decent at math and has been tutoring her lately. Wang Yunfeng felt a pang of discomfort. As a sports specialist, he had often been ridiculed by classmates as part of a group with brawn over brains. While they excelled in long distance and sprinting events, they lagged behind in academics. As the barbecue was served, the group began to indulge in drinks, and their conversation grew increasingly uninhibited. Particularly, Gu Yanbing's graceful demeanor as she savored her rice noodles stirred Su Shuai's desire. He raised his glass to clink with Wang Yunfeng's. How about we call Su Yang over for a drink? If he gets tipsy, it might be amusing to see him embarrass himself in front of Gu Yanbing. Wang Yunfeng's eyes lit up at the suggestion. It was indeed a clever plan. If Su Yang declined, it would show his cowardice. If he dared to come, they could easily overpower him with their numbers. After securing agreement from the others, Su Shuai staggered over to Su Yang. Engaged in a discussion with Gu Yanbing about college scores and applications, Su Yang was suddenly interrupted as a beer bottle was slammed onto the table. He looked up to find Su Shuai, towering at nearly 180 cm, slightly taller than his own 178 cm. Su Shuai ignored Su Yang and flashed a courteous smile at Gu Yanbing. Yanbing, are you dining here? Gu Yanbing responded with a polite smile, tinged with a hint of detachment. Yes, are you eating here as well? Su Shuai gestured toward his table. I'm having a meal with my classmates over there. Gu Yanbing glanced briefly, softly exclaiming, oh. She had no interest in the athletes, having witnessed their exaggerated displays of skill on the basketball court, often fixing their hair after every shot. Alas, she found basketball unappealing, especially when those boys would feign shooting gestures in the hallways, resembling fools. Noticing Gu Yanbing's disinterest, Su Shuai turned his attention back to Su Yang. Su Yang, why not join my friends for a drink? Leaning lazily against his chair, Su Yang nonchalantly sipped through his straw, while Zhang Xiaoping felt apprehensive, having heard that Su Shuai was well-connected and no one dared to provoke him at school. Su Yang flatly declined, not interested. Su Shuai was taken aback. He had anticipated various responses from Su Yang, perhaps a reluctant agreement or a polite refusal. He had never imagined Su Yang would dismiss him so outright. Su Yang added, do you have something else to attend to? Su Shuai was determined not to let his intentions fail. Suppressing his anger, he retorted, Su Yang, I'm inviting you to join us for drinks. Are you really refusing to give me face? Su Yang chuckled, observing how the youth placed greater value on face than on substance. He countered, how much is your face worth in drinks? Su Shuai was momentarily stunned, unprepared for such a sharp inquiry. How should he respond? A minimal answer would undermine his dignity, while an extensive one might lead to Su Yang urging him to drink. Gu Yanbing, surprised by Su Yang's eloquence, felt a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Even Zhang Xiaoping quietly applauded Su Yang. No one in their class dared speak to Su Shuai in such a manner. Deciding to sidestep the issue, Su Shuai insisted, Su Yang, just tell me whether you're coming or not. Su Yang chuckled, sensing Su Shuai's growing impatience. However, Su Shuai interpreted it as mockery. He slammed his hand on the table. Su Yang, who the hell do you think you are? Su Yang shot back, your worst nightmare. What? I am your father. Damn it. Su Shuai finally grasped the situation, raising his beer bottle and pointing it at Su Yang's nose. You recrossing a line. Do you know this entire street belongs to me? The individuals dining nearby, upon hearing the commotion from Su Shuai's direction, turned their heads in curiosity. Wang Yunfeng and Zhang Yi, sensing the escalating situation, hurriedly made their way over. Gu Yanbing, noticing the wine bottle in Su Shuai's hand, felt a surge of concern that a brawl might ensue. urging both Su Shuai and Su Yang to refrain from acting impulsively. Zhang Xiaoping, anxious about a potential fight, quickly slurped down a couple of bites of rice noodles before picking up a small stool from the ground. Should a scuffle break out between Su Shuai and Su Yang, he intended to hurl the stool first and then assist Su Yang in making a swift escape. As for Gu Yanbing, brothers are akin to limbs, while women are but garments. It is wise to prioritize the protection of one's brethren. Had Su Yang been privy to Zhang Xiaoping's thoughts, he surely would have enveloped him in a warm embrace, for he was indeed a true friend. Su Shuai glared furiously at Su Yang, who nonchalantly brushed aside the wine bottle and rose slowly to his feet. Su Shuai, who do you think you're intimidating with that broken wine bottle? In my younger days, I danced on the edge of blades and rolled amidst the dead. I have witnessed every conceivable spectacle. If you have the guts, shatter it now. Su Shuai, momentarily unnerved by Su Yang's calm demeanor, hesitated, his grip on the bottle trembling as he stammered. You do. He felt as though Su Yang was coercing him into striking. While Su Shuai had engaged in fights before, they had always been straightforward brawls with fists and feet. He had never resorted to weapons, particularly not to strike his opponent's head. He was acutely aware that should he inflict severe injury on Su Yang, imprisonment would be his fate. If a life were taken, it would be a life for a life. The timid fear the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the unyielding. His bottle remained suspended in the air, unyielding to descend. At that moment, Wang Yunfeng and Zhang Yi arrived, and within moments, 4 or 5 individuals encircled Su Yang. What the hell is going on? Are you bullying my brother? Wang Yunfeng exclaimed, attempting to shove Su Yang, who deftly sidestepped the push. These individuals were at an age where pride mattered greatly, especially in front of Gu Yanbing. Gu Yanbing reached for her phone, preparing to call for help should a fight break out. Zhang Yi inquired of Su Shuai, what did he do to you? He mocked us as mere simpletons with brawn but lacking in intellect, Su Shuai retorted. You bastard. Wang Yunfeng could no longer contain himself. Seizing the wine bottle from Su Shuai's grasp, he swung it mercilessly towards Su Yang's head. Years of martial arts training had honed Su Yang's reflexes. His earlier provocation of Su Shuai had been a deliberate tactic to incite an attack, allowing him to adopt a defensive stance under the guise of self-defense. Wang Yunfeng's swing was easily evaded. Su Yang pivoted gracefully, swiftly countering with a powerful right hook that landed squarely on Wang Yunfeng's nose. The agonizing pain surged through Wang Yunfeng as stars danced before his eyes, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yi, witnessing this, raised his leg to kick Su Yang in the stomach, but Su Yang expertly blocked with his left leg while launching a devastating elbow strike with his right arm. Crack! Zhang Yi grunted, cradling his face as he sank to the ground. The remaining onlookers and Su Shuai were left in shock. Su Yang's movements were swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. With a single strike, he had incapacitated 2 opponents. Su Shuai recalled Su Yang's earlier declaration. I have danced with death. It appeared this was no mere boast. Su Yang had indeed lived that life. The spectators observed Su Yang with keen interest, some whispering amongst themselves, while even Gu Yanbing was taken aback by the impressive display of skill. Su Yang had looked undeniably cool just moments ago. Zhang Xiaoping, too, was left astounded by Su Yang's prowess. When did Su Yang become such a fighter? I don't recall him ever being this capable when we watched Jackie Chan and Jet Li together. The trio, now daunted by Su Yang's display, helped the dazed Wang Yunfeng to his feet. Blood streamed from Wang Yunfeng's nose as he struggled to process the events that had just transpired. Zhang Yi spat out blood, having lost 2 teeth from Su Yang's brutal elbow strike, a mix of shock and fury surging within him. This Su Yang must have trained in Taekwondo. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this ruthless. The group departed the food street, their spirits diminished. Su Yang dusted off his hands, no longer feeling inclined to continue his meal. Yanbing, shall we take our leave? Gu Yanbing nodded in agreement. Su Yang lightly nudged Zhang Xiaoping with his foot. Stop dawdling. It's time to head home. Zhang Xiaoping finally snapped back to reality. Adado, right? The trio made their way to their bicycles. Gu Yanbing, shaking her small fist at Su Yang, inquired, your moves were so impressive. Have you trained before? Su Yang nodded. I practiced with the elderly gentleman at the park. Gu Yanbing asked, could you teach me? Su Yang replied, sure, but you must train topless. Gu Yanbing's cheeks flushed instantly, and she playfully swatted him. The thought was promptly dismissed. While boys may train without shirts, girls certainly cannot. Gu Yanbing probed further. How long have you been training? Su Yang replied, over 3 years. This 3-year span referred to his time at a friend's combat club, initially as a sparring partner, donning protective gear to absorb blows. Gradually, he progressed to actual sparring, delving into kickboxing, sanda, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and more. However, as work commitments increased, he found little time to continue. Gu Yanbing developed a keen interest in Su Yang, sensing he harbored many secrets, as every encounter revealed something new and delightful. What are your plans for tomorrow? She inquired. Su Yang responded, I plan to go to the internet CAF. Gu Yanbing frowned. Why do you keep going to the internet CAF? Su Yang retorted, where else would I go? She huffed in annoyance, choosing not to engage further. 10 minutes later, Gu Yanbing arrived home. She turned to bid farewell to Zhang Xiaoping. Xiaoping, goodbye. Zhang Xiaoping snapped out of his reverie. Yanbing, goodbye. Gu Yanbing shot a glance at Su Yang before cycling back to her neighborhood. Su Yang rubbed his nose, amused by her prideful demeanor. He was aware that Gu Yanbing had subtly invited him to dinner at her home earlier, a suggestion he had previously declined, citing academic pressures. Zhang Xiaoping, feeling triumphant, exclaimed, Su Yang, did you see that? Yanbing just said goodbye to me without acknowledging you. Su Yang merely shook his head. He yearned to enlighten his friend about the intricacies of romantic pursuits. The art of allure often involves a delicate dance of attraction and retreat. How could the aloof school beauty be immune to such tactics? There exists a time when one must assert boundaries, only to spark greater interest later on. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page for the continuation of this compelling narrative. The reader is encouraged to cherish the tale of a sweet little love song, where the aloof school beauty is charmed by sweetness. The updates on this story are the fastest across the entire network. A relentless pursuit of becoming a mere sycophant is unwise. Zhang Xiaoping, oblivious to Su Yang's intentions, reveled in his own delight. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Su Yang, how come your skills were so sharp just now? Did you attend a martial arts training class? Su Yang admitted, you are correct. I did indeed enroll in such a class. Zhang Xiaoping replied incredulously, why was I not aware of this? I seem to know whenever you visit relatives. Su Yang, cycling ahead, stared into the distance, his focus waning. I learned it all in my dreams. Zhang Xiaoping was left speechless. He had noticed that Su Yang had been increasingly prone to nonsensical ramblings lately, often spouting bizarre phrases. For instance, soft bedroom folds, which he presumed was a regional dialect. And you old six, a phrase that made little sense since Zhang Xiaoping was not the sixth child in his family. Unbeknownst to them, they had returned home. Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping agreed to meet at the internet CAF the following day before parting ways. Each returning to their respective homes and mothers. At this hour, his mother was still at the hospital, while his father was busy with accounting. Su Yang leisurely tossed his shoes aside and sank into the sofa to scroll through his phone. He noticed 2 missed calls and a text message. The missed calls did not display numbers due to the lack of caller ID, but the text intrigued him. Brother, are you selling that cheat? Su Yang found the message captivating, as it indicated that someone had recognized the immense commercial potential of the cheat. He replied, what price are you offering? The respondent replied, I am Cheng Jianfeng from Changsheng Intercultural Entertainment. Our company has a presence in both East and North China. If you are genuinely interested in collaboration, I can arrange a meeting. Su Yang responded, since I left my phone number in the cheat. I am indeed seeking collaboration. You are the 4th party to contact me. Cheng Jianfeng replied, we are the most capable among them. Could you kindly share your address? Su Yang pondered for a moment before providing the address of the park behind his residential complex and informing the other party that he was only available at noon due to his class schedule. He worried that if they discovered he was a student, they might resort to threats. The reader is encouraged to cherish the tale of a sweet little love song, where the aloof school beauty is charmed by sweetness. The updates on the story are the fastest across the entire network. Chapter 20. In-depth communication at the internet CAF the following day. Su Yang relished the rare opportunity to sleep in. The sensation of waking naturally was truly delightful. Both Zhang Xiaomei and Su Zhigua were well aware of his recent academic struggles and, for once, refrained from disturbing him. Upon awakening, Su Yang found that the rest of the household had already departed for work. At the door, he discovered a note from Zhang Xiaomei. Breakfast is in the pot. Heat it up yourself. Su Yang peeled off the note and entered the kitchen, where he found another message. Please place your sneakers and socks on the balcony. I will wash them for you after work. Zhang Xiaomei had even drawn a cheerful smiley face at the end. How adorable his mother was. Su Yang proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. simultaneously retrieving his phone to check for messages. When he beheld the call log on his mobile phone, he was taken aback. There were dozens of missed calls and over 100 text messages. The absence of caller IDs was rather inconvenient, rendering him unable to discern who had attempted to contact him. Su-young proceeded to sift through the messages, most of which inquired about the cheating software he was associated with. Questions like, what are the charges for the cheats? Can we collaborate? And could we discuss this in person? Filled the screen. Gu Yanbing, who had reached out to him the previous night, also sent a message, bro. I've just boarded the train and should arrive in Jiangming City tonight. Su-young knew that Gu Yanbing was from Yinjiao, and it would take nearly 12 hours by train to reach him. From the plethora of calls and texts, Su-young deduced that the post he had made had certainly garnered the attention of an increasing number of players. This indicated that the cheats he possessed had become highly sought after. After hastily finishing his meal, Su-young prepared to visit an internet CAF. However, when he checked his pockets, he found only 2 coins remaining. His dinner expenses from the previous night had depleted his funds. Su-young made his way to the master bedroom, where he rummaged through Su Jigua's collection of leather shoes. After a thorough search, he discovered a 50 yuan note tucked inside the insole of one pair. With a flick of his hand, he acknowledged that old Su's secret stash locations remained as reliable as ever. Thankfully, he had not disclosed the secret of old Su's hidden funds to his mother back in the day. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to find money to spend after his rebirth. Even if old Su were to discover that his hidden cash was missing, he would dare not make a fuss, as it was unlaundered money. After returning to his room to change into a new outfit, Su-young set out. His first stop was a bustling internet CAF, where, due to the weekend, a myriad of bicycles crowded the entrance. Upon entering, the proprietor informed Su-young that all the computers were occupied. Su-young inquired, "Is there one that's about to become available?" The owner glanced at the management system and replied, "There S1, machine number 7. Su-young had no choice but to wait for someone to finish their session. That moment, venturing to another CAF would likely yield similar results, as every computer screen had 3 to 5 individuals peering over the shoulders of the players, some covertly observing while others offered unsolicited commentary. Suddenly, Su-young heard someone exclaim, "Wow, this cheat is absolutely incredible." What cheat? He wondered. The flying cheat. It automatically picks up items and can also level up by pulling monsters. Upon realizing they were discussing his cheat, Su-young leaned closer. The speaker was a young man with flamboyant red hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. Surrounding him were 5 or 6 onlookers, their gasps of astonishment echoing around the room. Su-young interjected, "Is the cheat effective? Does it disconnect?" The red-haired youth didn't even glance back, replying, "No disconnections. This cheat is already trending on the forums, and it's still free to use." Those waiting to use the computers were eager to try it out, lamenting that they had arrived too late to secure a machine. The current era marked a prosperous time for Internet CAFs. Projected to thrive for at least another decade, Su-young recalled a college friend who had invested 600,000 yuan to open a CAF in 2019, only to face the stagnation of 2020, leading to financial ruin. That moment, the CAF owner called out Su-young's name, indicating that machine number 7 was about to become available. The owner, being a relative of Zhang Xiaoping, reserved this opportunity for Su-young. He leisurely approached machine number 7, only to be struck dumb with astonishment. The occupant was none other than his English teacher, Bai Yuqin. What on earth? How is Ms. Bai here? Su-young thought, stealing a glance. He noticed that Bai Yuqin was browsing the internet for information. Today, she wore a white lantern-sleeved blouse paired with black trousers, her long, dark hair cascading casually over her shoulders, her profile strikingly fair and mature. He couldn't allow Ms. Bai to notice him. Turning to exit, the owner called again, "Su-young, aren't you going online?" Su-young stammered. At that moment, Bai Yuqin turned her head, her composed and mature eyes locking onto Su-young. "Su-young," she inquired. Su-young's retreat halted, and he had no choice but to muster the courage to greet her. "Good morning, Ms. Bai." Bai Yuqin furrowed her brow. "What brings you to the internet CAF?" Su-young quickly replied, "I am here to gather information." "What information?" she probed. "Conic sections." Bai Yuqin adjusted her glasses slightly, saying, "Wait for me a moment, and I'll let you use the computer afterward. How does that sound?" Su-young hurriedly waved his hands. "No, Ms. Bai, please continue. I'll check elsewhere." "Wait," she insisted. Su-young responded. Bai Yuqin continued, "Since it's the weekend, there are plenty of machines available. I only secured my spot early. Su Yang mentally berated himself for encountering Bai Yuqin. What if she insisted on guiding him through assignments on the computer? Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. Bai Yuqin was actually writing code on her computer. He inquired, Ms. Bai, what are you coding? Oh, I'm creating a website to store some of my photos. She explained. You know programming? Su Yang was astonished. I excel in English and later developed an interest in computers. I learned all of this on my own and come to the CAF to practice when I have time. Su Yang felt compelled to commend her with a simple impressive. It was akin to a chef who, instead of consulting a recipe, was engrossed in strategic military texts. Were it not for Bai Yuqin's professional demeanor, Su Yang would have relished the opportunity to engage in a deeper conversation with her. As Bai Yuqin wrote her code, Su Yang, being a seasoned programmer, casually pointed out a few errors she had made. Bai Yuqin sensed that something was off. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Do you also know programming? Su Yang chuckled. I've read The Fire of Silicon Valley and later taught myself a bit. I'm just a novice who stumbled into it. Bai Yuqin regarded Su Yang with a hint of disbelief. Having self-studied computer science since her university days and subsequently taught English at Gu Yanbing No. 1 High School, she had kept her knowledge up to date. Now, at 23, she found herself less informed than this 18-year-old. It dawned on her that she had seemingly wasted several years. Subsequently, Bai Yuqin posed questions about her website creation, such as front-end development and programming settings. The more they conversed, the more astounded she became. Su Yang's depth of knowledge in computer science far surpassed her own. The issues she had previously encountered were effortlessly unraveled by Su Yang's concise explanations. Su Yang spent over 2 hours at the Internet CAF with Bai Yuqin. Initially, she was about to log off, but her time extended by another 2 hours due to Su Yang's presence. Approaching the age for matchmaking, Bai Yuqin realized that the suitors she had met were not nearly as mature as Su Yang. His understanding was vast, and he often lightened the mood with jokes, leaving her feeling a sense of camaraderie. Were it not for Su Yang's somewhat youthful appearance, she might have suspected they were contemporaries. Bai Yuqin voiced her concern, with your poor English grades, how come you know so much about front-end development and computing? Su Yang replied, Ms. Bai, the languages used in computing are quite different from the English we learn in textbooks. Bai Yuqin responded with a soft "oh," having never considered that distinction before. However, today was immensely beneficial. Su Yang's guidance in just 2 hours surpassed her entire week's worth of work. Stretching her arms, the hem of her shirt inadvertently rose. Su Yang, leaning forward, noticed her slender waist, with a hint of pink peeking from her black trousers. Don't look! Don't look! Bai Yuqin retrieved 5 yuan from her bag and handed it to Su Yang, saying, Having occupied your time for so long, let me treat you to the Internet's AF next. Su Yang waved his hand. No need, Ms. Bai. Consider this my treat to you. Bai Yuqin, however, would not allow Su Yang to bear the cost. She grasped his hand and pressed the 5 yuan into his palm. Take it. I have things to attend to, so I must leave now. Allow me to see you off, Su Yang offered, accompanying Bai Yuqin to the entrance of the CAF. The breeze tousled her long hair, and she tucked it behind her ear. Su Yang, I previously underestimated you. I never imagined you were so knowledgeable. Not at all, Ms. Bai. You flatter me, Bai Yuqin remarked earnestly. I hope you will strive to dedicate more effort to your studies in the coming days. After all, university is where you truly showcase your talents. Su Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sincerity of her advice. For many, the primary significance of university is merely to obtain a diploma and acquire essential skills for securing a decent job. However, Su Yang now perceived that the true essence of university lies more in its function as a transitional phase, bridging the gap between student life and the realities of society, allowing one to shed the naivety of youth and gradually embrace the world. Noticing Bai Yuqin had arrived by bicycle, Su Yang queried, Ms. Bai, aren't you resting at home over the weekend? With a shrug, she replied, My family insists I go on blind dates. Su Yang understood. He recalled that Bai Yuqin had quite commendable attributes. In her previous life, Bai Yuqin was married, having wed the son of the chairman of the Jiangming City Coal Mine Group. Regrettably, the chairman's son was notorious for his infidelities, neglecting all responsibilities typical of a decent person, indulging instead in vices such as drinking, gambling, and debauchery. At that time, the coal mine group was still a state-owned enterprise. By the 3rd year of their marriage, Bai Yuqin's father-in-law found himself embroiled in legal troubles, and her husband ultimately succumbed to drug addiction. Alas, she became the laughingstock of Jiangming City. Once heralded as the most splendid wedding in the city, Their nuptials featured a fleet of convertible Porsches. With countless luxury vehicles in attendance, Su Yang recalled the last time he saw Bai Yuqin was during the Spring Festival when he turned 30. After her divorce, Bai Yuqin opened an English training center and, as far as he knew, remained unmarried and childless. As Su Yang observed Bai Yuqin preparing to leave with her stroller, he wondered whether her date today was that wealthy second-generation heir from the coal mine group. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. "Teacher Bai, I have studied the I Ching divination for a while, and there is a saying I would like to share with you." Bai Yuqin turned back, her hair swept across her face by the wind. "Oh, what is it?" "I am all ears. Once you enter the gates of nobility, it is as deep as the sea. From then on, the gallant youth becomes but a passerby." Bai Yuqin was taken aback. Indeed, her date today was from the coal mine group, which could be considered a noble household. But how did Su Yang know? Most importantly, where was the gallant youth? She had never had a boyfriend. During her university years, she was too preoccupied with classes and self-studying computer science to entertain romance. Su Yang could not fathom why Bai Yuqin had chosen to marry into such a wealthy family. Perhaps it was due to her parents' wishes, or perhaps she simply enjoyed crying in a BMW. However, from their earlier conversation, he sensed that Bai Yuqin was not the type to be enamored with superficiality. "My divination is quite accurate. Farewell," he said, turning to enter the internet CAF. Bai Yuqin gazed at the young man's retreating figure, engulfed in deep confusion. Soon after, she rode away on her bicycle from the CAF. Upon returning to the internet CAF, Su Yang eagerly opened the gaming forum. He discovered that the post he had created had garnered over 4,000 views, with comments exceeding 1,000 and shares reaching 3,000. The post had become so popular that the text had turned a vibrant red, with an exclamation mark appearing at the end. Many users who had tried the cheat began to leave comments in the section. "Yun Dan Feng Qing. This cheat is safe to download. No viruses. Shui Daojing Wu Qiong. It's incredible. I've played for 5 hours straight. It's very stable and won't disconnect. Ni Rua Bu Li. Wading Bu Qi. I declare, I am absolutely not a shill. Everyone can use it with confidence. This is a very conscientious cheat, currently still free, but it's uncertain when it will start charging." The post continued with an invitation to click the next page for more exciting content. Su Yang continued to browse through the comments, noting that the majority were positive, resulting in downloads of his cheat surpassing 4,000. Most who clicked on the link ended up downloading it. His cheat had a particularly pivotal feature. It could automatically log user data and remotely save their account information and passwords. If Su Yang wished, he could steal the accounts of all those who had used the cheat. At that time, game accounts lacked security verification questions or phone number confirmations. They primarily consisted of usernames and passwords, with perhaps an email verification as an extra layer. Many users, fearing they would forget their passwords, set identical passwords across all their internet accounts. Thus, if Su Yang obtained their game passwords, he could likely access their email accounts and passwords as well. However, for the sake of the cheat's development, Su Yang had no intention of exploiting this. Trust is cheap in the internet world, yet incredibly precious. Su Yang logged into his 2 QQ accounts, only to find that his secondary account had been overwhelmed. Having reached the limit for friend requests and causing his computer to freeze. At that moment, his phone rang. Looking down, he saw it was a call from Gu Yanbing. Noticing the time, he realized it was nearly noon. Su Yang answered the call, hearing Gu Yanbing's voice. "Su Yang, where are you?" "I'm at the internet CAF." This time, he spoke the truth, as Gu Yanbing could easily deduce his whereabouts given his online status on QQ. Gu Yanbing inquired, "Why not come over to my place for lunch? I've invited Zhang Xiaoping and Dong Siyu. You're the last one missing." Su Yang was taken aback. How could he have known that Gu Yanbing had invited Zhang Xiaoping? No wonder that rascal hadn't he come looking for him today. He had quietly slipped away to Gu Yanbing's house. To Su Yang, brothers were like family, while women were like clothing. Whoever wore his clothing, he would sever ties with his brothers. Ultimately, Su Yang arrived at Gu Yanbing's home. After all, buying lunch for himself would be quite costly. Not to mention, the security management at Gu Yanbing's community was exceptionally strict. The security booth even featured facial recognition technology, where familiar faces were allowed in while unfamiliar ones were stopped for registration. 2 Security guards, upon spotting Su Yang's somewhat faded bicycle, immediately halted him, insisting he register at the gate. Su Yang, smiling, offered a cigarette and asked the guards, "Do you know Gu Jianwei?" The 2 guards nodded. Su Yang continued, "Gu Jianwei is my uncle. I've known his daughter, Gu Yanbing." Since childhood, and we're planning to get married in a couple of years. The guards exchanged glances and discreetly scrutinized Su Yang. Today, dressed in sweatpants and a hoodie, he did not exude the characteristics of a wealthy heir. Su Yang pulled out his phone. Do you believe I can call her right now, and she will come down to greet me? The young guards, not easily intimidated, replied, then go ahead and try. If you get through, we'll call you brother from now on. They had encountered plenty of bluffers before and were convinced that Gu Jianwei and Gu Yanbing had no connection to Su Yang, thinking he was merely fabricating relationships. With a sigh, Su Yang dialed Gu Yanbing's number. Hello, Su Yang, have you arrived? I'm here, but the security won't let me in. Why? I don't know. Could you come and let me in? Gu Yanbing agreed over the phone. After hanging up, Su Yang looked at the two young guards, who finally sensed something was amiss. The voice of the girl on the line sounded quite familiar. One guard promptly lifted the barrier to let him through, while the other returned Su Yang's cigarette and pulled out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket to offer him one. He smiled apologetically, saying, Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Su Yang accepted the cigarette, chuckling as he patted their shoulders. Keep up the good work. Once I move in, I'll promote both of you to security team leaders. He thought to himself, wow, even the security guards smoke high-quality cigarettes. Their treatment seems rather good. Just then, Gu Yanbing emerged from inside. Tall and fair-skinned, she wore a light pink top paired with casual pants and white sneakers. Upon seeing Su Yang enter, she paused for a moment. Didn't you say the security wouldn't let you in? They indeed wouldn't at first, but once they saw me calling you, they let me in. Seems your influence is quite substantial in your community. Gu Yanbing shot him a glare. You're the one with influence. Then she noticed Su Yang had even brought fruits. Why did you buy fruits? Su Yang smiled. It's my first visit to your home. Naturally, I should bring something. Gu Yanbing's lips curled slightly. Next time, you mustn't bring anything. My dad particularly dislikes guests bearing gifts. Oh? Su Yang was somewhat surprised. Could it be that old Gu was a person of integrity, untainted by greed? Following Gu Yanbing, Su Yang arrived at her building. In this era, most buildings had 3 households per floor. Gu Yanbing's family had 2 households per floor and even an elevator. As the saying goes, the first floor is dirty, the second floor is chaotic, the third and fourth floors host the elite. Gu Yanbing's family lived on the 4th floor. Upon entering, Gu Yanbing bent down to fetch slippers for him. Su Yang took the opportunity to observe her home, which was indeed spacious, around 140 square meters, featuring wooden floors and light-colored wallpaper. The exquisite furniture and appliances reflected their family's high living standards. Su Yang noticed Dong Xiyu and Zhang Xiaoping sitting in the living room watching television. Damn, these 2 fools didn't even call me. Then he saw someone busy in the kitchen. The person's tall figure suggested it was likely Gu Yanbing's mother, Gu Ruiden. Su Yang cleared his throat, raising his voice. Yanbing, I wasn't sure what to bring, so I got you some fruits. Gu Yanbing looked at him as if he were a fool. Zhang Xiaoping and Dong Xiyu, hearing the commotion, stood up from the living room. Gu Ruiden in the kitchen turned her head, wiped her hands, and approached Su Yang with a smile. You must be Su Yang. I've heard from Bingbing that you help her with math, Su Yang replied with a smile. Aunt Gu, we are desk mates. It's only natural to assist each other. Zhang Xiaoping thought to himself, but I'm your desk mate. Gu Ruiden noticed the fruits Su Yang had brought and playfully chided. Why do you bring fruits when you come to eat? Just come for the meal next time. No need for gifts. Su Yang nodded in agreement, promising, absolutely, absolutely. Gu Ruiden bears a striking resemblance to Gu Yanbing. With her lustrous black hair elegantly styled into an updo and her skin impeccably fair, though her figure is somewhat more voluptuous. When Gu Yanbing and Gu Ruiden don the same attire and stand side by side, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to them as sisters. It is often said that a woman at 40 is like a flower in full bloom. How fortunate old Gu is. Su Yang inquired, is Uncle Gu not at home? Gu Ruiden replied, he has a meeting today and is likely to return only in the evening. After exchanging pleasantries, Gu Ruiden invited Gu Yanbing to the kitchen to cut some fruit while simultaneously inviting Su Yang to sit in the living room for a while. Su Yang caught sight of Zhang Xiaoping and smiled slightly. Zhang Xiaoping returned a nervous smile, while Dong Xiyu chuckled awkwardly. Neither Zhang Xiaoping nor Dong Xiyu had brought anything with them, which made Su Yang's gift seem rather generous by comparison. The narrative is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. During the meal, Gu Ruiden frequently served Su Yang from the dishes, encouraging Zhang Xiaoping and Dong Xiyu to partake without hesitation. Su Yang remarked, Aunt Gu, your cooking is far superior to that of any restaurant. Have you trained as a chef? Guruidin modestly replied, "Oh, I have no formal training. I have simply experimented and refined my skills over time. If you find it to your liking, do come again for another meal," Su-young promised. "I certainly will." In the course of their conversation, Su-young found himself engaging more with Guruidin than Gu Yanbing. He noted that Guruidin's demeanor was gentle, her speech soft and soothing, which made for a pleasant interaction. Guruidin then inquired, "Su-young, what is your father's name?" Su-young responded, "My father's name is Su-jigwa." Guruidin acknowledged this with a soft "o," indicating her unfamiliarity with the name. She then asked about Su-yang's mother, to which he replied that her name is Zhang Xiaomei, the head nurse in the cardiology department at the People's Hospital. Guruidin recalled, "Is there a girl named Guilin among your mother's colleagues?" Su-young paused, realizing he indeed knew of Guilin, as his mother had once sought to connect him with the nurses at her hospital, including Guilin. However, his work commitments had led to a gradual loss of contact. The conversation continued, with Guruidin explaining that Guilin is her brother's daughter, who recently graduated from medical school and is now a nurse in the same department as Zhang Xiaomei. Su-young feigned enlightenment, as is customary in small towns where acquaintances often inquire about mutual connections to foster relationships. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoping and Dong Siyu, less adept at conversing with elders, focused on their meals, while Gu Yanbing occasionally engaged them in light conversation. After the meal, Guruidin began clearing the dishes, while Zhang Xiaoping and Dong Siyu retreated to the living room to watch television. Su-young took the initiative to assist Guruidin in the kitchen, which made Gu Yanbing feel somewhat awkward, as she was not accustomed to helping with household chores. In an attempt to contribute, Gu Yanbing clumsily attempted to assist but ended up breaking 2 plates, prompting Guruidin to gently usher her out of the kitchen. In contrast, Su-young efficiently washed the dishes and tidied up, further enhancing Guruidin's favorable impression of him. "Aunt Gua, did you often do household chores at home?" Su-young asked. "When I was young, my parents prioritized teaching me life skills over academics," he explained. "They wanted to ensure I wouldn't starve due to a lack of cooking skills." In reality, Su-young had developed these skills through necessity after graduating from university. He had initially relied on restaurants until a particular incident prompted him to learn to cook for himself. In the afternoon, Guruidin had to leave for work, allowing Zhang Xiaoping to finally speak freely, along with a more animated Dong Siyu. Su-young, meanwhile, was engrossed in his phone, receiving a barrage of messages as his online post gained traction. He was concerned that his phone's memory might soon be overwhelmed. As he was preparing to leave Gu Yanbing's home around 2 o'clock, he received a call from Su-jigwa, who informed him that the batch of Ban Lan Jin he had ordered had arrived and asked Su-young to accompany him to pick it up. After bidding farewell to Gu Yanbing, Su-young stepped outside, where Zhang Xiaoping followed him, but Su-young asked, "Why don't you stay a bit longer?" Zhang Xiaoping waved his hand dismissively. "If you're leaving, there's no point in my sticking around. I'm heading to the internet CAF for a bit. Are you coming?" Su-young replied, "My dad needs me. I'll find you at the CAF later. We can discuss a business opportunity." "What kind of business?" Zhang Xiaoping inquired. "It's about a game enhancement service," Su-young replied. After parting ways, Su-young rode his bicycle to the supermarket owned by Su-jigwa on Haeong Street, where the Jigwa supermarket greeted him. This establishment was one of the legacies left by his grandfather, who had passed down 2 storefronts and 2 apartments. One of the shops was leased to a hot pot restaurant, while the larger one was utilized as a supermarket. Thanks to the absence of rent obligations, Su-jigwa had manageable operating costs and earned a living comparable to Zhang Xiaomei's, albeit without social insurance benefits. After securing his bicycle, Su-young entered the store and casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from the dry goods section. Upon seeing his son, Su-jigwa chided, "Put those seeds back and eat from the bag instead." "Why?" Su-young asked. "Because that one's nearing its expiration date," his father replied. Su-young found this amusing, wondering if his father's concern for a bag of seeds outweighed his concern for his son's well-being. Hang, a longtime employee of the supermarket responsible for stocking and cashier duties in Su-jigwa's absence, recognized Su-young and greeted him. "Isn't this Su-young? What brings you here today? It's rare to see you." Su-young smiled, saying, "My dad dragged me in to help out in the store. Male workers are employed specifically for the handling and stocking of large items, working part-time and only during the morning hours." After exchanging pleasantries with Aunt He, Su-young began to survey the supermarket's displays. The area is quite spacious, totaling 140 square meters. Their family resides in a 2-story building. Su-young lived here for several years during his childhood before Zhang Xiaomei moved to a new house assigned by her workplace. Over the years, the buildings have risen ever higher, and Su-jigwa has even illegally constructed an additional floor on top of the second, making it a total of 3 stories. Nowadays, even if one were to build 4 stories, no one would intervene, as it is under their own property deed. As someone who has been through this before, Su Yang quickly discerned the issues plaguing the supermarket. For instance, the price tags were disorganized, and some products lacked labels altogether. The food items in the grains and oils section were haphazardly piled, which could detract from the customer's shopping experience. Additionally, the shelves were old-fashioned wooden ones, appearing somewhat narrow. With many food items not displayed vertically in larger supermarkets, food products are uniformly arranged vertically, enhancing the display's grandeur and texture, capturing the customer's attention. Su Yang was well acquainted with the strategies of supermarket layout. For example, promotional items are typically placed at the entrance to attract attention. They also deliberately extend the browsing area to encourage customers to linger longer, thus increasing sales. Sighing, he lamented how much less money old Su must have made over the years. Unbeknownst to him, Su Jigua had approached from behind. Hearing Su Yang's constant sighs, he asked, "Why are you so discontent while shopping at a supermarket?" Su Yang turned his head and saw his father with a hand raised in the air. "Dad, what are you doing?" "Nothing, just my head itches a bit." Su Yang patted the shelves on either side and inquired, "How much does our supermarket sell daily lately?" "It's hard to say. Sometimes it's 400 to 500 yuan. Other times just 100 or 200, Su Jigua replied. Su Yang nodded, understanding that this is the nature of business. Good days bring good sales, while gloomy weather yields less. He knew that when sales reached 400 or 500 yuan, the profit was roughly 70 to 80 yuan. Su Jigua had previously informed him about the supermarket's operational profits. Skeptical, Su Jigua asked, "Why do you want to know this?" He felt that as a student about to take the college entrance examination, Su Yang should focus on his studies. Su Yang asserted, "If you want this supermarket to thrive, you need to rethink your operational strategy." "What strategy?" Su Yang guided Su Jigua. "First, we should reorganize the products in our supermarket into categories such as household items, snacks, stationery, and fresh produce. Additionally, the price tags need a complete overhaul for clarity. The grains and oils should be neatly arranged, and a special discount area should be established at the entrance to frequently showcase unsold items at reduced prices, which would help improve inventory turnover." Su Jigua listened, puzzled. Gradually, under Su Yang's patient explanation, he began to grasp the operational strategy. After careful consideration, Su Jigua acknowledged that there was indeed merit in Su Yang's suggestions. Su Yang pointed at the wooden shelves and said it would be best to replace these shelves. "With what?" Su Jigua asked. "With lightweight, uniform white shelves," Su Yang replied. "How do you know all this?" Su Jigua inquired. Su Yang couldn't reveal that he had traveled back in time, so he casually stated, "I read about it in books. Supermarkets abroad use similar cases to retain customers and increase their spending." Su Jigua remained skeptical, believing that such foreign practices might not be applicable domestically. Su Yang insisted, "Dad, I wouldn't deceive you. If you follow my method, I guarantee your monthly sales will double." Su Jigua frowned. "Implementing these changes will require a significant investment. Your mother might object," Su Yang countered. "Didn't the Banlangen arrive? You can use the profits from it to upgrade the supermarket." Su Jigua smacked his forehead. Having forgotten about it, he pulled Su Yang along, saying, "Let's go to the logistics park to pick up the goods. That batch of Banlangen has already arrived." Following Su Jigua outside, they spotted a military green jeep parked a short distance away. This jeep, a treasured relic from Su Yang's grandfather, although slightly worn, had proven to be quite reliable. In 2003, few cars were seen on the roads, especially in a third-tier city like Jiangming, where an Alto cost approximately 70,000 yuan and a Santana 2000 cost around 160,000. At that time, the price of real estate in the city was merely 600 to 700 yuan per square meter, making it possible to purchase a house for 70 to 80,000 yuan with ease. There were far fewer regulations regarding residency and school enrollment than in later years. Su Jigua drove the off-road vehicle to the logistics park near the highway entrance, where he located a massive wooden crate using the delivery slip. After signing for it, he and Su Yang opened the package right there. The outer wooden crate had to be removed to make room in the vehicle. Once they unwrapped the parcel, they revealed cardboard boxes inside, which were tightly wrapped in plastic to prevent moisture. Su Yang asked, "Dad, how much stock did you order?" Su Jigua replied, "I ordered 500 bags as a trial. If they sell well, we can continue to stock up." Su Yang opened a cardboard box and pulled out a bag of Banlangen. The packaging detailed its benefits: antiviral, antibacterial, detoxifying, fever-reducing, anti-inflammatory, immune-boosting, anti-tumor, and antioxidant properties, with a cost of 4 yuan per bag. It could be sold at pharmacies for 28 yuan. As stated in capital, If capital yields a profit of 50, it will take risks. If it yields 100, it dares to trample upon the laws of man. If 300, it will commit any crime without fear of execution. Reflecting on the lucrative nature of the pharmaceutical stocks post-2020, one could understand the ease of making such money. Su Jigua urged Su Yang to load the goods into the car, as he had called Su Yang over to help. Su Yang had no choice but to assist, filling both the back seat and trunk to capacity. The father and son leaned against the car door, wiping the sweat from their brows, as the weather was gradually warming up towards May. Su Jigua pulled out a cigarette, lighting it and offering one to Su Yang as well. The pair enjoyed the moment, exhaling smoke in the logistics park. Su Jigua reminisced about his glorious days in the logistics park, recalling how it was once a desolate spot, devoid of human presence, where he single-handedly fought off 5 or 6 men, knocking 3 of them down and scaring the others away. Su Yang was aware that Su Jigua was a veteran and had once genuinely admired the military profession. Had he not been the only child, he might have spent his life in the army. It was only through his father's insistence that Su Jigua left the service and returned home. Su Yang once asked Su Jigua, "Do you resent Grandpa for meddling in your life?" Su Jigua replied, "If I were to beat you up, would you hate me?" Su Yang understood. Perhaps Su Jigua's earlier life was filled with constraints, leading him to grant Su Yang greater freedom. Smoking, drinking, and fighting were all matters he turned a blind eye to. Yet he would still defend Su Yang if he were bullied. Su Yang knew that only Zhang Xiaomei could humble Su Jigua's proud and stubborn nature. After finishing their cigarettes, Su Jigua drove Su Yang back to the supermarket. Upon their return, Su Yang suddenly suggested, "Dad, you should consider changing the name of your supermarket." Su Jigua shook his head. "That won't do. If I change the name, our regular customers might think I've closed down." Su Yang recognized that this was perhaps Su Jigua's final act of stubbornness. After saying this, he exited the vehicle to begin unloading the goods. Aunt Lu from the supermarket also lent a hand. Following Su Yang's plan, they cleared a space at the entrance for a special sales area dedicated to Banlangen and masks. Su Yang found a poster and wrote on its back with colored pins, "Newly arrived Banlangen granules. Special price 12 yuan, limit 1 bag per person." He then affixed it to the exterior wall. Upon seeing the Banlangen priced at 12 yuan, Aunt Lu immediately purchased a bag for herself, grumbling that Shangkong Pharmacy is such a rip-off. They charge 26 yuan a bag for Banlangen. Oh, Jigua, why didn't you stock up earlier? Su Jigua chuckled and reassured Aunt He. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang stealthily took a pack of Huazi from behind the counter. Fortunately, Su Jigua did not notice. Had he seen, he would have likely fretted over it for several days. Su Yang explained, "Dad, you don't quite understand. If someone directly buys 500 bags, you can at most earn 4,000 yuan. However, if you sell to 500 individuals, they might purchase other items at the supermarket, and your earnings would undoubtedly exceed 4,000 yuan. Su Jigua understood. This Banlangen is merely bait, enticing customers to make purchases. Su Yang gazed at the cash in the drawer. With 2,000 yuan as the initial capital, once sold out, the net profit would be 4,000 yuan. It would be gone in less than a week. Su Jigua seemed to relish the sweet taste of success. Today's revenue was unexpectedly good. Fortunately, Su Yang had insisted on having him quickly obtain the pharmaceutical business license from Su Jingsheng. This way, they need not fear inspections or reports from competitors. At that moment, Su Yang received a text message. After reading it, he turned to Su Jigua and said, "Dad, I'm off now. I won't be home for dinner." Su Jigua asked, "Where are you going?" Su Yang replied, "I'm going to Xiaoping's house for dinner and to do homework together." Su Jigua knew that Su Yang was quite close with Zhang Xiaoping. The two often visited each other's homes, and their parents were acquainted. He didn't think much of it, merely reminding Su Yang to return home early. Su Yang hopped on his bicycle and headed towards People's Park. The earlier message was from Chang Jianfeng, who had already arrived at Jiangming City train station. He was looking for a taxi to find the location of People's Park. Just then, Su Yang's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Zhang Xiaoping's voice. "Su Yang, didn't we agree to meet at the park? Why aren't you here yet?" Su Yang replied, "I'm on my way. Just wait for me at the main entrance." After hanging up, he pedaled faster. When he arrived at People's Park, Zhang Xiaoping was already sitting on a bench, counting ants. Su Yang approached and patted Zhang Xiaoping on the shoulder. Without a phone to pass the time. This is indeed boring. He recalled how, in the past, when he didn't have a phone, he would read the ingredients on shampoo bottles while waiting. Zhang Xiaoping asked, "Has the person you mentioned, who buys hacks, arrived yet?" Su Yang replied, "Not yet. Let's sit down and wait." He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Zhang Xiaoping. Zhang Xiaoping was taken aback. "Wow, Zhonghua? Where did you get this? Su Yang replied, borrowed it from my dad's supermarket. They lit their cigarettes, and Zhang Xiaoping took a deep drag. Not to mention, a 60 yuan Zhonghua is indeed incomparable to a 3 yuan Hongmei. Before long, a taxi stopped at the park entrance. Zhang Xiaoping nudged Su Yang with his elbow. Is that him? Wait a moment, don't panic. Su Yang saw a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses getting out of the taxi. He felt as if he were meeting a criminal. The man was dressed in a shirt and leather shoes, with a conspicuous watch on his wrist that indicated his status. After getting out, he looked around and eventually pulled out his phone to make a call. Su Yang's phone rang that he answered. Boss Zhang, have you arrived? The other party responded, yes, I'm at the park. Su Yang asked, is the man in sunglasses you? Cheng Jianfeng confirmed, yes, that's me. Su Yang walked over to Cheng Jianfeng, and Zhang Xiaoping, wanting to bolster Su Yang's courage, bravely followed behind. Once Su Yang approached, he shook hands with Cheng Jianfeng. Boss Zhang, we've spoken on the phone. Cheng Jianfeng removed his sunglasses and shook Su Yang's hand. Su Yang's youth was somewhat unexpected. He had originally thought Su Yang was in his 20s, but he now appeared to be a student. That he asked, somewhat doubtfully, you are Su Yang? Su Yang replied, yes, the creator of the flying sky hack. With that, he took out another Zhonghua from his pocket and offered it to Cheng Jianfeng. Cheng Jianfeng took the cigarette with skepticism. Su Yang smiled and said, since you've come from afar, shall we find a restaurant to eat and chat? When he left the supermarket, he had asked Su Jigua for 100 yuan as pocket money. Cheng Jianfeng waved his hand, no need, let's just talk here in the park. In these times, urban security was not as well developed, and being an outsider, Cheng Jianfeng was understandably hesitant to wander about. A park, being a public place, felt safer. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Cheng Jianfeng got straight to the point. Your hack is quite impressive. I had my colleague play it for a day, and he hasn't experienced any disconnections so far. Su Yang knew that during this era, games generally lacked anti-cheat measures, so disconnections were unlikely. Consider this. A game's storage capacity is only a few hundred megabytes. If anti-cheat features are added, it would increase the game size. Game operators must consider whether current computer configurations can handle it. Cheng Jianfeng appeared to be more knowledgeable. He continued, however, just because it isn't being checked now doesn't mean it won't be in the future. If the game updates, what will happen to your hack? Su Yang reassured him, Boss Zhang, rest assured, the speed of game updates will never match the speed of hack updates. Cheng Jianfeng nodded. That would be the best outcome. He then asked, may I ask how old you are? Su Yang replied, 18. Cheng Jianfeng inquired, did you develop the programming yourself? Su Yang said, I taught myself. Cheng Jianfeng looked somewhat incredulous. Asa boss, he wasn't well versed in programming techniques. When Su Yang's flying sky hack emerged, he had shown it to his colleagues, many of whom, being technically savvy, remarked on its uniqueness and minimal computer space requirement. Many speculated that this was the work of a computer prodigy. In truth, Su Yang had seized a gap in this field. Those more skilled than him in programming wouldn't bother with such earnings. Most hack developers were of mediocre skill. Just think, who would pass up legitimate money to engage in something illicit? Risking incarceration? Su Yang noticed Cheng Jianfeng's skepticism. Given the significant age difference, he remarked, Mitnick successfully infiltrated the North American Air Defense Command System at the age of 15. George Hotz cracked the Sony PS3 at 17. And Jonathan hacked NASA at 16. Cheng Jianfeng understood. Su Yang was implying that age should not be an excuse. He looked down at Su Yang, who casually offered him a Zhonghua, and couldn't help but feel curious. However, he decided to focus on the main topic. Cheng Jianfeng asked, how much do you intend to sell that hack for? Are you looking for a buyout or a revenue share? Su Yang queried. If it's a buyout, how much are you willing to offer? What would the revenue share look like? Cheng Jianfeng knew Su Yang lacked sales channels for hacks. Establishing a comprehensive sales channel for hacks in this era would take considerable time. He had initially built his sales network during the Stone Age game, which had a wide coverage in the north. Thus, Cheng Jianfeng felt confident negotiating this deal with Su Yang, as he held the upper hand. Cheng Jianfeng thought, Su Yang is only 18. What experience and insight could he possibly have? He pretended to ponder and said, Su Yang, I'll offer you 3,000 yuan for the hack. If the game updates in the future, I'll pay you 500 each time I use it. His plan was appealing. After all, online games only updated their versions twice a year, which equated to spending merely 1,000 yuan annually to hire a programmer. Su Yang hadn't reacted yet, but Zhang Xiaoping's jaw dropped. What the heck, are you kidding? He had helped Su Yang for over 10 days in his spare time, and it was worth that much money. This money seemed too easy to earn. Wait, 3,000 yuan wouldn't be in yen. would it? If it were yen, that would be about 200 yuan. Poverty truly limits imagination. Zhang Xiaoping couldn't comprehend the hidden value behind this transaction. Su Yang remained unfazed. If this hack were to be monetized later, the typical pricing model would be 15 yuan per month, 30 yuan for 3 months, and 50 yuan for 6 months. The registered users of Miracle MU reached 8 million. With concurrent players at 300,000, this data positioned it alongside Legend. Su Yang had calculated that if an average of 20 yuan was spent per person, just 5,000 purchases would yield sales of 1 million yuan. Gu Yanbing was offering him only 3,000. It felt like he was being offered a meager sum for a potential profit of 997,000 yuan. Gu Yanbing asked, "So, what do you think?" Su Yang chuckled, "Boss Chung, to my knowledge, this game's registered users will surpass 10 million, with online numbers exceeding 400,000. Even if just 1/10 of players purchased this hack, the sales would exceed 1 million. Gu Yanbing was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated Su Yang's profound understanding of the gaming market. "Brother, the reality is far from your optimism. Many players are reluctant to spend money on games. They view it as a scam." Su Yang analyzed, "Therefore, I propose a 3-day free trial, a try-before-you-buy model to break this trust barrier." Gu Yanbing countered, "There's also the competition to consider. This hack hasn't been around long. I believe others will release hacks too." Su Yang's demeanor shifted to one of determination. "Then I shall keep the hack completely free and see who can outlast whom. At worst, it would result in a scenario where both the fish and the net perish, leaving no opportunity for anyone to profit, allowing users to exploit freely. After all, Su Yang has numerous avenues for making money." Gu Yanbing observed Su Yang, who remained unyielding. Initially, he intended to deceive Su Yang, but the latter did not fall for his ploy. Cheng's anger subsided as he proposed, "Let us do this. I will offer you 10,000 yuan for exclusive rights to your cheat software, and for each subsequent version update, I will pay you an additional 1,000 yuan. What do you say?" Zhang Xiaoping was momentarily stunned. 10,000 yuan. This was beyond his imagination. Su Yang shook his head. "Boss Chung, I believe it would be prudent for us to discuss this further. Tomorrow, I will speak with others and then get back to you." With that, Su Yang turned to leave. Gu Yanbing felt a jolt of surprise at Su Yang's words. Had someone already approached Su Yang that quickly? When Su Yang first released this cheat software, Gu Yanbing immediately recognized the business opportunity and hastily contacted him. Upon meeting, he assumed Su Yang was naive and tried to exploit him, only to realize that Su Yang, despite his youth, was exceptionally shrewd. Chung called out to Su Yang, pulling out a cigarette and offering it. "Brother, do not be hasty. Negotiations are meant to be gradual. Why don't you name your price and I will see if I can accommodate it?" Su Yang accepted the cigarette. My ideal price is 500,000. Or we could go for a profit-sharing model, a 70-30 split, with me taking 70%. Gu Yanbing's expression darkened. Su Yang was indeed asking for a king's ransom. Zhang Xiaoping was utterly bewildered. 500,000. If he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he might have thought Su Yang was speaking of ghost money. Chung had already calculated that if the cheat software were properly maintained and had a long life cycle, it could yield around 600,000 in profits. With Su Yang demanding 500,000 outright, he would be left with nothing but the dregs, especially since the offline internet CAFS would take their cut. Gu Yanbing forced a smile. "Brother, you're leaving me with nothing but scraps," Su Yang replied with a grin. "Yet, Boss Chung, you initially offered me 3,000, with no intention of leaving me with anything either." Gu Yanbing realized this was Su Yang's way of returning his earlier contempt. He straightened up. "Very well, let us dispense with the circling and engage in earnest discussion." Su Yang nodded. He seated himself on a bench in the park, observing a group playing basketball across the court. Chung sat beside him, lighting a cigarette for Su Yang. Su Yang shielded himself from the wind. Through this gesture, Gu Yanbing deduced that Su Yang was far more complex than he appeared. Chung began outlining the profit-sharing proportions. He could offer Su Yang a 20% share, as the CAF owners would take 30%. And since Su Yang lacked channels and employees, Chung, with his own resources, would claim 50%. Su Yang shook his head. "I want 50%. Gu Yanbing, growing impatient, retorted, "If you insist on that, I will have no room for profit. Collecting debts each month incurs significant expenses." Su Yang inquired, "What type of cheat software did you develop previously, Boss Chung?" "Legend." Chung replied that Su Yang recognized that the game Legend had been around for a while, leading to the emergence of cheats. Miracle MU only launched at the end of 2002. With far fewer cheats available. Su Yang asserted, "This flying cheat software is a guaranteed profit-making venture. Don't you agree? Chung nodded. That is correct. Su Yang continued. So, it merely boils down to whether you earn a little more or a little less. Correct? Chung hesitated. While that may be true, I cannot simply be a cash cow. Su Yang raised 4 fingers. I want 40%. You can ponder that. If you agree, we can continue our discussion with that, he signaled Zhang Xiaoping. And they began to leave. This time, Chung Jianfeng did not stop Su Yang but sat on the bench, puffing on his cigarette, contemplating the profit from this split. Operating cheat software is challenging, requiring both channels and luck. If the software were to hit the market only for the official website to release an update shortly thereafter, incorporating anti-cheat codes, the software's lifecycle would be effectively terminated. Cheats rarely maintain loyal fans due to the gray nature of the industry. As Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping walked a short distance away, Zhang Xiaoping asked, Su Yang, why did you stop negotiating? Su Yang replied, life is paramount. Zhang Xiaoping queried, what do you mean? Su Yang pointed toward the basketball court and then took off running. Zhang Xiaoping, not needing to look back, turned to see a group of over 10 people chasing them, one of whom had a bandaged nose. What on earth happened? As Su Yang sprinted ahead, Zhang Xiaoping hurriedly followed. What is going on? Why are so many people after us? Su Yang shouted. I had a run-in with Su Shuai and his friends at the snack street yesterday. Zhang Xiaoping suddenly recalled, realizing they had been recognized in this park today. Su Yang hopped onto his bicycle to flee. Poor Zhang Xiaoping fumbled in his pocket for the bike lock key, but in his panic, he struggled to retrieve it. His bike was deliberately secured with several loops of chain to prevent theft. Frustrated, Zhang Xiaoping felt like slapping himself. Su Yang rode back on his bicycle, urging, hurry up and get on. Okay. Zhang Xiaoping, disregarding his bike, scrambled onto the back seat of Su Yang's bicycle. Just as he settled in, a gust of cold wind rushed by his ear. Before he could turn, a half-brick whizzed past him. That was close as they pedaled furiously. Su Yang cursed Zhang Xiaoping for being too heavy behind them. Pursuers picked up stones and bricks to hurl at them, but their aim was rather poor. The leader of the group, a thug named Wang Yuntao, was the elder brother of Wang Yunfeng. After dropping out of school a few years ago, he opened a small billiards hall near the school, which only housed 2 second-hand tables. Fond of drinking and fighting, he gathered a group of about a dozen followers, adopting the name Yunxing, inspired by the triads in movies. This gang often extorted timid students around the school, demanding sums ranging from 3 to 15 yuan. Upon seeing his younger brother return with a bloodied face yesterday, Wang Yuntao could no longer hold back his desire for revenge. Fortunately, after a family visit to the hospital confirmed Wang Yunfeng's nose was unbroken, they decided to let it go. Luckily, they were unaware of Su Yang's home. Otherwise, their parents would have sought them out. Wang Yuntao resolved to handle Su Yang in a manner befitting the underworld. He declared that he would confront Su Yang whenever they crossed paths. Bicycles start slowly, but once they gain speed, they are nearly impossible to catch by foot. Su Yang finally managed to lead Zhang Xiaoping out of the People's Park. Zhang Xiaoping, still shaken, patted his chest at Su Yang. How did you recognize those guys? Su Yang replied, I noticed some familiar faces and spotted Su Shuai and Wang Yunfeng from the adjacent class, and I knew we were in trouble. Zhang Xiaoping suddenly remembered something. Aren't you trained? Why didn't you fight them off? Su Yang responded, this is reality, not a movie. Even if Jackie Chan were here, he wouldn't stand a chance against that many people. Zhang Xiaoping fell silent, now questioning the credibility of Su Yang's claims about his martial arts training. He began to worry anew. What if they vandalize my bike? Su Yang reassured him, they're after me, not your bike. Zhang Xiaoping was anxious that if anything happened to his bicycle, his father would certainly give him a thrashing. As night fell, Su Yang, having been busy all day, felt his stomach rumbling. The metabolism of youth is rapid. After eating at noon, he was already hungry by 4. Su Yang asked Zhang Xiaoping if he wanted to grab a bite. Zhang Xiaoping remained preoccupied with thoughts of his bike. Su Yang said, don't worry, later I'll take you to check on it. Zhang Xiaoping then set aside his concerns about the bike. Su Yang led him to the snack street, suggesting they see what they wanted to eat, asserting, today, I'll treat you. As they strolled through the snack street, Zhang Xiaoping found himself increasingly drawn to the delicious offerings. Recently, he had enjoyed many fine meals with Su Yang. Meanwhile, Chung Jianfeng had also nearly reached a decision. Su Yang's demand for 40% was his breaking point. To refuse would be painful, yet to agree felt like being outmaneuvered by the 18-year-old. He decided to return to the hotel for dinner and contact Su Yang the next day. Some matters could not be rushed. The snack street. Zhang Xiaoping slurped on some knife-cut noodles while Su Yang scrolled through his text messages. The thread from yesterday was still gaining momentum. He had given up on chatting on QQ, focusing instead on texts and calls. Those genuinely interested in collaboration would reach out via mobile, while most QQ contacts were merely players. Suddenly, Su Yang felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to find Gu Yanbing and Dong Siyu. "What brings you here?" Su Yang inquired. Dong Siyu retorted, "This isn't your family's place. Why can't we be here?" Su Yang chuckled, "Little Dong, did you drink something strange? Why are you so aggressive?" Dong Siyu shot back, "You're the one who's strange." Gu Yanbing noticed that Su Yang and Dong Siyu were not on the same wavelength. Su Yang's question implied curiosity about their reason for being there, while Dong Siyu misinterpreted it as an accusation of their right to be present. Gu Yanbing played peacemaker. All right, we went shopping this afternoon, and only after feeling a bit hungry did we come to eat." She then greeted Zhang Xiaoping, who was initially devouring his noodles with gusto, slurping them in circles. Upon seeing Gu Yanbing, he immediately adopted a more refined manner of eating and exchanged pleasantries with her and Dong Siyu. Su Yang remarked, "You all are quite impressive, shopping from this afternoon until now. What have you bought?" Gu Yanbing held up her shopping bag. "I purchased 2 sets of summer attire," Su Yang replied. "Last year's clothes do not match your current elegance. Indeed, you should buy more. After all, it wasn't his own money being spent, so he could speak freely." Gu Yanbing shot Su Yang a playful glare. Noticing that he and Zhang Xiaoping were eating knife-cut noodles, and turned to ask Dong Siyu what she wanted. Upon seeing the glistening, slightly spicy knife-cut noodles, Dong Siyu suggested, "Why don't we also have knife-cut noodles?" Gu Yanbing nodded and ordered 2 servings from the owner. All the outside tables were occupied. Gu Yanbing and Dong Siyu had no choice but to share a table with Su Yang and the others. Zhang Xiaoping was unceremoniously pushed over to Su Yang's side by Dong Siyu, who even wiped the spot where Zhang had eaten with a napkin. Su Yang continued scrolling through his phone and noticed a message from someone named Jiang Ming. The sender introduced himself as a southerner and expressed a desire to discuss matters related to external attachments with Su Yang. Su Yang engaged in conversation with him. Given the considerable distance of approximately 200 kilometers from the south to Jiangming City, it would be best to communicate over the phone beforehand to avoid unnecessary travel. The chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. If you enjoy a sweet little love song, the aloof beauty school flower is utterly charmed. Please save it. M.20xs.org, a sweet little love song. The aloof beauty school flower is utterly charmed. 20 Novel Network updates the fastest speed online. Naturally, it would be even less likely for Su Yang to go over, unless the person was Xiao Ma Gu. Gu Yanbing observed Su Yang engrossed in texting, and she couldn't help but think of one term: online romance. Since the early 2000s, with the rise of chat rooms, and now in 2003 with the popularity of QQ, online romance has become a fresh term. Many young men and women confide in each other through text, finding common ground, coupled with the mystery and anticipation they create between one another, further propelling the popularity of online romance. This form of social interaction entails significantly lower costs compared to reality. Subsequently, in the fast-paced, high-intensity lifestyle, superficial, physical interactions began to be embraced by more people. The thrill of fleeting online acquaintances has ensnared many. Hence, it is often said that socializing with strangers is practically the 5th great invention. Gu Yanbing contemplated asking Su Yang what he was discussing, but held back at the last moment. After finishing his meal, Zhang Xiaoping, preoccupied with thoughts of his bicycle, urged Su Yang to leave. Su Yang, without further thought, bid farewell to Gu Yanbing and Dong Siyu before settling the bill. While paying, he casually took care of Gu Yanbing and Dong Siyu's bill as well. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yang rode his bicycle, accompanying Zhang Xiaoping to People's Park. When Zhang Xiaoping spotted his bicycle with the front tire removed, he felt like crying, sobbing like a child. That Su Yang noticed that Zhang Xiaoping's rear wheel remained intact due to the lock, so it hadn't been removed. Damn it! Those fools. After weeping for a while, Zhang Xiaoping asked Su Yang what they should do. Su Yang, equally at a loss, patted his pocket. First, unlock the lock, and look around to see if you can find the front wheel. Zhang Xiaoping wiped his tears while fumbling for the lock. Su Yang remarked, next time, use a shorter chain. Do you think it's a 9-section whip? Zhang Xiaoping wandered off in search of his bicycle. The park was quiet late at night. In these times, people retire early, and square dancing is out of fashion. Yet, deep in a small grove within the park, an elderly man and woman were engaged in conversation. If you enjoy a sweet little love song, The aloof beauty school flower is utterly charmed. Please save it. M.20xs org, a sweet little love song. The aloof beauty school flower is utterly charmed. 20 Novel Network updates the fastest speed online. Chapter 28. I wish to compose a poem. Zhang Xiaoping searched high and low but still could not find his bicycle's front wheel. Dejected, he returned. Su Yang, what should we do if we can't find the bicycle? Su Yang replied, you push the bicycle and I'll take you there. Where? At this hour, bicycle repair shops are closed. We'll fix it tomorrow, for now. Let's store the bicycle at Gu Yanbing's place. People's Park is not far from Gu Yanbing's home. Su Yang intended to keep the bicycle in Gu Yanbing's storage room until the next day when he could take Zhang Xiaoping to repair it. Zhang Xiaoping pointed out, but Dong Siyu's house is also close to People's Park. Su Yang countered. Does Dong Siyu have a phone? At the very least, Gu Yanbing has one. Zhang Xiaoping conceded that it made sense. In truth, Su Yang was deliberately seeking Gu Yanbing, as relationships require frequent interaction to grow more familiar. The two of them took turns carrying Zhang Xiaoping's bicycle toward Gu Yanbing's home. Zhang Xiaoping muttered curses under his breath. If I find out who removed the front wheel, I will make them pay. Thankfully, his family was unaware. Otherwise, his father would surely give him a beating at Su Yang. How much does a new front wheel cost? I don't know, perhaps around 20 to 30 yuan. Zhang Xiaoping rummaged through his pocket, revealing only 2 yuan and 50 cents. Su Yang, noticing his predicament, offered, I'll cover this for you. Zhang Xiaoping hesitated, unwilling to take advantage of Su Yang. Consider it a loan. I'll pay you back later. Su Yang chuckled, thinking that perhaps in the future, he would owe even more in his previous life. After graduating from a second-tier university, Zhang Xiaoping faced significant employment pressure and changed jobs numerous times. When he married, his wife was a formidable figure in the family, demanding a bride price of 88,000. His mother-in-law issued a stern ultimatum. If he couldn't provide the sum, he would have to find another son-in-law. In 2009, the typical bride price was merely 20,000 or so, yet Zhang Xiaoping's family had to scrape together the full 88,000. That money was promptly used by his mother-in-law to buy a house for her younger brother. The consequence was that Zhang Xiaoping could not afford a home, while his mother-in-law resided in an apartment. Each time he visited his mother-in-law during the new year, he was subjected to veiled mockery. He had unwittingly turned into a character resembling Yu Huanshui from a television drama. Later, Zhang Xiaoping entered a car dealership as a salesman. At that time, Su Yang had just been promoted to a high-level executive and, in support of his friend, had purchased a Mercedes C260 that day. As time intertwined, Su Yang gazed at Zhang Xiaoping, whose face was marked by acne, recalling that he had not seen him smile since his marriage. He seldom attended class reunions, as he felt he was not doing well in life. Throughout one's life, there are always fragments that seem insignificant at the time but ultimately impact the larger picture. In the snack street, after Gu Yanbing and Dong Siyu finished their meal, they approached to settle the bill. The vendor informed them that the young man they had seen earlier had already paid. Dong Siyu inquired, which young man? Was it Zhang Xiaoping or Su Yang? The vendor clarified, the one sitting outside. You seem to call him Su Yang. Dong Siyu softly responded. Oda. Gu Yanbing felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Su Yang's attentiveness, yet sighed lightly to herself. No wonder he could engage in online romance so swiftly. He was indeed generous with girls. She interpreted Su Yang's texting as a form of online romance with a girl. According to an analysis in E-Lin magazine, only those involved in online romances reply to each other's messages instantaneously, unwilling to wait even a moment. Dong Siyu suggested, should we wait until Monday to repay him? Gu Yanbing nodded gently, let's go. They pushed their bicycles back. Su Yang set down Zhang Xiaoping's bicycle and rubbed his sore arms. Carrying a bicycle without a front wheel was truly exhausting. It had been years since he had engaged in such labor. Typically, he would have discarded a bicycle in such a state instead of pushing it. When he first started working, if his second-hand electric bike ran out of power, he would simply abandon it on the roadside and take a cab home. Zhang Xiaoping asked, Su Yang, do you think Gu Yanbing is home? He was worried that Gu Yanbing might not be home, resulting in a wasted trip. Su Yang reassured him. What could Gu Yanbing possibly be doing out this late? Zhang Xiaoping speculated, could she still be out shopping? Su Yang replied, no way. Zhang Xiaoping continued, why do girls take so many hours to shop? When I used to go shopping with my mom, we would get tired after just a little while. Su Yang explained, because boys tend to ignore what they can't afford, what they don't need, and what doesn't suit them. Girls, on the other hand, feel compelled to look at everything, even what they can't afford, just in case they can buy it in the future. They must check what they don't need to determine whether they actually need it, and they also consider that something unsuitable today might be suitable tomorrow. After a lengthy contemplation, Zhang Xiaoping finally murmured two words, profound. At last, they arrived at Gu Yanbing's residential complex. Su Yang pulled out his phone to call Gu Yanbing. After several rings, no one answered. Zhang Xiaoping felt a sense of foreboding. Su Yang stared at the phone, exclaiming, "What the hell? Why isn't Gu Yanbing answering? Could it be that Gu Jianwei confiscated her phone?" Reluctantly, he dialed again. Zhang Xiaoping pressed closely to Su Yang's phone, beginning to worry about what they would do if Gu Yanbing wasn't home and the bicycle remained unattended. Su Yang suggested, "If worse comes to worst, we can sell the bicycle for scrap, and I'll buy you a new one." Zhang Xiaoping recoiled. "No way. My parents would beat me. You've seen them. They would team up to give me a good thrashing." Finally, the call was answered, and Gu Yanbing's melodious voice came through. "Hello, Su Yang. Where are you?" "At home. I just finished washing up and did not hear my phone. Oh. Are you preparing to rest?" "No, I still have to finish my homework later." Zhang Xiaoping nudged Su Yang, signaling him to get to the point. Su Yang cleared his throat. "Could I trouble you with something, Gu Yanbing?" "What is it?" Su Yang, "Well, Xiaoping's bicycle wheel was stolen, and it's too late to find a repair shop. I was hoping to leave the bicycle at your place for the night and take it away tomorrow." Gu Yanbing's voice on the phone was filled with surprise. "How could it have been stolen?" "It's a long story. Could you come down for a moment? Just wait for me. I'll grab the keys." Su Yang heard the sound of a door opening and Gu Yanbing's footsteps in slippers. Zhang Xiaoping looked at Su Yang with suspicion, feeling that Su Yang had ulterior motives. Unfortunately, he had no evidence. After a while, Gu Yanbing emerged. She had just washed her face, droplets of water lingering in her hair. Her complexion as flawless as a freshly shelled egg, and her bright eyes captivated anyone who gazed into them. Gu Yanbing's hair was casually draped over her shoulders rather than tied up, adding a touch of mature allure. Truly beautiful. The evening breeze tousled Gu Yanbing's hair, and as she reached up to gather it, there was a gracefulness that was both gentle and warm. Witnessing this, Su Yang felt inspired to compose a spontaneous poem. In 3 years, one must surely profit. Sentenced to death, one should not lose. If one wishes for rebirth, there is no need to wait for old age. What fear is there of 3 inches of grass in the grave? Gu Yanbing approached Su Yang, her focus on the bicycle missing its wheel. Su Yang, what exactly is going on? Zhang Xiaoping was about to speak. Su Yang did not give him the chance and interrupted. "We were chased by dozens of people, narrowly escaping. It was truly perilous." Gu Yanbing looked at Su Yang with a skeptical gaze, sensing that his words were exaggerated. Zhang Xiaoping cast a resentful glance at Su Yang, frustrated that his words were cut off. Gu Yanbing turned to Zhang Xiaoping. "What happened?" Zhang Xiaoping stammered as he recounted the events. Gu Yanbing replied earnestly, "Then why didn't you call the police?" Zhang Xiaoping wanted to continue speaking. Su Yang interjected. "Reporting to the police is futile nowadays. Who would care about a stolen bicycle wheel? There are no cameras, no evidence. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack." Gu Yanbing frowned, her elegant brows furrowing. She insisted, "That still doesn't matter. We should report it to Su Yang. If the police find out that Zhang Xiaoping lost the wheel, his parents will certainly give him a good scolding." Zhang Xiaoping felt that Su Yang was exposing his weaknesses, but he could only nod helplessly. Seeing this, Gu Yanbing sighed. "Then you should follow me." With that, she led Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping towards the community. Su Yang handed the bicycle to Zhang Xiaoping and followed behind. The security guard, upon seeing Su Yang and Gu Yanbing enter together, readily allowed them to pass. Su Yang noticed that the 2 young security guards from earlier were absent. Perhaps they were on different shifts. The evenings in May were pleasantly warm. The gentle breeze swayed the hem of Gu Yanbing's dress, revealing her delicate, slender legs. Gu Yanbing asked, "By the way, what made you think to pay for our dinner today?" Su Yang had been waiting for her to ask. As a seasoned flirt, he knew how to create unexpected situations and lay the groundwork for future encounters. He replied, "It's normal to treat you to a meal. I had lunch at your house today, so it's only fitting to reciprocate tonight." Gu Yanbing's lips curled into a smile. "Do you often treat girls to dinner?" Su Yang, "This is my first time treating a girl to dinner." Gu Yanbing, with a tone of skepticism. "Really?" Su Yang raised his hand in a vow. "The sun and moon bear witness. The heavens can attest." Zhang Xiaoping behind them felt nauseated. 8 out of 10 of Su Yang's words were untrustworthy. If even Cheng Jianfeng, much older than Su Yang, had been deceived. How could the naive Gu Yanbing be any different? Gu Yanbing hinted, "During dinner, I saw you chatting animatedly with someone else." Su Yang's brow twitched slightly. Did this girl catch on so quickly? It shouldn't be. He thought quickly and pulled out his phone, showing Gu Yanbing the text messages. Our dinner time was at 6:40. See the messages? I was chatting with a client. Gu Yanbing glanced at the screen, noting that the conversation revolved around gaming cheats, market trends, and profit-sharing ratios. The timestamps suggested that it indeed occurred during their meal. Gu Yanbing pointed at the messages. What were you discussing? Due to their proximity, Su Yang caught a whiff of Gu Yanbing's delightful fragrance. A blend of her body wash and shampoo, he explained. I've been developing a cheat, and it's gained some interest, so I plan to sell it. Gu Yanbing. What is a cheat? Su Yang. It's a game hack. Gu Yanbing. Is it valuable? Su Yang. Not particularly. It's worth only a few hundred. Zhang Xiaoping was taken aback. This hack could easily sell for thousands. Why did Su Yang understate its value? Shouldn't he boast a little to impress the girl? Gu Yanbing responded with a soft, "Oh. When did you learn all this?" Su Yang began to speak nonsensically. Actually, my intelligence has always been extraordinary. My mother consulted a fortune teller who claimed I would be the next Einstein. Gu Yanbing rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced by his tall tales. Nevertheless, she felt in high spirits. For some reason, whenever she was with Su Yang, her mood was always light and joyful, a feeling she had never experienced before. Sometimes she would even seek out Su Yang, wanting to hear him speak and share his amusing anecdotes. Someone once described a relationship this way. It begins with looks. It ensnares with talent. It becomes infatuated with the body. It is enchanted by the voice. Ultimately, it collapses under materialism and succumbs to reality. Gu Yanbing was silently sliding into the second phase. Even she herself was unaware. Eventually, they arrived at the storage room. In this era, houses had garages and storage rooms above ground, unlike later developments where communities separated vehicles from pedestrians, and homebuyers could only purchase parking spaces, not garages. Gu Yanbing unlocked the storage room door and casually turned on the light. Su Yang was taken aback by the state of Gu Yanbing's storage room. It was no exaggeration. It was better decorated than many homes. Pristine white tiles, light yellow wallpaper, and neatly arranged shelves on 3 walls. The shelves were stocked with boxes of liquor and cigarettes, Mutai, Woyangya, 1573, Soft Zhonghua, Yellow Crane Tower. Also present were olive oil and specially sourced rice, gift box ginseng, and an array of exquisitely packaged gifts. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Fond of a sweet little love song, the aloof and beautiful school flower has been utterly enchanted. Please bookmark m.20xs.org, a sweet little love song. The aloof and beautiful school flower has been utterly enchanted. The 20-novel network updates the fastest speed on the entire internet. Chapter 30. The first time I realized my son had grown up in the evening. Su Yang escorted Zhang Xiaoping home and returned to his own residence. As he stepped into the community, he happened upon his mother, who had just finished work. Zhang Xiaomei called out to Su Yang. You meander around outside like an old man every day. When will you take the initiative to do your homework? Su Yang replied with a grin. Isn't today just for relaxation? Tomorrow, I shall commence my studies in earnest. Zhang Xiaomei admonished, the college entrance examination is fast approaching. You must seize the time to study. Our colleague, Oldly, praises his son for diligently completing his homework at home. Su Yang nodded, along while assisting his mother with her bags. He noticed Zhang Xiaomei was carrying another bag. Mom, what's in there? Something for you. Wolf-hearted and dog-hearted. Steamed or hot pot? Zhang Xiaomei couldn't contain her laughter, playfully tapping Su Yang on the forehead. All you think about is food. If I don't eat, I won't have the energy to study. I saw some shrimp at the market that were quite cheap. I bought some for you. When your father comes back, he can prepare it. Su Yang unlocked the door, changed into slippers, and comfortably reclined on the sofa. Zhang Xiaomei continued her gentle scolding about Su Yang's laziness, not neglecting to take his discarded shoes to wash. All you know is to play outside. You never help your parents with chores. Listening to his mother's nagging, Su Yang suddenly recalled how he preferred to stay at home after entering university. His mother continued, You stay at home all day? Are you planning to hibernate? In the morning. What time is it? Why aren't you up yet? In the evening. What time is it? Why aren't you asleep? At mealtime. Eat less, or you'll become irreversibly fat. Regardless, he would never meet his mother's expectations. Su Yang lowered his head and scrolled through his phone. having chatted extensively with a person named Jiang Ming from Jinling. The latter offered a buyout price of 300,000 for a certain cheat, but it had to be paid in 10 installments due to uncertainties about its longevity. For instance, if the official site implemented anti-cheat measures, the cheat might become unusable. Thus, Jiang Ming informed Su Yang that they would settle accounts every 3 months and required Su Yang to provide at least 2 years of stable updates for the cheat. Su Yang had discussed profit sharing with Jiang Ming, but the latter insisted on a buyout instead. On one hand was Cheng Jianfeng's profit sharing, and on the other was Jiang Ming's buyout. Su Yang found himself in a quandary. The buyout price sounded appealing, 300,000 with a 3-month accounting period, translating to a monthly income of 10,000. He decided to wait a little longer. Cheng Jianfeng's profit-sharing ratio was more favorable due to a higher ceiling. But unfortunately, old Cheng was somewhat stingy. The sound of a key turning in the door signaled the return of Su Jigua from work. Zhang Xiaomei had finished washing Su Yang's shoes and began doing the laundry. Upon entering, Su Jigua reported to Zhang Xiaomei about the booming sales of Banlanjin. Surprised, Zhang Xiaomei exclaimed, "So soon?" Su Jigua pointed at Su Yang, who was engrossed in his phone. Lowering his voice, he said, "It's all our son's doing. He advised me to limit the sales of Banlanjin, and our supermarket's revenue today reached over 600 yuan. Zhang Xiaomei glanced at Su Yang and inquired, "Quickly tell me more." Su Jigua recounted Su Yang's marketing strategy for the supermarket. Zhang Xiaomei found it hard to believe. How could a high school senior understand so much? Isn't this the study phase? Jiangming Yizhong is not New Oriental. Vocational schools like Huzhen don't teach such skills until one enters university. Su Jigua said, "I plan to stock an additional 2,000 bags of Banlanjin. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaomei felt a bit anxious, as most women tend to be cautious and prefer stability. She replied, "Order a smaller quantity. What if they don't sell?" "Let us go with 1,000 bags." Su Jigua, ever compliant with Zhang Xiaomei, agreed. "Then let's go with 1,000 bags. I'll use the profits to renovate the supermarket." "All right." Zhang Xiaomei nodded. Renovation could be tried, but don't spend too much at once. Take it slow. Su Jigua presented himself as very earnest in front of Zhang Xiaomei, pulling out over 500 yuan to hand over. Zhang Xiaomei said, "You go stir-fry the vegetables. I've already peeled the shrimp for you." Su Jigua asked, "Can I have a bit of wine?" Today, Zhang Xiaomei was in a good mood and allowed. "Half a glass." Su Jigua clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thanks for your kindness, my dear." Zhang Xiaomei was amused by Su Jigua's antics. As he gazed at his wife's gentle demeanor, he reflected, time waits for no one. He vaguely remembered how beautiful Zhang Xiaomei had been at 20. Eventually, Su Jigua finished cooking, and Zhang Xiaomei completed the laundry. Even though they owned a washing machine, Zhang Xiaomei preferred to hand-wash summer clothes to conserve water. Su Jigua called for Su Yang to eat. Su Yang had already dined, but after helping Zhang Xiaoping with his bicycle, he could not resist the fragrant dishes prepared by his father and sat down to eat a little. Zhang Xiaomei served almost all the cashew shrimp to Su Yang. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Mom, you should eat too." Zhang Xiaomei urged, "Hurry up and eat." "I don't love eating." Su Yang couldn't help but recall that 4-character lie. "Mom, doesn't he love eating?" "Dad isn't tired. I'm not drunk. Ordinary is precious. I don't care. I can do this question." Each phrase felt so familiar. Su Yang noticed that old Su had also poured half a glass of white wine, pairing it with peanuts, and was reluctant to touch the shrimp. Without hesitation, he divided the shrimp among his parents. This chapter hasn't concluded yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Fond of a sweet little love song? The aloof and beautiful school flower has been utterly enchanted. Please bookmark m.20xs.org, a sweet little love song. The aloof and beautiful school flower has been utterly enchanted. The 20 Novel Network updates the fastest speed on the entire internet. Chapter 31. Is the first cup of milk tea in summer delicious? Su Yang rode his bicycle to the Huainan beef soup restaurant. Cheng Jianfeng had already ordered a plate of beef and 2 bowls of beef noodles. Su Yang politely remarked, "Boss Cheng, how did you know I like this?" Cheng Jianfeng chuckled, "What a coincidence. I often eat this back home." He gestured for Su Yang to sit down, and they began eating while conversing. Su Yang, no longer being formal, dug in. The two shared a tacit understanding during their meal, neither mentioning the topic of cheats. After contemplating overnight, Cheng Jianfeng decided to give it a try with Su Yang. The cheat market for Miracle MU was still in its infancy, presenting vast potential. Cheng Jianfeng stated, "Su Yang, I've thought it over. We'll go with your previous suggestion, 40% for you, but this percentage should be reduced by my expenses." Su Yang inquired, "What expenses do you have?" Cheng Jianfeng replied, "Your post received excellent feedback online, but we lack offline payment channels. If we want to expand our profits, we need to promote the cheat in internet cafes across various cities. Su Yang nodded, acknowledging the shortcoming he had considered before developing the cheat, while Cheng Jianfeng had the manpower and resources for it. Cheng Jianfeng noted Su Yang's understanding and continued, I'll take charge of sending people to internet cafes for cheat sales, while you handle online operations and development. Does that sound all right? Su Yang found this arrangement satisfactory, knowing he would retain a 40% share. After finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth and remarked, I have no objections. Cheng Jianfeng nodded. Once the general direction was established, discussions would be easier, primarily revolving around various details. For instance, the settlement of external revenue on a monthly basis, whether to sell the external software to internet cafes or to collaborate with them, and how they would ensure continued market dominance in the event of competing external software being launched. Their conversation extended for quite some time, encompassing potential challenges that might arise in the future. Suddenly, Su Yang's phone rang. At a glance revealed it was a call from Gu Yanbing. Su Yang smiled apologetically at Cheng Jianfeng, who gestured for him to take the call. Su Yang answered the phone while casually offering Cheng Jianfeng a cigarette. Gu Yanbing inquired, Su Yang, where are you? Su Yang replied, I'm out having a meal. Gu Yanbing continued, it's already 10 in the morning. Are you having breakfast? Su Yang cleared his throat. I'm having tea with friends. Gu Yanbing pressed on, what are you planning to do about Zhang Xiaoping's bicycle? It was only then that Su Yang recalled the matter of Zhang Xiaoping's bicycle. Realizing he hadn't received a call from Zhang Xiaoping himself, he told Gu Yanbing, is it all right if I come by to see you around noon? Gu Yanbing softly acknowledged him. After chatting a bit more, she hung up. Cheng Jianfeng, having overheard the female voice on the phone, curiously asked, is she your girlfriend? Su Yang chuckled, she will be, in the future. Cheng Jianfeng was momentarily taken aback, in the future, implying that she wasn't at present. What an intriguing individual, he thought. As their conversation drew to a close, Cheng Jianfeng took Su Yang to sign the contract. When it came time to settle the bill, Cheng Jianfeng intended to pay, but Su Yang insisted he would not let him. Brother Cheng, you've come from afar. Allow me to extend some hospitality. Reluctantly, Cheng Jianfeng acquiesced, allowing Su Yang to settle the bill, indicating that he would treat Su Yang when he visited Yinjiao. They then proceeded to the hotel where Cheng Jianfeng was staying. Regarding the establishment of the contract, mere verbal agreements were unreliable. Everything must be documented in black and white. Even if the industry lacked legal protection, the proper processes must still be followed. Su Yang noted that Cheng Jianfeng was meticulous, clearly outlining the contract terms and ultimately handing it over for Su Yang to review. From Cheng Jianfeng's proactive suggestion to formalize the contract, Su Yang surmised that he was a trustworthy individual. True businessmen engage in commerce straightforwardly, first addressing the lesser matters before the greater. Many people, when it comes to profit matters, feel too shy to discuss interests due to the emotional ties involved, fearing that such discussions might harm their relationships. However, if interests are not clarified beforehand, the losses may extend beyond mere profits. Friendships can turn into estrangements and kinship into enmity. Su Yang readily signed the contract, with both parties retaining a copy. Cheng Jianfeng also made a photocopy of both Su Yang's and his own identification information, signifying the establishment of a formal agreement. Su Yang, being seasoned in such matters, understood that this contract held no legal efficacy, as their earnings would be considered ill-gotten gains. Cheng Jianfeng shook Su Yang's hand, saying, wishing us a pleasant collaboration. Su Yang cautioned, Old Cheng, keep the external software dealings low profile. Avoid being too ostentatious in sales to prevent undue attention. Cheng Jianfeng replied, I understand. Our servers are overseas, and I see that your external software server is also located offshore. Good, because I certainly don't want to find myself being apprehended by the authorities at home tonight. After finalizing the contract, Su Yang escorted Cheng Jianfeng to the train station. They waved goodbye, and future communications would occur via phone and QQ. Su Yang still needed to acquire a bank card for receiving payments. After bidding farewell to Cheng Jianfeng, he rode his bicycle to Gu Yanbing's residence. With the external software matters settled, another potential threat loomed, namely the group led by Wang Yuntao. Being targeted by such individuals was far from favorable. A strategy to eliminate them had to be devised. A plan gradually formed in Su Yang's mind. 20 minutes later, Gu Yanbing descended the stairs, her hair styled in a high ponytail, clad in a white sweatshirt and jeans, her feet adorned with white sneakers. She stood at the entrance of the community, glancing around. That insufferable Su Yang. He called me 5 minutes ago saying he had arrived, and yet he is still not here. She huffed, vowing not to trust his claims of meeting at the next intersection again. Gu Yanbing lifted her foot and kicked an innocent little stone. Suddenly, she heard the chime of a bicycle bell. Looking up, she saw Su Yang approaching on his bicycle. Slightly irritated, she turned her head away, presenting her high ponytail to him. Su Yang halted before her, exclaiming, "Yanbing, I'm here." Yet Gu Yanbing chose to ignore him. Su Yang, perplexed, dismounted and circled to face her, asking, "What's wrong?" Gu Yanbing replied, "I waited for you for several minutes, so that was the issue." Su Yang produced 2 cups of milk tea from behind him, saying, "I went to buy you some milk tea while waiting for you." Gu Yanbing's displeasure began to dissipate as she glanced at the 2 cups. "I asked this for me?" "Yes, I wasn't sure of your preferred flavor, so I got 1 mango and 1 grape. Which one do you want?" "I'll take the grape." Su Yang handed her the grape-flavored milk tea. "Are you no longer upset?" Gu Yanbing's lips curled into a faint smile as she replied, "I was never upset to begin with." Su Yang retorted, "I believe you." "Sure." Gu Yanbing habitually bit the straw. She then asked, "What about Zhang Xiaoping?" Su Yang replied, "I haven't seen him." Gu Yanbing pressed further, "So how do we fix it?" Su Yang suggested, "You can push it out. We'll find a place to repair it. After all, yesterday's mishap stemmed from him, and Zhang Xiaoping was short on funds." Gu Yanbing led Su Yang back to the community. This time, the security guards at the entrance were the same 2 young men from yesterday. Upon seeing Gu Yanbing and Su Yang sipping milk tea, they speculated that Su Yang had indeed won over Gu Yanbing. "Damn, my goddess has fallen for him." When Su Yang glanced their way, they mustered the courage to call him brother. Su Yang nodded slightly, feeling quite pleased. Gu Yanbing curiously observed Su Yang. Once they had walked a bit further, Gu Yanbing inquired, "Do you know them?" Su Yang replied, "No." Gu Yanbing pressed, "If you don't know them, why did they call you brother?" Well, Gu Yanbing's way of saying brother was quite melodious. If only she elongated it a bit more, it would sound even better, much like how the king of the kingdom of women would call Tang Song. "Your Excellency, brother." Su Yang recounted how he had been stopped by the security guards yesterday and had made a bet with them. Gu Yanbing couldn't help but laugh. They arrived at the storage room, where Gu Yanbing opened the door, and Su Yang retrieved Zhang Xiaoping's bicycle. Gu Yanbing took the milk tea from Su Yang's hand. Su Yang began to lift the bicycle to take it outside while Gu Yanbing walked beside him. Su Yang remarked, "I'm a bit thirsty. Could you let me have a sip of your milk tea?" Gu Yanbing hesitated momentarily but then offered the milk tea to his lips. This gesture felt somewhat intimate, akin to a couple feeding each other. Gu Yanbing's heart raced. She had never done anything like this before. Su Yang asked, "Do you like grapes?" Gu Yanbing replied, "Yes, I've always enjoyed the taste of grapes since I was a child." Suddenly, Su Yang posed a rather profound question. "If you had a bunch of grapes in your hand, would you choose to eat the best ones first or save the best for last?" Gu Yanbing fell into contemplation, ultimately responding, "I would save the best for last." Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Yanbing sensed that there might be a psychological analysis behind this question and chased after Su Yang. Asking what the answer was, Su Yang replied, "Could I perhaps taste your grape-flavored milk tea?" Gu Yanbing hesitated, contemplating the remaining half of her drink. Gu Yanbing cast a skeptical glance at Su Yang. Sensing his ulterior motives, Su Yang feigned nonchalance as he carried the bicycle, testing Gu Yanbing once more. Their unspoken understanding was clear. She was aware of his hidden intentions, and he recognized her feigned reserve. Gu Yanbing took a sip of her milk tea and offered her grape-flavored drink to Su Yang, stating, "I'm full. You can finish the rest." Su Yang noticed the straw still bore traces of her saliva, presenting him with a dilemma. To drink or not to drink? Observing his hesitation, Gu Yanbing urged, "If you find it unappealing, I can always buy you another cup." Su Yang replied, "How could that be? Just come a little closer." Gu Yanbing brought the milk tea straw to his lips. Su Yang took a sip and remarked, "The grape-flavored milk tea is indeed delightful." Gu Yanbing's cheeks inexplicably flushed. Was this what they referred to as an indirect kiss? Initially thinking Su Yang was merely jesting and wouldn't he truly use her straw, she was taken aback by his audacity. Su Yang then asked, "Would you like to try my mango-flavored one?" Gu Yanbing turned away. "No, thank you." Su Yang chuckled softly. "One day, you'll not only taste mango but other flavors as well." After quite a while of pedaling, the scorching sun beat down, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. "Gu Yanbing, where exactly is that stall you mentioned?" "You're not pulling my leg, are you?" "Of course not. We're almost there. You said that just a moment ago. I might have misremembered." My apologies. Su Yang sensed that Gu Yanbing was retaliating against his earlier deceit. Gu Yanbing seemed to realize the awkwardness of the situation as well. She suggested, "Why don't you set down your bicycle and take a moment to rest?" Su Yang complied, placing the bicycle down. If it weren't for his desire to spend some time alone with Gu Yanbing, he would not have exerted himself so unnecessarily. Gu Yanbing returned the cup of milk tea to Su Yang. He crouched under the shade of a tree, slurping the drink. The sound of his slurping piqued Gu Yanbing's curiosity, prompting her to glance down at the grape milk tea in her hands. How could she use the same straw that had already been employed? Observing this scene, Su Yang wondered if she was repulsed by him. Tentatively, he asked, "Shall I go buy you a straw from the convenience store across the street?" Gu Yanbing gave a soft affirmative. Su Yang thought to himself, human nature is indeed not worth testing. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he headed to the nearby convenience store to purchase a straw. Gu Yanbing stood by the roadside, hands clasped behind her back, her smile illuminating the surroundings and rendering the flowers and grass nearby dull in comparison. Upon returning with the straw, Su Yang handed it to her. "It cost 50 cents. Remember to reimburse me later." Gu Yanbing replied playfully, "How stingy you are." Su Yang retorted silently, "Who is truly being stingy here? I didn't complain when I used your straw." Gu Yanbing countered, "That's different. I brush my teeth every day," Su Yang replied. "So do I." Gu Yanbing pointed out, "But you smell of smoke." Su Yang was taken aback, wondering if that was the reason. He asked, "If I quit smoking, would that make a difference?" Gu Yanbing huffed lightly, "Let's discuss that later." Su Yang found himself at a loss for words and continued walking forward. Eventually, they encountered a bicycle repair stand at the next intersection, run by an elderly gentleman. Su Yang pushed his bicycle beside the man and inquired, "Can this be fixed?" The old man paused, staring at the bicycle without a wheel. "Young man, where did you get this? If it's stolen, I won't repair it." Clearly, the elder assumed Su Yang had stolen the bicycle. Su Yang patiently explained the situation for quite some time, but the old man remained unmoved. Ultimately, it was Gu Yanbing who stepped in to clarify, and finally, the elderly man agreed to help, swayed by her presence. Su Yang couldn't help but scoff inwardly. The old man, at his age, had an affinity for an 18-year-old girl. Wasn't the allure of a 40-year-old still compelling? Su Yang asked, "How much will it cost?" The old man replied, 15 yuan. Su Yang nodded, finding the price reasonable. However, as repairs usually focused on fixing tires and brakes, he asked, "Do you have any wheels available?" The old man replied, "I do." He then retrieved a wheel from his tricycle. Su Yang stared at the wheel, a sense of familiarity washing over him. The old man muttered, "Last night, some young folks offered to sell me a wheel, and I thought it was stolen, so I declined. Later, they claimed it was found, and I bought it for 3 yuan. Su Yang asked, "Was one of them wrapped in bandages?" The old man nodded, "Indeed. How do you know?" Su Yang waved his hand dismissively, "It's nothing. I don't know them." Gu Yanbing gently tugged at Su Yang's sleeve. He inquired, "What is the matter?" She whispered, "Is that wheel the one that was stolen yesterday?" Su Yang replied, "You guessed it right. Wang Yuntao and his companions had taken Zhang Xiaoping's wheel and sold it for 3 yuan. In the end, Su Yang ended up purchasing it back for 15 yuan. The old man had effectively made a handsome profit from the transaction. Gu Yanbing stifled a laugh, unable to contain her amusement. Su Yang gazed at Gu Yanbing in the sunlight. Her crescent-shaped eyes were captivating. As they waited, Su Yang felt an urge to smoke. Gu Yanbing instinctively stepped back a few paces. Su Yang reluctantly tucked the cigarette away. Only then did Gu Yanbing raise her chin in a proud manner and take a few steps forward. After several minutes, the vendor tightened the final screw on the bicycle. "Young man, it's done. I even adjusted the brakes for you. Give it a try." Su Yang replied, "No need. I'll definitely come back next time." He promptly pulled out the money from his pocket and handed it over. He then mounted the bicycle, taking Gu Yanbing along as they rode back to the neighborhood. Once they had gone some distance, Gu Yanbing, seated behind him, asked, "Su Yang, that wheel was clearly stolen from Zhang Xiaoping. Why didn't you explain the situation to the old man?" Su Yang replied, "He's had a tough life. Did you not notice his slightly limping leg? Let him earn a little for his retirement." He understood that the skill of bicycle repair would gradually fade away in the coming years. With the rise of electric bikes and the widespread use of thick vacuum tires, the demand for tire repairs would dwindle in comparison to bicycles. Crafts like pottery making, pot repairing, and shoe repairing would also be increasingly obsolete. Gu Yanbing listened to Su Yang's words and found them reasonable. She realized that she was becoming increasingly intrigued by Su Yang. Though he appeared carefree and open, His thoughts were remarkably intricate, underscored by kindness. She was curious about what else she might not know about him. Su-young planned to drop Gu Yanbing off at her home before heading to an internet CAF for a visit. Gu Yanbing asked, "What do you plan to do this afternoon?" Su-young replied, "I thought I'd play at the internet CAF for a bit." Gu Yanbing frowned. "Another trip to the internet CAF? No one is home at my place for lunch, and I'd like to eat out," Su-young questioned. "What about Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu?" Gu Yanbing explained. "My dad is on a business trip and won't return until the evening. While my mom went to see my grandmother, I stayed home to do my homework," she added. "No one is home. I could go upstairs and sit for a while. We could have coffee, and I can shower first. Wrapped in a towel, we could go to bed together." Su-young contemplated whether to cook at Gu Yanbing's house or buy food outside. Su-young was still preoccupied with thoughts of the hack he had activated on Friday and hadn't checked the gaming forum since then. Since Gu Yanbing wanted to eat, he decided to prioritize that and drop her off afterward. Su-young asked her, "What do you feel like eating?" "I'll treat you." Gu Yanbing tilted her head in thought. "I want to try Chongqing hot pot on Xinhe Road." Hot pot. Su-young wasn't particularly fond of it. He also disliked dishes like sour and spicy noodles, rice noodles, and spicy hot pot because they never filled him up. Gu Yanbing asked, "Can't you eat spicy food?" Su-young replied, "I'm worried about you getting overwhelmed by the spice." Gu Yanbing rarely indulged in spicy food. Her meals at home, prepared by Gu Ruodin, were generally light, with low oil and salt. She wanted to try hot pot because she had heard from Dong Siyu about how delicious it was. "Let us give it a try. We can order mild spice," she suggested. Su-young then took a turn with Gu Yanbing towards the Chongqing hot pot restaurant. As the speed increased, Gu Yanbing instinctively clutched his shirt tightly. Su-young, "Could you slow down a bit?" Su-young replied, "You know, as soon as I hit the accelerator on the main road, I can feel the wind, the freedom, and the joy of the journey ahead." Gu Yanbing remained silent, aware that she couldn't grasp that feeling. Su-young remembered the exhilaration of riding a motorcycle on the highway. He cherished the thrill of merging onto the main road. If it weren't for the speed limits, he would have pushed the throttle to its limit. He paid homage to that rare, delightful freedom. As the speed picked up, Gu Yanbing wrapped her arms around him. Su-young encouraged her to close her eyes. Gu Yanbing hesitantly complied, and the world around her seemed to quiet down. Gradually, she forgot her fear, only hearing the wind rushing past her ears, the sound of summer itself. After 10 minutes, they arrived at the Chongqing hot pot restaurant. Gu Yanbing dismounted the bike, feeling a lingering excitement. The sensations Su-young had given her were exhilarating, unique, and unlike anything she had ever experienced. The only downside was a slight soreness in her rear, especially after crossing a speed bump. Taking advantage of Su-young pausing the bicycle, she discreetly rubbed her pert backside. Inside the restaurant, Su-young and Gu Yanbing ordered a medium spicy hot pot. They placed beef tripe, and duck intestines into the bubbling pot, the sheen of the chili oil stimulating their appetites. Gu Yanbing sipped on mineral water between bites to cleanse her palate. Her fair complexion took on a healthy flush due to the spice. They spent an hour enjoying their hot pot meal. After Gu Yanbing wiped her mouth and let out a loud burp, she sheepishly covered her mouth. Su-young couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. Even the most beautiful women have their moments. After finishing their meal, Su-young went to settle the bill, only to be informed by the cashier that Gu Yanbing had already taken care of it. Su-young turned to her, and Gu Yanbing said, "This time, I'll treat you. Next time, it's your turn." Perhaps she felt Su-young didn't have that much cash on him, or simply didn't want to take advantage of him. What a considerate girl she was. Upon leaving the restaurant, Su-young rode his bicycle to escort Gu Yanbing home. She asked, "What do you play at the internet CAF?" Su-young replied, "The gaming forum." Gu Yanbing inquired, "Can I come along to see?" Su-young hesitated, thinking whether he should bring someone like Gu Yanbing along, as it might slow down his coding pace. "Aren't you supposed to go home to do your homework?" Su-young questioned. Gu Yanbing replied, "I can write it later tonight." Su-young pondered for a moment and decided to lead her into a world of decadence. Men are often characterized by two predominant pursuits: enticing virtuous women into vice while urging fallen women to return to the righteous path. Women, too, possess their own dual inclinations, discussing money with the impoverished and matters of the heart with the affluent. Gu Yanbing, following Su-young, began to encounter the hidden facets of society. They first visited a beloved internet CAF, only to be redirected to another establishment, the lightning internet CAF, due to the former being overcrowded. Gu Yanbing trailed behind Su-young, observing his adeptness as he paid and logged in. The CAF was filled with the acrid scent of smoke, prompting Gu Yanbing to instinctively cover her nose. Concerned about her inhaling secondhand smoke, Su Yang suggested, "Shall I escort you back?" Gu Yanbing shook her head. "It's fine. I will return later." She noticed many patrons engrossed in their virtual realms, some exclaiming phrases like, "Main entrance! Main entrance!" The dazzling yet violent graphics of online games permeated the atmosphere. Gu Yanbing observed individuals fervently typing on keyboards and clicking mice, all clad in flamboyant attire, sporting vibrantly dyed hair, earrings, and even tattoos. Her curiosity mingled with aversion. This was a far cry from the sunlit and warm world depicted in her textbooks. In contrast to these individuals, Su Yang appeared markedly more refined in his appearance. He logged into his QQ account and subsequently accessed a gaming forum, where a post he had made had dominated the ranking for 2 consecutive days since its debut yesterday. Unless something more sensational emerged, it would remain at the top. Having already partnered with Gu Yanbing, Su Yang opted not to pursue other business collaborations. Instead, he began drafting the next version of his cheat software, which would adopt a paid model requiring an activation code for access. To prevent multiple users from sharing a single cheat, he designed it to bind to a solitary account. Gu Yanbing stood behind Su Yang, captivated by the elegance of his long fingers deftly striking the keyboard. She had never noticed before how handsome Su Yang's hands were. A sudden impulse compelled Gu Yanbing to reach out and touch his hand. Startling even herself, conflicting voices echoed in her mind. "Gu Yanbing? Are you out of your mind?" And haha, sorry, I just have a thing for hands. I'm a bit too excited. But that was no excuse to reach out, was it? What was their relationship? I suppose we are merely acquainted classmates. She rationalized internally, as the two voices continued their discourse, one representing her demure side and the other her willingness to indulge in Su Yang's escapades. While coding, Su Yang had a habit of saving his work frequently to guard against unexpected crashes or power outages. At that moment, four unruly youths swaggered in from outside, shouting, "Let us get this game started." Among them was a young man with dyed blonde hair, who immediately caught Gu Yanbing's attention. "Wow, what a pure girl!" he exclaimed. "Her skin is so fair, and her profile is impeccable. She is even as tall as me." The blonde youth nudged his companion, "Tao Gu, what do you think of that girl?" Tao Gu turned and his eyes lit up. She is indeed beautiful, however. He soon recognized Su Yang, the very person who had chased him in the park the previous day. Tao Gu was none other than Wang Yunfeng's older brother, Wang Yuntao, a self-proclaimed leader in their circle. Surprised to see Su Yang in the CAF with such a stunning companion, he approached Su Yang and forcefully kicked his chair, causing it to screech against the floor. Gu Yanbing gasped in shock. Su Yang turned to confront the enraged Wang Yuntao, who seethed. "How dare you disturb my work?" As the tension escalated, Su Yang remained unperturbed, casually uploading his files to his email before standing up slowly. Gu Yanbing, startled by the sudden provocation, instinctively grasped Su Yang's arm. He gently patted her hand, offering a reassuring glance. Recalling Su Yang's prowess from 2 days prior, she felt somewhat calmed. Su Yang's demeanor was tranquil, unfazed by Wang Yunfeng's ragtag group, who fancied themselves tough after having watched a couple of gangster films. "Let them come at me together," Su Yang challenged. Wang Yunfeng chuckled, having encountered bold individuals before, but never someone so unyielding. The others mirrored his disdain, questioning why Su Yang would dare to take them on 1-against-4. The CAF owner, noticing the brewing conflict, interjected, "If you're going to fight, take it outside. Don't disrupt my business." Wang Yunfeng glanced at the owner, Sun Hao, who had his own history in the underworld. In this day and age, one needed connections and strength to operate a CAF without fear of inspections or delinquent patrons. "Wang Gu, let's give you some face today." He then turned back to Su Yang. "I'll be waiting for you outside. If you're a man, step out. If you're too scared, you can stay here until the new year." With that, he led his 3 cohorts out, clearly intending to block Su Yang from leaving. Once outside, Wang Yuntao dialed a number. "Air Mao, come to Lightning Internet CAF. Bring the guys. And no more chatter. We're going to take down someone today." Wang Yuntao's companion questioned, "Wang Gu, do you think we can't handle him with just the 4 of us?" Wang Yuntao replied cautiously, "Better to be safe. I heard from Yunfeng that this guy is quite formidable." Inside the CAF, Gu Yanbing inquired, "What should we do? Should I call my father?" Su Yang understood that calling Gu Jianwei would easily resolve the matter, but he responded, "It's fine. I'll handle it. You stay here." Gu Yanbing's gaze remained fixed on Su Yang. "No, I'm going out with you. It was then that Su Yang realized Gu Yanbing had a stubborn streak. Sun Hao, the CAF owner, cautioned, "Young man, that guy is Wang Yuntao. He has been around here for 3 to 4 years. You stand no chance alone. If you have friends, you can use my phone to call for help." Su Yang smiled, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." With that, he walked towards the exit. Gu Yanbing, though frightened, followed closely behind. The onlookers in the CAF streamed out after them, intrigued by the impending confrontation. Sun Hao watched Su Yang through the window, recognizing the young man's potential. However, he lamented that his courage was commendable but lacked the wisdom that often comes from facing adversity. As Su Yang passed through the courtyard, he spotted a discarded chair leg and detached it. Testing its weight, hollow metal pipe, perfect. Gu Yanbing remained close. "Su Yang, should I call the police?" "No need, but remember to keep your distance," Su Yang declared, chest out as he stepped outside. Gu Yanbing clenched her fists. Aware that Su Yang might possess some skills, yet her worry for him loomed larger, fearful of injury, mishaps, and the potential impact on his academic future. Upon stepping outside, Su Yang saw Wang Yuntao crouched on the ground, smoking. Wang Yuntao smirked at Su Yang. "I thought you'd wait until nightfall to emerge." 3 more youths sauntered from a nearby alley, cigarettes in their mouths, exuding youthful bravado. The blonde youth produced a baton from behind his back, crafted from rolled-up exercise books filled with crumpled paper and tightly bound with tape, remarkably sturdy. Following suit, Wang Yunfeng picked up a brick from the ground. With remarkable speed, the blonde swung his baton towards Su Yang's head. Gu Yanbing gasped, "Su Yang, watch out!" Su Yang sidestepped, countering with the chair leg, which struck the blonde's head with a resounding crack. The chair leg bent under the impact, and the youth groaned, clutching his head as blood seeped through his fingers. Wang Yuntao lunged next, brick in hand, aiming for Su Yang's skull. Su Yang retreated a step, causing Wang Yuntao to miss. Seizing the moment, Su Yang delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him stumbling back. The other two rushed at Su Yang, brandishing their makeshift weapons. Su Yang raised the chair leg to block, retreating while dodging their erratic strikes. As he found an opening, he raised his forearm to shield himself and swung the chair leg, landing a blow on one assailant's cheek. With a cry of pain, the attacker fell to the ground, cradling his face. Su Yang, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, raised the chair leg to deflect the last assailant's stick, then lifted his leg to deliver a swift kick to the opponent's chest. The man stumbled backward, and Su Yang wasted no time in denying him the chance to recover. With a sweeping motion, he struck the man's face with a powerful kick, rendering him unconscious. Wang Yuntao watched in astonishment as Su Yang's prowess was far beyond his expectations. In just a few swift movements, he had dispatched several of them. Su Yang approached Wang Yuntao, still wielding the chair leg. Wang Yuntao swallowed hard, his hand trembling around the brick. Should he retreat or not? His reinforcements had yet to arrive. Perhaps when they gathered, he could confront Su Yang head-on. But at this moment, he was outmatched. Gu Yanbing, witnessing Su Yang's swift takedown of their adversaries, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, everything was all right. She quietly slipped her phone into her pocket. The spectators pouring out of the internet CAF were utterly shocked by the scene before them. They had never witnessed such a spectacle, especially not Su Yang taking on 4 opponents. It was as if a scene from a movie had come to life. Even the internet CAF owner, Sun Hao, was taken aback. Moments ago, he believed Su Yang was walking into certain doom, but now it appeared that Wang Yuntao and his crew had provoked someone far beyond their capabilities. Particularly with Su Yang's moves being so clean and efficient, it was evident he had trained extensively. Determined to flee, Wang Yuntao hurled the brick at Su Yang and fled without looking back. Su Yang sidestepped the brick and swung the chair leg, striking Wang Yuntao's leg, nearly causing him to topple over. Just then, he heard the rush of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Su Yang had caught up. Damn it! Not only could he not fight back, but he also couldn't escape. Where were that group of idiots, Ermao and the others? Why hadn't they arrived yet? Su Yang kicked Wang Yuntao in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. In desperation, Wang Yuntao shouted, "Su Yang, I have many brothers." Su Yang retorted, "It won't matter how many people you call today." Since he had already established enmity with Wang Yuntao, he had no intention of reconciling. Just as Su Yang was about to inflict both psychological and physical trauma on Wang Yuntao, he spotted a group of over a dozen individuals rushing toward him from Chapter 36. A chance encounter at the internet CAF. Su Yang first escorted Gu Yanbing back to her home. As they bid farewell, Gu Yanbing felt a pang of reluctance for the first time. She believed her feelings stemmed from concern for Su Yang's safety, unaware that deeper emotions had quietly taken root within her. Su Yang, are you really going to check on your bicycle now? Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look. Classes start tomorrow, and Zhang Xiaoping's bicycle can't be left there indefinitely. It's finally been repaired. Su Yang waved goodbye to Gu Yanbing and only headed home after she had watched him ride away. This day, Su Yang had brought her excitement, thrill, and a vibrant array of experiences far richer than her previously mundane life. Only through experiencing setbacks and tribulations can one truly appreciate the value of the ordinary. Upon arriving at the internet CAF, Su Yang found no sign of Wang Yuntao. He smoothly mounted his bicycle and set off towards Zhang Xiaoping's residence. During his journey, Zhang Xiaoping called him from a public phone. Hello, Su Yang, how's my bicycle? It's been fixed. Oh, thank you. Where are you? I'm at the convenience store across from your neighborhood. I just got back from visiting relatives with my mom and came looking for you. But you weren't around. Just wait a moment. I'll be there shortly. Su Yang had initially planned to repair the cheat software at the CAF, but due to Wang Yuntao's situation, he had to postpone. Until Wang Yuntao was dealt with, he couldn't enjoy a peaceful day of internet browsing. He resolved to investigate further once he arrived at school tomorrow. Wang Yuntao must be eliminated. 20 minutes later, Su Yang returned to the entrance of the neighborhood. Zhang Xiaoping was squatting by the gate, counting ants. Su Yang came to a halt and returned the bicycle to him. Zhang Xiaoping examined it closely, exclaiming in surprise, Su Yang, this wheel looks exactly like the one I lost. Su Yang replied, of course, I paid for it to be returned. He recounted the day's events to Zhang Xiaoping. Upon hearing that Su Yang had encountered Wang Yuntao and his gang, Zhang Xiaoping's face paled. How did you get involved with them? Wang Yuntao is quite formidable. He used to rob people behind our school. Even I fell victim to him. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. How much did he take from you? Zhang Xiaoping replied, last month, they rummaged through my pockets and took 2 yuan. Since then, I've concealed my money inside my shoe insoles and underwear. Su Yang glanced at Zhang Xiaoping's worn-out sneakers. He suddenly asked, has Wang Yuntao ever robbed anyone of a larger sum? Zhang Xiaoping shook his head. Not that I've heard of. It was reasonable. Even Wang Yuntao, as foolish as he might be, understood some legal boundaries. If he dared to rob a significant amount and someone reported him, he would be caught immediately. However, Su Yang was determined. He had already devised a plan to deal with Wang Yuntao. After chatting with Zhang Xiaoping for a while, Su Yang requested him to ride him to Gu Yanbing's neighborhood since his own bicycle was still there. Zhang Xiaoping looked up at Gu Yanbing's window, filled with nostalgia and self-mockery, joking that he felt like a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Su Yang, do you think Gu Yanbing is home? Oh, I forgot to mention, she accompanied me to the internet CAF today. Zhang Xiaoping was taken aback, realizing he had worried about Su Yang being bullied by Wang Yuntao, only to find that Su Yang seemed more like an antagonist for having stolen away the school beauty from Jiang Mingyi. As dusk approached, the two friends parted ways. Later that evening, Su Zhiguo returned home humming a tune, carrying half a pound of pig's head meat and spicy chicken feet. Su Yang, care for a drink? No, thanks, you little rascal, how dull. Your mother is working overtime and won't be back until tomorrow morning. Join me for a drink, and I'll reward you with 20 yuan. Su Zhiguo waved a bottle of liquor in front of Su Yang. Su Yang retorted, I'm not interested in your 20 bucks, 50. Su Yang scoffed, Old Su, are you trying to bribe a beggar? Su Zhiguo gritted his teeth, 100. Su Yang replied, deal, with a grin. He walked over. Dad, have a seat. I'll prepare a cucumber salad for you. Su Zhiguo glared at him. I see you're just after my money. When I'm old and broke, you'll probably kick me out. Su Yang replied, Dad, you're overthinking it. When you have a stroke, you won't need me to throw you out. Mom will do it herself. He quickly tossed together a cucumber salad and retrieved some fried peanuts from the fridge. The father and son began to toast with their cups. It was merely a bottle of liquor. Yet Su Zhiguo excitedly informed Su Yang that over 100 bags of banlangen had been sold today, and the supermarket's revenue exceeded that of the previous day. It's so easy to make money. It feels like I'm earning while lying down, Su Yang inquired. Did you manage to get the 2,000 bags you were promised? Su Zhiguo raised his cup and took a sip. Yes, I contacted my comrades and secured 1,000 bags of banlangen for shipment tomorrow. Why only 1,000? Your mother disapproved. She thinks the risk is a bit high. Su Yang thought to himself, oh dear, my mother is truly a roadblock on the path to wealth. Given the current market, banlangen had become a consumable. With a family of 4, they would consume 8 bags daily. Within 3 days, a bag would be finished. Such a product with a high repurchase rate necessitated increased stock, similar to fruits and vegetables. Once consumed today, they must be bought again tomorrow. Su Yang relayed this situation to Su Jigua. Su Jigua shrugged. Your mother won't allow it. Su Yang pressed. Don't you have any private savings? Can't you quietly stock up? Su Jigua belched from the liquor. Don't remind me. The last time I hid 50 yuan in my shoe. Your mother found it. I was just thankful she didn't cause me any trouble, so I didn't dare to ask more. Su Yang suddenly recalled that the 50 yuan had been quietly taken by him. He chuckled, realizing that Su Jigua suspected his mother. Su Yang raised his cup. Come on, let us drink. Su Jigua lifted his cup to clink with Su Yang's. After a few drinks, Su Jigua became quite talkative. Reminiscing about his past glories and romantic escapades, Su Yang, glancing at his father's slightly paunchy belly, couldn't help but think of the saying. In middle age, one realizes that the past is merely a collection of life's ups and downs. After dinner, Su Yang discreetly took 100 yuan from Su Jigua. Taking advantage of his father's distraction while he played chess with a friend and his mother was on duty, he slipped out into the night and headed to the internet CAF. By Monday, the free cheat software would no longer be available, and he needed to finish creating the official version to send to Gu Yanbing. This was crucial to earning his first pot of gold. Su Yang arrived at the A-Love in the internet CAF, where the weekend evening finally had more free computers available, as many had returned home to do homework. He asked the owner to set up a machine, and he began writing code. Time flew as he immersed himself in work. Just as he was nearing completion, he felt someone tap his shoulder. Turning around, he was surprised to find it was his English teacher, Bai Yuqin. Today, Bai Yuqin wore a checked shirt paired with jeans, a pink bag slung over her shoulder. Her skin was fair, her eyes lively and alluring, her lips painted with lipstick, and her wavy hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders. Bai. Teacher Bai Yuqin frowned. Su Yang, why are you at the internet CAF every day? Su Yang quickly switched programs. I'm here to research. What are you researching? Bai Yuqin pulled up a chair beside him. Curious to peek at his computer screen, Su Yang caught a whiff of the fragrance wafting from her. He glanced down, noticing that Bai Yuqin's well-endowed figure was straining against the buttons of her shirt. The allure of a woman in her 20s, exuding maturity and charm, multiplied the temptation for Su Yang. Chapter 37. What does it mean to be a match in social status? Bai Yuqin focused intently on Su Yang's computer screen. And he dared not move. He resolved that once he had the means, he must purchase a laptop. In this era, laptops were quite expensive, costing around 10 to 20,000 yuan. The purchasing power of over 10,000 yuan in 2003 was enough to be the bride price for marrying 3 wives. Su Yang recalled that Bai Yuqin had gone on a blind date yesterday. He asked, Teacher Bai, how did your blind date go? Bai Yuqin gave Su Yang a deep look, recalling his words from yesterday. Once you enter the gates of a noble family, it's as deep as the sea. It turned out to be true. Their family was indeed prestigious, and her parents were quite satisfied with her. However, what? Bai Yuqin hesitated, unsure why she felt compelled to share this with Su Yang. In her eyes, he was merely a younger brother, at 23, she was 5 years his senior. What advice could he possibly offer her? Su Yang sensed Bai Yuqin's unspoken concerns. If you have any worries, feel free to share them with me. Consider me a sounding board, he suggested. Bai Yuqin looked puzzled. A sounding board. Su Yang realized that the term sounding board hadn't yet entered common usage. He explained, a sounding board comes from the fairy tale The Emperor's New Clothes. It's a place where you can confide your secrets without the fear of them being revealed, since a sounding board has no voice and will never disclose your thoughts. Bai Yuqin smiled gently. I didn't expect your knowledge to be so extensive, Su Yang humbly replied. I've just happened to read a bit more. Bai Yuqin shot him a playful glance with her enchanting eyes. A boy younger than her spoke before her, a teacher, advocating for more reading. Who would take him seriously? Following the earlier interruption, Bai Yuqin gradually lowered her guard. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and remarked, Actually, it's nothing serious. I'm just not particularly fond of that man. When I met him, I noticed his phone kept ringing, yet he ignored the calls and even blacklisted the caller. Later, I observed traces of lipstick on his shirt and speculated that he might be seeing someone. My parents are quite eager for me to marry him, believing that his circumstances are favorable, while I remained somewhat hesitant. Su Yang understood. So that was the reason. Teacher Bai, may I ask, is your family in need of money? Not particularly. It's just that my father has a heart condition and cannot work, but he receives a pension, and I have my salary as well. I also have a younger sister, Su-young realized. Ah, a sisterly bond, which makes things easier to navigate, provided she is not a brother-supporting monster. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the appearance of Bai Yuqin's sister. After all, a woman can only remain youthful for a few years, while a man can appear mature for much longer. He decided to abandon writing code for the moment, having nearly completed it anyway. Su-young advised Bai Yuqin, if you wish to marry him, you must prepare yourself mentally. Prepare for what? Can you tolerate the possibility of him having another woman outside? Certainly not. I am still pure. Suddenly, Bai Yuqin felt it inappropriate to discuss such matters before Su-young and wisely fell silent. Su-young discerned the inadvertent implications in her words. Teacher Bai has yet to experience a romantic relationship. It made sense. How could one who appears as a teacher yet secretly studies computer programming have the time for romance? He added, another essential factor is the compatibility of social status. Bai Yuqin raised an eyebrow in confusion. Su-young explained, while love can transcend wealth and social class, marriage necessitates a consideration of family backgrounds. Only with similar values and life experiences can two individuals engage meaningfully, and only with comparable social standings can they coexist as equals. Otherwise, happiness becomes elusive. Bai Yuqin listened, somewhat astonished at Su-young's analysis. It was hard to envision such profound insights coming from someone so young. Only 18, she inquired. Where did you acquire this knowledge? Su-young replied, my mother enjoys watching matchmaking shows, and I've absorbed these ideas through osmosis. I find them quite insightful and hope you will reflect on them seriously. Ancient wisdom holds great truth. The insistence on matching social status arises because individuals from different backgrounds naturally exhibit diverse traits, and their experiences ultimately shape their future partner. Bai Yuqin, clearly inexperienced in matters of the heart, asked Su-young, so, what constitutes a compatible social status? Is it merely having similar financial circumstances? Su-young waved his hand dismissively. Compatibility does not strictly refer to equivalent financial means, but rather to shared perspectives shaped by similar backgrounds. A truly harmonious marriage is one of spiritual equality, devoid of the need for flattery or appeasement. You understand my unspoken words, and I comprehend your implicit meanings. Such a relationship is genuinely precious. Bai Yuqin appeared to grasp some of his points, albeit not entirely. As Su-young noted that it was time to depart, lest Lao Su return home, he stood and bid farewell to Bai Yuqin. Teacher Bai, I've completed my research. I shall take my leave now. Bai Yuqin nodded gently. I shall return as well. They walked side by side towards the exit. Bai Yuqin, glancing at Su-young, who stood half a head taller, for the first time did not regard him merely as her student. The profundity of Su-young's earlier remarks left her pondering, and she could ascertain one thing. Su-young did not harbor high hopes for this impending marriage. Well, perhaps it was best to wait and see. Su-young waved goodbye to Bai Yuqin, who rode away on her charming little bicycle. He realized that her home was located in the nearby residential building. This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. If you enjoy a sweet little love song, please save it. m.20xs.org, a sweet little love song. The aloof beauty of the school has been sweetly enchanted. The update speed of 20 Novel Network is the fastest online. Her father is a retired employee from Jiangming Steel Plant. Reflecting on Bai Yuqin's past misfortunes, Su-young felt indignant. How could such a beautiful woman be subjected to the indignities of such a scoundrel? Su-young hummed a tune as he returned home. Upon entering, he found the house eerily quiet. Lao Su, despite his lack of skill, insisted on dragging others into his games. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from his mother. Hello, Mom. Son, have you eaten? I have. What did you have? Cold pig's head meat and cold cucumbers, bought by Dad. Where's your father? Watching television. Have you done your homework? Su-young replied. I'm currently working on it. Your call is interrupting my concentration. Upon hearing that Su-young was studying, Zhang Xiumei quickly changed her tune. Oh, good then. I won't disturb you further. Remember to sleep early. After handling his mother's inquiries, he hung up and noticed an unread message on his phone. Upon checking, he saw it was from Gu Yanbing. Have you picked up your bicycle? The message was sent 2 hours prior, during which Su-young had been at the internet CAF writing code. He replied, I've picked it up and just returned it to Zhang Xiaoping. Gu Yanbing responded swiftly. All right, I'm going to bed now. Good night. Only then did Su-young realize it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Clearly, Gu Yanbing had been waiting for his reply. Today had been exhausting for Su Yang. After a brief session on his phone, he fell into a deep slumber. The next day, someone knocked on his door. Zhang Xiaomei, returning from her night shift, urged Su Yang to get up, warning that he would be late for class. She clattered about in the living room, and Su Jigua quickly rose, entirely devoid of the bravado he had displayed while drinking with Su Yang the previous day. Over the past few days, Su Yang had adjusted his biological clock to an earlier schedule. He got up and hastily consumed some soy milk and fried dough sticks his mother had bought before shouldering his backpack and heading to school. He had to leave early. He needed to copy homework during morning study, or else the teachers would hound him for assignments, with incomplete tasks leading to parental notifications. While others were studying over the weekend, Su Yang hadn't even opened his backpack. Just as he exited the community, Zhang Xiaoping arrived as promised. Neither had completed their homework, and they pedaled their bicycles at a brisk pace. Upon arriving at school, Su Yang borrowed homework from Shan Na, who sat behind him. Shan Na's eyes widened. Su Yang's grades surpassed hers. Su Yang urged, "Hurry up, hand over your physics, chemistry, and biology assignments." Shan Na replied, "I haven't finished the ones I didn't understand." Su Yang reassured her, "No worries, I'll help you with the ones you couldn't do later." Shan Na lightly responded with an "Oh," handing her work to Su Yang. He knew Shan Na had returned to school the previous afternoon. This time, the boarding students were required to stay for a full month, only able to return home a week before the college entrance examination. The countdown for the class bulletin board was drawing nearer, with the date now reading May 3, 2003. While others enjoyed nearly a week off for Labor Day, the third-year students had only 2.5 days. During Su Yang's intense copying session, Gu Yanbing and Dong Siyu entered the classroom, followed by other classmates arriving one after another. Gu Yanbing, noticing Su Yang furiously writing, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. How enjoyable the weekend had been, and now copying homework felt like torture. Shortly after, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Guohui, entered the classroom. He announced that the third round of mock college entrance exams would take place today. If you enjoy a sweet little love song, please save it. m.20xs.org, a sweet little love song. The aloof beauty of the school has been sweetly enchanted. The update speed of 20 Novel Network is the fastest online. Chapter 38. You have been kissed by the goddess of fortune. Su Yang scribbled furiously, fearing he would run out of time. Next to him, Zhang Xiaoping was also copying Su Yang's homework. 20 minutes later, Su Yang finished copying, only to discover that Shan Na had left a few questions unanswered. He then truly engaged his brain cells to solve the problems. Gu Yanbing, too, had a couple of unanswered questions and curiously tilted her head to watch Su Yang work through them, occasionally asking questions. As the morning study period concluded, Su Yang finally completed his homework. He turned around and handed it to Shan Na. Shan Na asked, "You finished?" Su Yang replied, "Yes, I also solved those 2 questions for you." Shan Na smiled sweetly, "Thank you so much." Su Yang wished to chat a bit longer with Shan Na, but noticed Gu Yanbing repeatedly bending down to pick up her pen or shifting her chair, prompting him to abandon the thought. Before long, Bai Yuqin entered with the exam papers. "Class, please put away your dictionaries and English books. Today we will have a mock exam." The students promptly stored their books away. Su Yang observed many boys with downcast expressions. Some murmured, "Teacher, we're feeling uncertain. Perhaps we should skip the mock exam." Bai Yuqin couldn't help but chuckle. Feigning seriousness, she said, "Who told you to play all the time at home?" Some students, I even encountered twice at the internet CAF. With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Su Yang. Embarrassed, Su Yang lowered his head. Who would have imagined encountering a teacher who loved the internet at an internet CAF? Had it not been for the only CAF near his home, he would never have gone there. Dong Siyu whispered to Gu Yanbing, "Why is there an exam today? I haven't memorized the vocabulary yet." Gu Yanbing, being proficient in English, remained unfazed. She advised Dong Siyu to take the exam attentively and check her work carefully. Su Yang overheard 2 girls in the front row whispering. They were discussing strategies for cheating. One suggested wearing a skirt so they could write answers on their thighs. The other, a plump girl, replied, "Good thing I have the thickest legs. I can write many more answers than you." Their desk mates were envious. In truth, the mock exam had become almost meaningless when it came to cheating. The college entrance examination does not grant one the opportunity to cheat. Naturally, Su Yang has heard that cheating still occurs in remote areas during the exam, and the circumstances in such places are indeed unspeakable. The boys in the back row are all inquiring of Bai Yuqin about the depth of this year's questions. Bai Yuqin gently adjusts her glasses and responds nonchalantly. The depth of the questions is determined by the ink. If the ink is printed heavily, then the questions are profound. If lightly, then they are shallow. Alas, she offers not a single useful comment. Bai Yuqin hands the test paper to a classmate in the front row for them to pass it back. As the bell rings to signal the start of the class, the examination officially commences. The first section is listening, and Bai Yuqin realizes she has forgotten to bring the tape recorder, prompting Su Yang to make a quick errand. The boys in the class look at Su Yang with a hint of envy. Among all the teachers, Bai Yuqin is the most popular, as her age is not far removed from that of the students, and she understands the current trends in society. The boys are willing to run errands for her. Unexpectedly today, the opportunity to demonstrate such service falls to Su Yang. He knows that Bai Yuqin is deliberately seeking revenge, especially for what transpired in the internet CAF those 2 days prior. He retrieves the recorder from the office and connects it. Only then does Bai Yuqin allow him to return to his seat. As the listening section begins, the classroom falls into silence. Bai Yuqin crosses her arms and strides methodically down the aisle in her high heels. Each time she passes by Zhang Xiaoping, he straightens his posture and takes a deep breath. The fragrance is simply enchanting. This time, Su Yang refrains from any mischief and focuses on the exam. As someone who has passed the CET and frequently uses English in his work, he knows that the English tested in high school is quite simple. As long as one memorizes 3,500 English vocabulary words, scoring around 120 points is quite feasible. Thus, the essence of the English examination lies in vocabulary memorization. Gu Yanbing inadvertently glances at Su Yang and notices his rapid pace in answering questions. Bai Yuqin pauses slightly as she passes Gu Yanbing, nodding slightly at her chosen answers, recognizing her as the diligent English class representative. Subsequently, she moves to the other side of the aisle and observes that Su Yang's answers align with Gu Yanbing's. Bai Yuqin's first thought is of plagiarism. Were Su Yang to excel in English, she wouldn't suspect him, as these questions have fixed answers. However, Su Yang's English proficiency has been somewhat lacking. Bai Yuqin doubts that his performance could have improved so dramatically. Yet she notices Zhang Xiaoping nearby. Bai Yuqin instructs Zhang Xiaoping, move to the desk at the back. Zhang Xiaoping emits a soft ah and, upon seeing Bai Yuqin's serious demeanor, lowers his head, reluctantly complying. Bai Yuqin then has Su Yang sit in Zhang Xiaoping's place, thus increasing the distance between him and Gu Yanbing. Su Yang surmises that Bai Yuqin must find his correct answers astonishing. He chooses not to argue. Bai Yuqin stands beside Su Yang, intending to offer him a stern lecture after class. As such, self-deceptive examinations hold no merit. The college entrance examination offers no opportunities for cheating. The two girls in the front row, who had been secretly glancing at their notes, become too intimidated to move with Bai Yuqin in close proximity. As time ticks away, Bai Yuqin senses something amiss. Su Yang, under her watchful gaze, has no chance to cheat. Yet all his answers are correct. Is it mere luck? After 20 minutes, Bai Yuqin begins to feel astonished. If this were simply guesswork, it would be utterly terrifying. How could he possibly get them all right? Has Lady Luck kissed him yesterday? Reflecting on Su Yang's recent English scores, 24, 33, 19. The contrast with his current performance is as stark as heaven and earth. She is eager to inquire how he accomplished this feat. An hour later, the bell rings. Bai Yuqin begins to collect the papers. The two girls in the front finally have a chance to copy the questions. They frequently glance back at Gu Yanbing's answers, who, in turn, cooperatively shifts her hand away from the test paper. Taking advantage of the moment, Gu Yanbing looks towards Su Yang. He winks at her. Gu Yanbing cannot help but recall their hand-holding incident yesterday and quickly turns her head away. As Bai Yuqin finishes collecting the papers, she announces that students may engage in free activities. Before leaving, she calls Su Yang aside. Zhang Xiaoping returns to his seat with a long face. He suspects that about 80% of his answers were mere guesses and hopes for a decent score. Gu Yanbing questions Zhang Xiaoping. What did you and Su Yang do yesterday? Zhang Xiaoping replies, nothing much. Gu Yanbing presses, did Su Yang not go to the internet CAF with you? She speculates that the encounters Bai Yuqin mentioned must have involved Su Yang, as she would not have looked towards him otherwise. Zhang Xiaoping shakes his head vigorously. After borrowing a bicycle from Su Yang yesterday, he simply returned home. In the office, Bai Yuqin crosses her legs, placing Su Yang's test paper on her lap as she grades it. Swiftly marking the correct answers with a red pen, she asks, Su Yang, when was your last exam? Su Yang scratches his head. replying, "Before my rebirth." Bai Yuqin looks up at him, her eyes filled with astonishment. Su Yang chuckles. "I believe it was in March." Only then does Bai Yuqin relent. "I recall you scored in the 30s on the last diagnostic test. In just 2 months, how have you improved so significantly in English?" As she speaks, her legs sway gently, the black stockings exuding a mature allure. Su Yang explains, "Actually, my mother found me a tutor, and I've been reciting English every day." Bai Yuqin nods slightly. She had heard of such cases before. Some students who performed poorly before their senior year suddenly awaken and make remarkable progress within a year. This is her first time experiencing such a phenomenon firsthand. Bai Yuqin quickly finishes grading Su Yang's paper and holds it up. "Would you like to know your score on this English test?" Su Yang cooperatively asks. "How much?" Bai Yuqin replies, 122 points. Su Yang's expression reveals no surprise. It is all within his expectations. Bai Yuqin advises, "Your English score is not the highest, but your improvement is the most remarkable. I hope you will continue to work hard before the college entrance examination and not disappoint the expectations I have for you." Su Yang feels a touch of gratitude. Most of the high school teachers he has encountered have been quite responsible, a sentiment he regrettably did not appreciate in the past. It is only after entering society that one realizes no one treats you well without reason. Su Yang returns to the classroom, where Gu Yanbing is even more concerned for him than Zhang Xiaoping. She inquires, "Why did the teacher call you to the office?" Su Yang replies, "Teacher Bai must think I have extraordinary talent in English and wants to nurture me." Gu Yanbing retorts, "If she wanted to nurture you, she would have done so long ago, not wait until now." Seeing the playful glint in Su Yang's eyes, she realizes he is not being truthful. She raises her fist as if to strike him, but, recalling they are in class, begrudgingly abandons the thought. Su Yang drags Zhang Xiaoping to fetch water, and Gu Yanbing hands her cup to him. "Please get me a cup as well, thank you." Su Yang accepts the cup and heads out with Zhang Xiaoping in the corridor. They encounter Su Shuai and Wang Yunfeng from the neighboring class. After the incident at the snack street, Su Shuai and Wang Yunfeng no longer dare to provoke Su Yang. Despite being athletic students, they are no match for Su Yang. Once Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping walk away, Su Shuai asks, "Yunfeng, didn't your brother say he would avenge you? When is he going to confront Su Yang?" Wang Yunfeng hesitates. "My brother said to wait. Last night, he saw Wang Yunfeng return home covered in blood and learned that his brother had encountered Su Yang at the internet CAF. They fought. Su Yang escaped with serious injuries, while Wang Yunfeng sustained only minor ones. However, today, seeing Su Yang unscathed, Wang Yunfeng realizes his brother must have been at a disadvantage. He knows Wang Yunfeng has a tendency to boast. If even Wang Yunfeng cannot deal with Su Yang, then no one at Jiaming No. 1 High School will dare to provoke him again. Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping arrive at the water station. Zhang Xiaoping greets a small, bespectacled boy, whom Su Yang recognizes as Huang Xiaozhong, a diligent student from a single-parent family. His father passed away in a traffic accident 4 years ago, and there were no surveillance cameras at the scene. The driver fled without stopping to in those days. Many intersections lacked monitoring, and when such incidents occurred, families had no choice but to accept their fate. Huang Xiaozhong smiles and greets Su Yang. Su Yang asks, "Xiaozhong, did Wang Yunfeng ever rob you?" Huang Xiaozhong nods. Indeed, Wang Yunfeng had taken his money, the class fee. However, few knew about this, and fearing trouble for his family, he had kept quiet. Su Yang puts his arm around Huang Xiaozhong's shoulder and whispers in his ear. Huang Xiaozhong's eyes widen in shock, as if he has heard something utterly scandalous, and he quickly shakes his head. Sensing Huang Xiaozhong's concern, Su Yang does not press further. Huang Xiaozhong grips Su Yang's arm, saying, "Su Yang, don't get involved with them. We have the college entrance exam coming up. It's not worth it." Su Yang pats Huang Xiaozhong's shoulder, assuring him, "I understand. You mustn't speak of this." Huang Xiaozhong nods in agreement. After Huang Xiaozhong leaves, Zhang Xiaoping asks what Su Yang said. Su Yang replies with 2 words. "The police." Zhang Xiaoping is so startled that he dares not say another word. Su Yang's intense gaze leaves Zhang Xiaoping feeling uneasy, and he protests, "I can't get involved in this either." Su Yang firmly grasps Zhang Xiaoping, exclaiming, "You still owe me 20 yuan from last time. What is the issue with doing me a favor?" Zhang Xiaoping shook his head repeatedly. Su Yang cursed, "You lot are truly a bunch of cowards." With that, they made their way towards the classroom. After completing the English exam, they would proceed with mathematics. Compared to Bai Yuqin, the homeroom teacher Zheng Guohui was considerably more serious. The classroom was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of pen tips scratching against paper. Gu Yanbing bit down on her pen cap. furrowing her beautifully shaped brows. Occasionally, the boys in the back row would emit sighs of exasperation. Su-yang intermittently paused to ponder, then lowered his head to calculate. Zhang Xiaoping discreetly nudged Su-yang with his arm. Su-yang slid his scratch paper aside for him to copy. Zhang Xiaoping, with a furtive glance, noted the answers and quickly jotted them down on his own paper. When Zheng Guohui turned his head, he feigned checking his calculations on the draft paper. Gu Yanbing also wished to copy the questions, subtly nudging Su-yang with her foot beneath the table. Su-yang understood, and he shifted his exam paper closer to her. Gu Yanbing was quite pleased with Su-yang's response. She cast a quick glance at the paper. However, unlike Zhang Xiaoping, she did not replicate the answers verbatim. Instead, she deduced the problem based on Su-yang's responses, ultimately arriving at a satisfactory conclusion. A true academic prodigy not only aims for a perfect score of 120, but also seeks to assist as many peers as possible, leading the entire class to glorious achievements. An exam is a personal affair, yet it is never solitary. Zheng Guohui scanned the room. Frustrated, he declared, "I'm not trying to bring you down." Su-yang internally acknowledged this. Often, when someone prefaces a statement with, "I'm not bragging," it signals the onset of boasting. Similarly, when someone asserts, "I'm not trying to discourage you," they are about to do just that. Likewise, when a vendor insists, "I'm not deceiving you," it typically precedes a con. Indeed, Zheng Guohui began to berate them. "You are the worst class I've ever taught. Even the blackboard understands this, yet you do not. What is mathematics? What you fail to comprehend is mathematics. Let me tell you. Your chances of getting into Fudan are on par with my chances of becoming president. I simply cannot fathom how the most intellectually challenged individuals in the nation could be concentrated in this school. Particularly in one class, and to top it off, with a homeroom teacher like me. What a twist of fate." The students in the class could not help but burst into laughter. Zheng Guohui, with a dark expression, retorted, "You still have the gall to laugh?" Drooling all over the place. "While the factory workers next door can count their money clearly, yet you lot can't even manage that." Many students bowed their heads under Zheng Guohui's scorn. Su-yang recognized this was a deliberate tactic by Zheng Guohui, intended to amplify the students' stress regarding the exam, as the true pressures of the college entrance examination far exceed this. As the bell rang, Zheng Guohui commenced collecting the papers. Finally, the students were free to escape the homeroom teacher's admonitions. Throughout the rest of the day, they would consecutively take exams in Chinese and science. Many students felt dizzy from the onslaught of questions. The school was aware that organizing a day filled with exams was rather tight, yet there was no alternative. This period demanded urgency. During evening self-study, old Zheng entered and announced that there would only be one class that night, allowing the students to either review or rest. Cheers erupted from the classroom. Gu Yanbing inquired of Su-yang, "How do you think you did?" Su-yang replied, "Not too bad, I suppose." Recently, he had only focused during class. Spending the rest of his time engaged in other activities. As an adult, he understood the importance of time management. Much like in university, no teacher would monitor your studying. It all depended on self-discipline. While rummaging through her desk drawer, Gu Yanbing inadvertently uncovered a love letter adorned with clumsy hearts and the word love. Su-yang chuckled. "You've got quite the charm." "Another love letter," Gu Yanbing replied with a hint of pride. "Of course, most of the boys in our class have secretly sent me love letters." Su-yang was about to retort, "I've never sent one," when Gu Yanbing interjected, "except for certain individuals." As she said this, her sparkling eyes fixated on Su-yang, seemingly hinting at something. Su-yang said, "Let me see what the letter says." Gu Yanbing tucked the letter away. "I want to show you." Typically, she would toss such letters straight into the trash, but today she found herself hesitating that Su-yang sensed someone gently poking his back. He turned to see Shan Na behind him. "What is up, Xiao Shan?" Could you explain this problem to me?" Shana held out a question from the morning's exercises, one that Su-yang had written down for her during their homework copying session. "This problem is simple." Su-yang turned to face Shan Na directly. Shana felt a bit uncomfortable with the situation and shyly lowered her gaze. Su-yang paused momentarily, wanting to say to Shan Na, "Sister, don't bow your head. If you stand tall, you might just reach it." When Su-yang went to the cafeteria for meals, he noticed Shan Na's eating habits were quite ordinary. Usually just steamed buns when she first arrived from home. He glanced over at Gu Yanbing's figure, comparing the two, and found Shan Na's more challenging to comprehend. Was it truly the case that one should eat what one wishes to supplement? Gu Yanbing occasionally glanced over at Su Yang and Shan Na as they discussed the questions. Her curiosity piqued. She recalled how, that morning, Su Yang had chosen to copy Shan Na's homework instead of hers. For some reason, she felt a pang of jealousy. Su Yang glanced at the time, and before he knew it, it was nearly 11 o'clock. How swiftly time passes, even faster than the moments spent seeking a technician's service at the spa. Upon returning home, Zhang Xiumei inquired why Su Yang was so late. Su Yang informed his mother that there had been an exam at school. Zhang Xiumei immediately grew anxious. How did it go? Not too bad, not too bad. Zhang Xiumei heated up some food for Su Yang, urging him to eat quickly. Parents are well aware that this period leading up to the college entrance examination is crucial for their children, and any slip-up must be avoided. As Su Yang ate, he inquired about the business at Lao Su's supermarket. Su Jigua informed him that the 500 bags of Banlan gin had already sold out. A new shipment of 1,000 bags was set to arrive soon. Zhang Xiumei was quite pleased with this gradual strategy. Perhaps it wouldn't yield substantial profits, but it certainly wouldn't incur significant losses either. At Su Yang's age, as long as he was fed, the family wouldn't starve, and naturally, he was inclined to indulge. However, as one reaches middle age and starts a family, the importance of stability becomes clear. Why do so many people aspire to become civil servants? It is precisely for the stability, a guaranteed income regardless of drought or flood, along with a certain level of status. Working in a private enterprise may yield more income one year, but a layoff the next could leave one with nothing. Zhang Xiumei ruffled Su Yang's hair. This sale of Banlan gin was your idea, son. Lao Su, remember to reward him with 10 yuan later. Su Yang replied. With a profit of 4 yuan per bag, 2,000 yuan in just a few days, and you only want to give me 10? Is that fair? Su Jigua, noticing Su Yang's mournful gaze, cleared his throat. This chapter isn't over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. They arrived at school, and the boys from other classes intentionally drew closer when they saw Gu Yanbing. Unable to resist stealing glances, Gu Yanbing, dressed in her school uniform, appeared tall and elegant, her high ponytail swaying with each step. Upon entering the classroom, Su Yang noticed some classmates were memorizing vocabulary while others dozed off. Gu Yanbing took out a tissue from her bag to wipe the desk, then handed it to Su Yang, indicating that he should do the same. Being a girl, she was mindful of cleanliness. Unlike Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping, who had never wiped their desks. After tidying up, Gu Yanbing placed her books and water bottle on the table. Su Yang observed her pulling out 2 love letters from the drawer. It seemed the boys had effectively fattened the school's small shop with their affections. Su Yang looked at Gu Yanbing. Her fair skin, prominent nose, slender lips, and slightly upturned chin reminded him of a goddess from Greek sculpture. He couldn't deny that Gu Yanbing was indeed worth the effort to pursue. Just the love letters she had received over the past 3 years could suffice for Su Yang to wipe his backside for 3 years. Gu Yanbing noticed Su Yang's gaze. Why are you looking at me? Oh, nothing. Just noticed you're a bit different today than yesterday. What's different? Is it that my eyes seem a bit puffy? Gu Yanbing leaned closer to Su Yang. Su Yang had only meant it casually, but he realized she indeed looked different. He had no choice but to agree. It does seem a bit so, Gu Yanbing replied. I stayed up late watching television last night. Su Yang recalled that recently Dong Siyu had recommended the Korean drama Endless Love to Gu Yanbing. Indeed, when Dong Siyu asked her which episode she had reached, she started to spoil the subsequent plot for Gu Yanbing. Su Yang remembered his plans for the day. He pulled out a 100 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Xiaoping. Zhang Xiaoping was taken aback upon seeing the money. Su Yang whispered, after much contemplation, I believe you are the best candidate for this task. Su Yang, I'm a bit scared, Zhang Xiaoping admitted. Scared of what? I will protect you, don't worry. Seeing Su Yang's determination, Zhang Xiaoping recalled what Su Yang had mentioned the previous night and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Su Yang stated, I'll buy a voice recorder at noon today. What's a voice recorder for? To help you memorize English words, and you can also use it to record. Zhang Xiaoping looked puzzled. Su Yang handed the 100 yuan to Zhang Xiaoping, advising, remember, if anyone asks, just say I left the money with you because my pocket was broken. Zhang Xiaoping nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the street behind Jiaoming No, one middle school in Yunxing Billiards Hall, Wang Yuntao and his friends were playing billiards. Ermao rushed in, panting and carrying a duffel bag. Upon spotting Wang Yuntao, he placed the bag on the billiard table. The sound of metal scraping echoed from within. Wang Yuntao inquired, Did you buy it? Ermao replied, I did. All the real deal. Wang Yuntao approached and unzipped the bag, revealing an array of knives, their cold blades glinting ominously. His friend's expressions turned pale at the sight. Tao Gu, what is this? Wang Yuntao brandished a knife and tapped it. Isn't Su Yang so impressive? I want to test whether his fists are quicker than my blade. Tao Gu, are you serious? Some began to have second thoughts, feeling that this was escalating too far. They usually engaged in brawls but never expected it would lead to something so serious. They understood that this was illegal. Wang Yuntao scanned the group. What? Are you all scared? Some, driven by loyalty and pride, shouted that they weren't afraid. Others began to make excuses. Tao Gu, I have something at home. I need to head back. Wang Yuntao didn't stop them, and soon, the once bustling billiard hall was left with just 3 people. Ermao grumbled, Tao Gu, they always talk about brotherhood and loyalty, yet they abandon us at the first sign of trouble. They truly are a bunch of ingrates. Wang Yuntao sighed. No worries, Ermao. This incident helps me see who is worth my time and who isn't. Ermao asked, Tao Gu, when do we ambush Su Yang? Wang Yuntao's expression hardened. No rush, we'll strike a few days before the college entrance exam. First, let us disable one of his hands. Ermao nodded. Wang Yuntao cautioned, Huazi, Ermao, none of you are to speak of this. Both Ermao and Huazi promised there would be no issues. Finally, Ermao wisp, I have a fondness for a delightful little love song, where the aloof and beautiful school goddess is utterly enchanted. Please save it. m.20xs.org. This enchanting piece, a charming little love song, is updated at the fastest pace across the entire web on the 20novel network.in. This narrative, Wang Yuntao cannot help but sigh. Initially, he aspired to cultivate a vast force akin to Hongxing, but alas, the lack of funds led to its dissolution. He reluctantly hands over the last 5 yuan in his pocket to Ermao. In the next few days, let us explore the surroundings to see if we can gather some money, aiming to raise 40 yuan for you. Ah, understood, Brother Tao. Ermao, with tears in his eyes, accepts the 5 yuan. Realizing he is still short by 35 yuan. In the classroom, Zheng Guohui announces the scores from the recent preliminary exam. He particularly commends Su Yang, who remarkably raised his English average from 20 to 122, and his total score from 430 to 539. The class erupts in astonishment. Many inquire about the methods Su Yang employed to achieve such a leap. Su Yang reveals that his uncle's daughter's cousin's husband came to Jiangming City on a business trip, and his mother arranged for him to receive English tutoring. He emphasizes the term foreign teacher, implying that he was taught by someone from abroad, while casually requesting his classmates to help him figure out how to address this relative based on their familial connection. The class falls into a moment of silence, with some students genuinely calculating the relation. Zheng Guohui continues to announce the scores of other students. Gu Yanbing scores 553. Zhang Xiaoping scores 442. Su Yang glances at Gu Yanbing's report card. Realizing that a score of 553 places her among the top 20 in the class, reflecting the relatively backward educational standards in their locality. Of course, the top student, Hu Yanchun, is exceptional with a total score of 602. The entire class applauds Hu Yanchun's impressive achievement, and even Gu Yanbing gazes at her in admiration. Su Yang understands that in high school, academic achievers are revered, receiving the affection of teachers and admiration from female classmates, making them a protected class in schools. Yet, in university, the value of academic prowess diminishes, and family background becomes paramount. One may toil diligently to complete their studies at a prestigious university, secure an esteemed job, obtain a residence permit in Yanjing, and purchase a house in the city's 5th ring road by the age of 35 through personal loans, believing they have reached the pinnacle of life. However, many inherit 5 or 6 properties due to family relocations, arriving at the finish line leisurely while others exert themselves tirelessly. As this little love song continues, it captivates with its portrayal of the aloof school goddess, further urging everyone to save it. m.20xs.org. In Chapter 42, 100 yuan for tears behind iron bars. After school one day, Zhang Xiaoping rides his bicycle past Zhongxing Road behind the school. Normally, they would take the safer route along Jianxi Road in front of the school. However, for Su Yang's plan, Zhang Xiaoping must brave this perilous path. Even though he knows Su Yang is following him, he feels a twinge of anxiety. Students generally avoid this route, as Wang Yuntao's Yunqing Billiard Hall is located here. Wang Yuntao and his gang specifically target classmates to seize their pocket money, particularly those who sneak off to surf the internet. Victims of these encounters feel powerless and resigned to their misfortunes. Zhang Xiaoping silently wonders why Wang Yuntao has not yet appeared after 2 days of this routine. As he passes the billiard hall, he instinctively slows his bike. Suddenly, two figures emerge from the establishment, with Wang Yuntao, cigarette in mouth, leading the way, accompanied by Ermao, whose hair is streaked with yellow. Wang Yuntao has been troubled about money lately, as the amounts they seize from classmates are mere coins. And Ermao presses him for quicker results. Ermao, noticing Zhang Xiaoping's furtive demeanor, whispers to Wang Yuntao, "Brother Tao." Wang Yuntao nods, "Block him." The two pursue Zhang Xiaoping, who instinctively pedals faster in an attempt to escape. Wang Yuntao, swift in his actions, grabs hold of Zhang Xiaoping's bicycle, while Ermao reaches from the other side to grasp the brake. "Get off." Zhang Xiaoping's heart races, but recalling Su Yang's instructions, he reluctantly dismounts. Wang Yuntao approaches and slaps Zhang Xiaoping on the head, exclaiming, "What are you running for?" He then reaches for Zhang Xiaoping's backpack. Zhang Xiaoping desperately tries to protect it, only intensifying Wang Yuntao's aggression. A kick to Zhang Xiaoping's abdomen follows. "Don't act up, or I'll teach you a lesson." Zhang Xiaoping, frightened, shields his face with his hands. Ermao inquires, "Do you know Su Yang?" Zhang Xiaoping hesitates. Su Yang had not prepared him for this question. Wang Yuntao rummages through the backpack while demanding, "Cat got your tongue." "I'm asking you." Zhang Xiaoping nods. "I doubt I know him. He's my classmate." Wang Yuntao empties Zhang Xiaoping's backpack onto the ground, searching through the contents. Ermao asks, "Which route does Su Yang usually take?" Zhang Xiaoping cooperatively points to the Jinshi Road in front of the school. Wang Yuntao presses further, "Do you have any money on you?" Zhang Xiaoping vigorously shakes his head. Ermao checks Zhang Xiaoping's pockets, retrieving a heavy black pin. "What is this?" "A fountain pin." "How much did it cost?" "About 3 yuan." Ermao discards the pin onto the ground. Zhang Xiaoping's heart races. Had he not known that Su Yang was following? He would never dare to lie. Wang Yuntao, having thoroughly searched Zhang Xiaoping's backpack, finds not a single cent. Damn it. Another broke. Zhang Xiaoping instinctively retreats, raising his hands to shield his trousers. Wang Yuntao, familiar with this sort of situation, quickly deduces where Zhang Xiaoping is hiding his money. He commands Ermao, "Strip him of his pants." Zhang Xiaoping's face pales. "Bro, we agreed on money. Why are we moving to this?" Ermao smirks as he moves to remove Zhang Xiaoping's pants. Zhang Xiaoping struggles to evade, but ultimately, Wang Yuntao delivers a slap and a kick. Ermao restrains Zhang Xiaoping, and Wang Yuntao retrieves 200 yuan from his inner pocket. Zhang Xiaoping protests, "Brother, that 100 yuan is mine." Wang Yuntao sneers, "Damn, you hit it well, even in your underwear, 100 yuan, that's quite a catch." Ermao also beams with joy. This sum will allow them to live lavishly for several days. Wang Yuntao lightly pats Zhang Xiaoping's face. "Warning, what happens tonight must never leave your lips. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll teach you a lesson. Understand?" Zhang Xiaoping, trembling, can hardly stand. Wang Yuntao pockets the money and departs with Ermao, remarking, "Tonight, we'll hit the internet CAF for an all-nighter. And tomorrow morning I'll treat you to mutton soup." In despair, Zhang Xiaoping trudges home, his expression reminiscent of a disgruntled spouse. Shortly after, Su Yang arrives on his bicycle. Zhang Xiaoping is about to speak when Su Yang quietly shakes his head and points to the recording pin on the ground. "What happened, Xiaoping?" Zhang Xiaoping realizes, "Wang Yuntao robbed me." Su Yang assists Zhang Xiaoping in picking up the scattered books. "What should we do, Su Yang?" Su Yang replies, "I'll take you to the police station." Once they gathered everything, Su Yang rides his bicycle, leading Zhang Xiaoping to the police station to report the incident. The on-duty officer is taken aback when 2 students arrive to file a report. Zhang Xiaoping stutters as he recounts the events of the robbery. After accepting the report, the police inquire further about the details and begin to document the case. During this time, Su Yang hands over the recording pin, explaining that it was initially meant for studying vocabulary but inadvertently captured the robbery. The police call on the 2 culprits, and after reviewing the report, they decide to escalate the matter to the district office. Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping remain at the police station until 11 o'clock at night before finally leaving. Zhang Xiaoping, anxious, asks, "Su Yang, will Wang Yuntao retaliate against me?" This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Su Yang reassures him, patting his shoulder. "No, Wang Yuntao has been involved in multiple robberies. He is facing at least 3 years in prison. By that time, you'll be nearing your university graduation." Zhang Xiaoping nods, still shaken. This marks his first time engaging in such a significant affair with Su Yang, from the initial planning stages to the deliberate baiting of the trap. At last, Wang Yuntao has been caught red-handed by Su Yang. Zhang Xiaoping inquires again, Su Yang, will he come after my family? Su Yang reassures him, it's fine. Wang Yuntao doesn't even know you. This incident poses little risk to Zhang Xiaoping. Su Yang has investigated and discovered that Wang Yuntao's family lacks any substantial background. His parents are both laborers. The crucial point is that both Wang Yuntao and Mao are over 18 years old. In criminal law, 18 is a significant threshold. Theft and robbery are two distinct concepts. If one steals 100 yuan, it does not constitute a crime, at most resulting in administrative punishment. Robbery, however, is an entirely different matter. Carrying a minimum sentence of 3 years, as they approach home, Su Yang instructs Zhang Xiaoping on how to handle forthcoming inquiries. Zhang Xiaoping nods in understanding, and the two part ways. Upon returning home, Su Yang discovers Su Zhigua and Zhang Xiumei counting money in the living room. They have earned a considerable sum from selling Banlanjan recently. This unexpected windfall brings joy to everyone, yet there are also concerns. Due to Su Zhigua setting the price for Banlanjan too low, nearby pharmacies are rushing to procure supplies. Su Zhigua limited the supply per Su Yang's request, preventing the pharmacies from making bulk purchases. Some have even used connections to seek low-priced goods. Su Zhigua managed to secure this price through relationships with his comrades in arms. Such bonds of camaraderie remain unbreakable, even after 10 or 20 years. Su Yang recalled that every year, old Su and his comrades would gather without fail, and it seemed that this year they would convene at a comrade's house in Yinjing. After counting the money, Zhang Xiumei placed it into her bag, preparing to deposit it in the bank the following day. Naturally, she did not forget to give old Su 100 yuan as a reward, and Su Yang 20 yuan. Su Yang, Mom, please don't deposit the money in the bank. Zhang Xiumei, then where should I put it? Su Yang smiled broadly as he opened his pocket. Deposit it here, the interest is higher than the bank. Zhang Xiumei regarded Su Yang with a look that conveyed her skepticism, as if to say, I may not be well educated, but you can't fool me, humph, I don't believe you. Subsequently, she retrieved a change of clothes from the bedroom. Humming softly as she went to the bathroom to take a shower, casually reminding Su Zhigua to mop the floor. Mop the floor. Su Yang glanced at old Su. This was a secret signal cultivated over many years between the couple. It seemed that tonight, old Su would relive his 20s. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, more than half of May had elapsed. The countdown to the college entrance examination in the back of the classroom indicated only 16 days remained. Following the incident, Wang Yuntao was placed under investigation by the police and was apprehended 3 days later at a billiard hall. His former associates quickly distanced themselves from him. The only downside was that Mao had received wind of the situation and fled in fear of punishment. This left Zhang Xiaoping quite alarmed. Worried that Mao might seek revenge, Su Yang reassured him that Mao was too preoccupied with his own safety to retaliate. Comforted by Su Yang's words, Zhang Xiaoping finally felt at ease. During this period, Su Yang's scores stabilized around 540 points. In the words of their old class teacher, Zhang Guohui, you are quite intelligent, you grasp concepts quickly, but your temperament is too laid back. If you could apply yourself diligently, surpassing Hui Yanchun would not be difficult. What brought the entire class joy was Su Yang's remarkable improvement from over 400 points to more than 500. On one occasion during a physical education break, the director of the school asked Su Yang to come to the stage to share how he had improved his English scores. This moment instantly thrust the typically low-key Su Yang into the limelight of the school. Rumors began to circulate. A genius in English had emerged from Jiangming No. 1 High School. In just half a month, his English score had skyrocketed from 20 to 120 points. It was said that the media was preparing to come for interviews. Many classmates sought Su Yang's guidance, with several pleading for him to hold a class to discuss his study methods for English. This left Su Yang quite distressed. He repeated time and again, I just memorized vocabulary. That afternoon during self-study, Gu Yanbing looked at her mock exam score, 553 points. She said to Su Yang, we are about 10 points apart. You need to work hard. Su Yang, why should I work hard? Gu Yanbing, so we can attend the same university. Su Yang, getting into the same university is quite simple. Gu Yanbing, how so? Su Yang, on the day of the exam, you just need to intentionally get 2 questions wronged. Gu Yanbing, that sounds risky. What if you score higher than me? There had been instances in the past where couples had secretly agreed on an exam strategy, with the girl deliberately answering 2 questions incorrectly. However, when the scores were released, the boy ended up with a higher total and was accepted into a better university, only to discard the girl after filling out his application. Although Gu Yanbing had feelings for Su Yang, she was hesitant to take such a gamble. She then inquired about Su Yang's plans for the evening, mentioning that it had been some time since they visited the snack street. Gu Yanbing expressed a desire to eat at a food stall, and after pondering, Su Yang agreed. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He looked up to see that there was no teacher in the classroom and took out his phone. It was a bank notification SMS, alerting him of a deposit of 2,236 yuan. Shortly after, Chang Jianfeng sent a message. "Brother, I've transferred your share of the profits for the past half-month. Please check," Su Yang replied. Received. Chang Jianfeng sent another message. "I saw the statement from the Miracle official site today. They have acknowledged the existence of cheats and will be conducting an emergency maintenance update. With the domestic version undergoing maintenance in June. Su Yang. Okay, I will expedite the release of version 3.0, Chang Jianfeng. Our cheat 1T be shut down, right? I've invested a lot of resources into it." Su Yang, familiar with the progress of Miracle MU, reassured him. "Brother Chang, rest assured, the cheat will sustain us for at least 2 years. Chang Jianfeng, great, great. Let us enjoy a pleasant cooperation." After concluding the chat with Chang Jianfeng, Su Yang felt satisfied with the 2,000 plus yuan earned in just half a month, an amount he had anticipated, that time. Online payments had not yet fully flourished. Taobao had only recently been established, and Alipay had yet to emerge. Chang Jianfeng had been diligently visiting internet cafes to conduct business, and achieving this level of success was already quite impressive. Similarly, the announcement from the Miracle MU official site had come sooner than expected. If the other party implemented anti-cheat measures, Su Yang would need to recode the cheat from the ground up to evade detection. However, Miracle had a distributor in the country, and it would take some time before a version update occurred. Su Yang was in a position where he had nothing to lose. While Miracle's client base had much to protect, they would need to conduct at least 2 rounds of testing before updating the version. Gu Yanbing noticed Su Yang had brought his phone to school, thinking to herself that he was quite bold. If the homeroom teacher caught him with it, the phone would at least be confiscated. As the bell rang for class, the final lesson was biology, taught by a nearing retirement matron. Perhaps due to her impending retirement or the onset of menopause, the biology teacher had completely relaxed, to the point where even the principal could not motivate her. Her teaching style consisted of simply reading from the textbook, leaving students with the task of rote memorization. This resulted in a somber atmosphere in every biology class. Students joked that anyone suffering from insomnia should listen to a recording of the biology teacher. They would surely fall asleep within 5 minutes. Su Yang had once held a keen interest in biology, particularly in human anatomy, a subject that many understood. However, his interest waned upon encountering this biology teacher in his senior year. He could not comprehend why the school assigned this matron to teach about chromosomes and cells. As the class neared its end, the biology teacher switched to a sales pitch. "Students, your time for review is limited. If anyone wants to improve their scores, I recommend purchasing the college entrance examination simulation papers published by Professor Huanggang at the bookstore across from our school. Be sure to buy 2 sets. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content." Later that evening after school, Gu Yanbing, Dong Siyu, Su Yang, and Zhang Xiaoping headed to the snack street together. Gu Yanbing remained fond of the crossbridge rice noodles, while Dong Siyu and Su Yang opted for Chongqing mixed noodles. Zhang Xiaoping, who had been experiencing diarrhea for the past few days, ordered toasted bread slices, as Dong Siyu claimed they could remedy his condition. With the college entrance examination approaching, their conversations revolved more around the exam and potential universities, as well as plans for the upcoming summer vacation. Gu Yanbing mentioned she had compiled a list of 40 wishes for the summer, stating, "I want to watch a sunrise once. I also want to learn to roller skate. I had always wanted to learn as a child, but my dad thought it was too dangerous, and by the time high school came around, there was no time left." As Gu Yanbing spoke, she rested her chin on her hand, her clear, bright eyes reflecting a sense of longing. Her childhood had been idyllic, being doted upon by Gu Jianwei and Gu Ruodin. However, she had also missed out on many playful experiences, such as Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping fishing in the river, climbing trees to find bird nests, and chasing after speeding tractors. Zhang Xiaoping asked, "With so many wishes on your list, will you be able to fulfill them?" Gu Yanbing, "No rush. Even if I can't complete them, I can always take my time later since we have nearly 3 months this summer." Su Yang couldn't help but wonder, "Does your list of wishes include transitioning from girlhood to womanhood? I would willingly devote myself to fulfilling your desires." Gu Yanbing then inquired about Dong Siyu's summer plans. Dong Siyu answered with only 2 words, "Work hard to earn money." She genuinely wanted to make money. From a young age, She observed her parents either earning money or on their way to do so. From selling goods from a pushcart to using a tricycle and eventually opening her own snack shop. Dong Siyu felt that her parents were exhausted, and she wished for them to rest while she endeavored to earn money herself. After Gu Yanbing inquired about Dong Siyu, she turned her gaze towards Zhang Xiaoping. Zhang Xiaoping had long prepared his speech. He intended to seize the opportunity to show off when Gu Yanbing questioned him. He planned to say that he aimed to read more books during the summer to broaden his horizons and knowledge. If Su Yang were aware of Zhang Xiaoping's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at him. Many immature men often relish in putting on a fade in front of girls, trying to present themselves as unique individuals. Based on Su Yang's profound theoretical knowledge, he concluded that one should never show off easily in front of girls, as it can lead to foolishness. Indeed, when Gu Yanbing asked Zhang Xiaoping about his aspirations, he pretended to be profound and uttered something rather foolish. I plan to read more books this summer, such as Currency Wars and The Fire of Silicon Valley. I believe this will broaden my perspective and enhance my knowledge. Reading can cultivate wisdom. Gu Yanbing responded with silence. Dong Siyu disdainfully remarked, how boring. After enduring the college entrance examination, you still think about studying. What good does that do? It's better to review and strive for high scores now. Zhang Xiaoping felt disheveled in the evening breeze in the bustling snack street. Su Yang noticed people at the adjacent table drinking and enjoying skewers. He asked Gu Yanbing, as we are about to graduate, should we have a beer? Gu Yanbing shook her head. My dad says we can't drink outside, but we can have a little at home. Su Yang insisted, beer is fine. It won't get us drunk. Gu Yanbing turned her head to look over. The table next door had both men and women dressed in suits, evidently having a company gathering. One man had his arm around a woman's waist, and gradually his hand began to wander downwards. The woman, slightly tipsy, remained oblivious. Gu Yanbing's face inexplicably flushed. Goodness, in broad daylight, how lewd. Su Yang was encouraging Gu Yanbing to drink. Dong Siyu slammed her hand on the table, startling Zhang Xiaoping. Dong Siyu's voice was quite loud. Su Yang, why are you urging us to drink? What is your ulterior motive? Don't think I haven't watched dramas. There are plenty of scenes where they coax people into drinking. Yanbing, don't fall for it, Su Yang. Dong Siyu, you little rascal. Gu Yanbing's eyes grew wary, especially recalling the earlier incident with the girl at the other table. She shook her head. I want tea drink. Su Yang had no choice but to relent, realizing that there was no opportunity in Jiaoming City. He would have to wait until they attended university in the provincial capital to seize the chance. Once in college, Gu Yanbing would be unfamiliar with her surroundings, and Su Yang would have ample opportunities to show her the wonders of the world and take her on merry-go-round rides. After dinner, the four of them returned to their respective homes. School let out a bit earlier today, primarily due to a meeting held by the Education Committee regarding the examination venue arrangements for Jiaoming No. One high school. That Su Yang pondered over the operational issues of his father's supermarket as he rode his bicycle around a corner. Their supermarket had just received a new batch of banlanjian, totaling 2,000 bags. Due to the low selling price, customers were frantically purchasing them, which also led to jealousy from competitors who reported them. The food and drug supervision personnel frequently came to inspect the supermarket. Su Jigua was quite stubborn. Even when the inspectors hinted at a bribe, he refused to give in his eyes. He was running a legitimate business, and who dared to touch him? Consequently, the opposing side sent vehicles daily to block the entrance, not overtly harassing him, but conducting regular inspections of his goods, which severely impacted the supermarket's daily operations. Su Yang knew that dealing with tricky individuals could be challenging. Many would choose to pay off troublemakers, especially when lacking a strong backing. While riding, he called his mother. Zhang Xiaomei, on duty at the hospital, answered Su Yang's call. Son, what do you need? Mom, could you give me my second uncle's phone number? Why do you need that? Oh, it just occurred to me that I didn't save my second uncle's number. I'll store it. Zhang Xiaomei remained skeptical but eventually provided Su Zhengxing's number, not forgetting to remind Su Yang to study hard and improve every day. After acquiring the number, Su Yang turned and entered a tobacco and alcohol store to buy 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. Passing by a fruit stall, he bought some fruits as well. These items could have been taken from their supermarket. But considering Su Jigua's stubbornness, Su Yang decided to take matters into his own hands. With money in his pocket, he felt no anxiety, in truth, given the relationship between their family and Su Zhengsheng. Buying these cigarettes seemed somewhat superfluous. Su Zhengsheng was the younger brother of Su Yang's grandfather and the uncle of Su Jigua. Recently, it was Su Zhengxing who helped obtain the supermarket's pharmaceutical license. However, Su Yang understood that aside from immediate family, one must still follow the necessary protocols in many relationships. Whether one accepts gifts is their business, whether one gives is yours. After purchasing the cigarettes, Su Yang headed straight for Su Zhengxing's residential complex. 20 minutes later, he arrived at Su Zhengxing's family courtyard. Noticing the lights on the third floor, he dialed Su Zhengxing's number from the bottom of the building. After a few rings, the call was rejected. Those in government positions typically had a rule. They seldom answered unfamiliar numbers and rarely accepted gifts from those they were not close to. Undeterred, Su Yang called again. This time, the call was finally answered. Su Zhengxing's voice came through the line. "Who is this?" "Second uncle, it's me, Su Yang." Su Zhengxing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Ah, it's you? Kid, I was wondering whose number this was." Su Yang asked. "Second uncle, are you dining out or at home?" "I'm at home, just finished eating. Then I'll come visit you for a bit. Come on over." "Did your mom scold you? Next time you see her, tell her kids shouldn't always be punished." Su Yang politely responded while parking his bicycle and heading upstairs with the Zhonghua cigarettes in hand. Su Zhengxing, having married later in life, had a son and a daughter. His daughter married someone from another locality, a college sweetheart, but her husband later fell into gambling, leaving their lives in disarray. His son worked at a foreign enterprise and, at 28, still refused to marry, causing great distress for Su Zhengxing and his wife. This had led to quite a few quarrels between the couple. Su Yang arrived on the third floor and knocked on the door. His second aunt, Zhou Shufan, opened it. Su Yang cheerfully greeted, "Grandma." Zhou Shufan warmly assessed Su Yang. "Su Yang, it's been a while since we last met. You seem to have grown quite a bit." Then she noticed the item Su Yang was holding and frowned. "Why do you bring something when you come to play? Remember to take it back with you when you leave." Su Yang smiled and placed the items on the table. Su Zhengxing walked over. Having just fed the turtle he kept on the balcony, smiling as he approached Su Yang. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. At this moment, Su Zhengxing was seething with anger, signifying a turning point in the situation. He addressed Zhou Shufan, instructing her to fetch his mobile phone. Zhou Shufan rose to comply, heading to retrieve the device for Su Zhengxing. Su Yang meticulously recounted the incident involving the sale of Banlan root at home, including the matter of being reported by competitors. Su Zhengxing, infuriated, slammed the table. These old foxes are truly blinded by profit. With only 2 years left until his retirement, he had spent decades within the bureaucratic system. Although his position was modest, he knew countless individuals and possessed an abundance of incriminating information. Zhou Shufan returned with the phone. Su Zhengxing, in front of Su Yang, dialed a number. Su Yang, perceptive as ever, discreetly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Su Zhengxing, who was pleased with the gesture. Zhou Shufan was somewhat taken aback. Her impression of Su Yang was that of a studious and well-behaved young man. Today, however, she observed a level of shrewdness and maturity in him that seemed incongruent with his age. It appeared that Su Yang had undergone some transformation. As Su Zhengxing connected the call, he greeted, "Xiao Lu, have you been to Jigua's supermarket in recent days?" Upon hearing that he had not, Su Zhengxing inquired who had gone instead. "Oh, it was Feng Zhonglin who took a group there." "I see. All right, I understand now." He ended the call, and Su Yang noticed the furrow in Su Zhengxing's brow, sensing that the situation was rather serious. Zhou Shufan asked, "Is that Feng Zhonglin a recent transfer to your unit?" Su Zhengxing nodded, noting that they were of equal rank. Yet Feng was younger and had brighter prospects. It was somewhat disheartening for him to realize that, despite his age, he had only attained the same status as Feng. However, Su Zhengxing was a man of gratitude. Had it not been for the support from Su Yang's grandfather back in the day, he might still be toiling as a farmer, Su Yang suggested. If it's too difficult, we can let it go. We can always send them some gifts." Su Zhengxing glared. "That would only spoil them," Zhou Shufan interjected. "Old Su, don't be so stubborn. You see those people at the unit every day?" Su Yang observed everything silently. Had this been a relative from Zhou Shufan's side, they would undoubtedly be whispering in Su Zhengxing's ear daily. He recalled a time when Zhou Shufan had asked Su Zhengxing to arrange a position for her nephew in another unit. Su Zhengxing had to swallow his pride and entertain guests while sending gifts just to secure that position. This was something Su Yang had heard from Su Zhengxing himself. Su Zhengxing shot Zhou Shufan a reproachful glance. Silently blaming her for her loose tongue, he dialed Feng Zhonglin's number. When the call connected, Su Zhengxing addressed him as Zhonglin, rather than Xiao Lu as before. Feng responded, and Su Zhengxing continued, "Have you been frequently checking Jigua's supermarket these days?" "It's nothing serious. It's just that Jigwa supermarket is owned by my nephew. After a brief exchange, Su Jingxing calmly ended the call. Before Su Yang could speak, Zhou Shufan asked, "So, how did it go?" Su Jingxing glanced at Su Yang. "It's all settled. They won't be checking anymore," Su Yang remarked airily. It sounded like the other party had more to say. Su Jingxing chuckled, pointing at Su Yang. "You've got potential and a keen sense. Perhaps you should consider taking the civil service examination after graduation." Su Yang waved his hand. "Airyi, I'm not cut out for that." He truly had no desire to pursue a civil service career, despite the fact that it was relatively easy to get into that line of work nowadays. He had grander ambitions, at the very least aiming for a spot on the Huruan list. Su Jingxing frowned. "Why does nobody want to pursue this? Your father left a secure job in finance to run a supermarket, and Jiming is always at odds with me." Jiming, Su Jingxing's son, had resigned from his job shortly after graduating from college to work for a private company in another city. This left both Su Jingxing and Zhou Shufan quite exasperated. Despite having 2 children, both had moved away, making life for the elderly couple rather predictable. Approaching 60, holding hands with his wife in the dead of night felt akin to grasping the withering bark of an old tree, dull and lacking in passion. Su Yang said, "Airyi, how about we wait until I get into college first?" Su Jingxing nodded. "I'm nearing retirement. The family can't be left without a successor, you know? What if we face difficulties in the future?" Su Yang added, "My cousin Linanan is planning to take the civil service exam." Linanan, the daughter of Su Yang's aunt and uncle who ran a business in the provincial capital, was about to enter her senior year and intended to pursue a civil service position after graduation. Su Jingxing shook his head. Women are destined to get married. Once they do, they belong to their husband's family. They returned to the topic at hand. Earlier, Feng Zhonglin mentioned that a relative of his aunt opened a pharmacy and has been selling Banlan root for 25 yuan, while your supermarket's price is only 8 yuan. Su Yang understood now. No wonder their supermarket was reported. It seemed the other side had their own connections. Su Jingxing commented. "Are the relatives from your aunt's side close? Compared to us, their connections are much weaker." Feng Zhonglin apologized over the phone, saying he didn't know Jigwa was my nephew. That Su Yang nodded in agreement. "There's an old saying, aunt and uncle are dear, generation after generation. They may break bones but remain connected by sinew. Aunt's relatives are not considered close. If an aunt dies, the connection is severed. During the Northern Spring Festival, greetings are exchanged with uncles and aunts, but not with aunts by marriage." Su Jingshang continued, "However, your father's supermarket prices are too low. It easily breeds resentment. You should advise your father to raise the prices a bit. At least sell it for over 10 yuan, and it will still sell well." Su Yang agreed with a smile. With the matter settled, he accompanied Su Zhangsheng for a game of chess. Given Su Yang's current experience and insight, defeating Su Zhangsheng would have been simple. Yet, he intentionally left an opening, ultimately sacrificing a piece and allowing Su Zhangsheng to secure a checkmate. Su Yang conceded defeat. In high spirits, Su Zhangsheng patted Su Yang's shoulder. "You are the only third-generation male in our family. You must strive for excellence in the future." Noticing Zhou Shufan yawning nearby, Su Yang decided to take his leave. "It's getting late. Yi, Nai, please rest early. Next time, I'll have my mother prepare a meal for you." Zhou Shufan smiled. "Oh, Su Yang, don't trouble your mother. She's quite busy at the hospital." "Yes, I'm glad you understand. When you had your surgery, my mother was running around the hospital making arrangements for you." Su Jingxing asked Su Yang to take the cigarettes and fruit with him, stating that their home lacked nothing. Zhou Shufan had initially planned to leave the fruit behind, but recalling the past kindness of Zhang Xiaomei, she decided to let it go. After exchanging pleasantries at the door, Su Yang ultimately left the fruit but took the 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes with him. Thus, the matter concluded successfully. On his way home, Su Yang hummed a tune while inwardly lamenting Su Jingsheng. While others had their fathers to wipe their behinds, he found himself in the role of cleaning up after his father instead. This simply wouldn't do. He must find a way to reimburse Su Zhangsheng when he returned home. Su Jigwa restrained the impulse to lash out with his belt, and he hesitantly retrieved 100 yuan from his pocket. In light of the money, Su Yang recounted the events of the day to Su Jigwa. Su Jigwa was taken aback. He turned to scrutinize Su Yang intently. "Are you implying that you sought out your second uncle?" "Yes, the issue has been resolved. If that Feng Zhonglin causes trouble at the supermarket again tomorrow, just call me, and I will handle him." Su Jigwa remained silent. He had considered reaching out to Su Zhangsheng, remembering that it was Su Zhangsheng who had facilitated the pharmaceutical license initially, but he was reluctant to trouble him again. Little did he know, Su Yang had clandestinely sought him out and managed to resolve the matter. Su Jigua was now filled with questions. How did you find out about the supermarket being reported? Su Yang replied, I overheard you whispering to my mother in the evening. Su Jigua widened his eyes in disbelief. You could hear whispers? What about the other? Su Yang shook his head. I pretended not to hear the rest. Su Jigua smoked his Chinese cigarette until it was reduced to ashes before discarding it. He glanced at Su Yang's 2 packs of cigarettes. Where did you procure the money for these? Su Yang replied, I bought them on credit. Su Jigua asked, which tobacco shop extended credit to you? I will repay them. Su Yang patted his shoulder. Old Su, there's no need to go through all that trouble. Just give me 900 yuan, and I'll take care of the repayment. Su Jigua considered that the cigarettes could also be sold in his supermarket, so he would not incur a loss. He pulled out 900 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Su Yang. Su Yang, satisfied, tucked the reimbursement into his pocket. Dad, those 2,000 bags of Banlangen haven't sold much, right? None sold. The Food and Drug Supervision Agency won't allow sales and frequently conducts inspections, claiming our products are substandard, even though I have the certification. Starting tomorrow, we will sell them for 12 yuan each. With no limits on supply, whatever quantity is needed. Su Jigua recognized this as Su Zhengxing's intent, realizing that the low selling price had prompted rival complaints. Now, they would sell at 12 yuan, but without restrictions. Su Jigua nodded, then we will proceed with that tomorrow. Su Yang added, moreover, the supermarket's renovation should be prioritized. Su Jigua chuckled. Isn't your mother holding that up? She thinks your proposed renovation budget is a bit excessive. Su Yang was speechless. Their family's supermarket aimed to operate on a chain and larger scale. How could they be confined to immediate trivial profits? By the way, whose land is next to our supermarket? Are they selling it? It's owned by old Lin Jukuan. His son once fought with you, but if you're looking to buy, it's a bit pricey. 60,000 yuan. Su Yang had his eyes set on Lin Jukuan's land. If they could purchase it, merging the 2 properties would expand to 400 square meters, plus the backyard, reaching 800 square meters. Ultimately, they envisioned constructing a 5-story commercial complex. With the supermarket, shopping center, and food stalls, it could become one of the premier commercial complexes in Jiangming City. Currently, there wasn't a single large-scale commercial complex in Jiangming City. This was an opportunity. Naturally, Su Yang decided not to disclose this idea to Su Jigua just yet, as it was beyond Su Jigua's comprehension. During their conversation, Zhang Xiumei returned home from work. What have you two been up to? Su Yang eagerly took his mother's bag. We were just waiting for you. Eager for dinner. Zhang Xiumei began inquiring about Su Yang's school matters, reminding him to focus on his studies as the college entrance examination approached. Su Yang shot Su Jigua a glance. Su Jigua said, Xiumei, about the supermarket renovation I mentioned last time. What do you think? Zhang Xiumei replied, Oh, let's wait a bit. I just deposited money in the bank today, and the teller mentioned the interest rates are quite high. At 2.175, Su Yang couldn't help but facepalm. He thought about all the opportunities for wealth that so many had missed. 10 years ago, had you invested 1 million yuan in real estate in Xiamen, it would now be worth around 5 million. If you had purchased Mutai stocks, it would now be 300 million. If you had invested in Bitcoin, it could have turned into 21 billion. Yet, if you merely deposited 1 million in a bank, it would only amount to 122,000 after accounting for inflation. Therefore, money must be allowed to flow like water to achieve financial freedom. Saving only leads to increasing poverty, yielding a meager interest. Su Yang realized he could not persuade his mother and Su Jigua in the short term. He resolved to rely on his own efforts to earn money. Upon returning home, Zhang Xiumei noticed the kitchen was cold and unprepared. Were you two waiting for me to cook? Su Jigua quickly replied, I didn't want you to miss out on a hot meal. I'm starting right now. He tied on an apron and busied himself in the kitchen. After a long day, Zhang Xiumei rubbed her sore neck. Son, bring out your exam papers for me to see. Su Yang. At 30, he felt like a perpetual student under his mother's watchful eye. He eagerly anticipated the college entrance examination, yearning to escape to distant places. I end the final chapter of this segment. The review period flew by, and with only 3 days until the college entrance examination, the atmosphere in the classroom was heavy. That afternoon, during the last self-study session, their teacher, Zhang Guohui, entered the classroom to motivate them. Even on the last day, take a moment to memorize a few words. You never know when they might be useful during the exam. Every point you improve means outpacing countless competitors. The students' expressions were a mix of anxiety and apprehension, bracing themselves for the impending examination pressures. They worried that their nerves might hinder their performance while simultaneously feeling nostalgic for their school days. The cafeteria they had often criticized was now cherished. As they appreciated each serving from the cafeteria staff, Zhang Guohui looked at the youthful faces before him, overwhelmed with emotion. Time had flown. He had been teaching here for nearly 2 decades, and his most cherished years had been spent in this place. He was uncertain how much longer he would continue, but as long as conditions permitted, he would carry on teaching as per tradition. There would be a break 2 days prior to the exam, allowing the school to prepare the examination venue. Compared to the anxiousness of Gu Yanbing and Shun Na, Su Yang felt significantly more relaxed. He had even grown lazy about homework during these last 2 days. With the exam approaching, who cared about homework? Su Yang approached the college entrance examination with a carefree attitude, as it was not his only path to success. He had numerous avenues to achieve financial freedom. That said, not experiencing the university life felt like a disservice to his rebirth. Seizing the moment, Gu Yanbing took advantage of Zhang Guohui's sentimental speech to pull out her math workbook for some last-minute practice. Su Yang glanced over, thinking, cramming at the last moment is better than nothing. Unfortunately, this year's college entrance examination was deemed exceptionally difficult. Many candidates were brought to tears over the challenging mathematics section, which was far more rigorous than expected. Adding to the pressure, the exam coincided with the SARS outbreak, necessitating temperature checks and detailed inquiries about travel history. Su Yang's memories of that time were vivid. Despite his decent math scores, his performance during that year's examination was lackluster. Even the top students, confident of scoring 140, only managed 80. As Su Yang reviewed more and more, he began to regain his peak state. He reminisced about the types of math problems from that year's exam. The 2003 examination was fraught with uncertainties due to a stolen exam paper, which led to the use of backup papers. Consequently, the cutoff scores for top universities were lower than usual. Gu Yanbing nudged Su Yang with her elbow, seeking his help with a problem. Su Yang, could you help me with this question? Su Yang suggested. Have you considered studying inverse functions? Gu Yanbing replied. The homeroom teacher said we don't need to study that. It won TB on the exam. Su Yang didn't want to directly contradict her, so he patiently explained the problem. Gu Yanbing tilted her head, her delicate fingers pointing at a formula. As Su Yang noticed her refined, immaculate nails, he was suddenly reminded of the last time they had held hands while escaping. How quickly time had passed. It had been a month. The thought of not knowing if they would be in the same city in the future made Su Yang instinctively place his hand over hers. Gu Yanbing froze momentarily before quickly withdrawing her hand, her profile inexplicably flushed. Her heart raced with a mix of shyness, panic, and unease. Su Yang spoke. Gu Yanbing, why are you avoiding me? I was just pointing out your mistake. After a moment of gathering herself, Gu Yanbing reluctantly turned back. Which mistake? This one. You wrote it incorrectly. Realizing her error, Gu Yanbing took her pen and diligently corrected it. After finishing, she looked up at Su Yang, feeling as though he was intentionally taking advantage of her, yet his gaze was clear and sincere, making her doubt her suspicions. She envied Su Yang's carefree demeanor and wished she could embrace life as boldly as he did. But she found it difficult to be as unrestrained. The days leading up to the college entrance examination were a true test of one's mentality, filled with tension, anxiety, and excitement. Zhang Guohui continued his lecture at the podium. He swiftly revisited the errors and commonly mistaken questions from the mock examination, hoping that his students would not repeat the same mistakes in the forthcoming college entrance examination. During the majority of their high school years, teachers were particularly concerned, fearing that their students would struggle with any concepts. However, once they transitioned to university, the reins were loosened entirely. Professors and advisors showed little concern, as long as students did not fail outright then. Advisors would hardly bother with them at all. Time slipped away, second by second. Zhang Guohui remarked, classmates, I shall not assign any homework today. I hope that when we meet again, you will all ride the winds of success and gallop swiftly, taking in the beauty of Chang'an in a single day. Perhaps the next meeting would never come to pass. Su Yang surveyed the room, taking in the myriad expressions around him. Some of the more sentimental girls had begun to quietly wipe away tears, clearly viewing this lesson as their final class. Indeed, it was the last lesson. It would be increasingly difficult to gather together again. Whether for report card distribution, returning to school, or class reunions, there would always be someone absent. That final lesson marked the last time they would see one another in this lifetime. Su Yang had already prepared his plans for the next couple of days. Firstly, He intended to enter the programming phase for version 3.0 of the cheat software, which he anticipated would be completed within a couple of days. The Miracle official website had released an update for version 2.2 the previous week, which included an anti-cheat system. This rendered the previous version of the cheat unusable, leading to many players experiencing disconnections from their accounts. Gu Yanbing urgently contacted Su Yang, but regrettably, Su Yang was too busy with his studies to find time to visit an internet CAF. He instructed Gu Yanbing to issue an announcement, predicting the update would be completed by June 6.2 days prior. Gu Yanbing had transferred Su Yang's share from May, amounting to less than 30,000 yuan. This was due to the fact that Gu Yanbing had monopolized nearly all the internet CAFs in North China. Their profits were understandably substantial. It was expected that the upcoming summer vacation would bring another surge in business. Therefore, Gu Yanbing was quite invested in the cheat software situation, secretly grateful that collaborating with Su Yang was a wise choice. Of course, he had contemplated tampering with the billing. However, after some reflection, he deemed the risk too great and decided against it. This was because Su Yang had an extensive cheat management system that allowed for the tracking of all users' cheat purchase records. He dared not take such a risk, as it could jeopardize their partnership. As the school bell rang from outside, Zhang Guohui concluded his monologue. He waved his hand. "All right, class, you are dismissed." The students in the classroom remained unmoved. The carefree underachievers attempted to rise, but, upon seeing their classmates still seated, awkwardly sat back down. Zhang Guohui reiterated, classmates, classes." Unbeknownst to him, he was already on the verge of tears, his eyelids tinged with red. Su Yang sighed, recognizing that old Zhang was indeed a person of deep feelings. Otherwise, he would not have come to teach in Jiangming. Reflecting on the care old Zhang had shown him over the past few days, Su Yang resolved that once he had the means, he would donate 100,000 sets of mock exam papers to his alma mater for the benefit of future students. After school, Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping exited the classroom. Their roles were distinctly defined now. Su Yang was in charge of cheat development, while Zhang Xiaoping was responsible for fervently posting advertisements on forums. Particularly after Su Yang had recently given Zhang Xiaoping a salary of 600 yuan, he was elated beyond belief. He was as energized as if he had received a shot of adrenaline. Neglecting even to watch Japanese films, Su Yang treated him to free internet access, free meals, and a substantial salary. He felt that Su Yang was at a loss, persistently refusing to accept the money. It was only when Su Yang informed Zhang Xiaoping that he had made 30,000 yuan that Zhang Xiaoping reluctantly shoved the 600 yuan into his pocket, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had not expected Su Yang to make money so easily. Unfortunately, he lacked a solid foundation in English and had no knowledge of computer science. Otherwise, he would have also aspired to develop cheats. Zhang Xiaoping, while vocally criticizing Su Yang for being stingy, internally recognized that he had little to offer him. Su Yang's generosity in paying him was purely a reflection of their long-standing friendship. Posting advertisements on forums was something anyone could do at an internet CAF. They pushed their bicycles to the entrance of the first high school and saw the banners plastered on the wall. 3 years of hard study for this one shot. After years on the battlefield, we hope for triumphant returns. Many parents were there to pick up their children after school, with taxis, motorcycles, and private cars all in attendance. Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping found themselves caught in the throng at the entrance. During the 2-day holiday, some students who lived nearby began to take their luggage and clothes home, while others who lived further away decided to wait until after the college entrance examination before packing. In the crowd, Su Yang spotted Shen Na, who was seeing off her roommate. She was clad in faded jeans and a cheap t-shirt, the print of which had long since washed away. Even so, her figure was undeniable. Some boys frequently glanced in her direction. Zhang Xiaoping noticed Su Yang staring intently at Shen Na and followed suit at Su Yang. "I've realized Shen Na is quite attractive." Remove the word quite. Oh, what do you think about me pursuing Shen Na? Not a good idea. Why not? You're a bit unattractive. Zhang Xiaoping grumbled. Concluding the conversation, Su Yang remembered that Shen Na eventually got married. Due to unsatisfactory college entrance examination results, her father believed that it was a waste of money for a girl to pursue education, especially considering the high tuition fees for junior colleges. With her mother's support, Shen Na attended only 1 year of junior college. After her mother's untimely passing and under her father's threats, she chose to marry the son of the village secretary. Her husband had a penchant for drinking and gambling. After losing money, he would come home drunk and beat Shen Na. Unable to bear the burden, she sought a divorce. Even after the divorce, she continued to be threatened and assaulted by him. Ultimately, she could no longer endure it and opted to end her life by consuming pesticide. Su-young learned of Sean Na-'s tragic fate during a class reunion many years later. A family steeped in poverty had failed to provide her with warmth, instead encountering a scoundrel. Thus, the majority of Sean Na-'s life was filled with suffering. It was a pity for a young girl in her prime. After bidding farewell to her roommate, Sean Na approached Su-young. "Why haven't you two gone home yet?" Most of her gaze fell upon Su-young, prompting Zhang Xiaoping to swallow his words. Su-young replied, "There are too many people here. We're stuck." Sean Na pulled 2 pieces of candy from her pocket and offered them to Su-young and Zhang Xiaoping. "Why roommate gave these to me. You should try them." Zhang Xiaoping, eyeing the candy, pretended to be proud and waved his hand dismissively. "I don't like candy. It causes cavities." Su-young chuckled, recalling that he used to act like Zhang Xiaoping. Feigning disinterest despite secretly enjoying its often said that the girls you disliked in elementary school are the ones you come to like as an adult. Su-young took the candy from Sean Na, unwrapped it, and naturally popped it into his mouth. In that fleeting moment when his fingers brushed against Sean Na's palm, a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. Zhang Xiaoping was taken aback. He looked at the candy, unsure whether to eat it or not. Sean Na struck up a conversation with Su-young, naturally focusing on the topic of the college entrance examination. Su-young subtly suggested that she review inverse functions and limits in the coming days. Having heard others discuss these topics in online forums, Sean Na nodded, silently committing Su-young's advice to memory. For reasons unknown, she felt an instinctive trust in Su-young, believing he would not deceive her. Zhang Xiaoping stood awkwardly to the side, wishing to interject but finding no opportunity. Before long, Gu Yanbing and Dong Xiyu emerged, pushing their bicycles. Upon seeing Su-young and Sean Na, they approached to greet them. Compared to the well-dressed Gu Yanbing, Sean Na appeared like Cinderella. She exchanged a few casual words with Gu Yanbing and Dong Xiyu before finding an excuse to leave. Dong Xiyu glanced at Sean Na's upper body. Her eyes filled with disdain. What use is it for a girl to have such large measurements? What a waste of a bra. Had Su-young been aware of Dong Xiyu's thoughts, he would have pointed out her own A-cup size as a stark contrast. The lotus blooms at the tip, and the fried egg has 2 dates on top. Gu Yanbing curiously asked Su-young. "What were you two talking about just now?" Su-young replied, "We were discussing the college entrance exam and graduation photos." Gu Yanbing inquired, "What's that you're eating?" Su-young responded, "Oh, just a piece of candy Huang Xiaozhong gave me. He said it was from his uncle's wedding." Zhang Xiaoping was taken aback. Why was Su-young lying about where the candy came from? Was he worried that Gu Yanbing might feel jealous? That seemed unlikely, as they weren't even dating. Gu Yanbing recalled the story of Zizai and Bai Jingjing. Was she destined to appear after Bai Jingjing? Meanwhile, Dong Xiyu, belatedly realizing the oddity of the situation, queried, "Yanbing, do you like Su-young?" "I don't know. I don't." Gu Yanbing vehemently denied it. How could such a proud girl pursue Su-young? Even if she were to confess, it should be Su-young confessing to her. Dong Xiyu posed a thought-provoking question. "I've never seen you talk much with that boy. Ever since the teacher rearranged the seating, you've been chatting with him more and more." Gu Yanbing replied. "Have I?" She had not noticed at all. "Xiyu, you know my math scores are quite poor. I just wanted someone to help me with it. But you never sought him out when Hui Yanchun was sitting in front of you." Hui Yanchun is not as articulate as Su-young. Dong Xiyu nodded, seemingly in disbelief. She always had a lingering feeling that Gu Yanbing harbored an inexplicable affection for Su-young. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Meanwhile, Su-young and Zhang Xiaoping had entered the internet CAF. They both possessed membership cards, allowing them to swipe directly to access the computers. Su-young had even loaded 500 yuan onto each of their cards. As they swiped, the system announced, "Card balance, 486 yuan," which drew the attention of others around them. Ever since Wang Yuntao had been sent by Su-young to face the sewing machine, there had been no one in the vicinity harboring a grudge against Su-young. However, while Su-young was engrossed in gaming, a middle-aged man with a scarred face overheard the announcement regarding their card balance. His gaze fixated on Su-young and Zhang Xiaoping. Su-young diligently battled in the internet CAF for 4 consecutive hours. Outside, the sky had turned dark. The dimly lit CAF was filled with a medley of odors, the scent of instant noodles, the stench of unwashed feet, the lingering smoke, and the faint aroma of egg whites left on a corner of the tissue. After completing his final line of hacking code, Su-young selected save. Beside him, Zhang Xiaoping finished editing his post and awaited Su Yang's hack to make its debut. Noticing Su Yang stretch, he inquired, "Is it done?" Su Yang replied, "Done." Zhang Xiaoping asked, "What features does the hack have?" "Tell me so I can edit it in." Su Yang explained, "Instant teleportation, monster attraction, automatic equipment repair, and automatic item pickup." Zhang Xiaoping's expression turned astonished. "Wow, that's so overpowered. How can other players compete?" Su Yang chuckled. "They can only play with hacks." He recalled his experiences in Miracle, where he frequently encountered hackers. After countless hours of grinding, he would finally gather some blessings or souls, only to have them obliterated overnight by a hacker. Lowering his voice, Su Yang divulged to Zhang Xiaoping, "I've also edited a rather peculiar hack." Zhang Xiaoping leaned closer. "What kind of hack?" Su Yang replied, "It's called the Supreme VIP Super Hack. It can conceal team members." The insidious nature of this hidden team hack is that when entering a team, one would hear a notification sound indicating another player has joined, yet the interface would not display any teammates. Players might assume they encountered a bug and would not pay it any mind, only to realize later that they were not gaining experience while battling. All the experience was being consumed by the hidden teammate. And the worst part is, they wouldn't even know who it was, making it impossible to vent their frustration. Furthermore, this hack allows the hacker to siphon experience from multiple teams simultaneously, enabling characters to achieve tremendous progress in just one day. Many players would choose to activate the hack in designated areas for monster grinding, only to find that their experience gains for the day were non-existent, all consumed by another hacker, leaving many players infuriated. After sending the hack to Cheng Jianfeng's email, Su Yang texted him, informing him that the second hack was a newly launched team hack and advised him to set the price higher, at least 30 yuan per month. Cheng Jianfeng inquired about the selling points of this hack, and Su Yang provided detailed information. Cheng Jianfeng replied, "Brother, you've worked hard. Good luck on the college entrance exam. If you don't make it, come to my side, and we'll make the hacking business flourish." Su Yang was not particularly interested in the hacking industry. It was merely a stopgap measure for him. After their conversation, he slipped his phone into his pocket and realized it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. They had been there since 4 in the afternoon. Noticing that Zhang Xiaoping still had some work to finish, Su Yang donned his headphones and dove into a match of CS 1.5's Dust II in the corner of the CAF. The scar-faced man continued to fixate on Su Yang, having discarded 7 or 8 cigarette butts at his feet. During this time, he had also made a trip to the hardware store to purchase a utility knife. Just then, someone approached and tapped him on the shoulder. "Wang Shuo, if you're not playing, get up." The scarred man glanced up at the speaker and stood up with a grin. He was akin to those without money to game. "It is a rare occasion for us to gather. And how can we possibly do without beer?" Lu Chengya raised a can and exclaimed, "Come on, let's toast. If any of you boys refuse to drink, you are simply disrespecting me." Su Yang interjected, "Class monitor, why don't you take a seat and speak? Everyone at KFC is watching us." Lu Chengya turned his head and realized he had become the center of attention. Most of the diners were mothers accompanied by their children, and Lu Chengya suddenly felt a sense of dissonance with the environment. His face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly sat down awkwardly. Noticing the silence, Su Yang encouraged, "Everyone, please eat up and enjoy. If there's anything left, feel free to take it home. Once we're done, let us all return to our respective homes." Gu Yanbing, having frequented KFC, was not particularly fascinated by the place and even offered her burger to Dong Siyu. Su Yang observed Dong Siyu, who was happily devouring her meal. "Wow, little Dong can really eat. She's already devoured 2 chicken leg burgers." Gu Yanbing slurped her ice-cold cola and asked, "Su Yang, how many hours did you spend at the internet CAF?" Su Yang replied, "About 3 hours." Gu Yanbing continued, "I finished reading that book you recommended, The Fire of Silicon Valley. It was exceptionally well written." Su Yang took a sip of beer and leaned back in his chair. "Of course. Everyone who reads that book ends up becoming a millionaire. I plan to major in computer science. What do you think?" Gu Yanbing's grades were consistently stable, and her mindset was commendable. With the guidance of Gu Jianwei and Gu Ruiden, she was methodically planning her future. Su Yang nodded. "Computer science is a decent choice, but be prepared for frequent late nights and the risk of baldness." Gu Yanbing, startled, quickly touched her hair. Beside them, Dong Siyu finished her burger and remarked, "Yanbing, you must choose your major wisely. My cousin ended up unemployed after choosing the wrong one." Gu Yanbing gasped in surprise. "What did your cousin study?" "He chose to study pager repair, but by the time he graduated, Pagers had already been phased out of the market. Everyone looked bewildered, astonished that such a thing could happen. Su Yang knew this was the harsh reality. Many university programs were ultimately discontinued due to their obscurity. The conversation shifted to discussions about university majors. Outside the KFC, Wang Shuo crouched on the ground smoking a cigarette, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yang and the girl speaking with him. Wang Shuo, having never married due to his gambling habits, usually saved up his meager earnings to seek out older women in the seedy urban villages, where the air was thick with the mingling scents of body odor and cheap foundation. Where could he find a fresh-faced young girl like her? He swallowed hard and took a deep drag of his cigarette. Inside the restaurant, most of the group had finished eating, and students began to depart one after another. Dong Xiu left early to help her family with chores. Zhang Xiaoping and a few boys, having indulged in some drinks, decided to head to the snack street for more. Gu Yanbing turned to Su Yang and asked, "Are you going to drink with them?" "No more drinking. I'll take you home," he replied. Gu Yanbing nodded, wanting to return to study a bit more, and took a tissue from her bag to wipe her mouth. The classmates waved goodbye at the entrance. Su Yang, however, was not heading home but rather to Old Su's supermarket to check on the renovation progress. Ever since Su Jingshan got involved, Feng Zhonglin had not caused any more trouble, and Su Jigua had raised the price of Banlanjan to 12 yuan. He initially thought sales would plummet after the price hike, but demand remained robust, with a purchase price of 4 yuan. Selling it for 12 seemed to be tied to the upcoming college entrance exams, as families relied on Banlanjan for their health. Once the exams were over, sales might begin to decline. Many stores and pharmacies in the counties below Jiaming City had heard about the affordable Banlanjan at Jigua Supermarket and were eager to stock up. Su Jigua was busy negotiating with them these days. He had also sought Su Yang's advice. Su Yang suggested developing county and township pharmacies into agents, requiring them to pay an agency fee up front. Su Jigua thought this approach was impractical. How could one expect people to pay up front? After failing to reach an agreement the previous day, Su Yang planned to discuss it further with Old Su today. After cleaning up, he and Gu Yanbing stepped out of KFC. Su Yang inquired, "How did you get here?" Gu Yanbing tucked her hair behind her ear. "Dong Xiu brought me here. You can take me back." Su Yang patted the rusty rear rack of his bicycle. "Hop on." Gu Yanbing looked at it with disdain, then took a tissue from her bag and carefully wiped the bike and no need to clean it. "I'll sell it in a couple of months." "Why sell it?" "The college entrance exam is approaching, and it won't be needed then." Su Yang balanced on one leg, waiting for Gu Yanbing to mount. She tiptoed and sat sideways, one hand gently grasping Su Yang's shirt while the other held onto the bicycle frame. "All right, let us go." With a swift push-off, Su Yang startled Gu Yanbing, who quickly clutched his shirt. "Su Yang, you're so annoying. Why are you riding so fast?" "I'm used to it. Just hold on tight." Gu Yanbing was no stranger to riding with Su Yang and instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. The bicycle sped down the road, with Wang Shuo trailing closely behind, cigarette in mouth. Su Yang's pace was brisk, and the evening breeze ruffled Gu Yanbing's hair. Gradually, she noticed they were not headed home but in a different direction. "Su Yang, where are you taking me?" "I want to take you to romantic Turkey." And then to Tokyo and Paris." Su Yang began to hum the tune. Gu Yanbing, initially curious, fell silent, closing her eyes to listen to his melody. "Actually, I really love Miami. And Los Angeles with its foreign allure." After finishing his impromptu serenade, he turned to her and asked, "What do you think?" Gu Yanbing wore a bright smile, her eyes fixed on Su Yang. "It sounds lovely. I've never heard that song before. Is it new?" "I composed it myself." "Really?" Gu Yanbing remained skeptical, her hand on Su Yang's waist tightening slightly. If he dared to lie, she would surely twist him. "I swear to the heavens, it's definitely my original work. I'll check online when I get home." As the distance from her house grew, she asked, "Where exactly are you taking me?" "You're not planning to sell me off, are you?" Su Yang whistled playfully. "I'll sell you to the mountains as a bride." Gu Yanbing, annoyed, playfully smacked his back. Su Yang suddenly hit the brakes, causing Gu Yanbing to bump against him. "Ouch, my nose hurts." "Su Yang, you're so mean." "Sorry, there's a red light ahead." Gu Yanbing peeked over his shoulder and indeed spotted the glaring red light. "Even at a red light, you can't do that," she gently chastised, giving him a light punch that left her hand tingling. "Where are you really taking me?" "It's getting late." If it weren't for the friendship they had forged as desk mates in recent days, Gu Yanbing would never have followed him. Su Yang reminded her, "Remember the 20 yuan I borrowed from you last time?" Gu Yanbing responded with a soft "Oh, I almost forgot." Su Yang chuckled. amused by how carefree she was. 20 yuan was no small amount in this day and age. It could buy several meals at a local eatery. Suddenly, Gu Yanbing exclaimed, "You said you'd repay me tenfold. When will you do that?" Su Yang replied, "I'm taking you to the bank to withdraw the money." Gu Yanbing thought he was joking. After all, that was 2,000 yuan. Wang Shua rode slowly behind them. Gu Yanbing caught sight of the scarred face and quickly turned away, instinctively tightening her grip on Su Yang's shirt. Wang Shua, initially planning to make a move at the intersection, had already reached into his pocket to grasp a box cutter. Hearing Su Yang mention going to the bank, he decided to wait before acting as the green light illuminated. Su Yang pedaled away swiftly. Gu Yanbing, recalling her earlier experience, wrapped her arms tightly around him, leaning her head against his back, feeling her heart race. This sensation was quite extraordinary. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Though the tellers had already closed for the evening, there was an ATM nearby. Su Yang parked the bicycle, and together they approached the machine. Gu Yanbing, now convinced, asked Su Yang, "Do you really have 2,000 yuan?" "Of course. Are you giving it to me?" A man keeps his word. In the cool night, with few pedestrians on the streets, Gu Yanbing couldn't help but stamp her foot to relieve the numbness. Suddenly, she noticed the scarred man approaching them. Fearing for her safety, she hurriedly entered the ATM room with Su Yang. Noticing her anxiety, Su Yang asked, "What's wrong?" "Su Yang, that guy seems to have been following us." Su Yang gazed outwards, observing the man as he secured his bicycle. A vague recollection stirred within him, as if he had encountered this individual before. Yet the specifics eluded him. Could he be a would-be assailant? In the early days of ATM proliferation, many nefarious figures donned motorcycle helmets to perpetrate robberies. Their methods were both simplistic and brutal. Anyone withdrawing cash from an ATM would be met with a swift blow to the back of the head. Then, the assailants would flee with the stolen money. Although banks employed surveillance cameras, the culprits, masked by helmets, posed a significant challenge for law enforcement to track down. Gu Yanbing tugged at Su Yang's arm. "Could he be a bad person?" "It's fine, just come in with me," Su Yang replied, a sense of caution rising within him as he led Gu Yanbing into the ATM room. In the confined space, their bodies were pressed closely together. They could hear each other's breaths, accompanied by the subtle rise and fall of Gu Yanbing's chest as she inhaled. Su Yang glanced back to see the man had entered the adjacent ATM room. He exhaled in relief. Perhaps the man was merely there to withdraw cash as well. Gu Yanbing also quietly relaxed. As long as he wasn't a criminal, everything would be all right. Su Yang inserted his bank card and began to input his PIN. Gu Yanbing, understanding the situation, turned her head away. The machine emitted a clattering sound as it dispensed cash. "Su Yang, do you really have this much money?" "It's just what I've earned recently," he replied, omitting the fact that he had made 30,000 yuan. He feared Gu Yanbing might find it hard to believe. 2,000 yuan felt more palatable. Gu Yanbing gazed at the stack of bills he offered. She shook her head. "I thought you were joking." "I can't take such a large sum," Su Yang insisted. "A promise is a promise. Take it." Gu Yanbing continued to refuse. "It's too much." "Su Yang, it's not mine. I truly can't accept it." Su Yang instinctively pinched her cheek. "You're such a fool." Gu Yanbing was taken aback. Not expecting such an intimate gesture from him, Su Yang said, "Then I'll keep this 2,000 yuan for you. Whenever you need it, just ask for it back." Gu Yanbing responded in a flustered manner. Su Yang tucked the cash and his bank card into his pocket and stepped outside. Gu Yanbing remained lost in the moment of Su Yang's affectionate gesture, trailing behind him as they exited the ATM room. Just then, with a click, Wang Shua emerged from the adjacent withdrawal area, shoving something into his clothing pocket. A flicker of wariness crossed Su Yang's eyes. He and Gu Yanbing had been inside for a considerable amount of time, and the timing of the man's emergence felt overly coincidental. In the instant Su Yang brushed past him, Wang Shua made his move. With an arm encircling Gu Yanbing's neck, he drew a glinting utility knife from his pocket and pressed it against her throat. Gu Yanbing let out a terrified scream. As Su Yang rushed forward, Wang Shua aimed the knife at him. Panic surged through Su Yang, but he quickly steadied himself. He raised his hands. "Brother, let's talk this over. Please don't harm her." Gu Yanbing, paralyzed with fear, could only tremble, her lips quivering. Wang Shua pressed the knife closer to her face, growling, "If you scream again, don't blame me for slashing your face." The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling narrative. Gu Yanbing nodded. Wang Shuo reacted swiftly, one arm constricting Gu Yanbing's neck while the other began to exert force. Su Yang had already mentally rehearsed the impending struggle. He could only rely on his hands to thwart his opponent since Gu Yanbing stood between him and Wang Shuo, rendering him unable to utilize knee strikes or similar tactics. Su Yang's grip tightened around Wang Shuo's hand. He dared not relent. The moment he did, the paper cutter would swiftly pierce Gu Yanbing's throat. The two men gritted their teeth, ensnared in a tug of war. After all, Su Yang was young, unlike Wang Shuo, who frequently engaged in physically demanding labor. His sole advantage lay in the strength of both hands. Wang Shuo's other hand sought to ensnare Gu Yanbing. Gu Yanbing was thoroughly petrified, having witnessed the paper cutter come perilously close to her face on several occasions. Mere inches away, each time signified a brush with death. The three were entangled, their energies pulling and swaying them from side to side. Wang Shuo's body collided with the two of them as they thrashed about the room. Seizing the opportunity during Wang Shuo's moment of breath, Su Yang thrust his hand directly into Wang Shuo's eyes. In such a life-and-death scenario, one would undoubtedly employ every means possible. Wang Shuo let out a blood-curdling scream. He had to release Gu Yanbing, otherwise his eyes would be ruined. Wang Shuo relinquished his grip on Gu Yanbing, raising his hand to grasp Su Yang's. Gu Yanbing seized the chance to break free. Collapsing weakly to the ground, she yearned to escape, yet her legs bore no strength. Su Yang shouted angrily at Gu Yanbing. "Run!" No sooner had he uttered these words than Wang Shuo delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing violently against the wall behind him. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Gu Yanbing, in a state of disarray, was startled to see the vivid crimson blood staining the pristine white tiles of the withdrawal room. Su Yang's blood trickled down his arm, dripping from his fingers, a sight that was truly horrifying. Wang Shuo, gasping for breath, glared at Su Yang, filled with disbelief at how adept Su Yang was, even wielding the paper cutter. He was unable to gain the upper hand. Money lay scattered haphazardly on the floor, some stained with Su Yang's blood. Hearing Gu Yanbing's cries for help outside, Wang Shuo realized he could no longer linger in this perilous situation. He stepped forward, brandishing the paper cutter as he charged at Su Yang. Su Yang narrowed his eyes and retreated. Wang Shuo's feint was merely a ruse. His true aim was to escape. Su Yang quickly realized this and hurriedly pursued him. Gu Yanbing was still outside. He could not allow the adversary to flee, or all would be for naught. Wang Shuo sensed Su Yang lunging at him from behind. He swung the knife backward. Su Yang, quick as lightning, seized Wang Shuo's wrist holding the blade. The paper cutter halted mere inches from Su Yang's eyes. Wang Shuo lifted his foot to kick Su Yang in the stomach. Su Yang deftly twisted aside, raising his foot to strike the inner side of Wang Shuo's knee. A sharp crack echoed. Wang Shuo screamed in agony, losing his balance and collapsing to the floor. Su Yang grasped Wang Shuo's wrist, twisting it in the opposite direction until it snapped. The paper cutter finally clattered to the ground. This moment starkly illustrated the distinction between those who trained and those who did not. The empty withdrawal room reverberated with Wang Shuo's anguished cries. Su Yang delivered a swift chop to Wang Shuo's neck, striking repeatedly at his carotid artery. In films, we often witness characters incapacitated by such blows to the neck. As someone trained in free combat, Su Yang understood that in reality, pressure on the neck could indeed cause a loss of consciousness. However, the vulnerability lay not at the back but rather at the sides of the neck. The carotid arteries run along either side. If pressured too forcefully, blood pressure can plummet, leading to insufficient blood flow to the brain, a drop in heart rate, and ultimately, fainting. Seeing Wang Shuo completely unconscious, Su Yang leaned against the wall. Panting heavily. At that moment, Gu Yanbing entered with a middle-aged couple. They were taken aback upon seeing Wang Shuo lying unconscious, surrounded by scattered money and blood. Gu Yanbing rushed to Su Yang's side. Tears streaming down her face. Su Yang, are you all right? Su Yang noticed the urgency in her eyes. He smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. Gu Yanbing, noticing Su Yang's blood-soaked sleeve, was horrified, her lips quivering uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. As tears fell freely, the middle-aged couple was also frightened by the scene before them. The woman promised to call the police for Gu Yanbing, but before she could retrieve her phone, the man pulled her away. Faintly, one could hear his admonishing voice, "Why are you meddling in this? It could lead to someone's death." Can't you see all this blood and money on the ground? If they implicate us, it would be a mess. Better to avoid trouble, Su Yang sighed. Understanding the couple's concerns, he raised his hand to wipe Gu Yanbing's tears. The situation had indeed been perilous. A single misstep could have led to dire consequences. The cut on his arm was somewhat deep, but the one on his face was minor, merely a superficial scrape. Gu Yanbing gently lifted Su Yang's sleeve, revealing a wound nearly 7 to 8 centimeters long. Su Yang, we must go to the hospital. To the hospital. Gu Yanbing choked on her words as she reached for the phone lying on the ground, oblivious to the blood on her hands. Su Yang replied, "It's nothing. I won't die. Just grab me a cigarette from my pocket." Gu Yanbing looked at him in confusion. Even at this moment, he was thinking about smoking? Su Yang chuckled. If that cut had been fatal, I might be dead by now. Since I'm still alive, it means the wound isn't serious, just a surface injury. Hand me a cigarette to calm my nerves. Finally, Gu Yanbing searched through Su Yang's pocket for a cigarette, awkwardly inserting it into his mouth, then tremblingly attempting to light it. After several failed attempts, it was only with Su Yang's steadying hand that she managed to ignite it. The flame illuminated Su Yang's sharply defined, handsome face, his brow furrowing with intensity, his eyes gleaming, nose straight, and lips slightly thin. Gu Yanbing gazed at Su Yang, her heart racing uncontrollably. In that moment, she longed to throw herself into his arms and hold him tightly. Never wishing to let go, Su Yang took a few puffs before extinguishing the cigarette. Gu Yanbing asked, "Why did you stop halfway?" Su Yang replied, "Afraid of bothering you." A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within Gu Yanbing as she sniffled. "Let it be. I'm already used to it." Su Yang, concerned that Wang Shuo might regain consciousness, said to Gu Yanbing, "Let's call the police first, and also contact your father." Given the gravity of the situation, it was only proper to inform her family, for they could not keep it hidden. Gu Yanbing obediently nodded at Su Yang's words, promptly conveying the time, location, and details to the dispatcher. When Gu Yanbing called Gu Jianwei, she tearfully recounted the events to him. Su Yang could hear the sound of a teacup shattering on the floor through the receiver. Gu Jianwei was genuinely concerned. His daughter was unharmed, yet why was he so anxious? Gu Yanbing informed Gu Jianwei of the incident's location before ending the call. Sitting beside Su Yang inquired, "Were you scared just now?" Gu Yanbing nodded, tears still clinging to her lashes. Su Yang continued, "And now?" Gu Yanbing replied, "Not anymore, because you're here." As she spoke, her gaze burned with intensity upon Su Yang. Initially, Su Yang expected the police to arrive first, but instead, he heard the screeching sound of tires outside. The door to the withdrawal room was forcefully pushed open. Gu Jianwei appeared before them, panting heavily. Upon seeing the blood on Gu Yanbing's hands, he was horrified. She was his only daughter. Nothing could happen to her. Gu Jianwei knelt beside Gu Yanbing, anxiously asking, "Daughter, are you all right? Where are you hurt?" "Let me see." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, ready to call for an ambulance. Gu Yanbing, her voice choked with emotion, replied, "Dad, I'm fine. It's Su Yang who is hurt. He bled from his arm while saving me." Upon hearing that his daughter was unharmed, Gu Jianwei felt a sigh of relief wash over him. He looked at Su Yang's arm, then at the unconscious Wang Shuo. Seeing that Su Yang was not in mortal danger, Gu Jianwei still called for an ambulance, carefully inquiring about the details of the incident. When he learned that Gu Yanbing had been taken hostage by the assailant, his heart leaped into his throat. Later, upon hearing that Su Yang had subdued the assailant and rescued Gu Yanbing, Gu Jianwei could hardly contain his urge to kiss Su Yang on the cheek. What a remarkable display of bravery and cunning. Thank goodness, both his daughter and Su Yang had emerged from this ordeal unscathed. Gu Jianwei once again beheld a floor strewn with banknotes. "Is this your money?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is mine," came the reply. Furrowing his brow, Gu Jianwei pondered the source of Su Yang's sudden wealth. "Now is not the time for such questions," he said, as he and Gu Yanbing attempted to assist Su Yang to his feet. At that moment, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air. Su Yang glanced out the window. Seeing the red and blue lights reflecting within, he smirked, realizing that, much like in the movies, the police only appeared after the crime had occurred. It seemed that self-preservation was a solitary endeavor. 3 armed police officers entered, their flashlights illuminating Su Yang's face, prompting him to squint. 1 officer inquired about the circumstances surrounding the incident. Gu Yanbing recounted the events in fragmented sentences while Gu Jianwei presented his identification. declaring himself Gu Yanbing's father, who had hastily arrived after receiving a distress call from his daughter. Upon learning of Gu Jianwei's identity, the officer's demeanor shifted to one of respect, as the head of his organization. Gu Jianwei began to methodically address the situation. He first contacted the head of the police unit to provide a brief overview of the case. Familiar with the inner workings of their circle, he handed his phone to one of the officers. "Could someone from your unit speak with Oldley?" The officer took the phone, stepping aside to engage in the conversation. He nodded repeatedly, affirming with exclamations of yes. After concluding the call, he returned the phone to Gu Jianwei. "Mr. Gu, we will handle this heinous criminal case with utmost urgency and severity. That is reassuring. I will remain vigilant regarding this case, as both my daughter and Su Yang are victims." The sound of an ambulance siren echoed along the road. Nearby residents seemed to notice the commotion, peering down from their balconies. At the First People's Hospital of Jiangming City, Su Yang was rushed into the emergency room by the ambulance. The doctor meticulously cleaned, disinfected, and bandaged Su Yang's wounds. Thankfully, the injury on his face was superficial, though the cut on his arm was deeper. When the doctor proposed stitching the wound, Su Yang declined, fearing that it would leave a scar. At that time, cosmetic sutures were not in vogue, and the nursing staff's stitching skills were often inconsistent. Gu Jianwei and Gu Yanbing remained by Su Yang's side. Given the severity of the incident, Gu Jianwei felt it necessary to notify Su Yang's parents. "Su Yang, where are your parents?" he inquired. Su Yang glanced at the hospital department. "My mother is in the People's Hospital. She is the head nurse in the thoracic surgery department." The male doctor, who was tending to Su Yang, paused briefly and asked, "Are you referring to Nurse Zhang Xiumei?" Su Yang nodded. The doctor's demeanor softened as he engaged in friendly conversation with Su Yang and Gu Jianwei. Revealing that Zhang Xiumei had been his supervisor when he first interned at the hospital and had always looked after him, the doctor treated Su Yang like a younger relative, assuring him, "Do not worry. I will contact your mother." He then pulled out his phone and dialed Zhang Xiumei's number. Upon hearing that her son had been admitted to the emergency room, Zhang Xiumei was alarmed, her legs trembling with fear. Her child was about to take his college entrance exams, and he could not afford any mishaps. The doctor quickly reassured her over the phone, explaining that Su Yang had only sustained superficial injuries. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiumei remained unconvinced, hastily making her way to the hospital. At that moment, two police officers entered from the adjoining room. Noticing Su Yang was not in life-threatening condition, they began taking statements from him and Gu Yanbing. They recounted the events leading to the incident. Once again, one officer retrieved a bag containing over 30,000 yuan and handed it to Su Yang. "This is the 35,000 yuan you nearly had stolen. Please count it, thank you." "But there is no need to count," Su Yang replied, swiftly accepting the money. He was reluctant to let his mother see such a large sum, fearing it would necessitate a lengthy explanation. Police officers bustled through the hospital corridor. Wang Shua lay in the adjacent room, enjoying a private suite, adorned with free silver bracelets, under the watchful eye of 4 officers. Once the officers completed their statements, Zhang Xiumei, clad in green surgical scrubs, hurried over. She appeared ready for surgery, clearly delayed by Su Yang's situation. Upon noticing the bandages on Su Yang's arm, she anxiously asked, "What happened to you? You seemed fine when you left this morning." Both Gu Jianwei and the male doctor busily explained the situation to her. The doctor detailed Su Yang's condition while Gu Jianwei recounted the events leading up to the incident. Upon hearing the account, Zhang Xiumei grasped Su Yang's hand tightly, clearly shaken by the ordeal. Once Gu Jianwei finished, she exhaled with relief, her face breaking into a strained smile. "As long as you are all right, that is all that matters." It was then that Zhang Xiumei noticed Gu Yanbing standing beside Gu Jianwei, her eyes lighting up at the sight of such a striking young woman. Gu Yanbing had been quietly observing Zhang Xiumei since her arrival. Realizing that this was indeed Su Yang's mother, she appeared gentle and gracious, speaking with a quickened pace, suggesting she was efficient and capable at home. Gu Jianwei noticed Zhang Xiumei's gaze lingering on Gu Yanbing. "This is my daughter, Gu Yanbing. She and Su Yang are classmates," he introduced. Zhang Xiumei was quick to respond, even without Su Yang mentioning Gu Yanbing at home. She affectionately took Gu Yanbing's hand out. "So, you are Yanbing. Su Yang has always praised your excellent academic performance and beauty. Seeing you in person is indeed a delight." Gu Yanbing felt a flush of shyness, surprised that Su Yang had spoken of her to his family. As Gu Jianwei engaged in conversation with Zhang Xiumei and the male doctor, they discovered mutual acquaintances, given that Jiangming City is relatively small. For instance, Gu Jianwei had a relative who worked as a doctor in the hospital and was a colleague of Zhang Xiumei. This connection brought them closer together. Gu Yanbing discreetly glanced at Su Yang, who was smiling back at her in front of their parents. They both maintained a more subdued demeanor. Gu Jianwei remarked, "We owe a great deal to your son." Su Yang, if he hadn't stepped forward, the consequences could have been dire. Zhang Xiumei responded with a polite smile, "It is only natural for a young man to protect a young woman. Had I been present, I would have supported his actions as well." After the tumultuous events, the clock approached 10 o'clock in the evening. Gu Jianwei suggested that Su Yang be admitted to the hospital, offering to stay by his side. Zhang Xiumei glanced at Su Yang's injury. No need for hospitalization. Boys are generally resilient. After some polite exchanges, Gu Jianwei led Gu Yanbing to bid farewell. As they departed, Gu Yanbing discreetly waved at Su Yang. With their exit, the hospital room fell silent. Upon returning, Zhang Xiumei observed Su Yang's somewhat disheveled appearance and couldn't help but sigh. She gently brushed the dust from his shoulders. This society lacks neither heroes nor those who act bravely. However, as a mother, her private wish was simply for Su Yang to remain safe and healthy. Gu Yanbing was the cherished daughter of Gu Jianwei, and Su Yang was her beloved son. Noticing his mother's silence, Su Yang couldn't help but ask, "Mom, are you angry?" Zhang Xiumei shot him a look. "Why would I be angry? What has happened has already transpired. There is no use in lamenting it," Su Yang chuckled. "Mom, do you have a surgery to attend to?" "Yes, once I finish, you can come home with me." "Then you should hurry and not keep the patient waiting." Zhang Xiumei extended her hand towards Su Yang. "Hand over the money." Su Yang's face fell. After painstakingly saving over 30,000 yuan, he was now expected to surrender it before he could even put it to use. Zhang Xiumei's phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, she flicked Su Yang's forehead playfully. "How could you hide such a sum from me and your father? I will have words with you later. I have matters to attend to. You stay here and behave yourself, understood?" "Understood. Please go ahead." Zhang Xiumei cast a concerned glance at Su Yang before heading upstairs. She mentally reflected on Gu Yanbing's appearance. Indeed, she was quite beautiful. Given Gu Jianwei's background, it was likely that her academic performance was commendable as well. If her son were to date Gu Yanbing in the future, it would certainly be a lovely tale. Alas, why ponder so much? The children are still young. Meanwhile, Gu Jianwei drove, with Gu Yanbing silently seated in the passenger seat, lost in thought. The day's events had left a profound impression on her. Breaking the silence, Gu Jianwei remarked, "Your mother is still in a meeting and hasn't returned. If she learns of this, she might be quite distressed." "Father, please do not mention this to my mother," Gu Yanbing requested. Gu Jianwei nodded in agreement. "By the way, how did you end up at the bank with Su Yang?" Gu Yanbing recounted the instance when Su Yang had borrowed 20 yuan and returned it 100-fold. Gu Jianwei was taken aback. "Has he earned such a substantial amount recently?" Gu Yanbing affirmed with a nod. As an adult, Gu Jianwei pondered the implications. Was Su Yang's newfound wealth legitimate? At his age, amassing such a sum in just over a month seemed highly unusual. Unless it was obtained through dubious means, if Su Yang were involved in any illegal activities, he would need to intervene to ensure his daughter maintained a safe distance from him. The daughter remains exceedingly naive. Having yet to experience the harsh realities of society, today's incident serves as an invaluable lesson. She has developed an affinity for a particular love song, one that encapsulates the sweetness of a seemingly aloof yet stunningly beautiful school flower. I urge everyone to bookmark this. m.20xs.org, a delicate love song, where the cool and beautiful school flower is utterly enchanted. The speed of updates on 20 Novel Network is unparalleled. In Chapter 55. The daughter's elbow instinctively turns outward. Gu Yanbing senses her father's skepticism towards Su Yang. She defends him, saying, "Dad, Su Yang claims that money was earned online." Gu Jianwei chuckles. "Is it truly that easy to make money on the internet? If it were, countless individuals would have flocked to it long ago. Rather than waiting until now, he realizes that his daughter, having been saved by Su Yang today, is feeling a sense of gratitude." With a sigh, Gu Jianwei expresses, "My dear daughter, it's not that I harbor prejudice against Su Yang, but rather that I fear you might be deceived. It's entirely my fault, along with your mother's, for sheltering you too well. You remain unaware of the complexities of this world." A wave of concern washes over him. With the Gaokao approaching, he worries about her future encounters with unscrupulous individuals once she is in university. contemplating the possibility of her returning home with the young man sporting bleached hair and tight pants, saying, "Dad, I'm pregnant with his child." Imagining such a scenario, he muses that the next day, the police would only find half a pair of shoes at their doorstep. Gu Yanbing, in a fit of defiance, turns her gaze toward the window. This marks the first time she has opposed her father's viewpoint. She had anticipated her father's gratitude towards Su Yang for saving her, expecting him to speak highly of him. Yet, instead, he questions the origins of Su Yang's money. The image of Su Yang frowning and smoking causes her heart to race uncontrollably. Men are often perceived as bad, and women are drawn to them. Perhaps that is the essence of it. Why do the virtuous girls in films tend to fall for the rebellious types? Because those rascals introduce them to a different world. In the hospital, Zhang Xiumei has changed her clothes and comes down to inspect Su Yang's wound. "You're fortunate. Had that cut landed elsewhere? Have you considered the consequences?" "I have, and I fear I won't be able to fulfill my filial duties to you and old Su," Su Yang replies with a smile. Zhang Xiumei's eyes brim with tears as she pinches him playfully. "You have a morbid sense of humor. Can't you say something auspicious?" "Very well. Then I shall borrow another 500 years from the heavens to honor both you and my father." Zhang Xiumei chuckles at Su Yang's playful banter. "Come on, let us head back." "But I still have a bicycle at the bank," Su Yang protests. Zhang Xiumei packs her things, exclaiming, "We've ridden that $30 bicycle for 3 years. Let us leave it behind." Clearly, she has no desire to visit the bank. Su Yang falls silent, recalling how old Su had deceived him into believing the second-hand bicycle had cost $50. That unscrupulous middleman had pocketed an extra 20. Su Yang rides the bicycle back home with Zhang Xiumei. As they pass a meat shop, Zhang Xiumei buys half a roast chicken and half a pound of pig's head meat for Su Yang. "There's leftover rice at home. I'll stir-fry it for you." Subsequently, Zhang Xiumei inquires about Su Yang's newfound wealth. He candidly explains to her about his involvement in the gaming industry. Initially, he had prepared to turn the earnings over to the state. Zhang Xiumei seems to have an epiphany, stating, "You should save that money in your card for future use during university." Her mantra is, "A poor family can lead to a prosperous future." She emphasizes that one should not suffer injustices while away from home. In exchange, the family would no longer provide financial support for Su Yang's university expenses. Su Yang agrees wholeheartedly, confident that he will achieve financial independence by the time he graduates. He possesses the keys to wealth. Zhang Xiumei gazes at her son's increasingly mature features, feeling both proud and melancholy. The mischievous boy she once knew has grown up. Alas, like a migratory bird, he is destined to soar far away. Upon returning home, old Su has just arrived. He pauses, startled at the sight of the bandage on Su Yang's arm. "What happened? Did you fall?" As Zhang Xiumei changes her shoes, she replies, "Your son had quite a day. Not only did he perform a heroic rescue, but he also earned a small fortune." Su Jigua approaches. Examining Su Yang's arm and then the wound on his face, he pats Su Yang's shoulder approvingly, saying, "Well done. You've inherited your father's flair. I recall a time when I caught someone stealing. I couldn't help myself and jumped right in." Zhang Xiumei adds, "Yes, only to end up with a black eye." Su Jigua laughs. "Isn't it all about fate? Had I not been beaten, how would I have met you in the hospital?" Zhang Xiumei chuckles at this. She asks Su Jigua, "Have you eaten yet?" "I'll go prepare dinner. I've already eaten." "You two enjoy," he replies, pulling Su Yang into the living room, lowering his voice. "Now tell me everything that happened." Su Yang recounts the events of the evening in detail. Su Jigua pounds the table in anger. "For heaven's sake, I'm glad I wasn't there. Otherwise, I would have killed that scum." Su Yang knows that his father was once quite hot-headed, especially after returning from the army, when 3 or 4 men would hardly stand a chance against him. However, after enduring the trials of society, he has tempered his temper considerably. Su Jigua then asks, "What was the name of that girl in your class?" "Gu something, right?" "Gu Yanbing." Su Yang replies, Right, right? How does Gu Yanbing look?" Su Yang glances toward the kitchen at his mother and says, "She is 2 levels more attractive than your wife." Su Jigua waves his hand dismissively. "I don't believe it. To me, looks are secondary. Inner beauty is what truly matters." Su Yang retorts, "A beautiful face is common, but an interesting soul is rare." Gu Yanbing embodies both. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter, so please click the next page to continue reading. The story only gets more captivating. The following day, Zhang Xiumei prepares breakfast for Su Yang, which includes milk and eggs, pancakes from a breakfast shop, and 8 treasure porridge that has been simmering since 4 in the morning. With only 2 days left until the Gaokao, it is imperative that the child eats and sleeps well, ensuring a conducive and comfortable study environment. Su Yang beheld a lavish breakfast spread across the table, feeling simultaneously amused and exasperated. "Mom, you've bought so much. I won't be able to finish it all," he lamented. Zhang Xiaomei replied, "Even if you can't consume it all, you must eat something. Focus on your studies at home and don't let any psychological burdens weigh you down." She incessantly urged Su Yang, anxious that he might neglect his well-being. "You can have lunch at our hospital canteen. Just give me a call when you arrive. If you find it troublesome, you may dine at the restaurant downstairs. Eat whatever you like. Alternatively, you could visit your father's supermarket and take whatever appeals to you." Before departing, she retrieved a 100 yuan note from her pocket and handed it to Su Yang, only to suddenly recall that he possessed over 30,000 yuan. Quietly, she stowed the money back into her own pocket. Zhang Xiaomei hurriedly changed her clothes and rushed out the door. Su Zhigua was also preparing to leave, busy with the supermarket's operations and renovations. During a brief interlude while eating, Lao Su glanced at Su Yang's wound, discovering there was nothing serious. "Come have lunch at my supermarket. There's chicken leg and wine. I won't go. I'll just eat a little at home," Su Yang replied. After finishing his meal, Su Zhigua affectionately ruffled Su Yang's hair. "Study diligently at home. Although I don't insist that you must attend university, you're just a step away from success, so you mustn't falter." "I understand. Remember our wager," Su Yang responded, referring to the agreement that should he gain admission to a 211 university, the supermarket's operational strategy would have to follow his vision. "We'll discuss it when you've been accepted into a 211 university," Su Zhigua said as he grabbed his keys and left. The once chaotic home instantly fell silent, save for the whir of the ceiling fan. Su Yang found himself alone, picking up his phone to peruse his messages. He disregarded spam and nuisance texts, but one from Chang Jianfeng caught his attention. In the message, Lao Cheng informed Su Yang that the bug for the Supreme Cards team-up hack had sold out completely. Despite its high price, customers who had used it were thrilled. He was already on a train heading south, preparing to promote their business in Central and East China. These two regions accounted for over half of the nation's economic lifeblood. And if they could successfully expand the hack sales title, my female classmate came to visit. Suddenly, Su Yang felt a hand waving in front of him, pulling him back to reality. "Gu Yanbing?" With a hint of concern in her gaze, inquired Su Yang, "What's wrong? Did you hit your head yesterday? Are you all right?" Su Yang replied, I'm fine. Really, that he scolded himself internally. How could I harbor such sordid thoughts? It must be due to watching too many Japanese films, leading me to think of every beautiful girl inappropriately. Seeing Su Yang regain his composure, Gu Yanbing quietly sighed in relief. Su Yang pushed the plate forward. "Try some sunflower seeds." Gu Yanbing reached out to grab a seed and began to crack it open, only to furrow her brow slightly. It seemed these seeds had been sitting out for quite some time. Su Yang cleared his throat. "I'll go make you some tea. Westlake Longjing that my dad's comrade gifted us." As Gu Yanbing watched Su Yang head to the kitchen, she stood up, placing her hands behind her back at the doorway of his room. "Su Yang, may I come in to take a look?" "Go ahead, but beware, there's 35,000 yuan in there. If you lose it, I'll come looking for you." Gu Yanbing, startled, hesitated to enter, but soon realized Su Yang was merely joking. Curiosity got the better of her, and she stepped into Su Yang's room. On the wall hung a guitar covered in dust, alongside posters of One Piece. A nearby table was littered with game cartridges, a basketball, and a ping-pong paddle. The study desk was cluttered with books, most of which were martial arts novels. She glanced curiously at one, A Journey Through the Ethereal. Gu Yanbing then noticed the textbooks in Su Yang's backpack. Unchanged since yesterday's dismissal, it seemed he truly had little interest in studying. After a brief tour of Su Yang's room, she felt more familiar with his daily life. Su Yang returned with a cup of tea and poured some for her. "Su Yang, can you play the guitar?" she asked. "Just a little," he replied. That he used to frequent bars with friends, playing alongside resident singers for 2 years, all in the pursuit of impressing girls. "Who doesn't have a story from their youth?" Gu Yanbing remarked. "Could you sing the song from yesterday for me? I found it quite beautiful." That Su Yang asked, "You want to hear it?" She nodded. Su Yang thought for a moment. "How about a kiss?" But seeing the innocence in Gu Yanbing's eyes, he reconsidered. It wasn't the right time. Relationships needed a catalyst to blossom, not awkward conversations. If only they were back in yesterday's setting, perhaps it would be different. "Could you wipe down my guitar?" Su Yang suggested. "Oh, sure." He handed the guitar to Gu Yanbing. Once she had cleaned it, she returned it to him. Su-young sat cross-legged on the floor, his long fingers gently caressing the strings as he spoke solemnly. My dream is to be a wandering musician, but my mother wishes for me to become a doctor, and my father wants me to join the military. For the first 18 years of my life, I've been under their control. Gu Yanbing, seated on the opposite sofa, empathized deeply. I once aspired to be a painter, yet my mother enrolled me in calligraphy and dance classes. Su-young lowered his gaze to tune the guitar. Gu Yanbing watched intently. She found him particularly handsome when he was focused on something. Please turn off the television and draw the curtains a bit. Otherwise, the noise might be too loud. Gu Yanbing complied, shutting off the television and drawing the living room curtains, dimming the room's light. Su-young felt quite pleased with this ambience. The more hazy the atmosphere, the more it stirred the soul. He could only hum the chorus of the song he sang yesterday, unable to recall the rest. Allow me to sing a song I wrote at 16. Gu Yanbing's eyes widened. You wrote a song at 16? Su-young nodded. Then sing it for me, she urged. He strummed the guitar and began to sing softly. Crossing mountains and rivers to embrace you. No matter the storms, we faced them together. Hearing the most beautiful memories, all news concerning you. Su-young's deep, slightly magnetic voice resonated with a lively melody and straightforward lyrics, instantly drawing Gu Yanbing into the realm of music. She rested her chin in her hand, somewhat entranced by him. May you remain safe in places I cannot see. May your winter never lack warmth from the sun. May your tomorrow escape the trials of rain and wind. May your future always overflow with tears of joy in the most beautiful years, amidst the mundane. The spring breeze carries me to you, as April moistens the air. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Interrupting Su-young's song, Gu Yanbing felt a pang of reluctance. Su-young set down the guitar to answer the door, only to find his mother standing outside. Mom, you're back? Zhang Xiumei replied. I forgot my keys. Upon entering, she noticed the curtains drawn in the living room, casting the space in darkness, and was surprised to see Gu Yanbing present. This scene led her to entertain unwarranted thoughts. Nervously, Gu Yanbing stood up. Hello, Auntie. I came to see Su-young. Zhang Xiumei smiled. I know. Please sit down, I'm just here to grab my keys. Gu Yanbing offered to help find them, but Zhang Xiumei had already located them. They exchanged a few words at the door before she reminded Su-young to bring some fruit from the fridge for Gu Yanbing to eat. As Su-young reflected on his mother's gaze as she left, coupled with the drawn curtains and Gu Yanbing's presence, he wondered if she might misconstrue the situation. Ding! A message pinged on his phone. He glanced down to read. Zhang Xiumei, you little rascal, if you dare misbehave now, I'll break your legs. Chapter 58. The day that changed destiny. The day of the college entrance examination had finally arrived. This morning, the small town of Mingjiang buzzed with activity, as parents escorted their children to the test site, incessantly reminding them. Have you got your admission ticket, ID, and stationery? Traffic police began their duties at major intersections, granting priority passage to students heading to the exam. Su-young had been roused early by Zhang Xiumei. While other children were too excited to sleep, he seemed remarkably unfazed. I saw the lights in the room of old Zhou's granddaughter glowing all night. She must have been cramming. Get up and wash up. Breakfast is getting cold. Su-young, amid his mother's incessant reminders, sluggishly rose. He brushed his teeth and washed up. For the first time ever, Su Zhigua decided to accompany Su-young to the exam instead of heading to the supermarket. After all, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime event. The outcome of today could determine their futures. If a family produced a college student, they would have bragging rights when meeting acquaintances. After washing up, Su-young noticed a bountiful breakfast spread before him. Ah, a treasure before the exam. A nuisance afterward. He sat down to eat as Zhang Xiumei and Su Zhigua busily checked his supplies. Old Su, are those pens new? Try to see if they write. They work. They not only need to work but work well. The pens we procured from your supermarket last time were terrible. I can't fathom where you got such subpar products. Su Zhigua tested each pen, ensuring they were functional before placing them in the stationery box. After Zhang Xiumei finished packing Su-young's backpack, she filled his water bottle. Once Su-young finished eating, she suddenly remembered something and retrieved a talisman from the room. Su-young stared at the solemn talisman in confusion. Mom, what's this? I had someone get this from Kaiyuan Temple. It's said to be quite effective in ensuring you become a science top scorer. Su-young was left speechless, wondering how much his mother had been swindled for this. He'd heard of parents burning paper money before exams for the god of literature, spending an entire truckload. But what was the result? If talismans guaranteed top scorers, every household would have a scholar's tower. Zhang Xiumei said with a tone of persuasion, "Remember to carry it with you." Su Yang casually stuffed it into his pocket. Su Jiguo brought over some milk. "Drink some milk? I'm full. Really can't drink anymore. I'll throw up if I do." Su Yang burped and wiped his mouth after finishing his meal. He couldn't resist checking his phone for messages. Zhang Xiumei anxiously followed him, reminding him to double-check his backpack for any oversights. Compared to Zhang Xiumei's nervousness, Su Jiguo was considerably more relaxed. He urged Su Yang to remain calm during the exam, to be bold yet meticulous, and to strive for extraordinary performance. "Dad, I'm already quite relaxed." Noticing the time, Su Jiguo urged them to head out early in case they encountered traffic. Upon descending the stairs, Su Yang spotted his father's BJ Jeep, which seemed rather ceremonious. Su Jiguo started the vehicle, and they departed as Su Yang gazed out at the bustling streets, the once familiar scenes flickering like slides in his mind. Seemingly resurrected from oblivion, those seemingly monotonous days could suddenly reveal extraordinary changes on certain occasions. Before long, they arrived at Jiangming's second middle school. Su Yang's examination centered. Gu Yanbing and Zhang Xiaoping were at a different venue. By the time they arrived, the school entrance was swarming with people, and vendors had filled the street. Su Yang was surprised to see a fortune-telling booth with a sign reading, "Divine Guidance." Astounding predictions. What is most concerning is that a considerable number of parents have indeed gathered before the fortune-telling stall. It seems that spending 5 yuan to secure a bright future for their children is deemed worthwhile. Su Yang unexpectedly spots Shen Na. It turns out they are in the same examination room. As time passes, candidates enter in succession. Zhang Xiumei hands Su Yang the items he needs, nervously urging, "Son, make sure to do well." Su Yang finds it amusing that his mother is even more anxious than he is. He waves goodbye to his parents and begins to enter the room. Zhang Xiumei watches her son's departing figure, quietly wiping away tears. They resemble ordinary parents, desperately peering through the school fence. 18 years of arduous study culminate in this day of reckoning. Upon entering, Su Yang exchanges a few words with some familiar classmates. Shen Na reassures him, "Remember to maintain a calm mindset during the exam." Su Yang smiles back, "You too. After the morning exam, make sure to take a nap in the dormitory. If it's too noisy, feel free to come to my house. My bed is large and soft." Shen Na smiles, "No need, thank you." Su Yang reflects on Shen Na being a repeat student, with her parents unable to come from the countryside to support her. And he understands the pressure she bears. Alas, he recalls that Shen Na's results in the second round of exams were not ideal. How unfortunate. Upon finding the examination room, the invigilators verify each candidate's admission ticket and identification. Su Yang steps into the examination hall after many years. The morning sun bathes him, and his steps are steady. The examination bell rings, and the invigilators distribute the test papers. Su Yang glances at the essay prompt. Ah, the college entrance examination essay indeed mirrors his recollections. Fortunately, he had revisited it just the day before the exam. Su Yang had previously felt somewhat uncertain about his Chinese language skills. As he views the questions, a sense of familiarity gradually returns to him. 3 Invigilators patrol the classroom, closely monitoring the candidates' every move. This examination room, converted from a class of 80 students, accommodates only 30 candidates, allowing for clear observation of nearly every action. Furthermore, the invigilators are from outside the area, rendering any favoritism ineffective. Unless one possesses extraordinary skills, Su Yang bows his head to focus on the questions. His handwriting had once been poor, but after joining a calligraphy club in university, his penmanship improved remarkably. Compared to the tranquility within the examination hall, the outside world appears quite lively. Many parents engage in animated discussions, expressing concerns about the heat in the examination room and whether their children might suffer from heat stroke. Others whisper about invigilators who neglect their duties, with students allegedly cheating. Hearing this, Zhang Xiumei grows anxious. Su Jiguo reassures her, "Don't listen to their baseless claims. Such things are unfounded." Zhang Xiumei counters, "What if it's true?" Su Jiguo states, "True gold fears no fire. Only through rigorous trials can one become strong. Relying on petty tricks will not lead far." As he speaks, old Su straightens his back. He has never committed any wrongdoing in his life and holds disdain for such actions. He has faced numerous significant choices, especially during his transition from military service, when he could have easily accepted gifts for better job placements, yet he chose to refuse. Later, Su Yang often argued with his father over these matters. Time passes slowly. The parents grow increasingly anxious, glancing at their watches. They worry whether their children will exit too early or too late. Finally, the examination bell tolls. The Chinese exam is over. The invigilators begin collecting papers, reminding the candidates to write their names and identification numbers. There have been instances where candidates completed their papers but forgot to write their names and numbers, resulting in a score of 0. As the papers are collected, the candidates leave the examination room in succession, and the parents outside surge toward the school gate. Upon exiting the examination hall, Su Yang observes a dense crowd outside. Many parents are growing anxious, eagerly inquiring about their children's performance. The top students appear relaxed, while those who struggle seem indifferent. It is the average students who exhibit signs of anxiety. Su Yang notices Shen Na walking with her head down, her familiar low ponytail swaying gently. He approaches and pats her shoulder. Shen Na turns and her face brightens upon seeing him. Su Yang, how did you do? She asks. It was passable, he replies, choosing to downplay his performance, concerned that claiming a good result might upset her. And you? He inquires. I think I did okay. Feeling a bit more stable than last year, she responds. Well, if you did worse than last year, all that time would have been wasted. Su Yang asks, where are you eating lunch? Shen Na gestures toward a nearby stall selling pancakes. I had breakfast already, so I'm not too hungry now. I plan to grab a pancake. Su Yang recalls that Shen Na's monthly allowance is quite limited, sometimes leading her to skip breakfast. Why don't you come to my house for lunch? He suggests. Shen Na quickly shakes her head. No, it's fine, Su Yang, I can manage something on my own. Observing her firm stance, he decides not to press further. Everyone has their own sense of pride, and sometimes good intentions are not always welcome. After chatting with Shen Na for a while, he walks towards his car. Zhang Xiaomei, spotting Su Yang, asks the cliché question, son, how did you perform? It was all right, he replies. Zhang Xiaomei exchanges a glance with Su Jigua. They hesitate to ask too much, fearing it might affect Su Yang's performance in the upcoming exams. Su Jigua starts the car and heads home. Zhang Xiaomei engages Su Yang in conversation about what he would like for lunch. He responds that a simple home-cooked meal will suffice. With heavy traffic ahead, they wait a while before finally leaving the examination site. Su Yang casually turns his head and sees Shen Na squatting by the wall, eating a half pancake, sunlight illuminating her face with a radiant glow. Su Yang feels a surge of sympathy for Shen Na's future struggles. He believes he has the ability to lend a helping hand where he can. Upon returning home, Zhang Xiaomei and Su Jigua head to the kitchen to prepare dinner while Su Yang browses his phone. Gu Yanbing texts him, inquiring about his performance in the Chinese exam. Su Yang replies, I think I should score around 110. He hasn't reviewed much for Chinese, merely skimming through classical poetry. Had he devoted more time to memorization, he could have potentially scored 10 more points. Gu Yanbing asks, should we compare answers? Su Yang suggests, let us wait until after the math exam. Lunch break is a bit tight. Gu Yanbing responds, okay, let us work hard together. She hopes to attend the same university as Su Yang. Next up is the math exam. Su Yang has already reminded his friends of everything necessary. As for whether they have studied, that is no longer his concern. After lunch, Su Yang relaxes with some television. Zhang Xiaomei grows restless, several times contemplating whether to remind Su Yang to study. A last-minute review can still be beneficial. She thinks. Su Jigua notices her hesitation and subtly shakes his head. Let the child relax. At exactly 3:00 p.m. Su Yang arrives at the examination room as promised. Upon seeing the math exam questions, he feels a jolt of shock. History does not deviate. Even years later, many people remain unsettled by the notorious 2003 math exam questions, labeling them as the most challenging in history. Typically, exam questions follow a pattern of increasing difficulty, with the final questions reserved for students aiming for top universities. However, the 2003 exam marked a departure from this norm, presenting challenges from the very first question, and even the multiple-choice questions required extensive calculations. Su Yang begins to analyze the questions. Many candidates appear bewildered upon seeing the questions, realizing the difficulty is quite high. Certain concepts even delve into advanced university mathematics, which many have never encountered. There is no recourse here. They must press on, bracing themselves for the challenge. The patrolling invigilators glance at the math exam questions and are taken aback. Even they find them daunting. Normally, the second major question would involve spatial geometry, which poses little difficulty, but this year's questions are exceptionally intricate, demanding substantial calculations. Countless candidates silently curse the examiners for their absurdity, questioning the rationale behind releasing such challenging questions. Time flies during the exam, and as Su Yang approaches the latter questions, he begins to frown. This is exceedingly difficult. There's simply not enough time. Outside the examination hall, the parents are tense, some fervently praying, regretting not having burned more incense for their children. As seconds tick by, many candidates begin to fidget. The critical issue is that they don't know the answers. They can guess in language exams or choose options in English. But how does one guess in math? The fear of the unknown leaves many candidates feeling lost and overwhelmed. Su Yang notices a girl in the front left corner beginning to wipe away tears in desperation. At that moment, a loud tearing sound echoed from behind. Many turned to look, only to see a boy ripping apart his exam paper, cursing, "Damn it, I'm not taking this anymore." This vividly illustrated the essence of mathematics. What you cannot grasp is indeed mathematics. Su Yang recalled a time when a classmate had hurled fruit from the dormitory onto the podium, when no one admitted to it despite the school announcing it over the loudspeaker. The physics and math teachers collaborated, utilizing projectile motion and the distance the fruit was thrown to ultimately identify the dormitory responsible. It was truly impressive. As the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, the invigilators began to collect the papers. Upon seeing the numerous blank answer sheets, the supervising teacher understood that this year's candidates had faced a dismal fate. Su Yang mingled with the crowd as they exited the examination hall, many wearing expressions of utter despair, with girls occasionally wiping their tears. At the corner of the corridor, he encountered Shan Na, whose eyes were noticeably red and swollen, clearly having cried. Su Yang approached her and inquired, "Did you review the questions I suggested?" Shan Na recalled the types of problems Su Yang had urged her to study and couldn't help but weep anew. She had been utterly preoccupied and feared she might not even score 40 points this time. "Su Yang, I truly regret not heeding your advice," Su Yang sighed. "Come on, let's focus on the 2 exams ahead. If we are to cry, we can do it together after they are all over." Shan Na paused for a moment, realizing that indeed, there were still 2 more exams to go, and it seemed a bit premature to be crying now. Su Yang accompanied Shan Na as they made their way out of the school. He was aware that many students would be affected in their science comprehensive exam the following day due to the mathematics paper. Of course, that year's science paper was also exceptionally challenging. In 2003, during the SARS outbreak, the college entrance examination was moved to June for the first time, and the exceedingly difficult mathematics exam left an indelible mark on the candidates of that year, altering the trajectories of many lives. The following day, Su Yang sat for his science and English exams. The science exam posed a considerable challenge for him, particularly in biology, where he had not memorized several questions. English, however, proved to be far simpler, as Su Yang had a solid foundation in the subject. He submitted his paper 20 minutes early. Upon exiting the examination hall, Su Yang found the campus unusually quiet, with only a smattering of students emerging. These individuals were surely relying solely on luck, as the top students would typically double-check their previous answers for assurance. For the underperformers, whether or not they checked was of little consequence. They would merely reselect their incorrect answers, ultimately discarding the correct ones. As Su Yang stepped outside the school gates, parents gathered around him, eagerly inquiring, "Young man, how difficult was the English exam this year?" Su Yang replied with a smile, "This year's questions were the easiest. I could solve them even when ranking 3rd to last in our class." The parents were momentarily taken aback. They had been so intimidated by the mathematics questions the previous day that their children had lost confidence for today's exam. Su Yang reassured them, "The math was a bit tough, which makes the English exam feel easier. I usually score 30 points, but this time I'll definitely get at least 80. Many parents sighed in relief upon hearing Su Yang's words. However, some parents appeared anxious. Their children were already proficient in English and had hoped to widen the score gap against their competitors. Now, it seemed, that gap would not materialize. Such was the nature of joy and sorrow. Su Yang was unaware of the impact his words would have. When the scores were released, many underperformers would face their parents' wrath. How is it that someone who usually ranks 3rd to last and scores 30 can manage 80? Yet you, who typically scores 30, ended up with just 19. Who the hell said English was easy? Clearly, this is a trap. Su Yang found his father's car and climbed in. Zhang Xiumei eagerly asked, "Son, how did you do?" Su Yang replied confidently, "No problem, don't worry." Zhang Xiumei hesitated before asking, "What score do you think you'll get?" Su Yang responded, "Just a step away from Tsinghua." Even Zhang Xiumei, who had never attended university, understood the difficulty of gaining admission to Tsinghua. She furrowed her brow and rolled up her sleeves, preparing to give Su Yang a couple of slaps. After 2 days of watching Su Yang take exams, she had been holding back her frustration. She had meticulously arranged meals, squeezed toothpaste, laid out shoes, and prepared his backpack, only to see Su Yang eat leisurely while playing on his phone. Now that the exams were over, it was time to settle the score. Su Yang was startled by his mother's stern demeanor. "Dad, did you anger Mom? You little rascal, don't add fuel to the fire." Su Jiguo was not fooled by Su Yang's antics. He started the car and headed home. In the backseat, Su Yang received 2 light slaps from Zhang Xiaomei before he was willing to speak properly. "I think I can score over 500 points. Getting into a first-tier university is very likely. And I might even aim for a 211 university in our provincial capital." Su Yang understood that due to the disastrous mathematics exam, many students had significantly lowered their expectations. Those who would normally consider applying to Wuhan University might now only dare to apply to Central China Normal University. Those who would typically aim for Huazhong University of Science and Technology might only apply to Wuhan University of Technology. Even the provincial top scorers were applying to universities outside of Tsinghua and Peking University. Can you believe it? Unlike the later system of filling out applications after scores were released, or the parallel application system where everyone knew their scores with no suspense, the previous college entrance examination required estimating scores before applying. Emphasizing first choices, most prestigious universities only accepted students who designated them as their first choice, with considerable risks involved for second choices. Around the year 2000, even the top students had to weigh their options. For instance, a student who estimated they could gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University might face risks and thus settle for a more secure choice, like the University of Science and Technology of China. Su Yang clearly remembered the admission score line for the industrial university in their province, 533 points, A211 University. With his performance in the college entrance exam, he was essentially guaranteed admission to the provincial industrial university. After receiving Su Yang's definitive answer, Zhang Xiaomei nodded in satisfaction. "Once you get accepted, we'll throw you a celebration banquet. Mom, let us keep it low-key." "How can we? Our family is finally producing a college student." After returning home, Su Jiguo planned to visit the supermarket, as there were still many matters to attend to. Zhang Xiaomei had been busy for 2 consecutive days and was utterly exhausted. Now that the exams were finally over, she could finally take a break. After slipping into her slippers, she said to Su Yang, "I'm going to take a nap. I have to work the night shift at the hospital later. You can eat leftovers for dinner." Su Yang thought to himself, "Before the exam, I was precious. After the exam, I'm just a piece of grass." Soon, Gu Yanbing sent him a text message. "Su Yang, how did your English exam go?" Su Yang replied, "Not bad. Gu Yanbing continued, "I just compared answers with some classmates, and I feel like I might have made quite a few mistakes." Su Yang offered, "If you feel like crying, I can lend you my shoulder." Gu Yanbing responded, "Thanks, but that won't be necessary." After a while, Gu Yanbing asked Su Yang, "Are you back home yet?" Su Yang replied, "I'm already back." "What about you?" Gu Yanbing said, "I'm back too." "Do you have any plans for tonight?" Su Yang replied, "Not sure yet." Gu Yanbing continued, "In a few days, the class will be taking graduation photos." "Are you going?" Su Yang affirmed, "Of course, consider it my last donation to the school." Other schools charged 5 yuan for graduation photo production costs, while Jiangming No. 1 High School charged 10. How outrageous. While Su Yang was chatting with Gu Yanbing, a knock sounded at the door. He went over to open it and found it was Zhang Xiaoping. Before entering, Zhang Xiaoping peeked around and saw that the living room was emptied. At Su Yang, "Where are Uncle Su and Aunt Zhang?" "Dad went to work. Mom is sleeping." Zhang Xiaoping entered quietly, unable to contain his excitement. "Wow, Su Yang, you're amazing. You predicted 2 math questions and the English essay." Su Yang raised an eyebrow, pleased that Zhang Xiaoping believed in him and had taken his advice to heart, unlike Gu Yanbing and Shen Na, who had not heeded his words. Zhang Xiaoping said, "I was originally considering applying to a vocational college, but now I think I might aim for a second-tier university." Su Yang patted Zhang Xiaoping's shoulder. "Be bold. Aim for a first-tier university." Zhang Xiaoping shook his head. "Let us not dream too big. I know my own capabilities." Now that the exams were over, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Zhang Xiaoping suggested they visit an internet CAF for some fun. Su Yang was in agreement, and they headed straight there. Zhang Xiaoping clapped Su Yang on the shoulder, saying, "Su Yang, thanks to you, I've raised my score by at least 20 points. What do you want to eat tonight?" "It's on me." Su Yang recalled how Zhang Xiaoping had generously treated their group to dinner after their last KFC gathering. He said, "I heard a new seafood buffet opened on Commercial Street. Let us give it a try." Zhang Xiaoping's eyes widened with excitement. Seafood buffets are quite expensive, featuring items like salmon and abalone that he had only seen in books, never in person. Is it expensive? Not really, around dozens per person. Zhang Xiaoping gritted his teeth. All right then. Su Yang called Gu Yanbing to invite her to dinner. Upon hearing that Gu Yanbing would also be joining, Zhang Xiaoping's face turned green. He logged into the game forum of Miracle World, beginning his search for posts regarding cheats. Half a month had passed since the release of the second-generation flying cheat, and the forum was now predominantly filled with discussions about cheats. Naturally, there were players who opposed the use of cheats, posting vitriolic comments against the developers, condemning them for undermining the fairness of the game and compromising the competitive experience. But who truly cared? An increasing number of players opted to support cheats, hoping that developers would unveil a new generation of versions. It was only when Su Yang stumbled upon a post that he paused. The author appeared to be an insider from Miracle.I. In the post, he addressed the players' concerns. Firstly, he noted that the emergence of cheats severely disrupted the game balance, leading over 60% of players to resort to cheating. Secondly, he spoke about the implementation of an anti-cheat system, stating that the difficulty of developing cheats was significantly lower than that of creating game versions. This meant that once the game updated, cheats could swiftly adapt. Maintenance updates for the game could not occur daily. They required multiple rounds of testing and bug fixes. In the short term, they could not resolve the cheat issue, as they were merely agents, and the actual developers resided in Seoul, separated by a layer of distance. Ultimately, he advocated in the post for players to refrain from using cheats, while also reaching out to cheat developers, offering a reward of 10,000 yuan for a discussion. Su Yang scoffed internally. Did they truly believe 10,000 yuan would lure him out? Such naive thinking. Regardless of the version Miracle updated to, Su Yang would remain vigilant, especially with summer vacation approaching, during which he planned to capitalize on the 2-month period. After closing the webpage, Su Yang noticed another post had been published. The title was quite audacious, Illusion Moon Cheat, dominating the flying cheat. Free for 5 days. Upon clicking in, he realized it was merely clickbait. The author claimed the cheat was still in development and would be released once completed, urging players to be patient. Su Yang understood that competitors were also discovering the profitability of cheats and were now entering the Miracle game cheat market. Time was running short for him. He pulled out his phone and dialed Gu Yanbing's number. Old Chung, have you seen the forum? No, I'm out. What's happening? Someone's announced the Illusion Moon cheat on the forum. Planning to launch it next week. What the hell? They're moving so fast? Gu Yanbing sounded a bit flustered over the phone. They had only just tasted a bit of success, and now others were catching on. What's their strategy? Gu Yanbing asked. They're offering a 5-day free trial, but will ultimately charge for it. Just unclear how much they will price it at after the release. A sense of urgency filled Gu Yanbing. Realizing their only advantage now might lie in the offline market. Su Yang, do you have any ideas? Su Yang replied that he needed to think it over before getting back to him. After hanging up, he fell into deep contemplation. If he allowed the competitor's cheat to launch, it would lead to a vicious cycle of competition, with prices continually undercutting each other. One selling for 15 yuan, the other for 14, leading both into an endless spiral. The most alarming prospect was the influx of cheats into Miracle, collapsing the market under the guise of being free. While browsing the forum, Su Yang discovered a post titled simply, Paid Post Deletion. Upon clicking, it detailed a service offering paid post deletion. Ordinary posts for 100 yuan each, highlighted posts for 300 yuan, and trending posts for 2,000 yuan. Operated manually and reportedly effective. In this age, advertisements were seldom believed. The post had very few views. The only comment was a user requesting deletion because someone had doxed their family address, but they ultimately gave up due to lack of funds. Su Yang added the QQ contact left by the poster. Just then, his phone rang. Gu Yanbing was calling. Su Yang, have you all set off? Not yet. Why so slow? Didn't you say you were treating us to dinner? Yes, I'm treating, but who are you bringing? My cousin Gu Yoting also took the college entrance exam. She is staying at our house. Is it okay if I bring her along? Su Yang glanced at Zhang Xiaoping, who was engrossed in a game. It seemed that today, Zhang Xiaoping would be the unwitting benefactor. Sure, bring her along, he replied. After hanging up with Gu Yanbing, Su Yang waited for some time but still couldn't add the post-deletion QQ. He patted Zhang Xiaoping on the shoulder. Let us go eat. Gu Yanbing is already on her way. Zhang Xiaoping reluctantly left his computer behind. On the way to the restaurant, Zhang Xiaoping asked, Su Yang, are we going over so early? Su Yang replied, Gu Yanbing is bringing her cousin along for dinner. Who knows, maybe her cousin is a good match for you. Zhang Xiaoping, unscathed by the harsh realities of society, believed him. His lonely heart began to stir. Really? Gu Yanbing's cousin must be pretty too, right? Since learning of Su Yang's relationship with Gu Yanbing, he had ceased to fantasize. Given that she was Gu Yanbing's cousin, it stood to reason that, based on Gu Yanbing's looks, her cousin would not be far behind. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Su Yang shot Zhang Xiaoping a glance. On what basis do you think Gu Yanbing's cousin will be pretty? Gu Yanbing is so beautiful. Surely her cousin has inherited their family genes. Su Yang remained skeptical. Genetics was a mysterious subject. Some inherited all the favorable traits from their parents, while others were burdened with all their shortcomings. Even those high-profile celebrity couples often ended up with children who were strikingly unattractive in various ways. Zhang Xiaoping pedaled his bicycle, lost in fantasies of an impending encounter, eagerly anticipating the delightful moments to come. 20 minutes later, Su Yang arrived at a seafood buffet restaurant on Commercial Street. The glass facade was clean and bright. The revolving glass doors polished to the point where even a fly would slip. Su Yang noticed that most diners were middle-class individuals dressed in suits, or young people sporting Nike and Adidas casual attire. He and Zhang Xiaoping, dressed in roadside stall attire, felt woefully out of place. Zhang Xiaoping nervously asked, Su Yang, is this place really not expensive? Not at all, let us go in. I've got you covered. Su Yang reassured him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoping felt at ease. A beautiful waitress in a suit and short skirt greeted them, asking how many were in their party. Zhang Xiaoping hesitated to speak. So Su Yang answered, 4 people, please find us a table by the window. The waitress led them to their seats. Once seated, Zhang Xiaoping eagerly asked, Su Yang, can you check if Gu Yanbing has arrived? Just as Su Yang was about to call, he spotted Gu Yanbing arriving on her bicycle. Dressed in familiar jeans and white sneakers, her cool yet radiant visage attracted the attention of many men. Behind her bicycle sat another girl, a girl in a floral cream dress, with a hint of sun-kissed skin, exuding healthiness, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, and her face faintly flushed, if Gu Yanbing was a 9 in looks. Enhanced by a touch of style, then her cousin Gu Yuting was a 5 in looks, complemented by 3 points of style. Zhang Xiaoping pointed at Gu Yuting behind Gu Yanbing. Su Yang, is that her? It should be, Su Yang replied. Enough already. Zhang Xiaoping revealed a grin reminiscent of a lovesick fool, feeling that with his looks, he was reaching beyond his means. Still, Gu Yanbing was considerate enough to know he was single. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Gu Yanbing and Gu Yuting entered. Hand in hand, Su Yang had yet to rise. But Zhang Xiaoping stood up eagerly, waving, Yanbing, over here. He gallantly pulled out chairs for Gu Yanbing and Gu Yuting. Gu Yanbing introduced her cousin Gu Yuting to Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping. Gu Yuting hailed from a county under the jurisdiction of Jiaoming City, studying at Jiaoming No. 2 High School. Since her examination venue was the same as Gu Yanbing's, and due to the relationship between their families, she had been staying at Gu Yanbing's home these past few days. Gu Yuting greeted Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping with a gentle smile. Upon receiving her smile, Zhang Xiaoping's heart raced with excitement. The 3 great illusions of life. He believed that Gu Yuting's first impression of him must be a good one. Su Yang, Yanbing, this is a buffet. We just arrived. Let us go get some food. Today, I'll treat you all, Zhang Xiaoping declared. Gu Yanbing cast a puzzled glance at Su Yang. Earlier, he had mentioned treating them. Why had it suddenly shifted to Zhang Xiaoping? Su Yang stood up, saying, let us go get some food. The clouded buffet counter displayed a dazzling array of seafood, including lobster, crab, and abalone on the other side. There were various drinks, desserts, and ice cream. Su Yang grabbed a tray and casually selected a few items. Gu Yanbing followed behind him. She quietly asked, Su Yang, how is your arm healing? Much better, Su Yang replied. Show me your arm. Roll up your sleeve, Gu Yanbing insisted. That would be quite inappropriate now. How about I show you tonight? Gu Yanbing's beautiful eyes brimmed with skepticism. Tonight? She noticed the mischievous smile tugging at Su Yang's lips and playfully stepped on his shoe. Zhang Xiaoping accompanied Gu Yuting, following Su Yang. He suspected that Su Yang and Gu Yuting might be creating opportunities for him, and subconsciously stayed close to Gu Yuting. Yuting, what would you like to eat? I can get it for you. Gu Yuting subtly pointed towards the crab and lobster. Zhang Xiaoping eagerly placed the delicacies onto her plate. Thank you. You're welcome. As Zhang Xiaoping gazed at Gu Yuting. A profound sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Yiting, do you know someone named Lu Feng among the three of you? Which class is he in? He is in class 4 of the senior year. I don't know him. I'm in class 3.0, that's fine. What would you like to drink? Soft drink or beer? A soft drink, please. Zhang Xiaoping was seated quite close to Gu Yanbing, and he caught a whiff of her jasmine fragrance. The sweet aroma ignited his anticipation for the promising summer ahead. Meanwhile, Su Yang glanced back while selecting dishes. He inquired of Gu Yanbing, "How are your cousin's academic results?" Gu Yanbing replied softly, "She used to perform decently. But her grades slipped after she started dating. I heard she scored below 300 in the recent mock exams. Are you close to her family?" Gu Yanbing shook her head gently. "Actually, my mother is reluctant to let her stay at our home. My father met her father once, and they exchanged some polite words, which led to my cousin staying over." Su Yang remained noncommittal on matters concerning familial intricacies. Observing Gu Yanbing's innocent appearance, he was surprised to learn she had dated at such an early age. "Why didn't she bring her boyfriend along?" Gu Yanbing explained. "My father said her family strongly opposed it, and they broke up afterward." Su Yang suddenly felt a pang of regret for having mentioned introducing Zhang Xiaoping to someone. He feared that Zhang Xiaoping might misplace his affections on Gu Yanbing. After Su Yang and Gu Yanbing completed their selections, they exchanged greetings with Gu Yanbing and returned to their seats. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yanbing and Zhang Xiaoping rejoined them. Su Yang noticed Gu Yanbing carrying a cup of coffee, while Zhang Xiaoping held 2 plates brimming with meat. Zhang Xiaoping thought that since it was his first time at a buffet, he must eat his fill. Otherwise, it would be a regrettable loss. Su Yang brushed some oil onto the grill and laid out the meat slices. Producing a satisfying sizzle, he asked Gu Yanbing if she could handle spicy food. She smiled lightly, "Just a little." Gu Yanbing discreetly kicked Su Yang under the table. Su Yang shot her a glance. "You can handle spicy. Remember the last time at the Chongqing hot pot?" Gu Yanbing fell silent. The four of them began to eat and chat, primarily discussing trivial matters from school and the universities they planned to apply to. Gu Yanbing set down her chopsticks after just a couple of bites. Zhang Xiaoping, with grease on his lips, expressed concern. "Yanbing, why aren't you eating?" Gu Yanbing politely smiled. "I'm a bit full." Gu Yanbing, her cheeks puffed with food, felt as if they had only just begun. Gu Yanbing delicately wiped her mouth and stirred her coffee with a spoon, mimicking a scene from television. Su Yang, observing this gesture, suddenly recalled a term. Green tea. It is said that green tea can be quite toxic, particularly to Navi young men. Given their brief acquaintance, he was uncertain whether Gu Yanbing fit that description. In contrast to Gu Yanbing's reserve, Gu Yanbing, though appearing aloof, exuded a sense of authenticity in their interactions. Gu Yanbing encouraged Gu Yanbing, "Sister, do eat a bit more." Gu Yanbing responded with a soft mem. Noticing this, Zhang Xiaoping volunteered, "I'll go get some fruit for you." Just then, Su Yang's phone rang. Gu Yanbing immediately slowed her eating pace, straining to listen. Gu Yanbing's attention shifted to Su Yang's phone. At that time, many people still lacked mobile phones, and even her parents did not own one. So she was surprised that Su Yang had a phone. Su Yang answered the call. "Hello, Mom." Upon hearing Su Yang's mother, Gu Yanbing relaxed instantly. Su Yang continued, "I won't be having dinner at home. I'm eating out with classmates." After hanging up, Gu Yanbing took the initiative to chat with Su Yang. "How much do you think you will score on this exam?" "Around 500 points. Gu Yanbing's gaze towards Su Yang shifted, now tinged with admiration. A top student, it seemed his family must be well off, and he was quite handsome. She remarked in an admiring tone. "I didn't expect you to be such a good student. You must be among the top 10 in your class, right?" Su Yang chuckled. "I used to score around 400. I only started studying hard in the last 2 months." Gu Yanbing watched as Gu Yanbing continued to engage Su Yang in conversation, feeling a twinge of jealousy, especially since it was Su Yang who had invited her. Soon after, Zhang Xiaoping returned with a fruit platter. Though his expression appeared somewhat hesitant, Su Yang, "Are you going to the restroom?" Su Yang sensed Zhang Xiaoping had something to discuss and followed him outside. Once they were away, Su Yang asked, "What's up?" Zhang Xiaoping whispered, "When I went to get the fruit platter earlier, I saw a sign on the wall stating the average cost is 128 yuan per person." "Oh, I see," Su Yang replied. "No worries. I'll cover this meal." Zhang Xiaoping interjected, "That's not what I meant. I was hoping we could negotiate. I want to treat you." But Su Yang laughed. "You mean you'll pay, and I'll cover the extras, right?" Zhang Xiaoping nodded sheepishly. Yes, I've worked hard to establish an image in front of Gu Yanbing. If I can't afford it, I'd lose face. Su Yang sighed inwardly as he observed the hopeful yet naive expression on Zhang Xiaoping's face. There was little point in explaining the complexities of life to someone so inexperienced. He nodded. All right, you treat, and I'll cover the rest. Zhang Xiaoping patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Thanks. Su Yang pulled out 500 yuan and handed it to Zhang Xiaoping. Is this enough? 200 will suffice. I still have some cash. Zhang Xiaoping insisted on returning 300 yuan to Su Yang, perhaps feeling embarrassed. After the meal, Su Yang let out a satisfied belch and asked Gu Yanbing, "Are you full?" Gu Yanbing nodded but wanted to belch too. However, she refrained, aware that Gu Yanbing and Zhang Xiaoping were present. She reminisced about how much more relaxed it had been when she and Su Yang had shared a meal at the Chongqing hot pot. After finishing their meal, they signaled the waiter to settle the bill. Zhang Xiaoping interjected, "Let me handle this. Today I'm treating." Gu Yanbing finally looked up and regarded Zhang Xiaoping directly. The waiter presented the bill. "Sir, the total is 512 yuan, with an additional 4 yuan for utensils and 2 yuan for napkins, making a grand total of 518 yuan. Zhang Xiaoping began counting out the cash from his pocket. And Gu Yanbing, taken aback by the expense, quickly pulled out over 200 yuan from her bag and offered it to Zhang Xiaoping. "Xiaoping, let us split the bill. No. I insist on treating the it's too expensive. Please, Dante." Gu Yanbing understood their financial situations well enough, recognizing that neither came from affluent families, and spending over 500 yuan on a single meal felt extravagant, especially since they hadn't eaten much. Su Yang glanced at Gu Yanbing, who was leisurely sipping her drink. After some back and forth, Zhang Xiaoping reluctantly accepted 100 yuan from Gu Yanbing, with the remainder of the bill covered by him. Once the waiter returned with the change, they exited the restaurant. Zhang Xiaoping looked back with trepidation. This place was incredibly expensive. He vowed never to return. "Ugh, I'm so full." Gu Yanbing teased Zhang Xiaoping. "It's too pricey here. Who chose this place? Next time, let us go to the snack street. It's not that expensive." Zhang Xiaoping feigned bravado, attempting to appear magnanimous. Perhaps out of gratitude for Zhang Xiaoping's treat, Gu Yanbing began chatting with him. The restaurant was adjacent to the Bagua shopping mall and a bubble tea shop. Gu Yanbing suggested they explore the mall. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaoping agreed, feeling a bit guilty for letting Su Yang pay while he played the good guy. So he proposed treating everyone to bubble tea. As Gu Yanbing and Zhang Xiaoping ventured off to buy bubble tea. Gu Yanbing seized the opportunity to grab Su Yang's arm. "What's up?" Su Yang asked. Gu Yanbing replied, "Let me see your injury." Ever since Zhang Xiaomei discovered them at Su Yang's house, they hadn't seen each other for 4 consecutive days, only communicating through text messages. Today was supposed to be a gathering, but Gu Yanbing's appearance had made the meal feel less enjoyable. Gu Yanbing gently rolled up Su Yang's sleeve, revealing a scabbed wound. She reached out her hand and delicately traced it. Suddenly, Su Yang spoke up. "Gu Yanbing?" She replied. "Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Gu Yanbing's cheeks flushed inexplicably, and she quickly turned her head away, lightly spitting out, "Who on earth would want to take advantage of you?" A dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person's heart. Su Yang observed the faint pink hue on Gu Yanbing's glistening earlobes. "Gu Yanbing, I've taken a knife for you today. In the future, you might also take one for me. That knife is called cesarean section." He playfully kicked her little white shoes. "Your cousin appears to have quite a tranquil disposition. She indeed behaves very serenely. When we visited relatives as children, it was always her who devised the plans while I bore the blame." "I see." Gu Yanbing noticed Su Yang's gaze lingering on the milk tea shop. With an icy expression, she asked, "Would you like me to introduce my cousin to you?" Su Yang replied, "No need. When I was out for dinner with Xiaopeng, he mentioned that you were planning to introduce her to him." Gu Yanbing was taken aback. "When did I ever say I would introduce them? Why not take a look at how well matched they are?" Gu Yanbing turned her head to see Zhang Xiaoping and Gu Yanbing conversing in the milk tea shop. Zhang Xiaoping wore a pure smile, and Gu Yanbing had a subtle grin as well, leaving her curious about their conversation. "They don't seem very compatible," Gu Yanbing remarked. "Why not?" Su Yang inquired. "Zhang Xiaoping is a bit naive. It's quite normal for girls to mature faster than boys." After saying this, Su Yang's gaze flickered over Gu Yanbing's upper body. Like a nimble rabbit, elusive and hard to grasp. By the way, how did Xiaopeng end up treating us for dinner? Spending so much of his money. Su Yang felt he couldn't always play the good guy, especially not the hidden benefactor behind Zhang Xiaoping. "This meal is on me. But it was Xiao Peng who invited us. Gu Yanbing looked at him in confusion. Why? Su Yang lifted his chin slightly. Zhang Xiaoping wants to show off a little in front of your cousin. Dear reader, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent parts are even more thrilling. If you enjoy a little love song, where a cool and aloof campus beauty is sweetly charmed, please save. M.20xs.org, a little love song, where a cool and aloof campus beauty is sweetly charmed. The update speed of 20 novel network is the fastest online. Gu Yanbing displayed an expression of sudden realization. You really want to play matchmaker for them? If Zhang Xiaoping has no objections, I can ask my cousin tonight. Let's discuss it then. Now that the exams are over, what do you plan to do next? First, I'll get my driver's license and then continue to hang out at the internet CAF. Gu Yanbing responded, going back to the internet CAF again. Su Yang asked, what about you? Gu Yanbing replied, I want to learn roller skating. Would you like to join me? Su Yang was just about to refuse when he saw the hopeful look in Gu Yanbing's eyes, and his heart softened, prompting him to agree. Over there, Zhang Xiaoping had finished buying milk tea and called Su Yang and Gu Yanbing over. They walked over to receive the drinks. Thank you, Xiaoping, Gu Yanbing said. No need to mention it. Yuting said she wanted to go shopping at the mall. Shall we go together? Gu Yanbing couldn't dismiss her cousin's interest, so she agreed. Su Yang had initially intended to slip away, but seeing Zhang Xiaoping's enthusiasm, he had no choice but to follow them to the mall. This is the youth of today, spending most of their time on meaningless socializing and shopping. When faced with reality in the future, it may be too late to think about making money. Children without umbrellas must learn to run hard. 10 years ago, people treated you based on your parents' income. 10 years later, people will treat your parents and children based on your income. In the past, establish a family and career. In the future, establish a career to start a family. Without money, one can only remain single. While shopping at the mall, Gu Yuting bought herself a hairpin priced at 5 yuan. Zhang Xiaoping wanted to pay for it as a gift for Gu Yuting but refrained, thinking about how much he had already spent that evening. Initially, Gu Yanbing had no intention of buying anything, but upon trying on a matcha green dress and finding it satisfactory, she succumbed to Gu Yuting's incessant praise and purchased it for herself. Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping accompanied them until nightfall before returning home. After dropping Gu Yanbing and Gu Yuting off, Zhang Xiaoping returned 100 yuan to Su Yang. You keep it, Su Yang insisted. No, you've already spent quite a bit today. Seeing that it was still early, Su Yang suggested, then let's go to the internet CAF for a while. You treat me to an all-nighter. Zhang Xiaoping had no choice but to agree. Su Yang had his own plans. As the uncertainties surrounding the hacks grew larger, it was time to embark on a second entrepreneurial venture. One cannot rely solely on hacks for survival. Many ultimately fall victim to them. The number of famous streamers who have faced downfall due to hacks is countless. If you enjoy a little love song, where a cool and aloof campus beauty is sweetly charmed, please save. M.20xs.org, a little love song, where a cool and aloof campus beauty is sweetly charmed. The update speed of 20 novel network is the fastest online. Chapter 64. Grassroots entrepreneurship begins at the internet CAF in the deep of night. The entire city had succumbed to darkness. Respectable individuals finished their nightly routines and prepared for sleep. Those with wives could indulge in playful activities, while those without resorted to self-entertainment. In certain parts of the city, the nightlife was just beginning. For instance, the internet CAF's bustling with youth, foot massage parlors frequented by middle-aged men, hotels for lovers' rendezvous, and KTVs for trendy patrons. Su Yang's friends were rather inexperienced, mingling primarily in internet CAFs. Once they matured a bit more, they would inevitably start frequenting more frivolous venues. Zhang Xiaoping set up 2 computers, purchasing instant noodles and bottled water. Ready for an all-nighter. At that moment, Su Jigua called Su Yang. When are you coming back, Dad? I'm at the internet CAF for the night. I won't be coming home. Make sure to return before your mom gets off work tomorrow. Okay, if mom asks about you, please help me cover for it. Understood. Su Yang hung up, appreciating having an understanding father who showed no concern over his whereabouts, as long as he reported his location and return time. Zhang Xiaoping borrowed Su Yang's phone to call home as well. He was wary of admitting he was at the internet CAF for the night, fearing a reprimand. Instead, he told his family he was studying at Su Yang's house. Su Yang nearly slapped Zhang Xiaoping. It's already after the college entrance exams. What is the point of studying? As long as he didn't set fire to the textbooks he had previously studied, he was already giving his parents enough face. Just then, A youthful boy tugged at Su Yang's sleeve. Bro, is it convenient? What's up? Su Yang scrutinized the boy, recognizing him as a boarding student from his uniform. It was surprising he was out at this hour. Forgoing studying in favor of the internet's AF. This reminded Su Yang of his own past. The boy explained his predicament. His parents worked in a neighboring city, and he had sneaked out of the dormitory. Fearing the dorm supervisor would check in, he needed to borrow Su Yang's phone to call and request a night off. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. Are you asking me to impersonate your father? The boy's face flushed. He felt the term father carried a somewhat derogatory connotation. You can pretend to be my dad, Su Yang replied, but dad is the same as father, right? The boy awkwardly nodded. Su Yang glanced at the boy's computer. He was playing the game Miracle MU. Seeing him as a potential client, Su Yang reluctantly agreed to play the role of father, though he would have preferred to be a girl's dad. Su Yang made the call to the dorm supervisor on behalf of the boy, who then gratefully thanked him. Thank you, dad. Thank you. Bro. Su Yang chuckled and nodded. At such a time, one should not casually accept a son, lest one be asked to pay for internet time. Following Su Yang's instructions, Zhang Xiaoping began posting on the forum. The buzz around the Illusion Moon hack had already begun, with many players chiming in. Most expressed that the Flying Sky hack was too expensive and hoped the release of Illusion Moon would lower its price. Su Yang was infuriated by this display. Today's internet users were too stingy, always looking for free rides. Just look at the previous generation of internet users. They generously tipped female streamers, often splurging like there was no tomorrow. When Su Yang logged into his 8-digit QQ account, he noticed that the account he had previously requested to delete posts from had accepted his friend request. The username was. Su Yang sent a message immediately. Please call me the rich handsome. Brother, are you there? IAM.do you need to delete a post? Please call me the rich handsome. What is the price? Regular posts are 100. Highlight posts are 300. And hot posts are 2,000. Please call me the rich handsome. Let's discuss long-term cooperation. Can you offer a discount? Su Yang's strategy was simple, to delay the release of the Illusion Moon hack as long as possible. He wanted to wait until the Flying Sky hack had stabilized its market before releasing the competitor. The best way to hinder Illusion Moon's marketing was to suppress its promotional efforts. How do you plan to collaborate long-term? Please call me the rich handsome. To be frank, I am the developer of the Flying Sky hack, and I would prefer not to have any competing hack posts surfacing. How much would it cost? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Clearly, the person had not anticipated that Su Yang was the mysterious developer of the Flying Sky hack. Meanwhile, Su Yang dialed Gu Yanbing's number. Old Cheng, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Su Yang explained his plan to collaborate with the gaming forum staff for paid post deletions. Gu Yanbing readily agreed, for he had invested considerable effort and dedication to prolong the profitability of the Fate Yin. Su Yang inquired, shall I first discuss the price with the other party? Do you have any pricing expectations? Gu Yanbing replied, I have no particular objections. After all, your share is included. You may take full responsibility for the negotiations. Upon ending the call, Su Yang noted that the other party had yet to respond. And he did not rush to prompt them in such matters. Excessive urgency could lead to the other party demanding exorbitant prices. Moreover, there were numerous gaming forums. The one they were currently engaged with was merely one of the more influential platforms. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoping discreetly retrieved a slip of paper from his pocket, upon which a string of QQ numbers was inscribed. This was the result of his fortitude in approaching Gu Yanbing while at the milk tea shop. Zhang Xiaoping's heart raced with excitement and his hands trembled as he added her QQ number, noting in the remarks, I am Zhang Xiaoping. After sending the friend request, he felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Uncertain whether Gu Yanbing would be online, he recalled that Gu Yanbing had a computer at home. If only Gu Yanbing could log on at that moment. Taking advantage of a lull, Su Yang began searching Baidu for those familiar vertical portal websites. Anyone acquainted with the internet knows that it was once divided into comprehensive portals and vertical sites. Comprehensive sites include Baidu, Google, NetEase, and Sina, while vertical sites represent specific subdivisions within a broader category, excelling in particular fields or industries. For example, sports enthusiasts flock to Hupu, while those seeking companionship might visit marriage websites, and travelers often turn to Trip. Su Yang attempted to search for Kichizijia, but the results came up blank. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. He had found his next entrepreneurial venture. Initially, he intended to establish a tech portal akin to Zhongguancun, but that idea had come too early. Instead, he would delve into the automotive sector. envisioning a future where he could transition into the realm of new energy electric vehicles, akin to Tesla and its competitors. Su Yang promptly registered a domain name, christening the portal Chicha de Jia, car's home. To preemptively thwart any potential encroachment, he also registered related domain names such as Kichizijia and Kichijia in Pinyin. During this period, domain names were quite affordable, typically costing several hundred yuan. At that moment, Su Yang's phone chimed. Gu Yanbing had sent a message. "Why are you still at the internet CAF after such a long time?" Su Yang responded. "How did you know?" Gu Yanbing replied. "I saw your QQ online status." Su Yang continued. "Oh, I plan to pull an all-nighter tonight. Why aren't you on QQ?" Gu Yanbing explained. "My cousin is using the computer. I'm just logged in to level up." Su Yang glanced at Zhang Xiaoping, who had just added Gu Yating's QQ number mere moments ago. While she had yet to reciprocate, he felt as if he were a lovesick youth, waiting in vain, as if the flowers had already wilted. Su Yang continued to browse the official announcements for Miracle MU. He discovered that the website was preparing to launch a second-generation anti-cheat program, expected to hit the market by mid-June. As the road rises to meet the height of the devil, we must begin updating our fourth-generation cheat, he mused. Leaning back in his chair, he commenced coding on the other side. Zhang Xiaoping's friend request from Gu Yating had finally been accepted, igniting a fervor within his previously dormant heart. Gu Yating's online alias was Angel's Wings, accompanied by an adorable avatar. "Melancholy Prince, Yating, it's Zhang Xiaoping," he typed, adding a smiley-faced, Angel's Wings. "Hello, Xiaoping. Melancholy Prince. Have you had dinner yet?" Instantly regretting his words, Zhang Xiaoping cursed himself, realizing they had all dined together at the seafood buffet. In this era, there was no recall button. He hastily clarified, "My apologies. I misspoke. I just remembered that we had dinner together." Angel's Wings. "Haha. Melancholy Prince. Why are you still awake?" Angel's Wings. "Not tired yet." Zhang Xiaoping pondered how to respond in a manner that would showcase his erudition. He glanced at Su Yang, who was deeply engrossed in his work, fingers flying across the keyboard, producing a string of English characters. Zhang Xiaoping turned back to continue his conversation with Gu Yating. "Melancholy Prince, what are your plans for tomorrow?" Angel's Wings. "I don't know." Zhang Xiaoping couldn't help but smile at her response. She truly was a delightful girl. He inquired whether she would like to hang out the next day. Meanwhile, as Su Yang continued coding, his QQ finally pinged. It was an employee from the forum regarding paid post deletions. "Ah, so it's you. I just discussed it with my supervisor, and we can offer you a discount," the employee stated. "Please call me Rich Handsome. How much of a discount?" "Ah, the regular post is 50 yuan, a highlight post is 150 yuan, and a hot post is 1,000 yuan. Rich Handsome, that's still a bit steep. Could you lower it further? We're looking for a long-term partnership. Sincerely, come on, you call yourself Rich Handsome and you're worried about this little amount." Rich Handsome. "My bank card has been suspended by my father, so I can't make large transactions. Please lower the price a bit." The conversation fell silent. Su Yang speculated that the employee had gone to consult with the superior, and if they were amenable to a further discount, they would resume negotiations. Just then, his QQ mailbox pinged, notifying him that his application for the domain Chicha de Jia had been approved 30 minutes prior. He was advised to promptly transfer funds at the bank and send the remittance receipt via email to the registrar. As the time limit was 24 hours, a glimmer of satisfaction washed over Su Yang. He had secured the domain. Next, he needed to lease a server, build the website, design the pages, and handle front-end development, among other tasks. He planned to complete the initial website setup before the start of classes on September 1 ST. After registering the website, Su Yang's QQ chimed again. "Ah, I've just consulted my supervisor. We can't lower the price any further." Rich Handsome. "Very well, we'll go with that price then." He then sent his phone number to the employee and requested the deletion of the post regarding the Huan Yu cheat. "Ah, payment first? Then we proceed. Safe and effective," the employee replied, indicating a handshake agreement. Rich Handsome. "Please send me your bank account number." The employee provided the account number, stating that since the Huan Yu post was a highlight post, deleting it would require 150 yuan. Su Yang called Cheng Jianfeng, requesting that he transfer the funds. For an average person, 150 yuan might seem a bit pricey, but for Su Yang and Cheng Jianfeng, it was within an acceptable range. Naturally, if too many cheating posts emerged on the forum, they would undoubtedly find it burdensome. At this early stage, they could only take things one step at a time. Once these trivial matters were settled, Su Yang returned to his coding. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoping was engrossed in his chat with Gu Yanbing. As time ticked away, Su Yang eventually finished his tasks, and the clock struck 2 in the morning. He turned to observe his peers, each pale and gaunt, wearing headphones and fixated on their screens. In a corner, someone had adjusted their monitor to watch a movie intently, taking advantage of a break. Su Yang glanced over and noted the obscenely unattractive content. He preferred domestic films or those from the Tokyo Hot series. Having concluded his work, Su Yang decisively launched a game of Red Alert. Zhang Xiaoping also exited from his previous game, having been unable to clear the 3rd level. Those who pulled all-nighters often shared a common ailment. A sense of ennui and fatigue would set in during the later hours. Su Yang contemplated the numerous tasks awaiting him the next day and dragged 2 chairs together in preparation for a brief rest. Zhang Xiaoping inquired, "Su Yang, what are your plans for tomorrow?" "I intend to obtain a driver's license. What about you?" "Well, in this day and age, one can purchase a driver's license without examination, provided one is willing to spend. You can even acquire an A license if you have the means." Zhang Xiaoping gleefully declared, "I just invited Gu Yanbing to dinner, and she accepted." Su Yang responded, "That's impressive. You managed to secure a date so quickly. After dinner, perhaps you could book a hotel room for a comprehensive service." While simultaneously enjoying some physical exercise, Zhang Xiaoping's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. "Oh, come on, your thoughts are rather inappropriate." Su Yang shot a glance at Zhang Xiaoping, who was surreptitiously downloading a film at a meager 72 kb speed. "What era do you think you're living in? Watching films no longer requires downloading. You can stream them directly online." "What website?" "Share it with me," Zhang Xiaoping requested. Su Yang casually sent the saved website link to him. Noticing that Su Yang was still awake, Zhang Xiaoping hesitated to look, planning to wait until Su Yang fell asleep to view it. If this were the old Su Yang, who once played Dream of the Westward Journey and Asking the Way, he would have stayed at the internet CAF until dawn, only to continue gaming until nightfall. Alas, everything now seemed utterly mundane to him. Occasionally, he would log into a game, gazing at the grayed-out friend list, maneuvering his character in the outskirts to reminisce about the days spent battling monsters alongside friends. Flowers may bloom again, but youth will never return. Though his body was youthful, his soul and mindset had matured. Leaning back in his chair, Su Yang succumbed to slumber. Once he was asleep, Zhang Xiaoping quietly opened the website, thoroughly engrossed in the content. The dim lights of the internet CAF flickered as insects buzzed around, their wings flapping incessantly. The following morning, Su Yang's phone rang. With his eyes still closed, he fumbled in his pocket for the device. "Hello? Remember to come back. Your mother is about to finish work. Dad, I'm a bit tired." "Just tell Mom I'm at Gu Yanbing's house." Su Jigua's voice on the other end of the line rose sharply. "Whose house are you at?" Realizing his slip, Su Yang coughed lightly. "I misspoke. I'm at Zhang Xiaoping's place." Su Jigua, undeterred, pressed on. "Who is Gu Yanbing?" "She's a classmate of mine." The name struck a chord with Su Jigua. He recalled the recent bank heist incident where Gu Yanbing was the girl that the reckless lad had risked his life to save. Later, Zhang Xiaomei had mentioned seeing Su Yang and Gu Yanbing drawing the curtains at home one morning, seemingly preparing for something inappropriate. Given Su Yang's absence the previous night, Su Jigua harbored deep suspicions about his son possibly spending the night at an internet CAF. After hanging up, he lit a cigarette, reflecting on the audacity of today's youth. Couples openly flaunting their affection. In his own youth, romantic gestures were limited to a few love letters and shy hand-holding. Su Yang dozed off again in the internet CAF until the attendant came by with a broom to clean up. Empty water bottles, instant noodle cups, cigarette butts, lighters, and unidentifiable wads of tissue littered the floor. Upon waking, Su Yang glanced at the time. 8 o'clock in the morning. He noticed a missed call from Gu Yanbing and another from his mother. Stretching and feeling the soreness in his back, he turned to see Zhang Xiaoping sprawled across the computer desk, sound asleep. His chat window still open from his last conversation with Gu Yanbing. Su Yang nudged Zhang Xiaoping, who groggily opened his eyes. "What's up? Gu Yanbing is looking for you." Zhang Xiaoping sprang to his feet in a panic, twisting his neck to look around. That moment, his pants slipped down. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Understanding all too well the implication of Zhang Xiaoping's unzipped trousers, Zhang Xiaoping's face flushed with embarrassment as he muttered, "Damn, you scared me." Su Yang chuckled. "Aren't you supposed to be going on a date with Gu Yanbing? You could check into a hotel now and be out by this time tomorrow." Zhang Xiaoping, though driven by desire, lacked the courage, waving off the suggestion as he insisted he wasn't that kind of person. Su Yang made his way to the bathroom to wash his face, catching a whiff of the lingering smell of smoke on himself. Forget it. I'd better head home for a proper shower. Exiting the CAF with Zhang Xiaoping, he discovered several lighters had mysteriously found their way into his pocket. This had become a recurring theme whenever he went out drinking or to karaoke. Zhang Xiaoping had plans to meet Gu Yanbing for lunch, and they parted ways at Su Yang's doorstep. Su Yang, as he secured his bicycle, dialed Gu Yanbing's number. Her melodious yet slightly aloof voice greeted him. Hello? You called me? Why didn't you answer? You know I was at the internet CAF with Zhang Xiaoping all night. I fell asleep in the early hours. Gu Yanbing responded with a gentle hum. Su Yang surmised she must not have any pressing matters to discuss. Do you have plans for lunch? No, not really. How about I treat you to a meal? What is the sudden urge to treat me? I spent quite a bit on dinner yesterday, and I noticed you didn't enjoy it fully because your cousin was around. Let me make it up to you. Gu Yanbing's tone shifted to a more agreeable note. All right then, but I insist on treating you since you spent so much yesterday. What do you want to eat? Let us have Chongqing chicken pot. Gu Yanbing agreed. Just remember to come pick me up. My cousin needs my bike later. Su Yang speculated that Gu Yanbing was likely going on a date with Zhang Xiaoping. He acknowledged her request and, after ending the call, ascended the stairs. Upon entering his home, Su Yang found the living room eerily quiet. The sofa cushions and dining area were meticulously arranged, indicating that his mother had already left for her shift at the supermarket. He pushed open the door to the master bedroom, only to find his mother catching up on sleep. Sighing, he noted how attractive she was, yet her sleeping posture left much to be desired. It was a wonder how his father had managed all these years. Just as Su Yang was about to close the door quietly, Zhang Xiaomei stirred awake. Where did you go last night? To the internet CAF. What? You dared to sneak off to an internet CAF without telling us? Mom, the college entrance exams are over. We agreed that once I got into a 211 school, you wouldn't interfere with my life anymore. Zhang Xiaomei sat up, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she glared at him, her finely arched brows furrowing, hands on her hips. Feeling independent, are we? Wanting to fly solo, huh? No longer willing to be under my guidance. Sensing her irritation, Su Yang hurried over to massage her shoulders and legs. I didn't mean it like that. Zhang Xiaomei huffed. Then what do you mean? What does it mean that you want me to stay out of your life? If you get into trouble out there, I want to be allowed to intervene, will I? And when it comes to marriage or dating, I want to be able to offer my suggestions either? No, absolutely not. During disputes with women, one must never attempt to reason with them. Even if it's one's own mother. Men have it tough. Losing an argument with a girlfriend leaves one feeling frustrated, while winning means losing the girlfriend altogether. Su Yang knew that if he managed to win an argument with his mother, he'd likely end up receiving a beating. After appeasing her for a while, Zhang Xiaomei finally relented, satisfied. Observing her son's increasingly mature demeanor, she sighed. Slipping on her slippers, she tied her hair back with an elastic band while saying, There's rice in the pot. I'll heat it up for you. Also, take off those clothes. I'll wash them for you later. You smell like smoke. Su Yang chuckled. This was the nature of women. If they were kept happy, they would care for you. If not, the food might contain laxatives, and they might even use your toothbrush to clean the toilet. After finishing his shower and changing into fresh clothes, Su Yang looked in the mirror. Please call me Jiang Mingpeng Yu Yan. Zhang Xiaomei brought his meal to the dining table, urging him to eat quickly before it cooled. Su Yang surveyed the spread: pickled vegetables, stir-fried green peppers with pork, millet porridge, and steamed buns. The meal paled in comparison to the lavish feasts during the exam days. Did his mother not realize that transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy? But the reverse is challenging, Zhang Xiaomei pressed. Why aren't you eating yet? I will, but please don't make lunch for me today. Zhang Xiaomei frowned. What is going on? Are you off to lunch with someone? I am meeting up with some junior high classmates. Is Gu Yanbing one of your junior high classmates? Su Yang replied while eating. Yes, but we weren't in the same class back then. Is she going? No. Zhang Xiaomei paused, removed her apron, and went out to the balcony to do laundry, reminding him, remember to come home early tonight. We have a family dinner. Family dinner? Who's coming? Your aunt and her family are back from Jiangming. They arrived tonight. We're going to your second granduncle's house for dinner. Su Yang acknowledged this information. His aunt was Su Jigu's sister, Su Jifeng, who had moved to Qingqing over 20 years ago with her husband to run a small restaurant. Through years of hard work, they had expanded from a fast food joint to a sizable establishment and settled in Qingqing. now the provincial capital. Due to their small family, their bonds were particularly close. With both of Su Yang's grandparents having passed away, Su Zhengxing had become the sole elder, and they would always visit him during festivals. After finishing his meal and bidding farewell to his mother, Su Yang hopped on his bicycle to find Gu Yanbing. On his way to meet her, even the wind felt sweet. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Gu Yanbing had yet to descend. It seems that next time, he ought to call 2 traffic lights in advance. Su Yang was beginning to feel somewhat impatient. Just as he was about to light a cigarette, Gu Yanbing emerged from the community. Her complexion was fair and delicate, her beautiful eyes clear as a lake, and upon seeing Su Yang, her brows naturally curved into a slight smile, subtle yet captivating. Su Yang noticed that today Gu Yanbing had not tied her hair into a ponytail, but instead allowed it to cascade over her shoulders like a black waterfall. Adorned in a light green dress she had purchased from the mall the day before. Her fair, rounded feet were clad in sandals. Indeed, with such looks and demeanor, she would be a striking sight wherever she went. The 2 young security guards at the booth gazed intently at Gu Yanbing's silhouette. To marry someone like her, what more could one desire? Gu Yanbing noticed the cigarette in Su Yang's hand. Why are you smoking again? She queried as Su Yang replied, you just don't understand. When waiting for the bus, if I don't smoke, it takes ages for the bus to arrive. The moment I light up and take a couple of puffs, the bus seems to rush over as if it were in a hurry to be reborn. That's a rather convoluted excuse. Gu Yanbing thought Su Yang was merely justifying his smoking habit. Su Yang countered, haven't you noticed that when waiting for the bus, it seldom arrives? Yet when you're not waiting, it comes frequently? Gu Yanbing pondered this and realized there might be some truth to it. She retrieved a tissue from her bag, carefully wiping down the backrest of the bicycle. Ever since the incident at the bank, after Su Yang discarded his old bicycle, Su Zhigua had finally relented and bought him a new one for 95 yuan. As Gu Yanbing settled onto the bicycle, she cautiously grasped Su Yang's shirt. Where are we going? To the bank. Huh. Gu Yanbing's face filled with disbelief and trepidation. Ever since Wang Shua's incident, the mere mention of the bank made her uneasy. Su Yang, as if recalling something, turned to look at Gu Yanbing. The 2 locked eyes, their thoughts seemingly transporting them back to that silent night. The shocking sight of blood. Su Yang said earnestly, it's daytime now. The bank has security guards. I need to handle some business there. If you're worried, you can wait for me at home. Gu Yanbing bit her lip gently. I'll go with you. With Gu Jianwei and Gu Ruiden at work, Gu Yiting out on a date with Zhang Xiaoping, and Dong Xiyu helping her parents, she found herself at home, either watching television or playing on the computer. Previously, she could study at home, but now that the college entrance exams were over, her free time felt a bit tedious. Su Yang seized the moment to take Gu Yanbing's hand. It was smooth, soft, and warm. He declared, Gu Yanbing, I will protect you. Gu Yanbing softly replied with an She believed Su Yang would safeguard her, just as he had done before without hesitation. In this lifetime, few would risk everything for another. Suddenly, she became aware of Su Yang holding her hand. Her face flushed momentarily, and she quickly withdrew as Su Yang chuckled and mounted the bicycle to set off. Gu Yanbing began discussing their plans for the next few days, starting with tomorrow's graduation photo shoot, reminding Su Yang to arrive early. Why go so early? Important figures always appear last, Su Yang responded, agreeing verbally. As they approached the intersection, Gu Yanbing spotted couples holding hands as they passed over the crosswalk. The man wore a greasy automotive repair jacket, while the girl donned polyester trousers. Yet their hands were clasped tightly together. Gu Yanbing asked, Su Yang, what kind of girlfriend do you hope to find in the future? Su Yang replied, I don't care much about looks. As long as she is pleasing to the eye. Gu Yanbing probed, what constitutes pleasing to the eye? Su Yang answered, someone beautiful. Gu Yanbing, that's hardly an answer. Noticing Gu Yanbing's silence, Su Yang turned back to meet her pure gaze. Her tousle bangs just brushing her eyebrows, he inquired. Why aren't you speaking? Gu Yanbing rolled her eyes. You've said all the nice things. What else can I add? Su Yang pressed. What kind of boyfriend would you look for in the future? Gu Yanbing turned her head away. I want to tell you. Su Yang teased. Gu Yanbing, that's rather unfair. You extract my words yet refuse to share your OW end. Gu Yanbing's lips curled into a slight smile. That's not my fault. Su Yang was about to retort when Gu Yanbing gently nudged him. The green light is on. Let us hurry. Su Yang had no choice but to relent. Gu Yanbing, there are many days ahead. Sooner or later, Su, will make you see clearly. 10 minutes later, Su Yang arrived at the bank on his bicycle. To accommodate Gu Yanbing's psychological trauma, he intentionally chose a larger bank. Some matters must be faced head-on. Gu Yanbing cannot avoid banks for a lifetime. Well, not for a lifetime. Perhaps in 10 years she would embrace mobile payments. As Gu Yanbing noticed the security personnel around, her anxious heart began to settle slightly. Su Yang secured the bicycle and walked alongside Gu Yanbing into the bank. He was primarily there to process a wire transfer, specifically for the domain registration fee for the automotive website from the previous night. Su Yang had not only registered over a dozen Chinese domains, but also the English domain AutoHome. The term translates to the home of automobiles in Chinese, aligning well with the website's image and facilitating future promotion. Many companies neglect the protection of their domains, only to later realize the pitfalls involved. The more similar domains one possesses, the better. It not only prevents others from registering them, but also increases exposure. If 2 domains lead to your website, it's akin to having an additional pathway for more visitors. Gu Yanbing observed Su Yang transferring over 5,000 yuan into another account. Curiously, she inquired, "Su Yang, who are you sending so much money to?" Su Yang explained, "I registered a batch of domains. This is the registration fee for a year." Gu Yanbing gasped, "Is it really that expensive?" Su Yang chuckled, "This is actually quite reasonable." He understood that website domain prices would only escalate. For instance, the 360 company initially utilized 360.cn for their website, causing many users to mistakenly input 360 and lose significant traffic, which negatively impacted their brand image. Ultimately, 360 spent $17 million to acquire the domain, valued at $100 million at the time. A website domain is akin to a QQ number. The best domains are often the shortest and most relevant to the enterprise. This includes JD's $30 million acquisition of the succinct JD domain, and Xiaomi's purchase of Me for $22.4 million, alongside VIP Shop's acquisition of VIP for $12 million. After completing their business, they exited the bank. Su Yang walked ahead, with Gu Yanbing following closely beside him as the morning sun shone warmly, illuminating the shadowy corners of Gu Yanbing's heart. Her gaze grew resolute. Upon reflection, the bank was not as daunting as she had imagined. Su Yang mounted his bicycle, and once Gu Yanbing was comfortably seated, he set off for their next destination. Gu Yanbing inquired, "Where are we headed next?" Su Yang replied, "We're going to the driving school. Let us get your license sorted." Gu Yanbing realized that Su Yang had meticulously arranged many tasks, and his demeanor resembled that of an adult. After all, he had merely graduated high school, hadn't he? Due to the driving school's somewhat remote location, it took Su Yang over half an hour to arrive, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Gu Yanbing offered, "I'll go get you an ice pop." Su Yang's eyes brightened. It turned out Gu Yanbing craved an ice pop. He halted the bicycle. "Go ahead." Gu Yanbing, in her apricot-colored dress, crossed the road to purchase the ice pop. Su Yang took a moment to appreciate the scenery around him. The aged convenience store, the nearby watermelon stall, an elderly man seeking shade beneath a camphor tree, and the distant azure sky above the expansive fields. Everything felt reminiscent of a summer in an anime, imbued with a healing essence. In that moment, Su Yang was momentarily lost in thought, as if transported back to that summer of 2018. A middle-aged woman cast a glance at Su Yang and Gu Yanbing, pondering to herself, "Is it possible to be so young and yet here to obtain a driver's license?" Gu Yanbing inquired, "How much does it cost to take the driving test?" The middle-aged woman shouted towards the inner room. "Lao Lu, we have people here to take the driving test," a voice from within responded, and soon a balding, somewhat greasy middle-aged man emerged, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Su Yang noticed that the man's shirt still bore a name tag, Lu Qingba, manager of Zhuzhou Driving School. Lu Qingba asked, "Who is here for the driving test?" Su Yang replied, "I am." Lu Qingba's gaze lingered on Su Yang for a moment before shifting to Gu Yanbing, silently thinking to himself, "What a beautiful girl, truly captivating." Gu Yanbing pressed on, "How much is the driving test?" Lu Qingba gestured for Su Yang and Gu Yanbing to take a seat, instructing the middle-aged woman to fetch some water. "The driving test costs 800 yuan, he stated. Gu Yanbing frowned. "Isn't that rather expensive?" Su Yang acknowledged that 800 yuan was indeed a considerable amount in this day and age. Lu Qingba remarked, 800 yuan for a Class B license is hardly steep. In the future, when you drive a large vehicle for transport, you'll earn that back in half a month if you struggle to find work. I can assist you with introductions." Clearly, he assumed Su Yang was the type seeking a driving license for monetary gain. Su Yang was taken aback, thinking, 800 yuan for a Class B license? Gu Yanbing nudged Su Yang with her elbow, suggesting, "Why don't I ask my mother if she knows anyone? Perhaps we can save some money." Su Yang nodded in agreement. This was the unique social dynamic of a small city. When handling business, if one lacked connections, they had to obediently queue, and if it was your turn only to find the staff had finished for the day, you would have to return the next day. Conversely, with a connection, a simple greeting could allow one to skip the line effortlessly. Lu Qingba, observing Su Yang and Gu Yanbing's youthful demeanor, stated, "No matter who you consult, it won't change anything here." I said 800 yuan. "And that's the price." Clearly marked, "Fair for all." Gu Yanbing found his manner somewhat brusque and turned to step outside to make a phone call. Su Yang pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Lu Qingba. Lu Qingba's eyes lit up. This young man knew how to navigate social interactions. "Young brother, it seems we are destined to meet today if you sign up. I'll provide you with VIP service," Su Yang asked. "What does VIP service entail?" Lu Qingba replied, "If you fail the test, we guarantee you'll pass." Su Yang chuckled, realizing that there was no real oversight in the driving test process. Often, students would simply operate the vehicle without guidance while the instructor relaxed outside, smoking and sipping tea. If the instructor declared you passed, you were deemed successful. What a farce. After a while, Gu Yanbing returned with her phone in hand. She asked, "Who is Lu Qingba?" Lu Qingba paused. "That's me." Gu Yanbing continued, "Do you know Gu Jianwei?" Lu Qingba was momentarily speechless. How could he not know? The illustrious director Gu, who, in the past, nearly bowed down to Gu Jianwei to secure the driving school site approval. Having gifted him several cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes. It could be said that Gu Jianwei, in charge of planning, was his direct superior. Lu Qingba stammered, "Gu Jianwei is. How is he related to you?" Gu Yanbing replied, "He is my father." Upon hearing this, she handed the phone to Lu Qingba. Trembling, he accepted the phone, instinctively standing up while repeatedly saying, Yes, I understand. Certainly, I will treat you to a meal another day." Gu Yanbing cast a proud glance at Su Yang, who discreetly gave her a thumbs up. He had originally intended to avoid leveraging connections, believing that such matters could be resolved with minimal expenditure. Yet, Gu Yanbing's loyalty was commendable. Brothers should remember, every woman who has supported you is a benefactor, and you must repay their kindness in the future. Lu Qingba, now all smiles, returned the phone to Gu Yanbing. "So you're one of us, then?" "That makes things much easier," Gu Yanbing inquired. "How much does the driving test really cost?" Lu Qingba laughed. "Just a nominal fee of 360 yuan. For Su Yang, that was the cost of his driving test. Had it been for Gu Yanbing, she would have needed to pay nothing at all, merely attending to collect her license." Gu Yanbing stifled a laugh, recalling how Lu Qingba had insisted on the fixed price earlier. Su Yang promptly paid the fee and registered his personal information. As the paperwork would take a day to process, Lu Qingba instructed Su Yang to return the next day for driving practice, leaving the choice between morning or afternoon entirely up to Su Yang's schedule. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Enjoying a sweet little song, the aloof beauty from the art school was completely enchanted. Please save the title. A sweet little song. The aloof beauty from the art school is completely enchanted. The update speed of 20 Novel Network is the fastest online. Indeed, 360 yuan for a Class B license is quite a bargain. Once they finished their business, Lu Qingba courteously escorted Su Yang and Gu Yanbing out. Alas, today's transaction was a rare occurrence, yet it would result in a loss. Su Yang rode his bicycle back to the city with Gu Yanbing from the outskirts. Approaching noon, they arrived at Chongqing Chicken Pot. Due to Su Yang's vigorous cycling, he ended up consuming an unusually large meal. Gu Yanbing, on the other hand, maintained a more refined eating manner, savoring her food delicately. Her lips pursed without a sound. Su Yang observed that no matter when they dined, Gu Yanbing's posture was always impeccable, back straight, chest out, and legs modestly together. Even when drinking soup, she took small sips, making no slurping sounds. She perfectly exemplified the phrase "a feast for the eyes." Noticing Su Yang staring intently at her, Gu Yanbing felt a bit bashful, asking, "Why do you keep looking at me?" Su Yang replied, "You have a grain of rice at the corner of your mouth." Gu Yanbing let out a soft sound, instinctively licking her lips, only to find nothing there. She rummaged through her bag for a small mirror to check. Upon realizing Su Yang had intentionally deceived her, she angrily attempted to kick him, but he nimbly evaded her. Ultimately, Su Yang relented and placed a chicken leg into her bowl. After a moment, Gu Yanbing asked, "What shall we do after lunch?" Su Yang responded. We each go our own way and seek our respective mothers. He intended to head to an internet CAF to continue working on his endeavors, planning to buy himself a new phone when school commenced. Gu Yanbing's tone turned somewhat cold. I've accompanied you for 2 tasks. You should accompany me for one, Su Yang asked. What task? Gu Yanbing replied. I want to learn how to roller skate, so that was it. Su Yang was quite familiar with roller skating, having initially played with double row skates before single row skates became fashionable. As he grew older, he gradually abandoned those pastimes. During this period, entertainment options were limited. KTV, internet CAFs, and roller skating dominated the leisure activities of youth. Su Yang agreed to accompany Gu Yanbing to learn roller skating. Gu Yanbing's expression softened, a smile returning to her face. After finishing their meal, Su Yang rode his bicycle with Gu Yanbing towards the skating rink. As he pedaled, he silently vowed that once he had the means, he would definitely acquire a car, or at least a motorcycle. Relying solely on the effort of pedaling was exhausting, and his legs felt weak and fatigued. The oppressive sun beat down upon them, and Gu Yanbing settled comfortably behind him, shielding herself with an advertisement paper. As they waited at a traffic light, Su Yang glanced back, drenched in sweat, while Gu Yanbing appeared unfazed. Gu Yanbing, could you spare a thought for the underprivileged? I am the one exerting effort here. Shall I fan you? Gu Yanbing pretended to wave the advertisement paper to create a breeze. Su Yang replied, There's no sincerity in that. Gu Yanbing rolled up her sleeves, comparing the color of her arms to his. I'm a girl. Getting tanned is unacceptable, that Su Yang countered. Is it not permissible for boys to have fair skin? Gu Yanbing retorted, boys getting a little sun is healthier. Su Yang mused, I've heard that girls avoid the sun yet become increasingly tanned. I wonder if that's true. 20 minutes later, they finally arrived at the skating rink. It had been an entire day of cycling for Su Yang, either pedaling or making his way to pedal. As he parked his bicycle, he noticed Zhang Xiaoping's bike secured to the railing with a chain, as if he feared it might be stolen. Gu Yanbing spotted her own white and pink bicycle at Su Yang. It seems my cousin is also here. I suppose she's here on a date with Zhang Xiaoping. Gu Yanbing couldn't help but exclaim. Impressed by their rapid progression, Gu Yiting and Zhang Xiaoping had only met at dinner the previous evening, and now they were out together. At this pace, in 10 months, they might already have children. Su Yang sensed that Gu Yanbing's words were directed at him. What was it? Did she think he was taking too long to pursue her? While locking his bicycle, Su Yang noticed a brand new lock lying on the ground nearby. Still accompanied by its key, concerned for Zhang Xiaoping's bicycle's security, he added the lock to the chain, tucking the key into his pocket. Let's head inside. Gu Yanbing followed Su Yang into the skating rink. Su Yang approached the cashier to pay, receiving 2 pairs of skates in return. Gu Yanbing, clearly a first-time visitor to such a venue, gazed curiously at the colorful-haired youths inside the rink, executing flashy moves as their wheels squeaked against the wooden floor. The speakers flanking the roller skating rink resonated with the pulsating rhythms of an exhilarating rock-pop song. Running with the wind, freedom is the direction. Chasing the power of thunder and lightning. Capturing the vast ocean within my chest. Even the smallest sail can embark on a long voyage. Gu Yanbing listened intently to the vibrations emanating from the speakers, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. So this is the legendary roller skating rink. It appeared to be an immense source of enjoyment that Su Yang, carrying his skates, accompanied Gu Yanbing to the resting area to change their shoes, to avoid the unpleasant odor of others' feet. Su Yang even procured several clean plastic bags to encase his own feet. Gu Yanbing, unfamiliar with the process, followed Su Yang's lead and donned her skates accordingly. Su Yang instructed, hold onto the railing and rise slowly. Then glide in from here. Gu Yanbing responded with a gentle She grasped the railing tightly with her small hands and wobbled her way forward. Su Yang trailed behind, concerned about her stability. At last, they entered the rink, which was a vast oval arena, where skilled skaters glided past them effortlessly. Numerous beginners clung to the railings, learning how to maintain their balance, all the while casting envious glances at the adept skaters. Having long surpassed the age of showing off, Su Yang positioned himself on the outer edge, ready to safeguard Gu Yanbing. The younger skaters, unaware of their limits, raced about recklessly, posing a risk of colliding with Gu Yanbing. In the past, the roller skating rink had been a chaotic place, frequented by delinquents and rebellious youths, where minor disagreements could escalate into brawls. Just then, Su Yang spotted a clumsy figure ahead. The individual clutched the railing tightly, feet slipping and sliding, until finally crouching down. Gu Yanbing couldn't help but laugh at the scene. She felt considerably safer, with the railing on her left and Su Yang on her right, especially as Su Yang patiently instructed her on how to glide slowly and maintain her balance. Eventually, the struggling figure managed to stand up, and upon turning around, he recognized Su Yang and Gu Yanbing. Su Yanbing. It was none other than Zhang Xiaoping. Su Yang and Gu Yanbing glided slowly toward Zhang Xiaoping. He excitedly inquired, "What brings you two here?" Su Yang replied, "Isn't it your family's rink? If you can come, why can't we?" Zhang Xiaoping clarified, "That's not what I meant. I was just wondering how you two ended up here." Gu Yanbing explained, "I often heard you talk about the roller skating rink, and I was quite curious, so I wanted to check it out." She then asked Zhang Xiaoping, "Where's my cousin? I saw her bike parked outside." Zhang Xiaoping turned to look inside the rink and pointed to a girl in jeans. "She's over there." Su Yang finally noticed Gu Yanbing. One couldn't help but admire her skating skills, particularly her graceful posture as she glided. Gu Yanbing remarked enviously, "So impressive." Su Yang thought to himself that if he could do a backward glide, it would surely elevate his standing in Gu Yanbing's eyes by another 5 points. Amid the booming music, Su Yang's once dormant heart began to stir. He said to Gu Yanbing, "Stay still here." Gu Yanbing asked, "What's up?" Su Yang urged, "Just keep your eyes on me." He powered off with his right foot, gliding forward with his left, alternating feet in increasing speed, then executed a twist, beginning to glide backward, the entire movement fluid and graceful. Gu Yanbing's expression was one of astonishment. Even Zhang Xiaoping was rendered speechless. When did Su Yang learn to roller skate? I don't recall him ever doing that before. Gu Yanbing, who had been gliding gracefully, suddenly heard someone call her name and looked up to see Su Yang skating backward. His step steady, as if strolling leisurely, Su Yang waved to Gu Yanbing, completing 2 swift laps before gradually stopping beside Gu Yanbing. Instinctively, Gu Yanbing reached out to applaud Su Yang, only to lose her balance and stumble sideways. "Watch out!" Zhang Xiaoping shouted. Su Yang, quick on his feet, caught her. This marked the first intimate contact between Su Yang and Gu Yanbing. The soft sensation, the delightful fragrance. Gu Yanbing gazed into Su Yang's concerned eyes. Her heart racing uncontrollably. Su Yang steadied Gu Yanbing, advising, "Remember to hold onto the railing until you're more confident." Gu Yanbing, her face flushed with embarrassment, gripped the railing tightly. Soon after, Gu Yanbing glided over. After greeting Su Yang, she inquired where he had learned to skate backward. Su Yang replied, "I learned it a couple of years ago." Gu Yanbing smiled at Su Yang, asking, "Could you teach me? I've never managed to get the hang of it." Zhang Xiaoping, observing the interaction, suddenly felt that inviting Gu Yanbing to the roller skating rink had been a regrettable decision. A foolish choice indeed. Su Yang chuckled. "Neither of them knows how to skate yet, so let's teach them first." A flicker of disappointment crossed Gu Yanbing's eyes but was quickly masked. She turned to converse with Gu Yanbing, even offering to teach her how to roller skate. Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping lagged behind. Su Yang asked Zhang Xiaoping, "Where did you all have lunch today?" Zhang Xiaoping replied, "We had lunch at Love Grilled Fish." Su Yang recognized that restaurant, which was rather pricey. With a meal costing around 60 to 70 yuan, he asked, "Did you treat?" Zhang Xiaoping nodded, looking rather sheepish. Su Yang observed Gu Yanbing's figure, noting that her attire and demeanor did not quite match Zhang Xiaoping's. If Zhang Xiaoping continued to spend at this rate, he would need to earn at least 2,000 yuan a month to keep up. Alas, the most disheartening thing in this world is a well-meaning boy without accomplishment, coupled with a heart as impoverished as his finances. The entire afternoon passed with Su Yang teaching Gu Yanbing how to roller skate. Gu Yanbing exhibited remarkable learning abilities, gradually gaining the confidence to glide forward without holding onto the railing. Su Yang remained by her side, swiftly extending his hand whenever Gu Yanbing wobbled. She instinctively grasped Su Yang's hand, finding solace in his presence, her fears dissipating. Initially, she felt a twinge of nervousness when holding Su Yang's hand, but as they continued, she grew accustomed to it. Just as with any skill, the more one practices, the more familiar it becomes, even to the point of being able to perform it with one's eyes closed. Su Yang was pleased with their progress. Holding hands was a crucial first step. Once that barrier was crossed, the next stages would naturally lead to embraces and kisses. Then, he mused, he would simply bask in the moment without overstepping boundaries. Zhang Xiaoping watched enviously from a distance. Despite being among the first to arrive with Gu Yanbing, he had exchanged fewer than 10 words with her. She had offered him a few pointers, but was now entirely engrossed in skating. Zhang Xiaoping turned to search for Gu Yating, only to find her unexpectedly engaged in conversation with an unfamiliar young man. Their hands clasped tightly, they glided in synchrony, and Zhang Xiaoping felt a pang of jealousy as he watched Gu Yating pass by. Their hands entwined. How he wished he possessed Su Yang's skating finesse. Then, it would be him by her side. Determined, Zhang Xiaoping resolved to practice diligently, vowing to one day catch up to Gu Yating's shadow. Perhaps loving someone necessitates a degree of humility. Like a dog, when she tosses you a bone, you leap about in joy, yet you remain oblivious to whom she shares the meat with. Meanwhile, Su Yang released Gu Yanbing's hand, and she clumsily skated forward, albeit with a bit of wobbling. Still, it was a successful first step. She looked at Su Yang with a hint of pride, asking, "Su Yang, does this mean I've learned?" Su Yang smirked. "Not quite yet," Gu Yanbing huffed, turning her head away. Was it so difficult to acknowledge her excellence? Just moments ago, she had considered applauding him at that moment. Su Yang's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was his mother calling. "Hello, Mom. I understand." "Yes, I'll be there shortly," he answered before hanging up. Gu Yanbing inquired, "What did your mom want?" Su Yang replied, "My aunt from the provincial city is coming back, and there's a family dinner arranged for tonight." Gu Yanbing softly murmured in acknowledgement. She had hoped to dine with Su Yang at the snack street that evening, but with family matters at hand, they could always plan for tomorrow. This summer vacation was long, and they had plenty of time to enjoy themselves, striving to reclaim the moments they had lost in the past. Had Su Yang known Gu Yanbing's thoughts at that moment, he would have whisked her away on a trip out of the province. If she were still naive, he would show her the wonders of the world. If she had grown weary of life, he would take her for a ride on a carousel. Su Yang and Gu Yanbing skated a few more laps before returning to the resting area to change their shoes. As Zhang Xiaoping and Gu Yating passed by, Gu Yanbing called out to them, announcing her departure. Zhang Xiaoping was reluctant to linger any longer. It was painful to spend money while watching Gu Yating hold hands with someone else. Next time, he resolved to choose an activity where he could excel, perhaps table tennis. Yes, Zhang Xiaoping had always been good at table tennis since childhood. Gu Yating noticed that Gu Yanbing was also preparing to leave, and she smiled as she waved goodbye to the young man. The young man inquired, "By the way, could I add your QQ number?" After a moment of hesitation, Gu Yating politely declined. The primary reason was that the young man was somewhat unattractive and poorly dressed. Not her type at all. Merely possessing adept roller skating skills did not suffice to sway her. Upon hearing Gu Yating's refusal, Zhang Xiaoping assumed that she had turned him down for his sake, a smile spreading across his face. "Yating, you must be tired. Let me help you return your skates," he offered. "Thank you," Gu Yating replied, handing her removed skates to Zhang Xiaoping. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of her slender, well-proportioned calves peeking from beneath her low socks, causing his heart to race momentarily. Su Yang observed this scene and thought to himself, how ridiculous. A green tea girl paired with a sycophant, an enduring match indeed. He contemplated the later exchanges on the second-hand market, where one frequently encountered listings titled, "Skates gifted by a sycophant, no longer needed, selling cheap, DM me if interested." Truly the SCHR Dinger's sycophant. After changing their shoes, the four of them rode off into the sunset towards home. As they reached the intersection for their farewells, Zhang Xiaoping inquired about Gu Yating's plans for the following day. Gu Yating replied, "I have to return to school for graduation photos." Zhang Xiaoping nodded, a hint of disappointment in his demeanor. Gu Yating then added, "After the photos, I'll come to find you at the first high school." Zhang Xiaoping's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly agreed. Gu Yanbing smiled and waved goodbye to Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping. She and Su Yang could easily message each other via their phones, without many constraints. Once Gu Yating and Gu Yanbing departed, Zhang Xiaoping eagerly asked, "Su Yang, do you think Gu Yating has feelings for me?" Su Yang replied, "What makes you think she has an interest in you?" Zhang Xiaoping insisted, but she said she would come to find us at school. Su Yang chuckled lightly, realizing it was futile to awaken someone who pretended to be asleep. Gu Yating mentioned finding you all. "Not just you. Oh well, let us allow Brother Pong to enjoy a pleasant dream tonight." As Su Yang needed to visit Su Zhengxing's house, he parted ways with Zhang Xiaoping at the next intersection. Speaking of which, what could Aunt Su Zhifeng be returning for at this time? Had the restaurants in the provincial city closed down? If it were merely for family reunions, she would typically return during the festive seasons. With these questions in mind, Su Yang arrived at his great-uncle Su Zhengxing's neighborhood. He spotted the familiar Santana with the Qing E license plate parked downstairs, recalling how his uncle had proudly showcased it after purchasing it. His uncle, Li Lifeng, hailed from a county under Jiang Ming's jurisdiction and had been poor before marriage, yet Su Zhifeng had insisted on marrying him despite her family's objections. Back then, the old man had tried to dissuade her. Citing Li Lifeng's somewhat slippery nature as a potential red flag, Su Zhifeng shared a stubborn temperament similar to Su Zhigua's, often throwing tantrums until their grandmother relented and approved the union. Over 20 years had slipped by unnoticed. After securing his bicycle, Su Yang ascended the stairs. His second aunt, Zhou Shufeng, opened the door for him. Upon seeing Su Yang, she affectionately exclaimed, "Zhifeng, your long-awaited nephew has returned." Once inside, Su Yang observed a middle-aged couple seated on the sofa. The woman, around 40, was his aunt Su Zhifeng. The years had not been kind to her, as she bore signs of aging from her relentless toil, evoking reflections on the merciless passage of time. Beside her sat his uncle Li Lifeng, a tall, slender man dressed in a crisp white shirt, exuding an air of cleanliness. "Since last year, I have discerned some troubling signs. You have been exchanging flirtatious glances with the cashier at the restaurant, and when I fell ill, you both audaciously rendezvoused in the car. Subsequently, your escapades escalated to the point where, while I was working at the restaurant, you brought your liaison into our home." Su Zhifeng, as if unleashing pent-up fury, directed all her wrath towards Li Lifeng. The expression on Li Lifeng's face was a spectacle to behold, transitioning from confusion to shock, then to anger, ultimately paling to a ghostly white. Su Zhengsheng and Su Zhigua also sensed that something was amiss. They ceased their attempts to placate Su Zhifeng and turned their gazes toward Li Lifeng. Seemingly awaiting his explanation, Li Lifeng, confronted in front of so many relatives, could not possibly confess. Su Zhifeng seemed to have anticipated Li Lifeng's denial. She coldly retrieved a black recording pin from her bag. As she pressed play, a woman's voice filled the air. "Lifeng, she won't be coming back today, will she?" "No. I've arranged for her to go to the restaurant." "Oh, don't be so handsy. I want to go to a hotel." "What is the point of a hotel? My bed is big and soft. Hurry and take off your clothes." Don't stop." The recording evoked palpable discomfort among the attendees, particularly the creaking of the mattress. Zhang Xiumei noticed Su Yang was engrossed in the audio and pinched him at the waist. "Su Yang, oh, this isn't something I wanted to hear. How can I pretend I didn't tea?" Seeing Li Lifeng's face turn ashen, Su Zhifeng remembered Su Yang was still present and hit the pause button. "Li Lifeng, this recording contains numerous instances from the past 6 months where you've been rolling around on the mattress I purchased, using my cosmetics, and indulging in snacks I bought for you anyway. You are utterly shameless." Zhou Shufeng and Zhang Xiumei exchanged glances, clearly struggling to process this incredulous scene. Initially, they had perceived Li Lifeng as an honest man, not one of such character. Su Zhengsheng and Su Zhigua's expressions darkened to the utmost degree. The voice on the recording unmistakably belonging to Li Lifeng. Su Zhengsheng slammed his glass down heavily. "Lifeng, what is going on?" Li Lifeng turned to Su Zhengsheng. Before he could finish, Su Zhigua sprang to his feet, delivering a resounding slap to Li Lifeng. The sharp crack of the slap resonated throughout the restaurant. Su Zhigua acted too swiftly for Su Zhengsheng, Zhang Xiumei, or Su Yang to intervene. Li Lifeng covered half of his face, a mixture of shock and rage in his eyes. He had not anticipated that his brother-in-law would dare strike him. Su Zhigua shouted, "Li Lifeng, you bastard! After all these years, I called you brother-in-law, and when you were struggling to open your restaurant, my father lent you money overnight. My sister sacrificed so much for you, following you from a life of comfort to one of hardship. That winter, she even fell into the river trying to save you. And this is how you repay her?" The room fell into a profound silence. Su Zhengsheng, who had intended to calm Su Zhigua, withdrew his hand. Indeed, when Su Zhifeng married Li Lifeng, she had married beneath her. She had sacrificed immensely for him. Li Lifeng had merely studied cooking for a few years and could whip up a few dishes. Had it not been for Su Zhifeng's efforts to open the restaurant in the provincial capital, he would still be tending a 5-square-meter breakfast shop in a small county. Making substantial money? Buying a house? A car? Those were mere dreams. Without the Su family's timely assistance and financial backing, Li Lifeng would be nothing. Su Yang recognized that this slap was relatively mild. His father's temperament had softened considerably over the years under his mother's influence. Had this been 20 years ago, he might have rendered Li Lifeng impotent on the spot. Su Jigwa still wished to strike again, and Su Yang hurriedly restrained him. Father, let us discuss this calmly. We must find a resolution. Su Yang did not want Su Jigwa to be the villain. In a marriage, quarrels often lead to reconciliation. What if Su Jifeng chose to forgive Li Feng for Yuanyuan's sake? In that case, they would still be a couple, while the one who struck would be an outsider. This sentiment was too delicate to voice in front of his aunt. Su Yang recalled that Su Jifeng did indeed forgive Li Feng later. She said Yuanyuan needed both parents, and as she aged, finding another suitable partner would be challenging. Considering Su Yang's perspective, Su Jigwa momentarily spared Li Feng. Su Jingxing spoke up, Li Feng, please explain to everyone what is happening. With the situation having escalated to this extent, Li Feng's face was thoroughly marred by shame. He glared resentfully at Su Jifeng and Su Jigwa. Since you've torn the veil, let us fully expose the truth. You want a divorce? Fine. I'll oblige. Let us get it over with. Li Feng adopted an attitude of indifference, as if he were a pig unperturbed by boiling water. Su Jigwa, previously calmed by Su Yang's words, felt his anger reignite and stood up. Kicking Li Feng against the wall, he continued to kick him repeatedly in frustration. Su, a robust figure, easily overpowered the lanky Li Feng. Su Zhangsheng, Zhang Xiaomei, and Zhou Shufan could no longer sit idly by and rushed to separate Su Jigwa and Li Feng. Su Jigwa cursed, "You, Li, are nothing but a scoundrel. Just because you have a bit of money, you've become utterly arrogant." Li Feng sat on the ground, wiping the blood from his nose with his hand. "Su Jigwa, who do you think you are to lay a hand on me? If you don't kill me today, I'll sue you tomorrow." Su Jigwa still entertained thoughts of attacking Li Feng again. Su Jingxing shouted, "Enough! Is there not enough chaos in this house?" Zhang Xiaomei finally managed to pull Su Jigwa into the living room. Su Jifeng watched as blood trickled from Li Feng's nose. Concerned that Su Jigwa had struck too hard, she instinctively reached for a napkin from the table to offer it. Su Yang gently restrained her hand, shaking his head slightly. This was not the moment for capitulation. Su Jifeng observed the familiar features of Su Yang, who inadvertently emanated an air of calm and composure. She was somewhat taken aback. In her memory, Su Yang was still a naive child, yet now he seemed so mature. Su Yang rose and approached Li Feng. "Uncle, since both you and my aunt agreed to divorce, let us sign the divorce agreement now and proceed with the divorce tomorrow. I have some knowledge of the law. Your actions constitute infidelity, and in terms of asset division, you will need to compensate my aunt. Moreover, the expenses incurred with that woman are considered marital property, and we have the right to demand reimbursement from her." Su Yang's words were reasoned and calm, instinctively garnering trust. Su Zhengxing nodded slightly. He had also researched these matters, as he was preparing to counsel his daughter to pursue a divorce. Su Jifeng glanced at Su Yang. She had not intended to divorce, merely wanting Li Feng to publicly apologize and sever ties with that woman, allowing them to continue their lives together. Li Feng looked at Su Yang, uncertain whether his words were sincere or a mere fade. Over the past year, he had indeed spent a significant amount on the cashier, nearly 20,000 yuan. If the divorce led to asset division, he would end up with far too little, which would not be advantageous for him. Zhou Shufan and Zhang Xiaomei observed Su Jigwa in the living room. Having overheard Su Yang's remarks, Su Jingxing inquired, "Jifeng, are you certain you want a divorce?" Su Jifeng found herself cornered, whether to leave or stay. She could not afford to relent now. She feigned strength, nodding, though tears shimmered in her eyes. Su Zhengxing then turned to Li Feng. "You agree to the divorce, correct?" Li Feng hung his head, lost in thought. Su Zhengxing sighed, lamenting, "What a perfectly good family, and yet it has come to this." Su Jigwa shouted from the living room, "We lent him money back then, and he never repaid it. If we're getting a divorce, he should pay back the 8,000 he owes us." Li Feng's mind raced with calculations. They owned a car, a house, and a restaurant. With Yuanyuan's connection to Su Jifeng, it was a certainty that Yuanyuan would choose to stay with her. Should asset division occur, the car would go to Li Feng, the house to Su Jifeng, and the restaurant either transferred or a substantial payment made to Su Jifeng, no matter how he calculated it. He would be the one to suffer a significant loss. Li Feng had no intention of leaving empty-handed. He said, "Let me speak with Jifeng." Su Yang feared Su Jifeng would soften, interjecting, "What do you plan to discuss? Let us have the conversation right here." Su Jigwa's anger was gradually subsiding as he approached. With Zhang Xiaomei anxiously clutching his armfl, Li Feng trembled as he stood, aware that he was outnumbered by Su Jifeng's family. "Let us leave today's matters as they are. Tomorrow we can cool off and discuss again. Li Feng planned to consult a knowledgeable lawyer to seek advice regarding the mistress. After all, the mistress had a husband. If he divorced, she would likely do the same. This pair of star-crossed lovers could potentially form a new family. However, if the mistress was unwilling to divorce, Li Feng would find himself losing both his wife and his mistress. Regardless of the outcome, he would not emerge unscathed. Su Jigua still wished to obstruct Li Feng. Su Zhengxing intervened, allowing Li Feng to leave first. Watching Li Feng exit, Su Jigua, in a fit of anger, shouted, "Uncle, why did you let him go so easily?" Su Zhengxing, with a serious expression, replied, "Nonsense. You've already harmed him. If this escalates, you might find yourself behind bars. Do you understand that violence is against the law? You should learn to be as composed as Su Yonged." Su Jigua fell silent. Su Yong, observing the situation, couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he had finally managed to live up to the expectations of others as if he were someone else's child. Noticing the grim expressions on the faces around him, he refrained from laughing. Regarding the matters between his aunt and Li Feng, only the parties involved could make decisions. Neither Su Yong nor Su Jigua could decide for Su Jifeng. Should things go awry, they would face their aunt's ire for a lifetime. The saying, "A wise judge cannot resolve family disputes," aptly illustrates this predicament. After Li Feng's departure, Su Zhengxing and Su Jigua sought Su Jifeng's opinion once more. Upon learning that she had no intentions of divorce, their expressions shifted dramatically. Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Shufan shared their concerns, fully aware of Su Jifeng's apprehensions as fellow mothers. The issue was that Yuan was already in her second year of college. The decision to divorce would no longer affect the child. Su Yang knew, following the pattern of history, that his aunt would eventually reconcile with Li Feng due to various issues. Alas, while circumstances may change, one's nature remains constant. Li Feng would later entangle himself with a married woman, leading Su Jifeng to part ways with him in despair. Ultimately, Li Feng would find himself utterly ruined by that same woman. Embarking on a melodramatic saga of marital strife. At that moment, Su Yang's phone chimed. He pulled it out to find a message from Gu Yanbing. "Gu Yanbing, where are you?" Su Yang. "At my second uncle's house." "How about you?" Gu Yanbing. "I'm at home." Su Yang. "Did you enjoy your day?" Gu Yanbing. "Yes, very much. Thank you." Su Yang. "How do you mean to thank me?" A sudden silence ensued on the other end, clearly indicating that Gu Yanbing was taken aback by Su Yang's unexpected response. Typically, one would expect a boy to say something like, "No need to mention it, it was my pleasure." After a moment, Gu Yanbing replied, "How do you want me to thank you?" Su Yang. "I'm still hungry. Would you accompany me for dinner?" Gu Yanbing fell silent once more. Glancing at the time, Su Yang noted it was just past 8 in the evening. It was summer, and most people typically went to bed between 9 and 10. Surely, Gu Yanbing wouldn't he refuse to come out? In the living room, Zhou Shufan and Zhang Xiaomei assumed their roles as advisors, taking turns persuading Su Jifeng. The seemingly resolute Su Jifeng eventually shed tears as she spoke. "It's not that I am unwilling to divorce. It's just that I cannot accept ending up in such a situation after all these years. Our family has fallen apart just like that." The somber atmosphere stirred grief in everyone present. Su Jigua's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. After the old man's passing, it was just he and Su Jifeng left in the household. Su Jifeng had always taken care of household chores since childhood, ensuring that Su Jigua had the best of everything. Su Jigua was particularly fond of his elder sister, unable to express his frustrations to anyone else but silently endured. Now, had Li Feng not left, delivering another beating would have done little to ease his rage. Su Zhengxing consoled her. "Enough of the tears. Every family has its own burdens to bear. If you don't wish to divorce, speak with Li Feng. We truly cannot assist further." They genuinely felt helpless. It was not as if they could shamelessly plead with Li Feng to return. Su Jigua had already taken action. Was it not justified to confront the one at fault? Su Yang's phone chimed again. Gu Yanbing. "Where are you?" "I'm coming to find you." Su Yang, touched by her brief message, realized that she must have been asking for permission from either Gu Jianwei or Gu Ruiden to come out so late. A girl willing to venture out at night, even if she did not love him, likely held some affection for him. With the exception of delivery personnel, of course, Su Yang replied. "Stay at home for a bit. I'll let you know when I arrived." Gu Yanbing. "Okay." Su Yang put away his phone, noticing the adults were still deep in conversation, likely to continue until the early hours of the morning. Most were sharing their individual woes, nearly delving into old grievances. Su Yang stood up and addressed Zhang Xiaomei. "Mom, I need to head back." I have school tomorrow. Zhang Xiaomei, coming back to reality, felt her pocket. Do you have your keys? Su Yang, yes, I do. The adults regarded Su Yang as a child, not minding his departure as he left. Su Yang turned to Su Zhifeng and said, Aunt, please don't cry. If you have grievances, speak to my dad. He will stand up for you. Our maternal family is not without support. Su Zhifeng nodded, her eyes still red. Zhou Shufen handed Su Yang 2 pieces of bread as a snack. After bidding farewell to Su Zhengsheng and Zhou Shufen, Su Yang departed. Alas, this evening's turmoil left him unsatisfied and hungry. He bore no resentment toward his aunt. Rather, he felt sympathy for her plight. In this era, many viewed divorce as a source of shame, easily subject to gossip from neighbors and relatives. Consequently, many would refrain from choosing divorce, enduring abuse and mistreatment instead. Perhaps this is why the drama Don't Talk to Strangers left an indelible psychological mark on many classmates. As Su Yang's generation grew up, divorce rates became the norm. He once had a college classmate whose whirlwind marriage lasted a mere 22 days. During a drunken gathering, the classmate confessed to Su Yang that the hasty marriage was based on looks, while the swift divorce stemmed from her dissatisfaction with his rapid approach. Alas, the disharmony in life is a misfortune in itself. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang arrived at Gu Yanbing's residential complex. He texted her 2 traffic lights ahead to inform her of his arrival. Upon reaching, he saw Gu Yanbing, poised and on her tiptoes at the entrance, glancing around occasionally. The streetlights cast a mysterious glow around her. Upon noticing Su Yang, Gu Yanbing frowned and scolded. You should have told me you were here earlier. Why make me wait so long? Su Yang, taken aback by her swift arrival, made an excuse. My bicycle's chain fell off earlier. I struggled to fix it. Why apologies? The bicycle seemed to sigh in response. Gu Yanbing pursed her lips, her suspicious gaze fixed on him, clearly unconvinced by his explanation. Su Yang inquired, Why were you so slow to come out this morning? Gu Yanbing shot him a playful glare. I had to wash up and get ready in the morning. Su Yang, and what about in the evening? Gu Yanbing smiled lightly. Evening routines usually just involve brushing my teeth and washing my face before bed. Su Yang gazed at Gu Yanbing's porcelain-like face. Contemplating what it would be like to take a bite, he wondered about the flavor. Gu Yanbing inhaled deeply. Since you invited me to learn roller skating, I shall reluctantly forgive you this time. But next time, don't make me wait so long. Su Yang, who is older between us? My birthday is in July, yours is in October. What do you think? Su Yang was surprised that Gu Yanbing remembered their birthdays so precisely. It seemed every girl harbored a desire to play the older sister. Gu Yanbing settled onto Su Yang's backseat. Call me sister. Su Yang, do I call you sister during the day and at night? Does sister call me? Gu Yanbing, noticing Su Yang's silence, added. If you call me sister, how about I treat you to a meal? Su Yang, does calling you sister mean I'll agree to any request? Gu Yanbing pondered briefly. Reasonable requests are acceptable. Su Yang called out, Hello, sister. Gu Yanbing responded with satisfaction, playfully patting Su Yang's shoulder, feigning maturity. Su Yang chuckled, recalling the lyrics. Sister, oh sister, sister, you relieve my worries. Sister, with high awareness, is a mature little wildcat. Su Yang began to anticipate what Gu Yanbing would look like dancing in a short skirt and stockings. Patience, for that day would inevitably come. There shall come a time when the weight of it all leaves you breathless. Su Yang, what is there to admire? A handsome person like me is right in front of you. Gu Yanbing made a face as if she were about to be sick. Su Yang, how many months has it been? Gu Yanbing looked utterly confused. What months? Su Yang touched his nose. Realizing she was still too naive, he took his graduation certificate out of his bag and handed it to Gu Yanbing. Gu Yanbing noticed that Su Yang's photo had changed significantly compared to now. Well, as long as he looks ugly, she felt relieved. Zheng Guohui said, The purpose of your visit to school today is threefold. Collect your graduation certificates, fill out your college applications, and take graduation photos. He planned to discuss the mathematics from the college entrance exam to help the students estimate their scores. Just then, the academic director came over and knocked on the door. Seeing this, Zheng Guohui hurriedly stepped outside. The students in the class resumed their hushed discussions. Most of them were confiding in each other about their unsatisfactory exam scores, with some considering retaking the year. Gu Yanbing asked Dong Siyu, Are you planning to retake the year? Dong Siyu shook her head in distress. I don't want to retake it. Gu Yanbing then asked Su Yang, Su Yang, what about you? Are you going to retake it? Su Yang, I don't want to retake it either. Gu Yanbing, why not? With your foundation, if you study hard, You should be able to aim for a 985 university. Last night, Gu Ruiden and Gu Jianwei discussed retaking the year with Gu Yanbing. They knew she hadn't performed well this time, but still left the choice up to her. Su-young shook his head. I'm in my 3rd year of high school. That sounds like. I am pregnant. Do you know why? Gu Yanbing. Why? Su-young. Because you have no idea how much suffering and hardship you will endure in this year, and even worse, you don't know what you'll achieve after 10 months of carrying that weight. Gu Yanbing couldn't help but laugh at Su-young's metaphor. She looked down at her graduation certificate. Since her classmates didn't want to retake the year, perhaps she wouldn't either. Just as Su-young said, who knows if next year's college entrance exam will be even more difficult. Zheng Guohui walked into the classroom, announcing they would first take graduation photos and then estimate scores. The students filed out of the classroom under the academic director's arrangement, heading towards the platform in the playground. The principal and vice principal were already present. Zheng Guohui instructed them to line up according to height. Preparing for the photograph, the principal noticed several boys with gelled hair, and his expression immediately darkened. He approached them with his arms crossed. You, and you, wash off that gel immediately. This is a graduation photo celebrating youth, not a flashy concert. You have 3 minutes. Hurry up and wash it off. The boys scurried away like frightened dogs. Among them was Zhang Xiaoping. When they returned after washing their hair, it was damp and dripping. With no hairdryer available, they could only hastily wipe it with their hands. They looked like drenched rats, utterly unkempt. The photographer shouted, "Look at the camera, don't move." The flash went off. The graduation photo captured the essence of that summer. Zhang Xiaoping had hoped to shine in the graduation photo, but instead, it captured him at his most disheveled. Gu Yanbing stood at the outer edge of the last row of girls, her eyes bright and youthful. A slight smile gracing her lips, Su-young stood just behind her, gazing straight ahead. If that photo were enlarged, one might even see him and Gu Yanbing quietly holding hands. After the graduation photos were taken, the students returned to their classroom in an orderly manner. Various subject teachers came in to explain the college entrance exam papers. As noon approached, they finally finished checking the answers. Su-young estimated his total score to be around 540 points. Gu Yanbing's score was approximately 550 points. Dong Siyu and Zhang Xiaoping scored similarly, around 430 points. Among them, the top student in the class, Hu Yanchun, achieved the highest score in the entire school, around 600 points. Su-young recalled that Hu Yanchun had likely gone to Zhejiang University, which had an admission score of about 590 that year. This highlighted the inequities in education. If Su-young and Gu Yanbing had a household registration in Yinjing, their scores would be sufficient for admission to any 211 university. However, in their province, there was only one underperforming 211 university, which was the Industrial University. This year, the admission score for Industrial University was set at 540 points. Su-young's score just met the requirement, provided he accepted adjustments. Knowing this, he felt assured about applying to Industrial University, while other students, unaware of this year's scoreline, were hesitant to fill out their applications. On the podium, Zheng Guohui listed the universities in their province and those outside. Su-young felt a gentle poke on his side. He turned to see Shan Na handing him a note. He took the note and unfolded it. "Shan Na, what score did you estimate?" Su-young wrote, 540 points, and you? He passed the note back to Shan Na. Nearby, Gu Yanbing noticed this scene and instinctively leaned toward Su-young. Unfortunately, Su-young wrote too quickly for her to see. After a moment, Su-young felt another poke. He reached back. "Shan Na, I scored around 460 points, even less than last year." Su-young recalled the admission scores for several universities in their province: Engineering University, Science University, Medical University, Normal University, and Qingqing College. With Shan Na's score, she could apply to Science University, as its cutoff was 450 points, allowing her to pursue a second-tier university. He wrote down his suggestion and passed it to Shan Na. Gu Yanbing could no longer sit still. She asked Su-young which university he planned to apply to. Su-young replied, "Our scores are similar. Let us apply to Industrial University." Gu Yanbing was surprised. The score line for Industrial University is 580. Su-young, this year's exam was difficult. The score line will be lower. Gu Yanbing still felt some apprehension. This was the drawback of applying early. Without knowing their scores, no one could be sure of their admission. After all, not being admitted to their first choice risked slipping down the rankings. 18 noon, the school bell rang. Zheng Guohui announced the end of class. This was truly the final lesson. The next time they came back would be to collect their admission letters. Some students wanted to invite old Zheng out for a meal, but he waved his hand, indicating he had much work ahead. Su Yang lingered at the back, pulling out a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and stuffing it into Zheng Guohui's pocket. Zheng Guohui was taken aback, ready to return them to Su Yang. Su Yang said, "I bought these cigarettes especially for you. Remember to smoke less and spend more time with your family." Zheng Guohui, looking up at Su Yang, who was taller than him, smiled and patted his shoulder. Old Zheng sighed. "Another batch of students has graduated. Who knows when we'll meet again, Su Yang. All that has passed is merely a prologue. Take care, old Zheng." He remembered that not long after, old Zheng retired, as his health could no longer withstand the pressures of work. The toll taken by years of youthful vigor would eventually catch up with anyone. Su Yang encountered Shan Na at the foot of the building. Shan Na asked, "Su Yang, is Science University really a viable option?" Su Yang smiled. "Don't worry, it really is. Remember the last time you didn't trust my math predictions?" Shan Na nodded. This time she was applying to Science University. If she got accepted, she'd go. If not, she wouldn't attend. Without financial support from her family, it would be challenging for her to complete her university education. Public universities were already a burden, and private universities were even more unaffordable. Su Yang noticed many parents coming in to help their children carry luggage. Graduates had an abundance of books, heavy and cumbersome, enough to last 5 years. They could even solve a couple of problems while in the restroom, ensuring they'd be out in 3 minutes. Su Yang asked, "Aren't your parents coming? How will you carry your luggage?" Shan Na hesitated, clearly indicating her parents were not coming, and she had to manage the heavy and cumbersome luggage alone. Su Yang frowned. Shan Na's parents were quite something. While other families treated their daughters like precious gems, her family seemed to regard her as a burden. Fortunately, Shan Na's mother was somewhat reasonable. Otherwise, she might not have completed her middle school education. Su Yang said, "Wait here for me. I'll go get Zhang Xiaoping to help you." Shan Na waved her hand. "Su Yang, don't bother at Su Yang. Stay put, or I won't be able to find you." He stood up and walked towards the school gate, only to encounter Gu Yanbing and Dong Siyu, who had not yet left. Zhang Xiaoping was waiting on his bicycle for Gu Yating. Gu Yanbing's face brightened when she saw Su Yang approaching, clearly waiting for him. "Su Yang, do you want to go ice skating this afternoon? Siyu will join us too." Su Yang looked at Dong Siyu, noticing she had tanned a bit after a couple of days, evidently from helping out at home. "Little Dong, did your parents actually let you out?" "Of course, a few families had weddings recently, and I was in charge of helping with the setups. It really wore me out." Su Yang told Gu Yanbing, "I'll come find you later. It's too hot right now. Xiaoping, come back with me for a bit. Old class wants my help moving some desks." Zhang Xiaoping responded with a light "oh." Su Yang didn't tell Gu Yanbing the truth, fearing she might get jealous, even though they were in a state of almost being lovers. However, not every girl is willing to let her future boyfriend exert his strength on other women. After Su Yang watched Gu Yanbing and Dong Siyu depart, he and Zhang Xiaoping returned to school. Zhang Xiaoping inquired, "What are you moving tables for?" Su Yang replied, "I'm not moving tables. I'm helping Shan Na with her luggage." Zhang Xiaoping, puzzled, asked, "Then why don't you just tell Gu Yanbing the truth?" Su Yang explained, "Do you think if I tell the truth, Gu Yanbing wouldn't overthink it? What if she gets angry?" Zhang Xiaoping understood that Su Yang was indeed very meticulous. He resolved to learn from him. After they met up with Shan Na, they arrived at the girls' dormitory. Inside the dormitory building, the girls were lively and charming, each with their own uniqueness, and occasionally one could see pink clothes and belly bands hanging from the balcony. It is said that girls in this era are quite conservative. Most of them don't even wear bras. Only those with sizes C and D tend to do so, while A and B generally do without. However, with the passage of time, bras have gradually become fashionable. Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping arrived at Shan Na's dormitory. 2 large bags, one containing bedding and the other filled with books, along with 2 backpacks. Su Yang lifted the bag of books and exclaimed, "Wow, I can barely lift this." "Shan Na, are you really taking all these books back?" "Yes. What about selling them for scrap?" "That won't work. My brother still needs them." Shan Na, with her beautiful peach blossom eyes, looked at Su Yang, appearing somewhat helpless. Su Yang gritted his teeth. There was no other choice but to carry them. He and Zhang Xiaoping each donned a backpack and together lifted the heavy bag of books down the stairs, with Shan Na trailing behind. Fortunately, the girls' dormitory was only 3 stories high. Once they reached the ground floor, Su Yang and Zhang Xiaoping pushed their bicycles and transported the luggage to the school gate. The long-distance buses to various counties were already waiting there. Su Yang asked Shan Na, How will you transfer from the county town to the town? My mom will come to pick me up in the county town. Su-young nodded, relieved. Otherwise, carrying so much would be impossible. They helped Shan-na load her luggage onto the bus. After Shan-na boarded, she waved goodbye to Su-young and Zhang Xiaoping. Dear readers, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. She wondered if she would have another opportunity to meet Su-young. Perhaps there would never be another chance. With that thought, a wave of melancholy washed over her heart. As the long-distance bus started, Shan-na pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket. She had always wanted to pass a note to Su-young to chat, but out of shyness, she had waited until today. The note contained Su-young's handwriting, with his QQ number and mobile number. Her hand instinctively tightened around it. This was not merely a note. It was a vessel of her youthful memories. After bidding farewell to Shan-na, Su-young asked Zhang Xiaoping, "Didn't you say Gu Yanbing was coming to find you?" Zhang Xiaoping kept glancing anxiously at the sides of the road, but there was no sign of Gu Yanbing. "Oh, you think Gu Yanbing might have come by, saw we weren't here, and left?" Su-young observed Zhang Xiaoping's worried expression. He advised, "If Gu Yanbing isn't even willing to wait for you for these 10 minutes, then she isn't someone worth waiting for." Zhang Xiaoping shook his head. "I'll wait a little longer," Su-young pressed. "What if Gu Yanbing doesn't show up at all?" Zhang Xiaoping stubbornly replied, "Then I will wait for her until she appears." Su-young couldn't help but recall a saying from Zhuangzi. Tail Sheng waited for a woman beneath the beam. When she did not come, he did not leave, and died clinging to the beam. Hence the idiom, Tail Sheng clinging to the pillar, refusing to let go until death. Su-young didn't want to linger with Zhang Xiaoping. He had many tasks to attend to. He wondered how the progress of the flying software was going. There was also the registration and setup of the automotive website, the renovation of Lao Su supermarket, and the exam for his driver's license. Su-young informed Zhang Xiaoping he was heading to an internet CAF and took his leave. Before departing, he tossed Zhang Xiaoping half a pack of cigarettes, suggesting it might alleviate his solitude. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Xiaoping rode his bicycle to the locust tree at the school gate. Su-young pedaled straight to the internet CAF. He first called Gu Yanbing to inform her that the sun was too scorching, and he would arrive at the roller skating rink a bit later. Also inviting her to dinner, Gu Yanbing readily agreed, as she too did not wish to tan into a little black girl. Once inside the internet CAF, Su-young began to busy himself. He first browsed the Miracle Game forum and discovered that the prominent post regarding the Huanyu software had finally been deleted. Su-young dialed Cheng Jianfeng's number. "Hello, Lao Cheng." "Su-young, have you finished your exam?" "I completed it long ago. I wanted to ask, how is the software development going?" "Pretty good. We've already expanded to 2 cities. And most internet CAFs are eager to collaborate with us." "That's great. Chenggu, it's time to settle the accounts. Didn't we just settle last month? The supermarket at home needs renovations. And we need funds. How about we settle every half month from now on?" There was a moment of hesitation from Cheng Jianfeng on the other end. Su-young remained vigilant, worried that one day the software could be shut down or that Cheng Jianfeng might abscond with the funds. In this day and age, there were countless ads plastered on the streets offering fake ID services, with phone numbers that were untraceable. At least the ID number Su-young provided to Cheng Jianfeng was fake. One must never have malicious intentions, but it is wise to be cautious. After a brief pause, Cheng Jianfeng said, "All right, once I return to Yinjiao, I'll reconcile the accounts with you." Su-young agreed. He could estimate the approximate sales based on the software's performance. But Cheng Jianfeng had many expenses, such as employee wages and business travel cost. Su-young allowed Cheng Jianfeng to take a small amount from this, but insisted it not be excessive. In the internet CAF, Su-young's time passed swiftly. The primary focus was on building the automotive website, which required a substantial amount of work. For instance, the management of primary and secondary menus, the setup of internal search functions, and the creation of illustrated descriptions for all car models. If only there were a few knowledgeable individuals to assist. Unfortunately, everyone around him lacked expertise in this area. Suddenly, Su-young thought of his English teacher. Bai Yuqin. He wondered if he could recruit her to join him in this venture. Would she be willing to abandon her stable teaching position for what appeared to be a futile project? Su-young stood up and scanned the internet CAF, but there was no sign of Bai Yuqin. At this hour, that graceful female teacher should be in class. Su-young regretted not asking for her phone number. Perhaps he should check the school office. Realizing it was already 4:30 p.m., he decisively logged off and made his way to Jiangming No. 1 High School. On the way, Gu Yanbing called Su-young. "How about we meet at 5? Su Yang proposed. Gu Yanbing agreed. 10 minutes later, Su Yang arrived at Jiangming No. 1 High School. Since most of the graduates had already left, the school gate was relatively quiet. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure squatting by the roadside. That person resembled a dog. Su Yang stopped his bicycle in front of him. Zhang Xiaoping slowly raised his head, surprised to see Su Yang back. Su Yang noticed several cigarette butts scattered on the ground around Zhang Xiaoping. He asked, "Did Gu Yiting come?" Zhang Xiaoping opened his mouth, wanting to make excuses for Gu Yiting, perhaps suggesting she had been delayed by something or hadn't finished school yet. However, these reasons seemed feeble. Su Yang sighed and pulled out his phone, dialing Gu Yanbing's number. Once she answered, he switched to speaker mode. "Hey, Su Yang, are you done with your tasks? I still need a bit more time. I just wanted to ask you something." "What is it?" "Didn't Zhang Xiaoping say he had a date with Gu Yiting today at noon? She didn't come. Is she with you?" There was silence on the other end. But Su Yang could hear Gu Yanbing talking to someone nearby. Gu Yanbing said, "Wait a moment, I'll get my sister." After a while, Gu Yiting's voice came through the phone. "Hello, is this Xiaoping?" Su Yang handed the phone to Zhang Xiaoping. "You've been waiting for 3 hours, and you didn't think to call? If I hadn't shown up, I bet you'd wait until nightfall." Zhang Xiaoping took the phone, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Hello, Yiting, where are you?" Gu Yiting shyly replied, "I'm sorry, Xiaoping, that I forgot about our arrangement. After returning from school at noon, I went straight to my uncle's house." The uncle she referred to was likely Gu Jianwei. Why has Gu Yiting been at Gu Jianwei's house for so long? Was she waiting for her grades to come out? Surely, she wouldn't wait until her admission notice arrived before leaving. Would she? Zhang Xiaoping quickly forgave Gu Yiting in his heart. It's all right. It's my fault for not contacting you in time. Su Yang observed Zhang Xiaoping and realized for the first time that he exhibited traits of a conformist personality. What is a conformist personality? Such individuals are often very sensitive and cautious, overthinking even the most casual remarks made by others. Once they detect the needs of those around them, they strive to fulfill them. Even when they genuinely wish to refuse a request, they find it exceedingly difficult to do so. These people have become accustomed to compromising their own needs to accommodate others, often feeling guilty even after firmly rejecting someone. Su Yang watched as Zhang Xiaoping conversed amiably with Gu Yiting, pondering that Zhang Xiaoping's somewhat domineering mother might have left a psychological shadow on him since childhood, at long last. Zhang Xiaoping concluded his phone call with Gu Yiting. He returned the mobile device to Su Yang, a broad smile breaking across his face, a smile that was a rare sight. Su Yang inquired, "So, how did it go?" Zhang Xiaoping sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "It was Yiting who forgot. She has already apologized and even invited me to the roller skating rink, saying she would teach me how to skate." Su Yang responded with a soft, "Oh, how should one articulate this? Does Gu Yiting have issues? Perhaps she exhibits a hint of green tea personality. However, one hand cannot clap alone. After all, Zhang Xiaoping is the one who persistently seeks her company." Zhang Xiaoping then asked, "Su Yang, why don't you join us?" Su Yang replied, "I'll head back to school first and join you later." Zhang Xiaoping questioned, "What do you need to go to school for?" Su Yang left with a curt response, "To find teacher by." Watching Su Yang's retreating figure, Zhang Xiaoping leaped with excitement, performing a few skating motions as he began to anticipate the delightful time awaiting them at the roller rink. Upon arriving at the senior year classroom, Su Yang peered through the windows one by one. With the departure of the graduating students, many classrooms had become vacant. After searching thoroughly, he did not find Bai Yuqin. Su Yang then proceeded to the teacher's office, where he encountered Zhang Guohui, who was engrossed in writing a letter. The elder Zhang adjusted his glasses and asked, "Su Yang, what brings you here?" Su Yang responded, "Teacher Zhang, where is Teacher Bai?" Zhang Guohui inquired, "What do you need Teacher Bai for?" Su Yang could not admit he was there to poach, so he said, "There are 2 English questions I didn't understand and wanted to ask her." Zhang Guohui set down his pen and shook his head in exasperation. "This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading," he chided. "If you had this attitude towards your studies before the college entrance examination, you wouldn't be facing such meager scores." Su Yang offered a compliant chuckle. Zhang Guohui continued, "Teacher Bai is on leave. Just wait a bit. Teacher Gao will be out of class shortly." Su Yang's smile gradually faded. After all, Teacher Gao also teaches English and, most crucially, he is male. Su Yang remarked, "Teacher Zhang, the situation is a bit urgent. Could you possibly give me Teacher Bai's mobile number?" Zhang Guohui admonished, "Now you realize time is of the essence? Regretful now, are we? If only you had known this sooner, Su Yang." He and Zhang Guohui were clearly on different wavelengths. Zhang Guohui launched into a lengthy lecture, spanning from middle school to high school and then to university life. Su Yang listened for over 10 minutes. Ultimately, Zhang Guohui relented and provided Su Yang with Bai Yuqin's phone number. Su Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. Old Zhang, I'll take my leave now. Remember to study hard in university. Got it, got it. You take care, Zhang Guohui replied. Su Yang swiftly exited the office, almost fleeing, fearing that lingering any longer would lead Zhang Guohui to philosophize about life and dreams. Much like some mentors who begin with, "What is your dream?" After leaving the school, Su Yang reunited with Zhang Xiaoping. Together, they made their way to Gu Yanbing's neighborhood, by the time Su Yang arrived. Gu Yanbing and her companions were already waiting at the entrance point. 3 girls and 2 boys made for a balance group. This time at the roller skating rink, everyone's enthusiasm was significantly heightened. Gu Yanbing had progressed to a semi-skilled level, able to glide slowly for a few steps. She even took on the role of a teacher, instructing Dong Xiyu. Perhaps out of guilt, Gu Yiting began patiently teaching Zhang Xiaoping how to skate, leaving him pleasantly astonished, especially with the scent of her perfume wafting through the air and her hair brushing against his hand. This sensation nearly fulfilled all his youthful fantasies of beauty. Su Yang observed Gu Yanbing, who was clad in cropped denim jeans, her long legs straight and well-proportioned. Her upper attire consisted of a simple pink cotton t-shirt, her hair tied back in a casual ponytail. Embodying both purity and elegance. In contrast, Dong Xiyu appeared noticeably shorter beside Gu Yanbing. While Su Yang leisurely glided on his skates, he took out his phone and sent a text to Bai Yuqin. Composing a message, "Guess who I am?" After sending it, he tucked his phone back into his pocket and skated over to Dong Xiyu. "Hey, is this hard to learn?" "Very hard," Dong Xiyu replied, gripping the railing. Ever since she had fallen after entering, she had lost the courage to attempt skating again. Su Yang extended his hand to Gu Yanbing. "Come on, let me take you for a spin." Gu Yanbing hesitated slightly but eventually placed her delicate hand in his. Su Yang began to gently increase their speed, reminding her, "Make sure to switch your feet and bend your knees slightly to lower your center of gravity." As Gu Yanbing felt the acceleration, a hint of fear crept in. Su Yang, slow down a bit. Su Yang sensed her palm growing clammy. "Don't worry. Once you get used to this speed, it won't feel fast at all." Behind them, others frequently overtook them. When those young men caught sight of Gu Yanbing from behind, they were instantly captivated. Upon seeing her face, they felt as if all the other girls in the rink paled in comparison. At the same time, Gu Yanbing sparked envy among those trendy girls who believed that sporting dyed red hair, wearing tank tops, flaunting tattoos, and smoking made them fashionable. Little did they know that men often yearned for the pure type. After a lap, Gu Yanbing was slightly out of breath, mainly due to her nervousness. Tiny beads of sweat formed on her nose. Meanwhile, after several falls, Zhang Xiaoping finally learned to skate without holding onto the railing. On one occasion, Gu Yiting reached out to help him up after he fell. Grasping her hand felt like an adrenaline shot to Zhang Xiaoping. Time flew by during their playful antics. In the evening, they departed the rink, and Gu Yanbing invited everyone to the snack street for dinner. Once seated, they chattered excitedly about their experiences at the rink. Zhang Xiaoping covertly admired Gu Yiting's profile. Her elongated eyes and lips, slicked with a hint of lip balm, appeared particularly alluring. Zhang Xiaoping's heart raced. He quietly asked Gu Yiting, "Yiting, how many points do you estimate you'll score on the college entrance exam?" Gu Yiting tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. "Not much, just over 300 points, enough to get into a technical school." "What about you?" Zhang Xiaoping replied. "I estimate over 400 points. I applied to an engineering university." Su Yang and Yanbing applied to the industrial university. Gu Yiting had learned from Gu Yanbing earlier that they were all applying to the industrial university. She had long envied Gu Yanbing's family background. Every time Gu Jianwei drove back home, the elders greeted Gu Yanbing with warmth and affection. Their compliments and respect for Gu Jianwei lingered in her memory. Sometimes, she felt resentment towards her own parents for not being as capable as Gu Jianwei. If she had a family like Gu Yanbing's, she was certain her grades would not lag behind. When Zhang Xiaoping inquired about which university Gu Yiting was applying to, she informed him it was a medical college in the provincial capital. Though termed a medical college, it primarily focused on nursing, where scores over 200 could secure admission. As for where graduates would work, it depended on their family connections. Some with strong ties could easily enter top-tier hospitals like the People's Hospital or the Third Hospital with just a nursing qualification. Without connections or a nursing certificate, one could only end up working at a small clinic. Zhang Xiaoping did not dwell on these matters. His only joy was that he could meet Gu Yuting again in the provincial capital. Su Yang and Gu Yanbing returned with barbecued food and drinks. Make sure to eat plenty. Today, Gu Yanbing is treating us. Under the table, Gu Yanbing discreetly nudged Su Yang's foot. With her family background, she could easily lead a life of affluence. Ji Ruiden had always advised Gu Yanbing to be low-key in public, especially to avoid flaunting their wealth and family background. As they began their meal, the topics of conversation naturally revolved around where to play and how to unwind. Just then, Su Yang's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Lu Qingba from the driving school. Lu informed Su Yang that the registration process was complete and asked when he could come to collect the books. In this era, there were no driving test apps. One had to review the books before taking the exam. Su Yang told Lu Qingba to arrange the exam directly. Lu Qingba asked, "Aren't you going to practice the questions?" Su Yang replied, "I've practiced them all at home." Lu Qingba agreed to his request. After hanging up, Su Yang noticed that Bai Yuqin still had not replied to his message. What could be the matter? Could she have mistaken my message for harassment? He drafted another message. "Teacher Bai, why haven't you replied to my text?" After putting down his phone, Su Yang raised his glass to toast with the others. In this slow-paced small city, although the economy was not flourishing, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. The streets were bustling with vendors and patrons alike. Su Yang ordered 2 mugs of draft beer to toast with Zhang Xiaoping, while Gu Yanbing and the others stuck to drinks. They also encountered a few fellow students from nearby tables, leading to a spontaneous gathering where everyone shared a table, filling the air with liveliness. That moment, Su Yang felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to look and saw a robust individual with slightly dark skin, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, giving off an impression of being rather hefty. The person smiled and said, "Su Yang, have you forgotten me?" Su Yang strained to recall who this person was. Zhang Xiaoping called out, "Chao Gu." Upon hearing this, Su Yang suddenly remembered Zhao Xuechao, his classmate from middle school and childhood friend. Previously, Zhao Xuechao's father worked in the same hospital as Su Yang's mother, but he was dismissed due to a medical incident. That incident was quite notorious, and Zhao Xuechao's father did not believe it was his fault, causing a stir. Eventually, the hospital leadership, in a fit of anger, reclaimed the family's housing. Overcome with despair, Zhao Xuechao's father chose to take his own life. Zhao Xuechao's mother remarried and had a half-brother, leaving Zhao Xuechao as a neglected child, unloved by either his grandmother or his uncle. Zhao Xuechao was known for his loyalty and hard work, but unfortunately, he was dealt a poor hand in life, remaining unremarkable throughout. From a young age, we were taught by our parents to be honest, principled, obedient, non-confrontational, and yielding, and in the end, when you find yourself stuck in a traffic jam, there are always those who cut in line and leave you far behind. While you toil diligently in your job, underhanded colleagues can rise through the ranks, garnering promotions and bonuses. This is undeniably an era that laughs at the impoverished while turning a blind eye to the morally corrupt. Su Yang raised his glass and poured Zhao Xuechao a drink, introducing him to his classmates. Zhao Xuechao appeared somewhat bashful, especially with the presence of girls. He had to drop out of high school after his first year, primarily due to poor grades and a lack of family support. His stepfather did not favor him, while his mother managed finances poorly, secretly giving him pocket money behind her husband's back. Su Yang noticed Zhao Xuechao's discomfort. He clapped Zhao Xuechao on the shoulder and introduced him, saying, "This is my childhood buddy, Zhao Xuechao, 2 years our senior. Just call him Chao Gu." The high school students, naive and inexperienced, eagerly called out Chao Gu, leaving Zhao Xuechao feeling overwhelmed and touched. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. "Brothers, I'm not great with words, it's all in the drinks," he said, downing 3 shots in quick succession. Su Yang signaled for everyone to continue drinking, and he and Zhao Xuechao stepped aside. Su Yang first handed Zhao Xuechao a cigarette from his pocket. "Chao Gu, what have you been up to lately? Ever since you moved out of the hospital staff quarters, Xiaoping and I haven't seen you much." Zhao Xuechao's lips curled into a bitter smile. "Not much. I worked at a glass factory in the neighboring city for over a year." Su Yang fell silent, suspecting it was because Zhao Xuechao's family could not afford to support him. Hence he had to work to earn a living. Zhao Xuechao then asked, "By the way, where did you apply for college?" Su Yang replied, "The Industrial University in the provincial capital." Zhao Xuechao responded, "School starts in September, right?" Su Yang nodded. Zhao Xuechao continued, "I'll also be heading to the provincial capital for work at the end of the month. I'll scout the area for you." and once you arrive, come find me. I'll look out for you. Since Zhao Xueqiao was 2 years older, Su Yang often followed him around as a child, with Zhao Xueqiao protecting them during scuffles. Su Yang shared his phone number with Zhao Xueqiao for future contact. Zhang Xiaoping also came over to chat with Zhao Xueqiao for a bit. Su Yang's phone pinged. He glanced at it, pleased to see a message from Bai Yuqin. By Laosher, I've been waiting for your message for so long. That night, after gathering for dinner, Su Yang returned home. Lao Su and Zhang Xiaomei had just arrived as well, and they exchanged pleasantries. Zhang Xiaomei called out to Su Yang, "Why are you back so late?" Su Yang turned and replied, "I had a late study session." Zhang Xiaomei shot him a disapproving look. "What late study session? The college entrance exam is over. Do you think I haven't been to school?" Su Yang chuckled. "I ended up having dinner with some classmates, Mom. Guess who I ran into?" Zhang Xiaomei, intrigued, asked, "Who?" Su Yang replied, "I ran into Zhao Xueqiao." Zhang Xiaomei recalled him, the son of Zhao Guisheng. Zhao Guisheng had a tough time. It took years for the truth of that medical incident to finally emerge after his death. The hospital's vice president at the time has retired and only received a reprimand as closure. Su Jigua asked, "Are you talking about the Zhao Xueqiao from downstairs?" Su Yang nodded. As they walked upstairs, their conversation naturally turned to the old tales of Zhao Guisheng. Wherever there are people, there are stories. And in places like hospitals, where medical equipment and pharmaceuticals are involved, the waters run deep. Zhang Xiaomei was undoubtedly astute. She feigned ignorance while being fully aware. It was her diplomatic skills that earned her the position of head nurse in the thoracic surgery department of the People's Hospital. Su Yang asked, "What's the situation with my aunt?" Zhang Xiaomei sighed, "What can be done? They're getting older. Their children are in college. It's not as simple as just saying they want a divorce." Su Jigua remained silent, unable to comprehend why Su Jifeng chose to endure such a life. Zhang Xiaomei recounted the events of the day. It turned out that Li Lifeng called, and Su Yang's aunt left with him. It was unclear what Li Lifeng promised over the phone, but they drove back to the provincial capital that afternoon. Zhang Xiaomei shot Su Jigua a glare. In the future, if anything like this happens, keep your cool. Don't resort to violence at the drop of a hat. Understood? Su Jigua nodded. Zhang Xiaomei continued, "Now it's your elder sister living with Li Lifeng. Do you think he'll resent you in the future?" Su Jigua frowned. "He wouldn't dare." Zhang Xiaomei, frustrated, considered hitting Su Jigua but refrained when she noticed Su Yang nearby. After arriving home, Su Yang hurriedly washed up, tossing his dirty clothes into the washing machine before returning to his room in just shorts. He pulled out his phone to check the message from Bai Yuqin. "Who are you?" She texted. Su Yang replied, "By Laosher, it's Su Yang." Bai Yuqin responded, "Oh, it's you. I was wondering who it was." Su Yang, surprised, "Aren't you?" Bai Yuqin, "I really didn't expect it. I thought it was a spam message." Su Yang, "By Laosher, have you been overwhelmed with suitors?" Bai Yuqin, "Don't say that. I've only met 3 or 4. Su Yang, "Are any of them to your liking?" Bai Yuqin, "Why are you so curious, little kid?" Su Yang thought, "Am I really just a child in her eyes?" He replied, "By Laosher, I'm quite grown up." Bai Yuqin, "Haha, you're still a little kid. It's late. Get some sleep." Su Yang pondered whether there was a significant difference between being 18 and 23. He didn't want the conversation with Bai Yuqin to end just yet. He still had more to say. Su Yang texted, "By Laosher, where are you?" Bai Yuqin, "At home." Su Yang remembered her mentioning that she lived alone while her parents resided in another old staff compound. Su Yang, "I'd like to come see you." Bai Yuqin, "What for?" She became wary, clearly feeling that it was inappropriate for a lone man and woman to be alone together at night. Su Yang, "I'd like to discuss website development matters." Bai Yuqin, "It's already 9:30 p.m. Su Yang, "How about tomorrow? Do you have time?" Bai Yuqin, "Tomorrow afternoon should work." Su Yang, "Great." Bai Yuqin, "Sweet dreams." Su Yang, "The morning brings not only the sun, but also new dreams." After finishing his conversation with Bai Yuqin, Su Yang fell into a deep sleep. That night, he had an exceptionally long dream. He awoke in the middle of the night, washed up in the bathroom, and then returned to bed. Zhang Xiaomei, due to her profession as a nurse, had a light sleep. She heard Su Yang washing up in the bathroom at night. That little rascal must be having sweet dreams. The next day, Zhang Xiaomei left for work early. Ever since Su Yang finished his college entrance exams, his mother had become too lazy to even make breakfast. She could eat at the staff canteen at the hospital. Su Jigua and Su Yang opted for breakfast at a nearby shop, enjoying steamed buns or youtiao. While munching on youtiao, Su Yang asked, "Dad, how are sales of the banlangen in the supermarket?" Su Jigua replied in a low voice, "Since we stocked up, We sold over 4,000 bags, especially the last 1,000 at 12 yuan each. With a purchase price of 4 yuan, selling at 12 meant they could earn 8,000 yuan from the last batch alone. Su Zhigua continued. However, now that the college entrance exams are over, sales have tapered off compared to earlier. Su Yang remarked. That's expected. It was just a quick money opportunity. Su Zhigua inquired. How much more should we restock? Su Yang responded. Let us add about 500 bags. But after they sell out, we shouldn't restock again. The SARS situation was gradually fading from public view by year-end. Su Zhigua nodded in agreement. After finishing breakfast, Su Yang accompanied Su Zhigua to the supermarket. Thanks to the profits from the Banlanjin, the supermarket was preparing for extensive renovations. Su Yang instructed Lao Su to begin by transforming the storefront, changing the cement walls to large light gray tiles. Su Zhigua took notes diligently. Next was the sign. Changing Zhigua Supermarket to Zhigua Mall, Su Yang then moved inside the supermarket, planning everything from the ceiling and wall paint to the color of the floor tiles and product displays. Gradually, Su Zhigua frowned. Su Yang, this is starting to exceed our budget. Why how much? The renovations you've chosen will cost around 20,000 yuan. Our family profits from selling Banlanjin, don't we? Your mother has deposited a sum into the savings account, claiming that what remains is our operational capital. Su Yang smirked, feeling the bank card in his pocket. Dad, if it comes to that, I can chip in a little. That would be splendid. The little rascal is becoming quite capable, earning money faster than I ever did. Su Zhigua learned from Zhang Xiumei that Su Yang had made a tidy sum by designing cheats for others on the internet, earning commissions in the process. It seems that nowadays, sons request money from their fathers, while Su Zhigua finds himself in the reverse position. Su Yang meticulously outlined the supermarket's shelf layout to Su Zhigua, detailing marketing strategies and future development plans. In the initial stages of running a supermarket, building a good reputation is crucial, relying on the strategy of low prices and high sales, particularly for items like milk, eggs, meat, and daily vegetables. The typical customers are elderly folks who are very price sensitive. If one store sells potatoes for 5 cents less than another, they will eagerly ride their bicycles to purchase them. Su Yang understood that once he entered university, his time at home would dwindle, and by then, the supermarket might just be finding its footing. He hoped it would grow larger in the future. 18 noon. Su Yang exited the supermarket, having discreetly taken 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes for old Su. He set his eyes on the land next to their supermarket, owned by Lin Jukuan, which old Su claimed could be sold for 50 to 60,000 yuan. A guaranteed profitable deal. By the time the next cheat earnings were calculated, it should suffice to purchase it. Su Yang prepared to head to the internet CAF. His phone rang. Gu Yanbing was inviting him out for a meal. Gu Yanbing, doesn't your family cook? Why do you eat out every day? Her laughter echoed through the line. Your family is the one that doesn't cook. My parents are at work. Su Yang replied. Well, come downstairs. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, he hopped on his bicycle and rode to Gu Yanbing's home. Thanks to the summer vacation, their relationship had rapidly blossomed, with daily dates becoming the norm. The innocence of youthful love was enchanting, devoid of materialistic concerns or the burdens of work. Upon arriving at Gu Yanbing's house, she emerged in sandals, her white dress billowing in the breeze, paired with a sky blue t-shirt that accentuated her slender waist. She had opted for a casual bun today, exuding a relaxed aura. When Gu Yanbing smiled, even the sun seemed to dim in comparison. Su Yang inquired, You seemed to eat quite a bit last night? Gu Yanbing scrunched her nose. Not at all. I was too busy ordering for you all and didn't eat well myself. Su Yang replied. I must have mistaken you for Gu Yating. Gu Yanbing eyed him suspiciously. Are you interested in my sister as well? Gu Yanbing, do you think I'm blind? How could I possibly pursue her when you're far more beautiful? With Su Yang's admission, Gu Yanbing felt a surge of pride. She climbed onto the back of his bicycle as he pedaled away. By the way, what are we having for lunch? I made you spend too much last night, she queried. Su Yang responded. As long as you acknowledge it. The previous night, they had dined with numerous friends, leading to a hefty bill. Gu Yanbing had brought insufficient funds, and while the classmates contemplated splitting the cost, Su Yang took the initiative to pay. It wasn't that he wished to be the fool, but rather that such friendships were worth a small investment. A decade later, they might not offer substantial assistance, but would provide conveniences in life, like knowing someone at a hospital or a traffic police station. Gu Yanbing asked what Su Yang desired to eat. After some thought, he decided on spicy hot pot, which he also enjoyed, provided it was without cilantro. Subsequently, she recounted how Zhang Xiaoping had visited Gu Yuting that morning, and they appear to have gone roller skating. Su Yang calculated that Zhang Xiaoping's remaining 200 yuan would soon be exhausted. With money in hand, one could indulge in such reckless spending. Without it, would they stroll along the streets? Would they buy snacks from street vendors? He could forego purchases for himself, but what about his girlfriend? Hence, making money was paramount. If one were youthful and successful, driving a Mercedes, there would be no quarrels in love. This is why many girls choose to find comfort in their pillows and walls, believing that some pain is preferable to hard labor. While waiting at a traffic light, Gu Yanbing noticed a white wedding dress displayed in a nearby shop window. She tugged at Su Yang's sleeve. "Look, that wedding dress is stunning." Su Yang turned to see a girl trying on the white gown, accompanied by a disinterested young man. The girl twirled for him, seemingly seeking his approval, but he shook his head. Clearly unimpressed, disheartened, she retreated to the fitting room. Gu Yanbing pondered aloud. "Do you think they will be happy in the future?" Su Yang replied, "Not necessarily." "Why not?" "Did you notice how the boy didn't react with awe when the girl emerged in the wedding dress?" Gu Yanbing nodded. Su Yang continued, "I used to be oblivious, but I later realized he probably couldn't hold on to the love of his youth." Gu Yanbing scrutinized the scene through the glass. Suddenly, she grasped the implication of Su Yang's words. He added, "It seems the girl in the wedding dress shed tears in the fitting room. Why would she cry? Is she not excited? Because she couldn't marry the one she loved at 18? Gu Yanbing fell silent, as the impending joy of marriage was overshadowed by Su Yang's poignant narrative. Noticing her sorrow, he mused to himself, "With my talent, I should really consider a career in directing." He understood that the boy's disinterest in the wedding dress likely stemmed from its expense. If he appeared pleased, it would complicate any negotiations with the bridal shop. Gu Yanbing lowered her head. Absorbed in Su Yang's words, the notion of a youthful love was undoubtedly relevant to her own age. Initially, she had resolved not to date during university, but her connection with Su Yang had brought her immense joy. He seemed to possess a magnetic charm that captivated her, leading to dreams of him that night. Soon, she found herself yearning for daily dates and conversations with him. Perhaps due to the weekend? The hot pot restaurant was bustling, with patrons bustling about with their bowls. Su Yang instinctively took Gu Yanbing's hand, cautioning her, "Be careful, don't spill." She nodded gently, trailing behind him. Amid their meal, Gu Yanbing inquired about Su Yang's plans for the afternoon, subtly suggesting a trip to the roller skating rink. However, recalling his prior commitments, he suggested rescheduling to the following day, to which she reluctantly agreed. After finishing their meal, Su Yang bought Gu Yanbing a cup of milk tea and escorted her home. Gu Yanbing pouted slightly, feeling that they hadn't yet explored enough. Watching her retreating figure, Su Yang sighed. For girls, an ideal date comprises dining, shopping, and watching a movie, while boys envision hand-holding, kissing, and so forth. Naturally, Su Yang also desired carefree fun, but how could he indulge when he needed to focus on making money? His goal was to achieve entrepreneurial success before graduating university, so that while his peers sought employment post-graduation, he would already have attained financial independence. That would mark the true beginning of his carefree life. After departing from Gu Yanbing's home, Su Yang rode his bicycle to the driving school for his theoretical exam. The testing grounds were sparsely populated, mainly filled with men in their 20s and 30s, making Su Yang the youngest among them. After completing the exam, Lu Qingba was taken aback. "Wow, it's only been a few days, and Su Yang passed without cheating?" Following the test, Lu Qingba took Su Yang to practice driving. Other students inquired when they could begin their practice sessions, but Lu Qingba instructed them to return the next day. Su Yang, being a special case, would receive priority. Lu Qingba guided Su Yang into a Xiaoli car, teaching him how to start the engine and shift gears. "Coach Lu, I used to have a car. Let me give it a try?" "You can drive?" Of course. Skeptical, Lu Qingba switched places with Su Yang. He executed the entire process, fastening the seatbelt, starting the engine, shifting gears, and taking off, flawlessly. Lu Qingba recognized Su Yang's proficiency and waved dismissively, "You don't need to come back. Just show up on the exam day." "Thank you." Coached, Su Yang pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered them to Lu Qingba. Lu Qingba replied, "Forget it. You don't need to come on the exam day either. I'll arrange for someone to take the test for you." Thus, the process of obtaining a driver's license was effortlessly accomplished. At that moment, Su Yang received a text from Bai Yuqin, informing him that she was out of class and available. Su Yang texted, "Do you know the CAF on Jianxi Street?" Bai Yuqin replied, "Yes, are you inviting me for coffee?" "Indeed, I'll be there in half an hour." After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately agreed. Had it not been for the fact that Su Yang was her own student, she might have thought that he was pursuing her, enchanted by a sweet little love song. The aloof beauty of the school was utterly captivated. Please save this. M.20xs.org, a sweet little love song. The aloof beauty of the school was utterly captivated. The 20-novel network boasts the fastest update speed on the internet. Chapter 80. Overestimating one's influence. Upon arriving at the CAF, Su Yang waited for a while at the entrance. Bai Yuqin leisurely rode up on her bicycle. She had her black hair elegantly styled into a bun at the back of her head. A white lantern-sleeved blouse paired with black trousers. She exuded both the rigor of a teacher and the unique charm of a woman in her age group. Upon spotting Su Yang, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Su Yang regarded Bai Yuqin with an appreciative gaze. He surmised that he was likely the first student to invite a female teacher out for coffee. It was no small feat to get her to agree. Bai Yuqin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear at Su Yang. You didn't invite me for coffee just to discuss exam papers, did you? Teacher Bai, you are truly astute. Shall we go inside and talk? They walked side by side into the CAF. Bai Yuqin ordered a mocha, while Su Yang opted for a latte. So, what brings you to me? It's about the personal website you created at the Internet CAF last time. How is that progressing? Bai Yuqin paused for a moment, surprised that Su Yang was inquiring about this. I haven't had time lately. I've been busy preparing lesson plans. I have a startup project and would like to know if you might be interested. Do tell that Su Yang shared his vision for an automotive enterprise and its future business development with Bai Yuqin, taking half an hour to elaborate on his entrepreneurial plan. Bai Yuqin was astonished after listening to him. She scrutinized Su Yang and noticed a confidence in his demeanor, as though he believed his startup would undoubtedly succeed. After finishing his presentation, Su Yang looked at Bai Yuqin. What do you think? Bai Yuqin stirred her coffee with a spoon and nodded slightly. Your entrepreneurial design sounds quite promising, but what? Bai Yuqin met Su Yang's gaze directly. You have just graduated from high school. I believe you should focus more on your studies. After completing your university education, you can decide whether to start a business or pursue further studies. Wouldn't that be a better time to formulate your entrepreneurial plans? Of course not, by then. It would be too late. Bai Yuqin was taken aback by Su Yang's imaginative thinking, yet she felt that it was somewhat impractical. She had been paying attention to the internet since her sophomore year and understood that achieving success in a project is anything but easy. Especially considering the internet bubble that occurred globally in 2000. Countless stock traders sold off their shares in internet companies. Research institutions investigated over 200 internet companies and found that 71 were operating at a loss, including Amazon at the time, with 50 companies expected to exhaust their cash flow within a year. Without funding or a new profitable direction, a company could collapse swiftly. Bai Yuqin conveyed her concerns to Su Yang. Su Yang nodded, understanding that persuading Bai Yuqin to join his team was quite challenging. There was a lack of funding, no background, and no academic credentials. Bai Yuqin would not abandon her stable job for an uncertain venture. This also explained why she was well aware of the internet's risks and miracles. Had it been anyone else, they would have left long ago. Who would patiently listen to an 18-year-old boast? Bai Yuqin finished her coffee and said, Su Yang, you are quite clever. Your teacher, Mr. Zhang, often praises you in the office. I believe in your vision and your abilities. Su Yang sensed that there was a but coming. Bai Yuqin smiled wryly. However, I cannot accompany you on this gamble. You may be able to afford the risk, but I cannot. Let us discuss this again after you graduate from university. She felt that Su Yang's mindset would mature more by then. Su Yang leaned back in his chair as Bai Yuqin picked up her bag to leave. Su Yang, let me treat you to this coffee today. Wait, Su Yang called out to Bai Yuqin. She paused. What is it? Su Yang asked. What if I manage to get the website up and running? Bai Yuqin chuckled softly. If you can find a profitable model within a year, then I will seriously consider your entrepreneurial plan. Su Yang's brows relaxed. It's settled then. Bai Yuqin settled the bill and departed. As a teacher, she had many responsibilities and had already done Su Yang a favor by spending an hour with him. Alone, Su Yang sat back and contemplated life for a while. He had initially hoped to recruit someone like Bai Yuqin as free labor. He would handle the classes while she managed the business operations, thereby accelerating the website's launch. It seemed, however, that he had overestimated his influence. Su Yang twisted his face in the reflection of the glass. It appeared that looking too youthful was also a disadvantage, making it difficult to earn others' trust and easily subjected to underestimation. Just then, his phone rang. Cheng Jianfeng was calling. Su Yang, have you checked the forum? the Huanyu plugin has officially launched. When did it launch? This morning. It's priced free for 7 days, and the forum has exploded. Got it. I'll head over now. Su Yang exited the CAF and rode his bicycle straight to the internet CAF. Upon arrival, he logged into his QQ account and then into the game forum. Indeed, the Huanyu plugin had successfully launched. What was most infuriating was that the post about the Huanyu plugin was a copy of the text Su Yang had previously asked Zhang Xiaoping to publish. Shocked, I've discovered an earth-shattering, soul-stirring secret in the miracle game. That title had been coined by Su Yang. The striking purple-red color indicated that this post had become a hot topic. This chapter hasn't ended. Please click the next page to continue reading. Please save this. m.20xs.org, a sweet little love song. The aloof beauty of the school was utterly captivated. The 20-novel network boasts the fastest update speed on the internet. Su Yang promptly opened QQ and sought out the forum administrator. Please call me the affluent and handsome. Brother, are you there? Here. Please call me the affluent and handsome. Can we delete that post about the Huanyu plugin? Regular post, 50, featured post, 150, hot post, 1000. Which one do you prefer? Su Yang felt as if he were selecting a package at a foot massage parlor as he read the message. Regular massage, 50, half package, 150, full package, 1000. With a complimentary Thai oil massage, Su Yang chose the most expensive package without hesitation. The administrator sent over a bank account number. Su Yang called Gu Yanbing. Old Cheng, wire over 1,000 yuan. Su Yang. ISNT 1,000 yuan a bit steep? Old Cheng, it's no longer a matter of whether it's expensive or not, but whether our Fate-Yin plugin can survive. No matter how the other party posts, we must nip this in the bud. Gu Yanbing hesitated on the other end of the line. Previously, deleting a featured post for 150 yuan was acceptable. But now it had become a viral post. 1,000 yuan was a significant amount. If the other party posted a few more times, that would amount to a loss of over 10,000 yuan. Su Yang understood that he could not allow that post to continue circulating. He analyzed the pros and cons of that post for Gu Yanbing. Eventually, Gu Yanbing was persuaded and agreed to transfer the money. Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. After a while, Gu Yanbing sent Su Yang a text confirming that the transfer was complete. Su Yang quickly informed the administrator, okay, the payment has been received. I will arrange for the technical team to delete the post. 10 minutes later, that viral post disappeared from the forum. Most users of Miracle MU had gone out for dinner, while some had just finished work and logged in. Habitually, they browsed the forum only to find the post had taken a bizarre turn. Where did the Huanyu plugin go? Why has that post vanished? Good people live long. Can someone provide a free link? I beg you. Su Yang logged into his secondary account on the forum and began responding to those ordinary posts about Huanyu. He recommended the Fate-Yin plugin to users and disparaged the Huanyu plugin in the comments below those posts. Everyone, do not use the Huanyu plugin. I just tried it, and it's a Trojan with a virus that stole my account. In no time, a fierce debate erupted on the forum. Su Yang busied himself at the internet CAF until after 10 p.m., only realizing he hadn't even had dinner when Zhang Xiaoping called him. He had merely drunk a cup of coffee. Su Yang decided to continue having Zhang Xiaoping handle the forum business. After all, Zhang Xiaoping had plenty of free time and could earn some money during this summer vacation. Please save this. m.20xs.org, a sweet little love song. The aloof beauty of the school was utterly captivated.